Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV Audiobook channel. Chapter 952, Triple Expansion. When two expansions clash, they get layered based on affinity and type. For example, Arad's void might get filled with a red dragon's flames, allowing the two to exist at the same time. But when three powerful expansions clash, the strongest one would dominate as the mana present would hit the maximum density allowed in the air. Elemental expansion, Boneyard, as Alaric crosses his arms. A storm of bones explodes from his forearms, aiming to blast both Lydia and Lunara away to give himself an opening to kill Eris. This expansion was cone-shaped instead of a spherical one, mainly because Alaric wanted to conserve energy and create an opening instead of defeating his targets or getting an advantage. Elemental expansion, Moonrain. Lunara's slashes fell from the moon as quickly as they could, aiming only at Alaric. If she could wound him enough, Arad is bound to take back control. She can't spare any slashes for Lydia. Every slash is a chance at waking Arad up, and she was going to roll the dice as many times as she could. Lydia shouldn't be a foe. Lunara knew that well, and that she was attacking from a misunderstanding. She hoped that Arad would help clear that once he woke up, but she had no guarantee that she would survive a direct hit from Lydia's coming expansion. Divine expansion. Lydia glared at them, the sun burning hot behind her back. It was at that moment that the two demon lords knew true fear and realized how bad the situation was for them. It wasn't a matter of surviving the attack or getting killed. It was a matter of whether their souls would even remain intact from the coming attack. At the last second, they could see a ghostly silhouette of Amaterasu sitting on the sun behind Lydia, pointing at them with the sharp nail of her big right toe and carrying a sadistic smile on her face. It wasn't just divine magic that was coming out of Lydia, but a massive wave of cursed magic came rampaging at the same time, sparking from her body in a wave of black and golden light. Solar expansion, as Amaterasu's divine and cursed magic radiated from Lydia's body into violent solar winds, flapping like wings. Lydia's soul shrunk smaller and smaller, increasing the sharpness and frequency of the solar wind blasts and flaps. The two demon lords were instantly engulfed in the dazzling flash. The two were like pieces of paper before an exploding fireball, and neither of them seemed to have the ability to resist the simultaneous assault of both divine and cursed magic. It was like rapidly heating and cooling a piece of metal to destroy it. It works and works far too well. Lunara, who was aiming only at Alaric, ended up getting charred into a piece of charcoal while her moon slashes severed his right arm. Lydia's expansion hit Alaric's bones and evaporated them instantly, creating an explosion that blasted him back at tremendous speed. Half burned and with his expansion shattered, he had taken too much damage, and Arad was already waking up. Lydia had effectively one-shot him and Lunara at the same time with her expansion. He had to admit, she was the most horrifying being that he had faced in centuries, a monster paladin that didn't even seem human. Alaric looked at Lydia falling from the sky. She had exerted so much power that her body finally gave up. She had achieved her goal after all. Lunara was a charred corpse falling to the ground, and he got damaged enough that Arad was about to take control in less than 5 seconds. Freebnivelel.co. Hans Alaric ground his teeth, wishing he had the time to finish Lydia off. Such a danger shouldn't be left alive, but alas, he was flying away from her. The demon lord smiled. He was flying away from the monster, Lydia, and toward the city. He had especially angled his bones so the explosion would send him straight to Eris's room. Great, Paladin. Sorry I can't finish you off with my own hands. It's a shame. Even with how powerful Lydia is, she is no match for a demon lord's cunning. I'll finish off that woman, Eris, instead, and steal her divine core. Lydia's body fell onto a tree that broke her fall, and the swamp's mud helped cushion her fall even further. Drenched in the dirt, the unconscious Lydia lay motionless as a large werbear approached her, droll dripping from his large open maw. "For my lord," he growled, lifting his claw ready to swing at her neck. Alaric said he won't be finishing Lydia himself. He'll be leaving her to one of his minions. Weakened, and in her current state, she should be an easy target. "Yo, who do you think you're attacking?" A voice came from the forest, and the were-bear's arm stopped in its tracks. He looked toward the voice and saw a bloodied Jack glaring at him with a large smile. Jack's wide eyes shifted into eclipse-like black ones as darkness burst from his body, swallowing the whole area. The confused were-bear found himself standing alone in the darkness, unable to utter a single voice. In his mouth he could taste the rusty flavor of iron. Bang! As the light returned, Jack blasted the were-bear's brain with a cannon shell in the throat. He stood beside Lydia and looked at her with a worried gaze. Again, his eyes then shifted toward the dead were-bear. Hands off my wife. At that moment, the ground shook as a massive blast emerged not too far away from Jack and Lydia. It was strong enough to knock him down. Damn it, what's going on? He looked back. Hurry. He yelled at the murder paladins who had just finished killing all of the lycanthropic cultists who were transformed by Alaric. Those rampaging wild beasts were a danger to anything alive. Alaric flew at the church and burst through the window, swinging his claw toward Eris's neck. She was fast asleep thanks to the church's magic, and even if she was awake, she couldn't fight back in her weakened condition. A fraction of a second before his claw could pierce Eris's chest, a large, charred foot flew right above his head, landing a hair strand beside Eris on her bed. The charcoal-black Lunara flew in, snatching Eris out of his way. Alaric's claw pierced her torso, and the demon lord gasped. "Lunara, you could still move?" He couldn't believe his eyes with how weakened she was and the injury inflicted from taking Lydia's expansion head-on. She should have been dead. While carrying Eris in one arm, Lunara grabbed Alaric's claw with her other hand to prevent him from escaping. She lifted her other foot and was about to strike. The dying rabbit in the wolf's jaw strikes back, defending a nest that would never belong to her. Lunara swung her foot down, smacking Alaric's head as hard as she could, shaking his very soul. The lycanthropic transformation started shifting back, and Arad slowly returned to normal. Finding himself standing with his whole arm plunged into a dying Lunara with the unconscious Eris in her arm, Arad stared at her with a passive face, his purple eyes frozen in time. For a second, a dark flame could be seen burning inside, growing larger and larger until the veins on his pupils bulged red with rage. Chapter 953, Alaric's Castle. Chapter 953, Alaric's Castle. Blood rushed to Arad's head. He was watching the whole time while controlled. Every wizard that was within a 1,000-kilometer range from him felt a sharp pulse in magic, a heavy wave that almost jolted them dead, but it quickly faded away, leaving them thinking it was nothing but a passing headache. That was Arad almost going berserk, allowing anyone to feel the full extent of his magic. He was keeping his magic and presence hidden at all times to protect people, but when enraged, he failed to keep that check for a split second, almost causing a disaster. Alaric opened his eyes inside the basement of his castle. The glowing magic circle around him slowly faded as he sighed. His plan had failed halfway, but he was certain he fatally wounded Lunara, and killing her was a decent enough result. This would allow him to dominate a third layer in the abyss. Alaric didn't just own one layer of the abyss, he technically owned two, the one his castle is located in and the one beneath him. He had managed to force the demon lord of that layer to submit. He cracked a smile, his large hyena-like face giggling on its own. That woman had been the bane of his life for centuries, and now, with her dead, he could finally rise to the top. The power of the moon should be only his to command. He stood and walked out of the circle, his long claws scrapping against the old stone floor. He then cracked his neck, picking up his two swords from the wall as he covered his furry body with a large coat made of the folded skin of lesser demons. That is how the ones who objected to his rule have ended, skinned alive, and turned into garments for him to wear. As he grabbed the door's knob and opened it up, they were gone, the guards who were supposed to be standing beside the ritual room. It was strange. Even Alaric stopped for a second and sniffed the air. They were here a minute ago. Did they go to eat? No, food is usually delivered to the guards so they won't move an inch. Whatever it was, he had memorized their scent and would skin them later. He indeed needed new footwear, and their hide would make magnificent fur boots. With each step he took toward the stairs to get out, the ritual room was hidden in the basement of his castle. Something seemed a bit off. He could smell the servants of his castle, but not hear or see a single one of them. This place would usually be filled with screams and cries, servants cursing and guards beating them for fun. For a moment he appreciated the silence. He started climbing the spiral stairs, thinking about what might be going on. It was then that something came to mind. It might be his wife who gathered everyone in the throne room. That would be the case if another demon lord attacked the lair. "Who's the fool? Who attacks my lair of the abyss?" he growled, making a mental note that he must find and kill them. And why did she even call my guards? I'll beat her in front of everyone for such a deadly mistake. What if my defenseless body got attacked? He was indeed vulnerable in the ritual room as he was controlling Arad's body. Anyone strong enough to break the door could have killed him. He was certain that anyone in the castle wasn't powerful enough to open the ritual room, but if an attack came from the outside by another demon lord, the guards could wake him up with magic so he could fight. As he came out of the stairs and walked across the empty hallways, he became certain that his wife had gathered everyone in the throne room for an urgent matter. Alaric headed there, grunting. The first thing he woke up to was work. He had wished to enjoy torturing someone as a change and to get some frustration out. Sadly, he'll be going out right away to fight the fool attacking his lair. He stood before the massive gold and obsidian door of the throne room and lifted his foot, kicking the door open. What is the meaning? He was about to start yelling at his wife, but he immediately fell silent upon what he saw. A pale, elvish woman wearing a one-piece black dress, with a slit up to the hips and a large wizard hat on her head. Her long, flowing pink hair danced like snakes as curses crackled from her feet up to her hands. She walked across the middle of the large throne room, dragging the wife's corpse by the eye socket as she threw her into a 1-meter-wide black hole on the side. A nun with short black hair and a lot of freckles on her face sat on the ground, holding a short spear on the ground with some of Alaric's servants lined before her. The servants approached her one by one and sat on the spear, skewering themselves from the arse to the throat. That was a reasonable choice over the alternatives. After the servants died, the nun would throw them into a black hole of her own like they were some nicely cooked kebabs. On the other side, Caden was sharpening his blade. He looked at it for a second and then swung at one of the lined guards of Alaric. He was testing the katana's sharpness on them. He looked at the blade, still dull. Caden mumbled as he started sharpening it again as the terrified guards picked up their dead comrade and threw him into a black hole. In the other corner, he saw the pale knight standing there with a bunch of his hired generals begging her. Her body opened into a massive maw, and she ate one of them whole. As the next general came in begging for his life, he got ordered to go to the nun to kill him. He threw himself down, kissing her feet and pleading to be killed by her. Out of everyone in the room, dying in her maw was the best ending. Demons slashed by Caden's sword never die. They keep suffering the agony of their injuries until he allows them to die. Dying with a spear up his ass, impaled like chicken, wasn't nice either, and he didn't want to even think about the horrors afflicted by that pink-haired witch elf. The one sitting on Alaric's throne was a large, muscular man. He was Arad. Doma, Zia he came, Arad said with a deep growl, and the two looked at the door, finally woken up. Dreams have ended. Welcome to suffering. Doma looked at him with a smile. Your wife had cried well, but that wasn't enough. I'm taking her as a lab rat. That pink-haired elf was Doma, the Queen of Curses. She had used a Gemini and Virgo to take a physical form. Can I impale him? Zia flicked her fingers, and a blood spear appeared beneath all the servants lining in front of her, impaling them in an instant. That attack killed the general, who was busy begging the pale knight as well. As Arad stood, Caden and the pale knight approached him. We're going now, Caden said, and all those guards who were waiting for him to kill them got slashed in half. Go all out. I can replace them and restore balance later. The layer beneath this has one nasty demon lord as well. He's an ally of Alaric, a demon lord who's an expert in body disfiguration. Can you kill him as well for me? The pale knight asked freewebnovel.com with a smile. What's in it for me? Arad asked as he stood and approached her. Nothing. It's just a favor, she replied, and Arad nodded. Got it, I'll do that, but you'll owe me one. I owe you twice if you wanted. She patted his shoulder and disappeared like a ghost, and the same for Caden. 1 second, he was standing there, and in the other he wasn't. Arad started walking toward Alaric. Zia, kill anyone that escapes this layer and the one below. All demons must die. This was a message and example. The abyss had proved a danger to Arad and his wives, so he needed to send a message and give all demon lords a reason to fear him. If I got them all, would you let me get a sip? She looked at him, licking her red lips with a thirsty glare. I'll give you blood if you do a good job, Arad replied, and she disappeared with a shout. Yay! As Arad and Doma approached Alaric, the floor cracked beneath Arad's feet and rotted beneath Doma's. Alaric was pissed off as well. He stood there, giving them a mad death glare. I'll skin you two alive. His demon lord aura burst out, engulfing the whole layer. This was his true body, not a fake or a possessed one like earlier. His power can't be compared to before. Chapter 9054, A Slow Rampage. This was the abyss, the horrid and ever-growing cesspit hole where demons are born and where they live. The deeper you go, the viler and degenerate the demons get. While devils are lawful evil, making sure to keep at least a modest amount of order in their ranks, the demons are chaotic evil. Nothing is off-limits to their corrupted souls. The mere sight of a demon in Alaric's lair is enough to drive a man into insanity. Large furry beasts, the ancient wounds of their battle have rotten and are now serving as the bed of countless maggots. Day in and day out, they live by murder and violence. Killing each other is as common as speaking is common for humans, and for the poor souls that end in the abyss, it might be a fate worse than hell itself. When a powerful human who had reached his peak of power walks into this layer of the abyss, the first thing he'll notice is the rancid stench of corpses and feces. Sewers are like fresh gardens and flowers compared to the disgusting, disease-infested air on this shithole. The man's eyes would burn as if he's been pepper-sprayed, and each breath would feel as agonizing as if sniffing ash and fire. The human stomach would fail to hold any food due to the demonic rot seeping into the man's mouth. The skin would get irritated in seconds and start swelling up, filling with warts. In minutes, the poor hero would be walking with countless maggots eating his flesh as his poor body succumbs to the deadly diseases. Humans can't survive more than 10 minutes in this layer without even counting the threat of demons. That's how inhospitable this place is. This place is far beyond mortal reach, a rotten wasteland of suffering, horrifying demons, and utter degeneracy, yet even this place wasn't ready for the monster that had laid its claws inside. Alaric's aura engulfed the whole layer. He's the strongest demon on it, its immortal demonic lord. His mere presence is enough to overwhelm ancient dragons, toy with demigods, and even stand toe-to-toe with some lesser gods. A large beast looking like the unholy child of every flesh-eating animal, all combined into one disgusting monstrosity, with tons of rotting, gaping holes, shark-like teeth, black demonic eyes, and maggots sprinkled across his rabid hide. That demon lord stood in his place, staring at the man and woman before him. Those two weren't even fazed by his demonic aura or the vile rot of his lair. Arad and Doma seemed comfortable in this horrid environment, speaking to their inhumane constitution. After violating everyone in his castle who hadn't even been threatened in the past centuries, they stood there, glaring down at him. Arad's face was black, his eyes burning purple as he stood in silence. Doma's faint smile across her bright red lips and glowing pink eyes stared down at Alaric as if he were nothing but a vile wild dog. The sadistic nature of her soul was apparent, alluding to how she'd rather torment Alaric and his wife rather than simply killing them. Arad and Doma didn't attack first. The two were pissed off, but still they stood awaiting for Alaric to make the first move. Dragons are more akin to house cats than any animal, even though they can fly and instantly wipe powerful parties. They stay on the ground and fight, dropping their flight advantage. Even though they can spam their breath, they don't. Dragons by nature love to toy with their food. They chase their prey until it falls from exhaustion, and then they'll eat it alive. Arad wasn't willing to give Alaric the mercy of a quick death. Being able to control his own body and trying to kill his wives had far gone past any point of forgiveness that Arad could tolerate. Alaric lunged forward at full force, swinging his massive claw at Doma's head. She looked thin and frail. Thanks to her massive amount of mana, it was clear she was a wizard, not a melee fighter. Killing her fist with a swift attack is a priority. This was a sane strategy if the opponent was normal. But Arad, and especially Doma, are anything but normal. That truth became apparent as Arad didn't try to shield her. He knew that she wasn't the kind of person to get taken down by such an obvious attack. Fkiwebnoviol.com as Alaric's claw approached Doma's face. She opened her mouth and bit down, ripping his claws apart with her teeth. She was using a clone of Arad as her body, only changing its appearance thanks to Virgo. Even with how thin she looked, she still carried as much physical strength as the 7-foot-and-a-half tall muscle monster standing at her side. The Queen of Curses stood proud. The maggots on Alaric's skin dug deep into his flesh to hide from her mere gaze as she clenched a fist from her nails. One of the strongest curses she knows sparked black, the infamous curse of immortality. In exchange for true immortality, the person's sense of pain, hunger, thirst, disgust, discomfort, stress, and all of the negative emotions would increase by several folds. This curse would also stun the target's growth, preventing them from growing any stronger, as an immortal body doesn't have any reason to grow stronger. Doma clenched her fist and punched Alaric into his ugly and disgusting excuse of a mug. The curse sunk into his flesh and bones, taking hold tighter than barbed wire in wool. The impact shook the whole castle and sent the demon lord flying outside with a line of blood trailing after him, sending terror into the demons living beneath the castle. Black flames burned the demon lord's blood from her hand, leaving her pale skin spotless. She was, in fact, angrier than Arad for a simple reason. She and Arad had shared the same body for a while. That is, her sanctuary. She'll share him with the other wives, but to have another person, an animal, lay a hand on her beloved husband, she'll curse the abyss to the end of time. She and Arad approached the massive hole in the wall. The demons living on that layer were powerful, every one of them amounting to the level of a lycanthropic progenitor. If the weakest of them were to enter the mortal world, it'd be a kingdom-wide, if not a worldwide disaster. Mundane weapons can't harm them. They boast extreme regeneration akin to immortality, and their might in battle give them the advantage even when facing small armies. The weakest demon on this layer would eradicate an army of thousands of trained soldiers and several A-rank and S-rank adventurers before finally getting killed. But even after their death, the diseases and rot in their bodies would birth a plague on the world, killing millions of souls in the coming decades. Those demons, hundreds of thousands of them, looked up, saw Arad glaring down at them from the castle, and they shat themselves. Not daring to run away, not even breathing in fear that he might attack. Like small prey suddenly coming face to face with a hungry tiger, they froze in place, terrified that moving an inch would trigger the hungry predator. Arad jumped out and floated down, landing in the middle of the terrified demons. None of them moved nor breathed. They wished their hearts would stop beating. They feared that faint sound would be enough to bring their doom. The Arad standing there wasn't the gentle and docile human that he was in the mortal world, in the abyss where he cared about nothing, and while facing a demon lord who enraged him beyond anything else. Arad wasn't willing to hold anything back. His aura, presence, and strength were apparent to all. Just being in the lair was enough to let all demons there know of the horror that had fallen upon them. Arad turned toward the castle and reached out with his hand, his fingers penetrating the ancient black stones of its base. Raging gravity magic rushed out from his shoulders as the veins on his arms bulged up. Doma, who stood beside Arad, floated up and sat on his wide shoulder, looking back at the demons with a smug smile. They shuddered. Knowing what would come isn't something even demons imagine. Before everyone's eyes, Arad uprooted the whole castle from its roots, supporting it with gravity magic and some barriers so it wouldn't break. At that moment, several of the demons watching fell dead from fear. Arad had deadlifted 2 mountains before when he was with Mora. A castle felt as light to him as a melon. On the horizon, Alaric stood up, his aura shattering the stones he was buried beneath after he got thrown into the desolate wilderness of his lair. As he glared forth, he saw his castle moving, carried by Arad with a single arm. He had picked the wrong enemy. As his jaw dropped down, Arad threw the castle at him with tremendous force, ripping the whole ground between them and smacking Alaric even further away. As half of the demons stood baffled, the other half dead, Arad's body started shifting and contorting, transforming into his draconic form. But not just any. Here, he had no reason to hold back. The massive vampiric wormwolf stood where the castle once was before, Doma riding on his head. This lair shall know pain. Chapter 955, Trashing the Whole Lair. Chapter 955, Trashing the Whole Lair. Arad roared, his voice shaking the whole lair as massive chunks of earth and bedrock started getting ripped off the ground and floated into the sky, burning with his gravity magic. The demons fled their homes and cities, glaring back with fear and rage as the rampaging dragon opened its jaw, charging a massive ball of light. Alaric stood, the muscles on his whole body wriggling like they were coming alive on their own. His hands swung left and right as he grabbed a massive boulder with his claws, throwing it at Arad's head with a howl, Gewinvel.com. As the 10-meter-wide, 32-foot boulder smacked Arad in the head, it shook his neck and spine, stopping him from charging the breath. Void Dragon, you'll never leave this place alive. Alaric's beckoned as his muscles bulged and he lunged forth, running at a blinding speed on all 4, accelerating to the point where each step he took shattered the ground beneath his limbs. As he zoomed toward Arad, he left a trail of ripped ground. Arad growled. His emotionless dragon face glared forward with a disturbing purple flame burning in his eyes. He also charged toward Alaric. Arad's running alone was enough to shake the whole lair as he approached, followed by a storm of destruction. The two met, and Arad swung his claws at Alaric's head, missing him by a hair strand. At that moment, Alaric dodged beneath Arad's arm and kicked him in the guts. He was surprised that none of Arad's ribs had broken from his full power kick, but he didn't stop the attack, following with a second kick almost immediately. Arad dropped his whole body down, trying to crush Alaric. But the demon lord easily dodged such a slow attack and decided to aim for Doma, who was riding Arad. He knows her physical strength and can face her with confidence. As Alarica's claw approached Doma's face, she screamed, her voice filled with black magic, and the demon lord could feel his bones shake and crack. The sheer sound waves sent him flying back with ripped eardrums and a disturbed mind. That was a curse, and he didn't know what it did besides deafening him for a moment. That scream, it's like a wraith's howl. Alaric needs to be careful from Doma's curses. Getting too much of them could end in his defeat. As he zoomed back with several backflips, he could see Arad chasing him, swimming through the solid stones with butterfly strokes as if it were water. From the sheer heat of the friction, the stone ground quickly started melting around Arad's body, and he dove deep into the lava, only his horns emerging from the molten magma like a titanic shark. Alaric had never seen such a terrifying scene, as nightmarish as getting chased by Arad. He looked like a doombringer from their worst nightmares. Too big, too fast, too extreme, and without a doubt beyond anything they had ever seen. As Alaric stopped doing backflips and halted his retreat, Arad's massive jaw emerged from the molten stones and flew at him. It was like a poor seal seeing the massive jaw of a killer whale lunging at him. But Alaric wasn't an easy target. He jumped straight toward Arad's mouth, grabbed one of his teeth, and swung aside to avoid the bite. Alaric spun mid-air as he avoided a strange black arrow from Doma. He wouldn't risk taking any more curses from her, so he decided never to show her an opening to strike. With his spin, he punched Arad's lower jaw, jolting his head back and trying to expose his lower belly, even if a dragon's whole body is armored with powerful scales. The scales of the stomach are a bit weaker than those of the back or arms. Every weakness counts in this fight. Alaric won't make the mistake of underestimating Arad or thinking that petty tricks are beneath him. He'll go all out. Arad flapped his 4 wings once, causing a massive wave of heat and fire to explode from him as he flew into the air with a massive shock wave. The fine fur of Alaric burned, but he wasn't fazed. He stood his ground and took a painful, deep breath of the burning fire. Even with how massive Arad was, his wings looked to spin as if he were a dragonfly. Those bugs were named after dragons, after all, rumbling in the sky like a helicopter. Arad's magic spiked. Arad's chest and stomach flashed with a red light as he barfed a sea of fire, illuminating the whole layer in a hellish crimson glow. The sheer heat started cooking any weak demon that was unfortunate to be close to those 2 monsters fighting. Alaric, on the other hand, roared into Arad's fire breath, blocking it with a deafening howl. When the magic in Arad's fire breath and Alaric's howl collided, they sparked into a massive explosion that flashed across the whole layer, sending all demons into hiding. They crawled into the cracks in the mountains and ground, trying to survive the disaster. Not a single demon dared even think they could help their lord in the fight. They were all aware that this had gotten beyond them. To these 2, they were no greater than the dust on the ground. A female werewolf was curled inside a ravine, awaiting the chaos to end. At that moment, Alaric appeared at her side, half of his body burned into a charred black piece of charcoal. He glared down at her. She looked at him for a second and bent down. As Arad flew close to the ground, glaring into the ravine, he saw Alaric mating and eating the werewolf woman alive, just as vampires are blood-sucking fiends and they recharge by sucking blood. That is how the demon lord of primal savagery recharges his power. Alaric glared back at Arad. The bastard, admiring his work, he snorted. I see you won't even bother interrupting me, was hoping you'd attack so I get an opening. For our lord, that female werewolf died, and Alaric finished eating her seconds later. He turned toward Arad. I made you wait? He lifted his claw, conjuring a massive swirling tornado of black demonic magic. Can you withstand this? Arad glared at him as if grinning. Lightning crackled across his wings and back deafening thunder roared, and the 2 unleashed their magic, clashing into a burning hellish storm of demonic magic and lightning. The poor stray demons hiding for their lives looked at the chaos in terror. Even their vile minds had started to break, twisting an ingrained horror and trauma that they'll never get rid of for the rest of their lives. As Arad flapped his wings, the chaotic magic got snuffed out as if it were a weak candle, and Doma stared at Alaric through her fingers. You've sinned in front of my eyes. Get cursed by your vile action. The whole world seemed to turn dark for Alaric for a second, as he could only see Doma's glowing pink eye. The next thing he felt was a jaw biting on his groin. As he looked down, it was the ghost of the female werewolf. She chewed his nuts and rod away, immediately clawing at him right after in a mindless frenzy. Right at that point, countless ghosts started filling the layer. Humans, demons, giants, and even more strange beings. Everyone that Alaric had killed or wronged had come back from the dead to take revenge as ghosts, but the majority were his demons that he devoured in the past. Alaric glared at the female werewolf ghost that was biting down at him. He was unfazed and then stared back at Doma. Aren't you mistaken? I never sinned. I'm the demon lord of primal savagery, and this is to me like predators eating flesh. He then glared at the female werewolf ghost. You hunt me after death. For what? She flinched and stopped biting. You are glad I ate you alive. It's your honor and pleasure to serve as my sacrifice, right? As his aura burst across the whole layer, all of the ghosts bowed down to him and disappeared. Demon lords, gods, higher beings, and most of the powerful creatures embody a trait or a concept, and that is where they draw their power. I'll do whatever I feel like it to whoever I feel like it. You can't use my nature to curse me." He stared at Doma as he regenerated. A demon lord was the strongest in his lair, and Alaric wasn't going to get easily taken down here. To the demons, strength means everything. Everyone on this layer is his property, as he's the strongest demon. Might is law to demons, and he has legal immunity thanks to his power. He glared back at Arad, who hovered in the sky. "Won't you speak? Dragon?" Alaric flexed his arm. "Even you must run out of magic at some point." Alaric was waiting for the moment when Arad's magic ran out to attack at full force and finish him. Arad never replied. He simply looked down at Alaric in silence. "You being silent means I'm right. Is that moment coming closer?" Alaric smiled, but he couldn't be more wrong. Who's the clown who speaks to his food? Chapter 956. A Divine Feat. As Alaric watched Arad, waiting for the moment that Arad ran out of mana, Arad decided to give the demon lord a taste of something new. Amid the raging fire and lightning, he shifted back into his half-dragon form and slowly floated to the ground. Arad's magic still burned strong. Not a single sign of exhaustion showed on him. This wasn't Hattie's training ground, where he wanted to not repeat what happened to Betty's training ground. This is a place he doesn't care about. Doma sat on Arad's shoulder as he landed a fair distance away from Alaric. Just like him, the Queen of Curses wasn't showing any signs of exhaustion or discomfort, even though she was always with Arad through all that hellish flame and lightning. Alaric giggled. "Did you finally run out of mana?" he said as his eyes inspected Arad and Doma. Alaric didn't believe that to be true himself. Arad's form or look didn't matter. He could sense that Arad's magic didn't drop at all. Or are you trying to trick me? To Alaric, Arad's actions were a clear taunt, as if saying, "Look at me. I'm small once again, come attack." But that thought of him was untrue, to a level that even he couldn't imagine. Arad stood in place and lifted his right foot up, putting his knee to his chest and calves close to his face. Seeing that split, Alaric froze in place, confused. This stance was similar to someone that Alaric hated with a passion, yet here he was seeing someone else doing it. Doma leaned on Arad's head and giggled, licking his calves. "Demon Lord, you've sought to kill Lunara and steal her affinity to the moon, the blessing she got from Saloon." She looked at Arad with glowing eyes, caressing his head in her arms. "You'll never reach my husband's ankles with that mindset." When Lunara met Kali, Saloon had blessed her and the dark abyss, conjuring a fake moon on each layer, giving the abyss its ominous silvery glow and nightly look. Arad's toes were pointing straight at that fake moon, and his body burst with gravity magic. Arad swung his foot down, stomping hard enough to shatter the ground beneath him. The fake moon in the ceiling of the lair, the massive glowing white orb of magic that was over several hundred kilometers in width, ripped off from the ceiling and started falling with a rumble. He had dislocated it with his gravity magic. Moon fall. As Alaric's mouth almost ripped open seeing the moon falling at him. Doma was giggling on Arad's shoulder. "My love needs no blessing from gods, nor curses from me. Unlike you, he doesn't need to steal power to grow, he conquers it." The utter disrespect and humiliation Arad threw at Alaric was beyond any insult. The power he sought for centuries, the thing he saw as an unfair blessing, a divine power that Lunara got. Arad had pulled out of nothing, with nothing more than his foot, ripped quads, a draconic stomp, and his gravity magic. Standing beneath the falling silver moon, Arad looked like an incarnation of a god wearing a mortal's skin. Alaric shifted into a mole-shaped beast, a weremole, and started digging as fast as he could. The ground of each layer is the ceiling of the layer beneath it. That separation layer usually ranges between 100 to 1,000 kilometer depth of hard stone, metals, ore veins called the bones of the abyss, and a sponge-like structure of magical veins of pure energy called the marrow of the abyss. It was that which made some scholars think the abyss is alive. Alaric wasn't fast enough to avoid the moon, so his best chance of survival is to go deep and hope to reach the bones of the abyss. They are the ones holding its weight and should be able to stop the moon. He had no chance of tanking a moonfall even while digging. He couldn't take his mind off thinking. How in the nine hells did that bastard pull it off? If Alaric was given the chance, he would never step into the same plane of existence as Arad. In his mind, such a monster is too dangerous to be in the same world with. By a miracle, Alaric managed to reach that layer thanks to his impressive digging speed and his luck with the cave systems of the layer, which allowed him to go deep enough before the weight of the moon came crashing down. It took Alaric 5 minutes to reach the bone of the abyss that was 50 kilometers, 31 miles deep underground. But with that, he didn't stop going deeper. He could sense Arad's magic chasing after him. But unlike Alaric, Arad was digging at his own pace, giving the demon lord time to run away. Alaric looked back as he was digging deeper and deeper as if he were swimming across the ground. "Arrogant monster," he growled. He could swear that Arad earlier was swimming faster in the hard stone than how fast he was going now. He knew well that this time, Arad was letting him escape. On the layer beneath Alaric's lair, the demons were living their life as usual. Not many things changed in the abyss, but at that moment that stillness was shattered when a small being burst from the ceiling. His aura immediately engulfed the whole lair, and all the demons looked up. That was Alaric making his entrance. Everyone noticed the demon lord's aura and picked their weapons. Was this bastard invading them? They were wrong? He's running from an even bigger threat. The lair's demon lord, Saulus the Cruel, a short demon standing at just around 5 feet tall with a skinless body and 5 eyes on his mouthless face, flew up with his bat-like wings, dripping his vile blood everywhere. He landed beside Alaric. "Use the usual route. Why did you come here through the ceiling? Are you betraying me?" Saulus growled, his voice echoing deep from his stomach. He was less angry and more disappointed at such a development. Luckily for him, this wasn't a betrayal, but unluckily for him, it was worse. "Rally your army? We don't have time." Alaric waved his arm and looked up. It was at that moment that the whole layer shook and the ceiling cracked, dropping a massive boulder that killed a lot of demons. That was the force of the moon impacting the layer above, finally traveling through the separation layer. 1 second later, Arad's long draconic neck emerged from the ceiling, roaring down at all the demons. His jaw opened wide and he puked a sea of fire and molten stones at them. The whole layer was engulfed in a crimson glow as all the demons started fleeing to the edges. Saulus waved his arms and formed a massive barrier of strange black magic, protecting himself and Alaric, who was less talented with spells. "The hell is that?" Saulus cried in fear, glaring at Alaric with a terrified face. That monster in the ceiling isn't something that Saulus would even touch with a 15-layer-long stick, let alone start a fight with. "I killed Lunara, and that thing is chasing me. It already trashed my lair," Alaric replied as he lunged through the fire. Thanks to his speed and durability, he managed to run on the column of burning lava that Arad was spewing out and reached his head, punching him in the face to stop the hellish breath. The two of them had already figured out that this wasn't a matter of winning or losing. It was a matter of how many of them would die. Now that Saulus was alone beneath the fire, he didn't need to stay in one spot, so he flew out while protecting himself with a barrier. As he looked up, he saw that Arad's breath had stopped. The lava was only taking a while to finish falling. He pointed his arm. "Dodge it!" He yelled at Alaric, who was near Arad's head, as he fired a massive barrage of black arrows, each one 10 yards in length. Alaric kicked Arad's nose and fell downward, letting all the arrows hit Arad square in the forehead. Those arrows immediately exploded into a burning ball of demonic rot magic. Saulus formed a barrier platform and Alaric landed on it. "That should do it. I didn't sense any rot resistance from him." Saulus smiled. "Let's get the fuck out of here." Even if he expected his attacks to damage Arad, he didn't expect them to be lethal. He figured out that the best way was to run away and hide, masking their magic so Arad would stop chasing them. "I hope you're right." Alaric looked up with a scared face, and the dust suddenly cleared. Arad's upper body was emerging from the ceiling. His 2 front arms, wings, and chest were apparent. He roared and waved his arms. Massive boulders were ripped from the already cracked ceiling, and they were flung down at the 2 demon lords. Alaric and Solace flew down to the ground where the lava still burned hot. Solace flew close to the ground to mask his presence in the smoke, while Alaric used the durable barrier shield that Solace created for him as a skateboard, riding the waves of fire and magma. "The fuck is that?" Solace yelled at Alaric with raging eyes. Arad wasn't harmed at all with his wrought arrows. Solace didn't know why, but Alaric could already guess it was Doma's doing. Those arrows were derived from curse magic, and Doma is a master of it. "Don't use any curse-related things. The bitch riding him is the queen of curses, Doma," Alaric growled. "She's who you picked a fight with? Since when that bitch has a dragon?" Solace cried Doma wasn't just famous in the mortal world, but also in the abyss and hell. She was known for summoning demons and devils to be her lab rats and torturing them for years while testing her curses on them. "It's the dragon I picked a fight with. He's her husband." Alaric, even he, didn't believe that the words he was saying were true. "Demon, what the hell made you think that someone who can bed that curse witch Doma is safe to fight?" Solace would have noped out the moment Doma was mentioned had he been in Alaric's shoes. Doma is known as a crazy witch, and her husband is bound to be an even bigger madman. To the two demons, Alaric picking a fight with Arad, who is Doma's husband, was the same as if a human picked a fight with Satan's wife. What made him think that's a reasonable thing to do? Solace didn't know. "He's just a pain in the ass. Shut up and run," Alaric growled as the two of them dodged the rain of boulders Arad was throwing at them.
"What was done is already done. It can't be reversed now."
"Arad, look over there!" Doma pointed with a happy face as she was sitting on Arad's head. "That castle section?" She pointed at a part of Solace's castle, the laboratory, which was built right in the middle of an herbal garden and a lab rat's prison. Since this was the abyss, the garden was filled with horrid demonic plants, and the prison was filled with tormented humanoids and lesser demons that the demon Lord Solace kept for his experiments. "I want one like that to work from. Can you build me one in our castle?" She looked at Arad's eyes and he nodded. "Let's check it out." Arad suddenly disappeared from the ceiling and the two demon lords froze in place. He can teleport. They didn't know that. Alaric was even more terrified knowing that Arad didn't even need to chase him. He could have teleported right to him and finished the deed. Arad in his half-dragon form landed in the middle of Solace's castle with Doma sitting on his shoulder. He walked straight toward the door of the lab section, and the demon woman who stood there as a guard saw him. She was tall, standing at almost 8 feet tall with 4 arms, 3 breasts, and an extra mouth on her exposed belly. The moment her ruby-red eyes landed on Arad, she knew he was the dragon that just appeared in the sky, the one that was currently rampaging outside. She started shaking in her place, terrified to move an inch. Doma stared at her. "Not even greeting us. Are all demons this rude?" That deadly pink glare sent chills down the demon woman's spine. Yet the fear didn't allow her to even breathe. She stood, frozen as a statue with sweat rushing down her back as Arad closed, inspecting her like a dog sniffing his food. Chapter 957. Who said faith? Chapter 957. Who said faith? "Open the door," Arad said calmly, and the demon woman slowly turned around and opened the door with her shaking hands. There was something strange about Arad's voice that she sensed, a deep darkness boiling from within, and she immediately noticed the source. An ancient curse by Doma. The curse Doma cast upon Arad's voice was a powerful one. Any weak demon that didn't follow his order would get slowly weaker and eventually die, depending on their power. The curse could take any time from minutes to weeks or years to finish them off. "You're one interesting demon, aren't you?" Doma noticed that the demon had picked up on her curse. Not many could do that, probably since she was constantly experimented on by Solace, that she became that keen on noticing strange magical effects. When I, my husband, or his other wives, says something, you bow your head and say, "Yes, my lord." I'll kill anyone who doesn't follow that rule. Doma's strength lay in her vengeful attitude toward harm, and the strange nature of her curses and their effects, making her extremely hard to predict. Doma looked at Arad with a grin. Let's have a look inside. Her eyes shifted toward the demon woman. Would mine being our guide? The demon woman could only nod yes. At that moment, she could feel a hand clenching on her heart, cold running down her spider as her breaths grew heavier. The demon woman fell on her knees, gasping for air as the pain in her chest grew stronger. Come on. Doma looked at her with an amused grin. Didn't I just tell you what to do? She giggled. You better hurry up. Those hands aren't going to disappear otherwise. The demon woman could feel the hand on her heart clenching stronger, and several other hands clenching on her lungs and organs, even some squeezing her neck and pushing against her eyes. To survive, the demon's mind immediately pulled what Doma had said earlier to the front of her mind. She bowed her head deep. Yes, my lord. As she said, as Doma ordered earlier, the hands disappeared and she could finally breathe again. rewebnovel.com. The curse works on its own. I can't stop it, so you better behave yourself. Doma leaned on Arad's head to rest as the demon woman stood with tired legs, barely supporting herself. With what energy she had left, she took Arad and Doma on a tour through Solace's private lab. Demons aren't even allowed there without his order. But considering the monster standing there and that demons follow the rule of the might is right. Demons that are weaker than Arad and aren't demon lords would bow in submission to his power, especially if they want to avoid Doma's curse. Outside the capital city of the lair where Solace's castle was, Solace and Alaric stood at the edge of a mountain looking at the cooling sea of molten stone and fire. The bastard is in my castle. He's better not break anything. Solace growled. Centuries of research and magical advancement are stored there. Priceless books, devastating spells, and 1-in-1,000-year rare herbs and potions. You're dreaming the fucker killed everyone in my castle before throwing it at me. Your castle and everything in it are fucked harder than anything in this whole abyss. Alaric waved his arms, extending his claws out. We can't defeat him alone. Let's raise an army. This would be a raid. As his claws crackled with the lycanthropic curse, countless spectral wolves and beasts emerged from the ground, taking a flesh body and turning into vile demonic beasts. All demon lords can create minions for themselves to use with the power of the abyss. This power is limited to the abyss and can't be used in any other plane of existence. It's proof that the abyss had approved of them as demon lords and had granted them access to its power. If you can conjure minions out of the abyss's magic, you're a demon lord that, where the lord part comes from, you have control and authority over a layer of the abyss. Solace sighed as he waved his hands and a bone staff appeared in his hand. The horrid object was made of a human's spine and skull, the eyes burning with necrotic flames. You're an annoying bastard. How many times did I tell you not to make minions on my lair? As Solace waved his staff, an army of mutated flesh monsters emerged from the dirt like plants, writhing invisibly with pain and power. You'd make my lair stink. Solace's lair already reeked with rotting corpses and blood. Demons notice the difference to humans. Everything stinks bad. It can't be helped, can it? Alaric sighed. We have to overwhelm that monster with numbers. Their magic and bodies won't last long, so it's best to use the power of the abyss, which seemed to be near infinite. In seconds, the two demon lords have amassed a mind-boggling army of millions of powerful demons, all ready to wage war against the draconic intruder, since they were using the power of the abyss itself. They weren't limited by their own mana and demonic magic. It's like drawing water from a massive ocean. You have a nearly unlimited amount. Blood for our blood lord! A blaring hymn boomed across the sky. Souls for the god. All the demons looked up, bewildered at the sudden hymn that emerged out of nowhere. As their eyes gazed upon the lair's ceiling, they spotted 10 massive stone churches falling. The churches fell on the demons' front lines, crushing tens of them in an instant. The churches were lined in a straight line, and all of their doors opened wide as a sea of nuns rushed out, flinging blood magic and firing spells at the demons. The fuck are nuns doing here? Solace cried as he glared at Alaric. Alaric clearly remembered the nun that he saw in his castle killing the servants. If his guess is right, Arad, those that he saw in his throne room, beside Caden and the Pale Mother, were Arad's strongest allies, Doma, the Queen of Curses, and that nun. Their leader is a woman with short hair and a lot of freckles on her face. Find and kill her at once. Alaric shouted, ordering his demons to find Zia and finish her off. Suddenly it started raining, black, tar-like heavy rain from the ceiling of the abyss. Most demons who only lived on this layer didn't know what rain was. It seldom rains here. The two demon lords, on the other hand, noticed how strange such a thing was. Did his fire cause this? Solus growled, a bit amazed at the sudden development. He was very well interested in the natural phenomena of the abyss, unlike the brute Alaric. He's a thinker. Who cares? Kill them. Alaric pointed his sword at the nuns. Even with Alaric's objection, Solus still decided to waste some energy and have some of his demons inspect and record everything about the rains. He was intending to survive this fight and study this even later on. Seconds later, some of Solus's magic-sensitive demons noticed something. This rain wasn't natural. Magic coming from the top of curses was causing it. It was akin to rainstorm spell, but this one didn't use clouds to get water, but instead brought it from somewhere else, a place the demons couldn't detect. This can't be holy water, can it? Solus lifted his hand, looking at the black droplets landing between his skinless fingers. As a demon lord, he was extremely resistant to holy water. He looked at his minions, but the rain didn't harm even the weakest of them. It can't be holy water. You command from here, I'll charge forward. Alaric, who got impatient, started running and then leapt forward, flying above the demons' heads like the wind. He landed exactly where the nuns were clashing with the demons and saw his minions getting burned alive by the rampaging nuns. The nuns stopped attacking and glared at him for a second. Even vampires shudder at the sight of a powerful demon lord, yet those women didn't have a single shred of fear, and they immediately charged at him. One nun swung her burning sword at Alaric's neck, only for him to slash her arm with his claws and kick her away. Two more swung their arms and set him ablaze, but this was the demon who survived Arad's fire breath. While still engulfed in flames, he charged into the middle of the nuns' ranks and started swinging. Vampires, so that rain isn't holy water, otherwise you'd kill yourselves. One punch after another, he smacked the nuns away like dust, kicking one in the face, pulling another by the hair, and using her as a club to smack the rest. It was clear that the nuns couldn't face Alaric. He was far above their level. In less than a minute, he had knocked over 1,000 of them. Luckily, they regenerate like crazy. I killed you before. Alaric lifted one of the nuns by the neck. She's one of the first nuns that he killed, and now she came again to fight. So I must find another way to finish you off. Dancing with you kids won't be enough. Do you want to be my slave? The nun screamed as Alaric's lycanthropic curse started surging across her veins. He was attempting to turn her into a lycanthrope to control her. That should be better than killing them, as it'll give him more soldiers.
Become my demon,
he growled, his magic attempting to dominate her soul. Blood to the Blood Lord? She held his arm, resisting as hard as she could. Don't underestimate our faith, as she growled. Alaric's curse started getting pushed out of her body. He could sense it. Her soul was linked to that of Arad, and all the other nuns cursing her felt as hard as cursing a pope. Faith? Alaric gasped, bewildered. Wasn't it the power of the gods that protected the faithful from his curse? At that moment, something smacked him in the face so hard that he was sent flying with a broken jaw. He looked and saw Zia standing with the nun he was about to curse. Go and rest, Zia said as she waved her long spear which had a flag tied to it. So you showed yourself. Alaric stood and his jaw was fully healed. Give your blood to my lord, so I can suck some of his blood. She planted her spear on the ground and shouted, My lord, my God, grant me power. Unlimited power. You're a vampire. You won't. Alaric, who thought it was stupid for bloodthirsty fiends to act as if they had faith, immediately found himself staring with a dumbfounded face. A fist-sized, hoe-white nova emerged on the tip of Zia's spear, and it was growing bigger and bigger. All demons shall burn. She swung her spear forward, and the Ho-White Nova flew at Alaric. He barely dodged it, and it exploded in the horizon, ripping a whole mountain from its roots. Hurry up and die so I can suck my lord, you demonic mongrel fuckbucket. Chapter 958. No more time to play. That's, Solace cried as he saw the mountain evaporate. Holy origin white nova, Kossuth's divine tribulation smite. He flew up and reached the destroyed mountain to inspect the remnant magic. It can't be. That was a white nova, I'm certain. But why? I can't sense it. He screamed, glaring back at the nuns charging at the demons, his eyes fixating on Zia. That nun isn't a believer of Kossuth. The magic left here is that of that dragon. Solace couldn't believe his eyes where divine magic should be. Arad's magic was burning strong. Kossuth, the goddess of fire, the sultan of the elemental plane of fire, is the only being able to conjure and use Ho-White Nova. No one else was recorded to be able to use it. Even so, the scholars expected that someone like the Overgod or Amaterasu could be able to cast it, but they never did observe such a thing. Alaric stared back with a terrified face, sweating buckets. Arad didn't just use Saloon's blessing without needing her power. He had already managed to use Kossuth's power without her help. It slowly started to sink into his mind, the reality of the monster they were facing. Even if it was just mimicking, it's impossible to get anywhere close to a god's power, a massive church of zealot vampire nuns worshipping a dragon that can use the power of the gods without being won, and what's more, those nuns can draw power from him as if he is a god. Only one thought surged through his mind: run away. With a single step, Alaric burst forward, jumping over hundreds of demons as he rushed toward the entrance of the lower layer. Solace saw him and understood what was going on. Arad was far too powerful for an unknown existence. They couldn't recklessly face him like this. Solace conjured a massive barrier behind Alaric to prevent anyone from chasing him as he joined on the retreat. Just like how Alaric's lair got trashed, Solace is now certain that everything on his lair would end up destroyed as well. It doesn't make sense for him to stay and die with it. Bam! At their side, a large bearded man with a blind eye appeared, running alongside. He wore leather armor and an eye patch on his left eye, looking like a bandit. Why are you running? The two demon lords gasped, unable to believe this man who appeared out of nowhere was keeping up with them. Alaric swung his claw at him, and Solace tried to chain him with a barrier. But at that moment, the bandit smashed the barrier with his fist, kicked Alaric in the guts, and swung a punch. When the bandit's punch landed on Alaric's chest, a beam of energy burst from it, flying and burning a massive 4-meter-wide trench that was over 1 kilometer long. He's one of the bandits that Arad turned into vampires first, and he could, like all nuns, draw power from Arad's blood. Arad made his nuclear energy accessible to all his vampires, without exception. Underestimating them would be a huge mistake. Solace was about to assist Alaric, but then Zia flew to his side, swinging her spear at him. "You damned nun!" he growled, swinging his staff, and deflected her spear. "You can't fire another one of those spells. You must be drained." Zia glared at him. "Heretic, you dare belittle my lord's power?" She pointed her spear at his chest. Boom! A Ho-White Nova immediately charged and fired. If Zia hadn't warned Solace by saying boom, he would have gotten blasted to pieces. There was nothing strange about it. Zia is a part of Arad's blood. If he can fire multiples, she could do the same, given that he allows her to use his power. The nuns don't match Arad in physical or magical abilities. Even their bodies sometimes can't handle powerful spells like Ho-White Nova or other extreme abilities. Arad also doesn't allow all the vampires inside his stomach to access his power simultaneously, as they might drain him in seconds if all fired Ho-White Nova at once. For that reason, only Zia and the bandit Shank are allowed to access his power at this moment. The reason is that anyone besides Alaric and Solace isn't a big enough danger to use such power against them. Zia dodged a massive demonic fireball from Solace and stepped aside, ready to blast him with another Ho-White Nova. Solace knew she would try to cast it if given the chance. It was clear that the vampires believed that those Ho-White Nova were their only magic powerful enough to finish off a demon lord. They were right, but that made their attacks easy to predict. Solace swung his hand at Zia's face, trying to touch her. If he managed to contact her flesh, he'd be able to disfigure her, given that she's weaker than him. This wasn't domination magic like what Alaric tried earlier, so it should work, hopefully. As his hand approached Zia's face, she growled with an angry face, thrusting her spear up and impaling his palm. "Bastard, only my lord can touch me!" She stomped the ground. "Take your hand," she roared, "and shove it up your ass." She yelled, and a blood spear emerged from the ground, impaling Solace from the groin to the throat. Multiple other spears penetrated him like a pincushion, leaving him bleeding in front of Zia. At that moment, Solace growled, clenching his body and shattering all the spears. "Do you think this is enough to kill me?" he shouted. "I'm a demon lord. He was about to regenerate, and I'm a nun of my lord." Zia lifted 2 fingers, glaring at him with 2 dead red eyes burning with blood magic. Elemental expansion, blood rushed from her back and engulfed her and Solace in a 100-meter-wide ball of magic. Solace gasped for air, unable to breathe as his blood turned yellow and his skin pale, his muscles turning blue. "Rustic End, I'm a master of rust magic." Zia glared at him with a passive face. "My expansion uses its dense magic to force the iron in living beings to rust. Iron plays a critical role in all living beings, especially in their blood, to transport oxygen. Having it disabled only meant death." Zia's expansion shattered as Alaric punched it from the outside. He rushed in and stood beside Solace. "You still alive?" Alaric had barely managed to push the bandit back and come to assist Solace, but now both of them are badly injured. Even Arad's followers were a pain, but it shouldn't be a problem. An elemental expansion is something cast by the person, and only a few can spam it. Zia should be exhausted after using such a big move. Alaric smiled. "You can only wound us with your lord's power." He lifted his hand, attempting to regenerate. "Without him, you're nothing but weaklings." "Of course," Zia nodded. "Unlike you, I know my place is beneath him." She giggled. "Time to finish this off." Alaric coughed blood, unable to regenerate. Solace was the same. No matter what he tried, his body refused to heal. "What's going on?" Solace cried. Their skin fell apart, and their visions flashed black. Alaric fell to his knees, feeling his stomach turning. What did you do?" Zia licked the black rain from her arm and rubbed it on her face. "This water was pulled from our Lord's stomach. You heretics shall die beneath it." The black rain was extremely radioactive. Arad had figured that if he could generate the curse by breaking matter, what if he tried to curse some objects and use them to fight? From that, he decided to experiment and curse a large amount of water to use as a mass death weapon. Arad's vampires aren't affected by it since they are a part of Arad's blood. Arad suddenly appeared behind Zia and the bandit. "We must finish this off," he said, and Doma giggled. "Sorry, we don't have any more time to play." The bandit bowed and disappeared into Arad's blood. Zia, on the other hand, jumped at Arad with an excited face. "My lord? Look, they are almost dead. Can I get just a lick?" She hugged his torso, and Doma, who sat on Arad's shoulder, started pushing her away with her foot. "Get away from him. Leave some distance." Doma growled at her with an annoyed yet amused face. Arad patted Zia's head. "Fine, but hurry." He had promised her some blood if she did a good job. A large smile crossed Zia's face as she cried with a thrilled face. "Of course, my lord." She bent down with a horny face. "I know just the place with a lot of blood so I can suck it fast." As she licked her lips, attempting to unzip his pants, Doma shoved her foot in her mouth and kicked her back into Arad's blood. Doma sighed, looking at Arad. "I'll go give her an earful. I'll leave the rest to you." She kissed him on the cheek and faded away. All the nuns, bandits, churches, and the black rain, everything disappeared, leaving Arad alone standing before the injured Alaric and Solace. "You two can heal now? Just do it as if you're trying to regenerate your whole body," he said with a passive face, still confused. The two demons' lords tried what Arad said, and their bodies healed. Now that the radiation was over, getting a new body was enough to fix their issues. This might have seemed strange, but Arad wanted to see them fully heal, so he could precisely tune his next attack to mess up with that. "Why would you?" Alaric was about to growl, but he didn't even have time for that. Arad had already lifted his hands and combed his fingers. Elemental expansion, nuclear chaos, darkness swallowed the two demon lords, and immediately thousands of energy breaths started hitting them from all directions, killing them over and over, hundreds, thousands, and millions of times. This was the same way Gojo killed Demogorgon. Even if demon lords were immortal in their domain in the abyss, killing them so many times that their minds and souls broke was a possible way that Arad learned from his older brother. After 15 minutes, with the two demon lords dying thousands of times a second, their souls finally broke. Alaric lasted 13 minutes and Solace 14. Arad kept blasting them for another minute to ensure they were broken. Canceling his expansion, Arad swallowed the two broken souls. He's still too young to be able to digest such large souls, but he can always store them as preserved food. Arad turned to leave, but he then saw the pale knight. She was sitting on a wooden chair. She waved her hand, calling Arad to sit with her around the small round table. "I've got some bad news and I must go. Mira would kill me if I didn't go and see the weapon she worked so hard to create." Arad replied with a tired face. He didn't want more troubles to deal with. Chapter 959, The Black Goat of the Abyss, Shub. Arad sat on his chair, barely fitting in as he crammed his legs beneath the tiny table. "Bad news? Like what?" He leaned back and looked at her with a passive face. The pale knight looked back at him, blinking as she flicked her pale fingers, and a cup of strange tea appeared before her. One immediately spawned before Arad. She took a sip with closed eyes and sighed. "First, the good news is that Lunara is stable. She'll survive, but probably won't move for a week. Have a drink." She pointed at his cup. The strange, glowing blue and green liquid bubbled like something out of a witch's cursed pot. Even Arad, who ate many things, gave it one look and noped out. That thing looked vile. "Good news can wait." Arad leaned forward. "Bad news usually means trouble, and troubles are urgent things that need to be dealt with. Tell me about what went wrong." Arad would rather hear the bad news so he can start thinking about a solution. Good news usually isn't urgent and doesn't need him to act. On top of everything, good news isn't a good excuse he can give to Mira for making her wait. "You can't fix this one. It's not in your hand, not mine. It's not in anyone's hand." The pale knight looked around, her eyes scanning the area around them, from burned ground to the flowing rivers of lava and rotten forests of this layer. Everything looked to be in quite a bad condition. I was born long before the abyss even existed in the early days of AO. The previous overgod? She smiled, remembering those days before time, before space, and before everything was anything. Before reality itself, when AO was everything and anything. Ah, those sweet, simple times before the causality of reality. "You're old," Arad commented, looking at her pale face. "For all I know, the abyss is a world that existed for a very, very long time. That wasn't just thousands or hundreds of thousands, but billions of years in the past. She might be as old as the world itself. To tell you the truth, I'm the first demon to ever be born. People call me the Pale Knight thanks to my look, or the mother of demons since I gave birth to them." She pushed her chair back and sighed. "But I'm a demon like them and one of a kind." She lifted her foot and gently tapped it on the ground. Lines of concentrated magic sparked across the whole layer like electronic circuits. "You might have guessed that I'm not normal." Her presence surged across the abyss's walls and earth, shifting its nature back and forth, akin to being inside Arad's expansion. Arad looked at her, his eyes burning purple. "Right, I can't tell whether you're a demon or not. I can't sense the end of your power, and when I look at your eyes, I only see a massive shadow, darkness, a deep, bottomless hole of horrors." Behind the pale knight, he could see the illusion of a titanic mass of tentacles and goat legs, all writhing in blood and gore, dwarfing the abyss in size. Whatever she was, the pale night that demons knew was nothing more than a facade hiding an eldritch demon of nightmarish proportions and power. Arad looked at his shaking knees. "You're the strongest being I've faced so far. I doubt even Caden can take you down, unless he's hiding his power well enough that I can't sense it." The pale knight giggled. "He's indeed hiding it, but that kid can't kill me. I doubt even the Overgod had the power to take me down." She leaned on the table, looking at Arad with a smile. "My name is Shub, a primordial abomination that was born from Ao's essence. I'm the one who gave birth to the abyss itself. Even as we speak now, my womb still gives birth to new layers." "Why tell me this?" Arad glared at her. "Does it have anything with me? Why is a monster above the gods hiding in the abyss, and why is she speaking with him about it now?" Arad's suspensions started to swell up, but for some reason he didn't feel threatened by her power. "Remember that man in yellow? The abomination called Nyar, the one who helped Vorvados escape?" She leaned back. "I was his wife before time even existed. We got divorced when he betrayed our creator, Ao, but I can still feel him. He's awakening faster than expected." She sighed, scratching her head. "He's targeting you this time. I can't explain why yet, but you should accelerate your training. He might be awake in a century or so." She growled with a sore face. "He's called the Yellow Emperor, the betrayer and evil one. You better find a place to cultivate and turn into a shelter for your wives to hide in case of an attack. If Nyar wanted to target Arad, his wives are a glaring weakness that is bound to be the primary target." Veins bulged on Arad's head. He'll attack them? So this is the bad news. Arad's blood boiled and his magic spiked for a moment. His wives indeed weren't as strong as him, but that wasn't their fault. He's well aware that he's an outlier and that asking his wives to keep up with him is an impossible task. It's his duty as their husband to provide protection, and so the must get even stronger. Nothing is beyond Nyar's vile soul. Expect anything from him. She looked up. "Even my ex-wife Yog despises him." "Wife?" Arad lifted an eyebrow. She had just said that she was Nyar's ex-wife. "But she has an ex-wife. This is a tale from before humans or marriage even existed. Not even time was born at that time. I'm just using words close enough to what the relationships were at that time." She waved her hand. "And to tell you, Yog is sick up in the head. She's one crazy monster." She leaned back. "I'm the black goat of the abyss. She's called the guardian of the gate and master of the forbidden knowledge. I don't want to know about you or her. The bad news is that Nyar is targeting me, right?" Arad glared at her. "What should I do? If not even you can beat him, then I doubt I stand a chance." He looked back. "The weakest of those demons has a better chance of defeating me than I have of defeating you, let alone that yellow bastard." When comparing himself to what he sensed from Shub, the power difference was just too overwhelming. Arad is powerful, but he isn't stupid and won't try to fight a fight that he knows won't win. A century is both short and long. Blink once and it'll be over. Focus on something and it'll feel like an eternity. She leaned back and rested her feet on the table, looking at the ceiling with a distant look on her face. "Those 2 layers that you wrecked, they are looking for new lords. You might have guessed it, but the abyss is alive. It's one massive demon. My first child that I'm still giving birth to, freyoobnovel.com. The abyss is a massive plane of existence, a bottomless hole that keeps expanding deeper and deeper, filling with demons on each of its endless layers. The deeper you go, the stronger the demons and the harsher the layers get." "Caden said he'll replace those 2 demon lords I killed," Arad replied with a stern face, pushing her feet out of the table. "Sit normally. I've spoken with him. You can have those 2 layers, terraform them however you like, and feel free to use all the demons living here, however you see fit." She put her feet back on the table. This was her domain, and she'll do whatever she wanted. Only demons are supposed to rule layers of the abyss. I'm not going to let you turn me into a demon. Arad has his hands full with his vampirism and lycanthropy. Becoming a demon sounds like extra trouble. Having land in the abyss was one thing, and being a layer lord was another thing. Shub giggled. Assign a demon as your representative, and have them help you. I'm not going to turn you into a demon, not in a million years. She giggled, imagining how ridiculous that would be. Can't turn me into a demon. Let me guess, another thing you can't explain to me? He glared at her. There are a lot of things that people refuse to clearly explain to him, especially those powerful ones who seem to have a lot of secrets to hide. No, this one I can explain clearly. I can turn you into a demon if I want. I'm just choosing not to do it. She took her feet off the table and stared at him. If I did, you'll be one of my children. Have a problem with being my mother? Arad smiled with a grin. He's not a troublesome child, but now that he thought of it, he's indeed a troublemaker with all his fighting. No, if I became your mother, I can't call you Daddy anymore, she replied with a passive face. Shub disappeared as if she was never there, leaving Arad sitting alone in the middle of the abyss. Baffled after pushing everything to the back of his head, Arad stood and he could feel the 2 layers surging with energy from beneath his feet. They felt the same as his connection to the vampires through blood, but in reverse. They were a secondary tank of energy that he could draw from. His magic traveled and synced with the bones and marrow of the abyss, extending his magic detection and reach across the 2 layers. Now his void step could take him to any spot he wants in those 2 layers, and he could even sense and cast magic anywhere he wants. It felt strange, so he tried it immediately. With one step, he stood in front of the demon woman who got him a tour of Solace's lab. The moment her eyes laid on him, she knew it. The abyss had chosen him. He who wasn't a demon was now their lord, their non-demonic demon lord. She immediately knelt down. My lord, welcome back to your domain. She was sweating. It never happened in her life. She had never seen the change of a demon lord, let alone such a special case where a dragon took the title. This layer and the one above are mine now. Make sure to focus on defenses first, and call me if anything happens. Come here for a second. Arad extended his hand above her, and she could feel a curse rushing through her veins. She had become linked to him by Doma's magic. If she died or were harmed, Arad would know immediately. Keep the place tidy for me. I'll come back in a few days. Arad disappeared as quickly as he appeared, and she stood there baffled. She could feel it, waves of endless demonic magic rushing through her veins. Arad had allowed her to be his temporary replacement on the 2 layers, so the abyss itself is fueling her now as if she was a true demon lord. The captain of the guards rushed through the hallways, seeing her standing alone and looking at her hands. You there? What's going on? A new demonic aura was detected. Hurry back to your. He paused, rubbing his eyes. They were lying to him. All demons could tell that she wasn't a true demon lord, but an extension of one. She is the representative of their lord, a demon hand. She glared at him, and her captain started shaking. Wait, this can't be, he cried, taking a few steps back. In just a few minutes, one of his lowest-ranked soldiers, the one who was given the simple job of standing guard before a door that would never get attacked, had now become a demon hand. She turned and walked toward him. He flinched, fearing that she was about to cleave him in half. We've got no time to fight among ourselves. Focus a quarter of our demon power on repairs and the other 3/4 on defense. We might get attacked in such a weakened condition, she said, and he nodded, walking behind her with a lowered head. She had become his superior in seconds. That black dragon Arad is now our demon lord. He killed both Alaric and Solace. The abyss itself chose him as the lord of this layer and the one above us. She looked back at the captain. He's far stronger than many other demon lords. Show him enough respect. Chapter 960. Void Staff. Chapter 960, Void Staff. Arad returns to the Hattie's house with the same magic Caden showed him. Out of all the spells that he learned, teleportation magic was the strangest and the best. By changing the nature of the magic and its parameters, It allows him to teleport almost anywhere as long as he gets the numbers right, or has a beacon that pins the location he wants to teleport to. He stood alone in the middle of the healing room where he was before all of this mess. His eyes darted around, sensing the magic surrounding him, meticulously counting his wives and everyone with an obsession akin to madness. Only after confirming that all of them were indeed present and well that his heart rate finally slowed down. A deep sigh escaped Arad's throat as he dropped on the chair beside him, leaning back with a growl. His family is saved right now. That might not be the case in the future, but at least for now he can relax a bit. The moment his conciseness finally relaxed, he remembered why he came back rushing. Mira had called him to come and check the weapon she made for him. She is already getting impatient, waiting in the workshop outside. Arad walked out of the healing room and saw Astrid walking by, carrying a large silver platter filled with strange potions and empty parchments. She had 2 rolls of fine silk and linen strapped to her back and a small satchel of needles and threads hanging from her belt. She looked at Arad and gasped, "You're back, yes! Are you taking those to Merlin?" He looked at what she was carrying. It was clear that Merlin was planning to enchant her clothes for the coming battle. She has been meticulously preparing for the past few days, and she always seems to be working on something new. "Forget about this," Mom said. "You went to face that demon Lord Alaric." She looked at him. "You retreated?" "No, he's dead," Arad replied with a passive face, alongside the other one living in the lair below him. He wasn't lying, and Astrid could understand that. The one below him, Solace, the vile demon Lord of Disfiguration. She couldn't believe her ears. "You killed them both?" "Of course. Why would I let them live?" "Alaric tried to kill Eris and ended up almost killing Lunara. I don't have any mercy for him or anyone supporting him." Arad could understand the difference between Alaric, who attempted to kill one of his wives, and Lunara, who just threatened to take such an action. Threat and attempted murder are similar, but not the same. He walked past Astrid. "I'm going to see Mira. See you later." As he walked away, she stared at his wide back. She had known he was powerful, a dragon strong enough that Caden came to personally train him, but not once in her wildest dreams she dreamt of him killing 2 demon lords in less than an hour. Even now, with him being so close, she couldn't sense a shred of that power. He looked nothing more than a normal human. Even his magic was calm and collected. Astrid turned back and continued her way to Merlin's room, Arad living rent-free in her head. Arad soon walked out of the back door and into the backyard. Mira, who sat in the workshop, immediately spotted him and rushed with an excited yet worried face. "Arad, you're back." The closer she got to him, the more worried her expressions became. "Hati said, you've gone to fight Demon Lord. Did you get hurt?" She looked closer at his arms and legs. He didn't look wounded, but this was Arad, and he could regenerate. Her divine eyes were looking for traces of regenerated flesh, but thankfully he seemed to be doing fine. "You made a weapon for me?" Arad patted her head. "Where is it? Let's see what you made." He ran his hand down her neck and tapped her back. Mira gasped, quickly turning back and pointed at the workshop. In the corner of that old shed was a large 2-meter-long staff with a large empty glass sphere on the top, surrounded by wooden branches. Even though everything was dusty, the staff looked awfully clean, as if someone had spent minutes wiping and polishing it out. Arad and Mira walked into the workshop, and she approached the staff. She lifted it up and gave it one last look, fearing that there was a deformity that she didn't spot. But the staff was indeed perfect. What remained was to see if her gamble actually worked. "Arad, you know I've been learning to work glass, right?" She looked at him, lifting the staff up. "I'm still not that good at it, but I've at least managed to make this." She caressed the glass sphere with one of her hands. "Do you know what's inside?" Arad looked at the glass. It was clear and hollow. Nothing was inside. "Nothing? It's empty." "Exactly." Mira smiled. "There is nothing inside. It's empty. No air, no magic, nothing, pure void." She lifted the staff up and handed it to Arad. "Try it." I hope it works. Arad took the staff from Mira's hand and inspected it. A staff is supposed to amplify the destructive power of magic by using a core to magnify spells. The core Mira made is a glass orb with a void inside. Usually that won't do anything. It's just glass with nothing inside. Arad rested the staff on his shoulder and lowered his arm. "Come on, let's go. Test it out," he said, and Mira stared at his arm. "Where?" Hattie said. "Her training ground is still under repair. To somewhere else, where no one would bother us." He replied, and Mira hesitantly sat on his forearm. He lifted her up, carrying her close to his chest. "Take a deep breath. We're going to teleport quite far away in the blink of an eye." Mira found herself with Arad in a strange land. Long burned black hills, a rocky ceiling for a sky, and a large pale sphere plunged into the ground. The charred trees at their sides seemed to bear crying faces, and the horrid scent of rotten flesh only reached her for a fraction of a second before Arad's magic and her divine aura cleaned everything. "Where are we?" she asked. "The abyss, Alaric's lair. Now it's mine, it seems." Arad put Mira down, and she stared at the massive wasteland. Merlin said that humans can't survive in the abyss. She looked at Arad. "You aren't a human. You're a demi-goddess." Arad brushed the hair away from her cheek. "And I'm here to protect you. Not a single demon in this hellhole would even dare look you in the eyes." Arad waved his hand and a wooden chair appeared. He gently put it on the ground. "Take a seat behind me. I'll try some magic spells with and without the staff." Myra took a seat and looked at Arad, extending his arm toward the pale moon. She held her breath, fearful that her staff might prove useless. Arad charged a spell, a large red fireball 10 meters in width. The fireball crackled and started spinning, turning blue in color before he flung it into the horizon. As the ball landed, it exploded in a massive rose of pure inferno that reached up to 100 meters in height. This was Arad's normal fireball, a powerful spell that not many wizards could match. Arad then pulled the staff and pointed it forward. "Are you ready? Let's see how this magic staff stacks up." Mira's hands started shaking as she couldn't take her eyes off the staff. She was confident in the wood that Mora brought from the world tree, but not the glass she made. She didn't know even if her void idea would even work. Arad charged his magic, feeling mana getting sucked from his arms into the blessed wood of the world tree. The glass sphere rumbled, magic sparking inside it like it was a plasma lamp. As the fireball emerged, it was indeed the same as before, 10 meters in width and burning bright crimson. A second later, it heated up until it became pale blue. Mira's breaths grew heavier until now nothing had changed about his magic. Her staff is looking worse and worse as time passes by, but suddenly the fireball sparked, turning white. With a blast, it expanded in size, almost doubling up to 18 meters in width. Then the pale white flames changed color, growing darker and darker until it turned into a fireball with a black core and pale gray flames on the outside. It had heated up to the point that it could burn light passing inside it. Mira's eyes opened wide, and Arad smiled. "This is great, better than any staff I've ever used." He giggled. "I bet Brother would be jealous." He flung the fireball into the horizon. It flew at a blinding speed before landing where the first one did. After a bright white spark, a massive white fireball almost 1 kilometer wide emerged on the site, exploding into a massive explosion of fire and debris. Mira blanked out for a second, finding herself in Arad's arms as he flew with her outside the explosion's range. Mira had created an artifact akin to the exploding nipple knife, a staff with nothing as a core, amplifying the magic of void dragons. Chapter 961, House of Demons. You fur face. A large serpentine demon with 4 arms growled, deadly poison splashing out of his open maw as he hissed at another demon. The other demon was a massive brown minotaur. He had just stumbled into the serpentine's home and wrecked one of its many demonically beautiful walls. Those walls were pieces of art made of black wood and bones, decorated with gems and polished metals dug out of the abyss's land. The serpentine demon is called Kodono, the slithering hunter, and the minotaur is Grambleg, the walking ravager. Each of them had been summoned before into the mortal world and had wrecked whole cities using their power and legions of powerful demons. Their achievements have handed them residency beside Solace's castle so they can be called into action quickly. This was happening after Erad's fight with Alaric and Solace, and the poor demons were still recovering and trying to get their lives back in line. Kodono is now utterly pissed off. His house, which barely survived the clash, now has a large hole in its wall. Kodono wrapped his massive body around Grambleg's torso, trying to crush his ribs. Grambleg, on the other hand, grabbed Kodono by the head and glared at him, threatening to gouge his face with his sharp black horns. As the two demons released their demonic aura, all the demons around them backed away. Those two were generals even among demon kind, two monsters that no fool dared fight. Due to their power, they can kill any demon or abuse them however they want without anyone daring to stand in their way. The demon's law is power, and those two are far above everyone else. Amazing, I never knew wood could support so much weight. An excited voice cried beside the two raging demons, halting their argument. The moment they looked down, they saw her. Mira was standing beside them, pointing at Kodono's house with an excited smile on her face. It took the two demons a second, but they could realize it. The woman was no mere mortal. They couldn't even see the complexions of her face the moment they sensed the divine magic in her veins. To them, she looked like a humanoid being with a shadowy face, only her eyes glowing with bright golden light, a demi-goddess in the flesh to demons. Such a being was akin to seeing a demon in the mortal world for humans, rare but a call to immediate action. It took the two demon generals just a fraction of a second to put their differences away and get ready to crush the holy invader. Mira's eyes glared at the two demons about to attack her. Think again. Those two simple words came out of her mouth. They were threatening beyond belief, and the two demons halted their punches. In the coming fraction of a second, they managed to notice the large figure behind her, darker than black, deeper than the abyss, the beckoning night sky, a faint rumble from nothing, glaring down at them with indifference. "Is this your house?" Arad glared at Kodono, and the demon smacked his face to the ground. "Please pardon my rudeness, our great lord." "That is indeed my humble house." Grambleg already had his head between his legs, his long nose digging beneath the ground like an emu. He was far larger than most demons, but that showed how violently his muscles were trembling. His instincts told him to run away, but his brain cried that turning his back to Arad and fleeing is just asking, presenting his ass for a whooping. Arad reached down and grabbed the tip of Kodono's tail. He twisted it into a knot and tightened it hard enough that the bones shattered. The demon sat in silence, swallowing the pain without daring to even look Arad in the eyes. As Arad dropped Kodono's tail and turned toward Grambleg, Kodono said, "Thank you for showing mercy to demons. Getting off with a simple injury like this was a blessing. Solace would skin them alive and hang them for months in the wastelands to dry." Arad ignored the Kodono's words, grabbed Grambleg's horn, twisted it, ripped it off, and then dropped it on the ground. "I'm not worthy of such mercy, my lord." Grambleg barely managed to speak with the surging pain in his head. His lips dripped with his blood as he didn't dare to even look up. "Next time, any of you." As Arad growled, Mira smacked him on the back of his head. "Arad, what are you doing?" "No, just trying." He tried to speak, but she didn't let him. "Why be violent? There's no need for that." They were threatening a bit, but they didn't harm me or you. She looked at the two demons, and to demons, demigods are something they attack by nature. She lifted her hand above them, and a divine light flashed out. For a moment, the demons felt their skin burning, and Mira gasped, sorry, I almost forgot demons get hurt by holy magic." She wiggled her fingers, and they started healing beneath her holy light. The two demons looked up. "It's warm?" They were as shocked as Arad was behind them. How could this be? Kodono's eyes opened wide as he looked at Mira. "Mira, you can heal demons with holy magic Arad asked, looking at her. Of course, Merida gets injured all the time. Eris is busy most of the time, and we can't just keep bothering Lydia, Mira replied with a passive face, her magic fully healing the two demons. After I saw Lydia use curses with divine magic, I noticed that I could just flip the healing upside down, and it'll work on demons and undead. But that's only possible with how weak my divine magic is. She giggled. It's too weak and easy to flip. She looked at the two demons. I'm his wife, one of his wives to be exact. She smiled. As you can see, my husband is very protective and aggressive, do anything funny around me, and you'll probably end up deader than a withered tree. Should we get back home? Arad looked at her and then at the two demons. This place isn't that safe. Don't worry, I'm sure they won't try anything. Mira replied with a smile, and I want to see how that frame is built. If this wood is a tree native to the abyss, I would very much love to have some of it to work with. Does this wood come from here, the abyss? Arad asked, as he looked at the two demons. Gramblig nodded. Indeed, the trees growing in the eastern forest are cut down for wood. He looked back at Arad with a scared face. After the recent battle, most of it was burned down, though. Mira glared at Arad. You burned it? She instantly knew that if anyone was crazy enough to burn the abyss, it was her husband who wrecked a layer of hell. Can you blame me? I was fighting two demon lords, he cried, whispering in the middle, even though I was playing a bit. He gasped. I didn't know I'd own those two layers. If I did, I might have been a bit more careful. After getting scolded by Mira, he and she ended up being guests at Kodono's house alongside Gramblig. They all sat on the large demon hides carpeting the ground, and one of Kodono's many wives slithered into the room with a large platter of strange food. In the abyss, demons ate lesser demons who were less intelligent than them. With how vile the place was, the wives had argued about whether they could try to make the food look like the mortal world or not. If a demon walked on Earth, what would you feed it? Fresh human corpses, blood and gore, or a well-cooked meal with champion and roses? Just as no one would know what a demon's taste is, no demon knows what would be presentable to a resident of the mortal world. As the wives came with food, some platers made Mira want to throw up, like rows of still, wiggling eyes and beating hearts lined in a basket like fruit. And some were mildly creepy, like the roasted head of a goat demon. But suddenly a human woman walked out of the kitchen with a large platter in her hand. She was tall, a bit muscular, and her long red and black hair emitted a faint demonic aura. Mira thought she was just a demon that looked like a human, but Arad knew it at a glance. What is a human doing here? He asked with a passive face. I'm one of his wives, the woman replied, after several painful events. I ended up here. It's already been 3 centuries. She looked at her flowing hair. I've only got the pale night to thank. I would have not survived for this long if not for her. Arad glared at Kodono. Are you keeping her here by force? No, no, Kodono waved his hands. At least, not that I remember, probably for the first few decades. He looked at her. 25 years, idiot, she growled at him. Well, that's well past us now. It's been like 280 years now. She looked at Arad. I agree with you that I might not have been okay with him at first, but I've grown quite fond of him in the past decades. Want to share? Mira looked at her. No. The woman glared at her. It'll be a long story. In short, I had an abusive husband who sometimes even brought other men to toy with me. One day I snapped and summoned a demon using myself as a sacrifice. She giggled. I honestly expected to be eaten by that demon as an appetizer. She glared back at Kodono. It was this idiot who came out. He killed everyone there and squeezed my husband until he popped like a grape. It was satisfying to watch. She sighed, her lips curling into a smile as she remembered her dying husband. What I didn't expect is that he'll take me as a wife instead of just killing or eating me. She sat down. I even ended up having a kid with this wiggly fool. She looked at him. Well, probably it wasn't as bad as I thought. Her eyes shifted toward Arad. Do you know what is born when a serpentine demon and a human have a child? Chapter 962. The Snake Woman. I don't know. Arad looked at her, remembering Doma's parents. A Medusa? If we're talking about a devil, that would be right. The woman leaned back and Kodono sat beside her. The child of a human and a serpentine devil would be a Lamia. She looked back. Lamy, come over for a second. Upon hearing her mother's call, Lamy, who was hiding in the upper floor, slowly slithered down. The moment she slid through the door, Arad could notice several things about her. First, he looked at the girl's mother. Lamy? Really? Her full name is Lamina. I did give her a proper name. The mother sighed, albeit that wouldn't matter here. Lamy looked closer to a normal human or an elf with her long ears if you looked from her navel and up. Silky, smooth skin, long hair, and glowing yellow eyes. Her portrait picture wouldn't be any different than any other human. Looking down was the problem. Her hip starts looking human, but then her thighs conjoin right beneath her thigh gape, turning into a 6-meter-long, around 20 feet long snake tail of greenish-gray scales like those of her father Kodono. She's far stronger than a normal human, thanks to her powerful tail and poisonous bite, but she also far weaker than serpentine demons since her human upper half holds her heart and lungs. It's weak, undefended, and can't sustain the large muscles in her lower half. Lammy's mother explained with a deep sigh. Gramblig nodded. Her human organs can't handle her demonic lower half. She gets exhausted too quickly and lacks the magic and pain tolerance of demons. He glared at Kodono, especially with this fool as her father. I always told him to let her fight and get beaten up often. How is she supposed to grow used to injuries and battle if he keeps her sheltered here all the time? Go raise your children. Kodono growled at him. She's my daughter, and I know what's best for her. While Lammy's lower half can regenerate like other demons despite how taxing that was, her upper half won't. One wrong injury in her upper half, and she's dead. Kodono knew this, but he didn't want anyone else to know. That's his daughter's weakness, and he'll take that information with him to the grave. Lamy can't fit anywhere. She's too weak to live among demons and too horrifying to be accepted among humans. She had survived for over a century under her father's protection, but eventually she'd end up dead in a fight. Her mother looked at Arad. I know this is too rude to ask of you, but can you grant her protection? The moment she spoke, Kodono slapped her so hard she went flying across the room. Fool, do you want us all dead? Demon lords hate the divines and the humans worshipping them. They'd allow them to exist as long as they aren't a bother, but the moment something happens, they are the first to be killed. Kodono had spent the past century barely managing to keep his daughter and wife out of Solace's bloodthirsty gaze. Arad is a demon lord. He could reject him when he walked into his home, but Kodono would have hidden his wife and daughter from him as well if he had time. Asking a demon lord to protect Lamy is like asking the ruler of a kingdom to shield a demon. They would only become the target of suspicions of other rulers and would be often ridiculed or even attacked as potential traitors. For a proper demon lord, killing Lamy and her mother would be a far easier, simpler, and more effective method than trying to shelter them. If Arad was any other demon lord, he would have already killed Lamy for being tainted with human blood the same way a priest might choose to kill a person tainted with demonic blood. Arad, who sat there, saw everything in slow motion. That slap. Kodono wasn't trying to slap his wife. He pushed her out of Arad's sight as fast as possible and took her place. He had also covered Lamy with his thick tail standing between them and Arad. He's trying to protect them from Arad. Kodono still didn't know anything about Arad. For all he knew, Arad was a massive violent dragon that just killed 2 demon lords. Arad's action outside earlier only helped to amplify Kodono's worries about him. Arad sighed. Sit aside. I won't harm her. Arad looked at Mira. Go heal her. She had already gone to heal Kodono's wife. Arad's eyes shifted toward Lamy, as Kodono still backed away with weary glares. Arad's eyes flashed with magic as he used his void eyes to look at Lamy and see how her body's magic circuits worked. His vampiric sense checked her blood flow and circulation while his powerful lycanthropic nose detected pheromones and hormones like a wolf trying to smell the fear in his prey. Lamy's expression looked a little bit sad, but that was because she was trying her best not to have a panic attack. She was home and saw Arad's fire breath as he emerged from the upper layer. At that moment, she thought that she and everyone on this layer were going to die. Arad could sense that she was terrified of him, unable to move a single muscle now that he was looking at her. He ignored how she was feeling as he focused his sharp hearing, listening to her heart racing and her lungs struggling to work. Even counting her fear, her heart rate was abnormally high. That poor human heart of hers is unable to support her massive and muscular snake tail even at rest. "Did you try the pale night?" Arad looked at Kodono. "It's not that cheap. I've had to save up for a century to be able to afford one meeting for her." He looked at his wife, and that was only thanks to luck. Sawless wasn't around for a decade, so I managed to get to her in the lower layers. Kodono's wife sat up. "The trip took us 12 years to finish. We were 2 years late, and Kodono almost got killed by Sawless for being absent." Arad stood. "I might be able to help, but give me an hour." He looked at Mira. "Let's go. It's already getting late, so we better finish this so we can sleep." Arad had training tomorrow, and it was already almost midnight. "You'll help?" Kodono's wife gasped. Gramblig snorted, looking at Kodono. "Lucky bastard, good luck to you." Even if those two were fighting earlier, they had fought several battles in the past and had known each other for over 5 centuries. Arad and Mira left and returned to Hati's house. This time, Arad wasn't going to bring Mira with him as she needed to sleep. He went to Hati's room alone, knocked, and one of her daughters allowed him in. As usual, Hati laid on one of her large, soft pillows, drinking wife as 3 of her daughters cooled her with large fans. "Want something?" She looked at him with a smirk. "The pale night. How did you contact her?" Arad asked with a serious face, and Hati rolled on her pillow. "I didn't. I asked Caden, and he called her." She flicked her finger, and Arad could hear a ping in his head. "Communication magic? Caden should be able to hear you." She kept drinking this magic. "How'd he know?" "Arad, you're the one calling with her spell." Caden's voice rang in Arad's head. "I'm not telling you about tomorrow's training until tomorrow. Give up." "I wanted to speak with the pale night. Can you call her for me?" Arad asked, and to his surprise, Caden sighed. "I'm cooking with my daughter now. If you don't have a good reason, I'm not doing it. freewebnova.com. But before Caden could finish speaking, a kid's sharp voice pierced Arad's ear. "Uncle, Arad, this sounds better. Higher quality than that spell. It's me, Callie. This was Caden's adopted daughter, Callie." "Wait," Arad gasped. "The way your voice booms in my head, I've heard it before. This was the same as when he heard the dark elf goddess or Amaterasu speak." "We'll do it. Give us a minute. We'll be there." She spoke and cut the call immediately, without giving Arad a chance to respond. 2 minutes later, Caden walked into Hati's room with Callie sitting on his shoulder and the pale night walking at his side. He had to go bring her from the lower layers of the abyss, which took a lot of energy even from a demon as powerful as him. The distance was just too long. "Uncle Arad!" Callie climbed on Caden's head and leaped toward Arad, latching onto his face. "It's been a while, since when I became an uncle. I'm not that old." He tried to pull her away from his face, but to his surprise, she was extremely powerful. "Not an uncle?" She looked at him with a sad face, and her eyes suddenly started sparking with joy. "I know you aren't an uncle, Grandpa Arad. You made me even older," Arad cried. Chapter 963, The Fated One. Chapter 963, The Fated One. You gotta pay for repairs. You know how expensive materials are now that the new demon lord burned half of our lands. Kodono growled, tapping his hand on the table. "I told you I will." Gramblig sighed. The two of them couldn't keep fighting, now that they were stopped by the demon lord Knock. Knock, Kodono, and Gramblig were sitting in the living room when they heard a knocking on the door. One of Kodono's serpentine wives approached, went to the front door, and opened it up, screaming her lungs out right after. Kodono and Gramblig rushed out, but the two of them screamed in terror as well as they saw Arad with his gang outside. Inside Kodono's house, The horrors of the abyss gathered. Caden was wearing a Hawaiian shirt decorated with pink and green flowers, short black pants, and his hair tied into a long ponytail. He sat cross-legged on the couch with a tired look on his face. Can we hurry? Lily isn't good at cooking. That was the god slayer and the strongest demon of the abyss. Callie sat on Arad's lap, looking around the house with a curious gaze. She looked at Caden with a smile. Mom can cook, just not as good as you. The demon's goddess of destruction, this innocent-looking little girl once stepped on a demon lord, forcing him through 1,000 layers of the abyss. The pale knight sat on a chair beside Arad drinking tea that she brought with her. Kodono's human wife massaged her shoulders with a terrified face. She couldn't believe it. Demons needed to book a meeting and spend a vast amount of wealth and time only to see her, let alone get her to agree to help. Arad had just brought her in an hour. Is Lammy here? Arad asked, looking around as he didn't see her, but he could still sense her magic upstairs, hiding inside her room. I see she's scared. Arad stood. I'll bring her out. No, wait, Kodono gasped. I'll go get her down. She rushed upstairs. The pale knight looked at Arad. Daddy, aren't you quite unreasonable keeping me up this late? She giggled, and Kodono's wife's brain almost exploded as her eyes looked between Arad and the pale knight. I'm not your daddy. Arad growled at her with a tired face. Callie stood and glared at the pale knight. Grandpa is right. He isn't a daddy, but a grandpa. Arad sighed, face palming as he slowly looked at Caden. Is this a joke now? Come on, say something. Caden nodded. Callie, he isn't your grandpa. A great-grandpa would be better. He smiled. Give up. You'll never be able to change Callie's mind when makes her mind. Soon after, Kodono slithered into the room with Lammy. The pale knight immediately looked at her and said, One has to go, either the demonic or human part. She leaned on her arm. I can remove one and leave the other, but that means setting up a single place to live in. The pale knight can only turn Lammy into one thing. Either a demon or a human, not a mixture of both. Lammy was already a hybrid. Becoming a human would mean saying farewell to her family and going to live a short life in the mortal world before dying of old age, while turning into a pure demon would mean losing her mother's human blood, which is a thing she doesn't want to do to Lammy. Both her parents are precious. Giving up on her mother's human blood would mean she'll become the daughter of her father and the pale knight who gave her a new body, rejecting her mother. After seeing how many demons hate humans and the hardship that her mother went through, Lammy was well aware that the last thing her mother needs is to get rejected by her daughter. Isn't there any other option? Lammy looked at the pale knight with pleading eyes, but what she got was both a nod and a denial. Technically no, probably yes. The pale knight scratched her head. What she wants to say? Callie spoke, her body steaming as she shifted her form into her true demonic body. In the blink of an eye, a 12-foot-tall, purple-skinned demon woman with 6 arms, a skirt of severed hands, and a necklace of heads sat on Arad's lap, her tiny pink dress from earlier barely holding her upper chest together. She can't help you, but someone else might be able to. Callie wrapped her left 3 arms around Arad's neck and pointed at his face. Great-grandpa here might be able to help. Callie, you're heavy. What's this form? Arad growled, getting crushed beneath her massive hips. My true form, Callie replied with a smile. Like Dad, I'm a demon. He adopted me when I was 3 centuries old, and now I'm over 50 centuries old. The little girl form is how I was at that young age. I just didn't want to grow older. She looked toward Caden. I just loved our peaceful and quiet family life, and I don't want it to end. She also is the goddess of orphans, so staying as an adopted kid grants her power due to living by her divine portfolio. A god of fire would be stronger if he lived in a plane of fire. A god of agriculture would be stronger if he lived on a farm, and so on. Even Mira would be stronger if she were to live a greedy lifestyle. A demon? Arad growled, trying to pull his legs from beneath her hips. I sense divine magic from you. I'm the demon goddess of destruction. She looked at Arad with a smile. Didn't I tell you that before? No, you never did. And why is a god pretending to be a kid in Alina? Arad growled, but even he was disappointed in himself, thinking that Caden of all people had a normal daughter. I just explained why I take that form. She pulled Arad back in place. You aren't going anywhere. Her eyes quickly shifted toward Kodono and his wife. You know that no amount of begging or wealth can get me to move. And I'm sure it's common knowledge that no demon had ever seen me in this form and lived. She smacked Arad on the back. If Lamy wants to keep both her human and demonic side, she only has one choice. She looked at the pale knight. Is that right? Yeah, I think so too, the pale knight nodded. I'm not sure if it'll work or not, but it's worth a try. She looked at Lamy. Only he can help you. Not me, not Callie, no one else. Kodono and Lamy looked at Arad, and Arad shook his head. How do you expect me to help? I thought you could just give her a new body and be done with it. Caden looked at Arad. I see. So that's what they want to try. He already guessed. No wonder Callie wanted to come. As the goddess of demons, she must have felt Lamy's concerns and saw her first meeting with Arad. Lamy, the pale knight, looked at her with a grin. If you want the best of both worlds, start serving Arad from this day onward. He doesn't need to look for a cure, and you shouldn't think about anything but fulfilling his orders. What? Arad and Lamy cried at the same time. What she wants to say is Callie glared at Lamy. Forget about finding a cure for yourself. Go serve Arad instead. One day you'll either find a cure or the strength to live with what you got. That won't work, Arad sighed. I don't need anyone to serve me, and I'm not going to keep her around if I can't find her a cure. He glared at Callie. Callie looked at him. You don't need to bother curing her, and she must only think about serving you. If you two can keep that up, one day she might resolve her problem, whatever that resolve would be. Callie leaned on Arad's chest, pushing him back. Just think of Mira. Did she ever think of becoming a goddess? She was a human until just recently. What about Merida? She was slowly killing herself until you came along. Now she's as powerful as a demon lord Allah with Zephyr, and everyone else. The pale knight rested her legs on Arad's shoulder. Same with Lunara. Her fate drastically changed after meeting you. Some people are fated. They have enough power to change the world around them. You're one of those people. Staying close to you is a boon that not many people understand. The pale knight looked at Kodono, his wife, and Lamy. Just ask them how much effort it takes to get a meeting with me, let alone Callie. They won't even see her in their dreams. She looked at Caden, and she giggled, most demons only see him when he's coming to kill them. They never see him in a casual outfit smelling of fried eggs and bacon. As Arad was listening to them, Doma asked him to let her out for a moment. He waved his arm, and a clone of himself popped out with Gemini and then shifted into a woman with Virgo taking Doma's shape. I really like getting out. She stretched her arms, her pink eyes glaring around the room, stopping at Callie. Get up, that's my place. Her eyes flashed red with bloodlust. Callie glared back at her. Whenever Arad goes, destruction follows. He brings the end of things, but that end always gives birth to something new and beautiful. All demon lords are tyrants, but now that Arad is a demon lord, this lair shall witness the birth of a new age. And what do you mean by that? Doma closed up and glared at her straight into the eyes with an enraged face. I quite like him, and this is now my place. Got a problem with that? Callie said with a grin. Yeah, one big fat problem. That's my place. Doma growled. The two stared at each other for a second and then nodded, each sitting on one of Arad's thighs. You two, the pale knight growled. Get away from my dad. I'm not your father, Arad cried. Getting tired of those two demons, the pale knight stared at him with a passive face. I'm not joking. You're my sweet, loving daddy. She sat behind him and wrapped her legs around his neck, looking at Lamy with a smile. Doma sighed. My mother was a Medusa. I might be able to help stabilize you with some curses. She looked at Lamy. I don't know much about Lamia, but I might be able to find something by comparing demons and devils. In any case, for my research to progress, I need a test subject. She pointed at her. Since I'll look for a cure for you, I'll experiment on you. Lammy looked at them for a second and then took a deep breath. Fine, it's worth a try. She looked upstairs. Better than staying holed up here like a maggot. For her whole life, she saw her brothers and sisters grow strong and leave the house to fight and claim a piece of the abyss's glory for themselves. She alone was left as the weakness of their household, a shame on her whole family of great demons. Lamy's parents had fought tooth and nail to keep her safe, but that only served to make her feel more like a burden. What hurt her wasn't her weak body, but being a burden on her parents. As long as she can make a living for herself, she's satisfied to stay in her weak body for the rest of time. Lammy looked at Arad and Doma for a second. Those people sure have it easy. Even the demon's mother and the demon's goddess are all over him. If she must burden someone, let it be Arad instead of her poor parents. As they were sitting, the pale night blinked, reaching to her ear. "Hello, what do you want? It's me, Senna." Celica evolved a bit too rapidly, and I can't keep her body stable on my own. Can you help me get her a new one that can adapt better to her slime? And a monster form as well to unleash her full power? Senna asked. The pale knight stood. Got it, Mommy. I'll be there in a second. I'll burn your whole lair if you keep up with that joke. I'm not your mother. Senna growled back at her with a tired voice. She's been annoying her with this for a long time. She giggled and looked at Arad. Sorry, I must go now, Mom is calling. She took a step and disappeared. Arad sighed. Is that joke she does every time? He was slowly getting exhausted from the pale night, especially with the heavy Callie sitting on him. Get off of me. My leg is numb, he growled. Chapter 964, The Fifth Day of Training starts. Chapter 964, The Fifth Day of Training starts. Arad returned with Lammy at his side. Hattie was already informed, so she had a room quickly prepared. Even with how small her house looks from the outside, the area inside was augmented with spatial magic, allowing the Beast Queen to extend her hallways as much as she wanted, adding new rooms at her will. Arad was already exhausted. The day had been long, too long. Fighting with 4 demon lords, then taking on Lunara's final move, surviving death by a hair strand, getting possessed by another demon lord, and finally killing 2 demon lords and taking their lairs. He giggled as he opened his room's door. Alcott should be in my place. The werewolf demon lord possessed me, so I killed him and his friend since I'm a stronger werewolf. He smiled. Like father, like son, that might be right. As Arad walked inside his room, he saw only Tina sitting on the couch, waiting for him. Did something happen? He asked. His wives should be asleep by now. Both of them had a long day. Hattie informed me that last Lamina, what is she? Tina stood and approached Arad. A wife? A mistress, a maid, a servant, a slave, or just a friend staying with us temporarily? Arad blinked. If I had to say, she's not a maid, but not a servant either. Get her as your helper, but don't exhaust her too much, despite her look. Her body lacks stamina. Arad approached the wardrobe and took his vest and shirt off. I see. So Hattie lied, that fox. Tina sighed, sitting back on the couch. Arad looked at her. What did Hattie say? Said she's a mistress, coming in as a diplomatic tool with some powers in the abyss. Tina looked at him with a faint smile. Is that what she said? I want to think she's joking, but... He sighed. And Tina finished his sentence. For a woman trying to push her daughters onto you, she probably was serious. What do you think about Astrid and Frida? I don't think anything. I appreciate their help, but that has nothing to do with a relationship with me. He sat on the bed, and Tina sat beside him. I'm still too young to understand long romantic relationships like that. What works for me is heavy impacts. He looked at her. I probably value Lunara more. She is strong, was clear with her intent, and even managed to hold me back enough when Alaric possessed me. I see. What about the ladies? She looked at him with a tilted head. They are the ones to accept or refuse any wife. Even if I agree to a new wife, I'll still reject her if the prior wives rejected her. He lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. It doesn't matter what Lunara, Astrid, Frida, or any other woman are or do. If my current wives said no, that means no. He looked at Tina. I'm not angering my wives for a new wife. What about Nina? She looked at him. Nina and Merlin already got the wives' approval. Arad yawned. He wanted to take a nap. Tina stood. I'll leave to rest then, but I want to ask something of you later. What is it? Arad looked at her with one eye. This isn't the time for it. I'll leave it too until we return home. She started walking toward the door. I see. I probably guessed it out. I don't mind. We'll tackle that later. Arad laid back and closed his eyes to sleep as Tina walked out. This was an eventful day, Arad rolled to the side. The days that passed will never come back. He remembered everything that happened today in detail, thinking about what he could have done better. He could have not gone through Lunara's portal, and Alaric might have never appeared, but if he did that, he wouldn't now be the owner of 2 layers of the abyss. An action that endangered his wives had ended up benefiting him, but his actions are what started it. Arad began to realize the biggest danger to my family is me, he sighed. Danger and fortune both follow him. A constant gamble with fate. I wonder what brother is doing. I want to show him my new staff and ask if he knows anything about preparing for the unknown. He's a gambler now, right? freewobnuvel.co. Avoid dragons struggling with the unknown. Even those coming from nothing can act upon nothing but guess, and when the lives he's gambling with are his wives, he can't leave the future to chance. As Arad fell asleep, his draconic brain kept chugging along, coming up with plans and tactics for battles unknown. Arad Orion, the dreamer, dreamt of a vast world akin to his, simulating countless battles. The future can never affect the past, only through the dreams. The next day quickly came, and Arad walked into the Hadi's training world. The first thing he saw was Caden waiting for him. Did you have a good night's sleep? Wondrous dreams. Caden looked at Arad. What dreams? Arad yawned. Ayala and Mira told me about them, but I never dream. Once I fall asleep, I immediately wake up in the morning. I see. Caden turned right and started walking. You've learned how to accelerate, how to teleport mid-acceleration, how to cut, and how to defend. Remember how I said yesterday that I didn't want to tell you about today's training? You're going to tell me now? Arad cracked his neck. Yes, but you aren't ready for it. No one ever is ready for her. Caden looked at Arad today. You'll be learning the basics of magic, and I'm not responsible for anything from here onward. He sighed. I didn't want to tell you, as you might have run away. Are you joking? I'll never run away from training. Arad chuckled. Caden looked at him with a serious face. I know you won't run from training. You'll run away from her. Everyone runs away. Me, the gods, even the overgod all fear her unstable existence. Caden disappeared. Yo, little Arad. Arad felt someone standing on his head when he looked up. Lilia, the archmagus of the wizard tower, was standing on his head, proudly puffing her chest up. I'll be teaching you magic. Despite that, I'd prefer to train Gojo instead. Get off my head, Arad growled with a passive face, the veins on his neck bulging up. No way, you are too big and scary. I feel more comfortable standing here. She looked down with an evil grin, her face quickly changing into an emotionless stare. But I gotta train you, don't I? She floated off his head and slowly descended before him. My name is Lilia. Can you remember my name? She glared at him with burning blue eyes. The blue gem embedded in her forehead flashed with magic, and her flame-red hair sparked with mana. You've met my ex-wife, didn't you? Arad glared back at her. Ex-wife? The pale knight. No Shub's weird wife. He bent down to look her in the face. You're Yog, the guardian of the door and forbidden knowledge. Guardian of the gate, are you getting old? She giggled. That's indeed me. I only take this form for people to be able to see me without dying. She looked around them. Caden locked this space so you won't run away from me, but I guess I'll be more comfortable in my own space. She looked at Arad. Don't look down at me with that scary look. I'm just a 4-foot midget. I've got a short complex. She flicked her fingers, and the whole world around them twisted and contorted. Arad suddenly found himself standing alone beside a massive mountain. its peak killing the burning red sky between 5 green moons. Arad looked at the new scene surrounding him. You changed the whole world? I just teleported us into my domain. I'm the one who taught Hati and Betty to create small worlds. She lifted her hand. Mine is bigger than anything they could hope to create. Wiggling her fingers, how about we start? In the blink of an eye, her hands pierced Arad's chest. He coughed blood and could feel her hands around his still beating heart. Arad immediately swung his fist at her face, but she dodged the attack, did a flip, and swung Arad's heavy body, throwing him away as she pulled Doma by the hair out of him with her left hand, and with her right hand, she pulled a whole void dragon out of him. Golden chains tied Doma and the dragon, putting them in separate magical spheres. Arad, who rolled on the ground, looked up with a cough. What did you do? I'm taking your extra powers. I don't want you to cheat, Lilia said with a sadistic grin. I first took the witch Doma and your mother's conscience's fragment. She started floating toward him. It's simple. Merlin Labyrinth already did something like this to you before, didn't it? Arad lunged at her with a clenched fist, but she easily dodged his attack, plunging her hands into his chest once more, this time pulling his vampiric and lycanthropic powers. One looked like a boiling blood slime, and the other was a tiny sleeping black wolf. When Arad fell, he had nothing but the power of his human blood. His draconic might, vampiric, and curse powers have all faded away. He barely managed to stand, still bleeding from his chest. You little, Arad growled, unable to stand straight. I don't care if it'll take you a month, a year, or 1,000 years. A long wooden staff appeared out of nowhere. My tower is on the other side of this world. Reach it, climb its 100 layers, and you'll find me at the top layer. She waved her foot at him as she floated away. If you suck my toes there, I'll consider this training finished. Otherwise, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. And yes, you can use teleportation magic if you want. I'll never suck your toes. Weirdo, Arad shouted at her, swinging his arm as he tried to fire a fireball, but failed. All of his power had faded away. I would have been impressed if you were willing to do that, but try to at least be skilled in magic enough to impress me then. She flew away, her laughter fading away. That simple move of swinging his arm had opened the wound on his chest, causing him to gasp in pain, fall to his knees, and cough a mouthful of blood. His body now is that of a human. He can't tank fatal hits like this. Arad looked around, exhausted eyes. The blood loss was already getting to him. At the end of the hill, he could see a dirt path clinging on its side, old yet still had marks of carriages. It was just then that he realized he was standing beside a rural roadway. Chapter 965, The Sapphire Heaven of Yog. Arad slowly climbed the hill and onto the paved dirt road. The old road stubbornly stuck to the hill's side, threatening to slide away with the slightest push. Arad's legs sank into the soft dirt as he walked alongside the road, his eyes looking for anything to mend his wounds. Blood dripped across his still massive torso, falling into the dried dirt. With each step, the blood loss grew stronger until he fell unconscious in a mud pool of his blood. As Lilia said, he has no hope of surviving in this world if he doesn't master the threads of magic. But with such a heavy injury, he had no chance to even cast a single spell. After a while, Arad opened his eyes, feeling a sharp, piercing pain in his chest. He growled, trying to stand up, but a hand pushed him down. "Jimmy, hold him down!" A girl wearing a white cleric robe cried, blood covering her arms and chest. "I can't. He's as big as an ox." The guy growled, pushing down on Arad's face. "Calm down, big boy. It hurts a bit, but you'll be fine." The girl was suturing Arad's gaping wound. They had just found him dying on the road and carried him into their carriage. After drenching his wound with healing potions, they are now closing it. Arad's eyes shot open as he stared down, seeing the girl's hands shaking as she sutured his chest closed. Her tensed face dropped sweat on him as she did her best to concentrate. "I know it hurt. Just don't move." Her hand shaking was already a big enough burden. They wanted to sedate Arad, but thanks to his size, all the doses they have for humans will not work. They got one dart that can knock a bear down, but they can't use that as it's for their quest. Arad blinked twice. His chest was burning with pain, but it was not at the level of Dalla's slaps. It was indeed more than any pain that he would usually feel when he had his vampire blood, but he had already felt so many things that he could just tank it. Arad stopped moving. Sorry, I'll breathe down my stomach. He then started breathing from his stomach so he won't bother the girl working. Jimmy looked at Arad with a stunned face. Wait, you're fine? Jimmy would be screaming and crying when getting a small cut sutured, but this man before him isn't flinching. Yeah, felt worse before, Arad nonchalantly replied. I would be crying like a baby. Jimmy giggled, pulling a small piece of clothing. Want something to bite on? So you won't swallow your tongue? Why would I swallow my tongue? Arad lifted an eyebrow to him. That thought never crossed his mind. You sure you're a human? Jimmy poked Arad's face. Except for your size, you look normal to me. He had never seen a man as tall or as muscular as Arad before. They almost mistaken him for a small giant. I'm a human, Arad replied with a disappointed face. He's going to have a lot of trouble because that fact is correct. He's a human now. After just a few minutes, the girl had finished suturing his wound. Jimmy, help me sit him up. I'll wrap him with, as she spoke. Arad sat on his own. I can move. This wound isn't enough to keep me down. Arad could feel a sharp sting in his chest. But I know it's awful. Aren't there any healers around to get rid of it? The girl shook her face. Sadly, you'll have to wait until we get to the village for that. They were on a mission now, and they can't just abort it and return. You're a monster, Jimmy gasped, and Arad cracked his neck trying to stand up. The girl yelled at him, Stay down, you'll only open your wounds. I'll be fine. Arad lifted his hand toward his chest. This is fatal for a human, and he's one now. If he doesn't do anything about it, he'll indeed end up dead soon. Focusing deep, Arad tried to channel divine magic from Eris. He doesn't have the time or patience to wait until they get back to the village. Lydia had taught him how to channel divine magic, and he's now worshipping his wives, Eris and Mira. From them he can draw divine magic and cast simple healing spells or smites. With all of his powers, those healing spells are useless. But in this situation, they are a lifesaver. But as Arad tried to channel the divine magic, the spell indeed worked and his wound healed a tiny bit. But the divine magic didn't belong to Eris, not even to Mira. It was coming from something else, a thing that he had felt before but was never sure about. This is, Arad grunted with an annoyed face. The girl there gasped. See, Jimmy, I told you, he's blessed by the goddess, she said with a large smile. We clerics can sense other clerics by divine magic. In this world, a cleric can tell if another person is a cleric or not by sensing the divine magic. If they have it, they are clerics. Clerics are approved by the goddess, and so could be trusted. This is the magic goddess's divine magic, the one who toyed with Merlin's memories with a backlash. Arad couldn't understand how she did this, but all he knew was that her magic came out when he tried to pull Eris's divine magic. Sorry, I'm the only goddess in this world. You'll have to use my holy magic if you want to heal. Lilia's voice boomed in his head. She didn't just rob all of his powers and leave him as a mortal, but also cut all of the connections to the previous world so he wouldn't exploit them. The healing spell that Arad used barely affected his wound. He wasn't bleeding anymore, but one wrong move and the wound would open again. The simple heal can, at best, heal small cuts and scratches, not a heart-deep wound. Your healing magic is useless, can't even heal a small wound. Arad leaned back with a sore face, making the two helping him worried. Your injury is no small wound. My hands aren't that small, even with how short I am. She laughed inside his head. But that spell you got is the basic healing magic. I can grant you a higher version only if you suck my toes. Get the hell out of my head. He was getting tired of her. She's the kind he hates the most. People who never listen, then too bad if you won't suck my toes for holy magic. Then learn some actual magic instead. This is why you're here, right? Now get to work. Just know that one day in this world is a second in the one you were before, so you can spend as much as you like here. If you can do that, then why am I cramming all the training in a week outside? Why not just come here? The more Arad knew, the more he hated that tiny woman. He started to slowly understand why Caden said everyone would run instead of dealing with her. Aren't you a naive little boy? I never work for free, and I chose my prices. If you don't like them, go create your world with rules to fit your whims. The voice faded in Arad's head and sighed with an exhausted face. This world is the sapphire heaven of Yog, a massive world built by the goddess of magic to host her people. The sapphire heaven, like the mortal world, consists of countless kingdoms and races all fighting for survival against monsters. The only difference is that the people of this world only worship the goddess of magic, and those who worship her in the mortal world and die unjustly might get reincarnated here by her. Unlike Hati's training ground, Lilia's world seems to be on another level. She has people living in it, and she's ruling as their only goddess. This reminded him of something that Lydia said: the gods have power in more than just the world. The upper echelons of gods are on another level. Nobody knows how many worlds they rule over and influence. Amaterasu is told to own countless suns, as many as the stars of night, each one of them hosting its world for one god or another. This world has a sun and several moons, and that should be giving power to Amaterasu and Selûne. That woman is the goddess of magic. No wonder she's a problem. He cast the simple healing spell a few times to get his wounds closed up, but he still needed to rest and recover like any normal human. "Jimmy! Chloe, get back out!" A young girl who looked no older than 15 opened the carriage's back door, panting with blood splattered all over her face. "The bear showed up! Hurry up, Hannah will die!" she cried with a terrified face. Jimmy pulled his sword and lunged forth. "Gogan Bronzo, hurry and help us with spells!" He looked at the girl who just arrived before turning around. "Chloe, he's looking fine, so hurry. Hannah must need healing. The hell is a Gogan Bronzo?" Arad couldn't comprehend the girl's strange name to this second. He still didn't realize that in the current situation, a bear is an extremely dangerous animal to deal with. Chapter 966. Arad, the human via's monster bear, flashing before the heavens rumble, a divine spark blasts forth. Gogan Bronzo swung her staff forward. "Strike my enemy to ash, burn them with brilliant lightning." A lightning bolt jolted from the tip of her staff, hitting the beat square in the head with a thunderclap. The bear didn't even flinch. Its brownish hide spiked as he stood up, glaring down at Hannah, who held her longsword in front of him. That wasn't a normal bear, even if it looked like one. It was a full-fledged monster. He looked like a normal grizzly bear, but his bright red eyes told a new story. The bear swung its front claws down, and Hannah dodged by a swift backstep. She immediately swung her sword at the bear's eyes, only for him to bite her sword and shatter it. The bear swung his claws at her without slowing down, trying to rip her apart. Hannah lifted her arms and cried, "Iron wall!" A metal shield appeared, floating before her for just a second. It blocked the bear's charge and vanished. Hannah was flung back as the defensive spell failed to kill the bear's momentum. Jimmy threw a dagger right at the bear's eye as Chloe extended her hand. Healing Hannah in case she got injured. The dagger bounced off the bear's iron-hard skull, missing the eye by a fingertip. Gogan Bronzo is still recovering from her previous spell. Jimmy doesn't have enough power to push the bear back, and Chloe can't even deal damage. Hannah was on the ground, right beneath the now-standing bear, about to get squashed by its mighty claws. Their quest had described a normal brown bear, since that was what the scout saw. A scout isn't meant to fight, so they had no idea knowing that this was a monster. If Jimmy's party knew they were facing a monster bear, not a normal brown bear, they would have taken such a dangerous quest. A normal brown bear would have died by Gogan Bronzo's earlier spell. Jimmy didn't even have time to go bring the sedation dart. That thing was in the back of the carriage, as the plan was to spot the bear first and shoot him with it. They flopped this quest, and they're going to pay for it with blood. Clack. The carriage's door clapped open, and a massive shadow walked out. When standing upright, Arad dwarfed Jimmy and his party, where poor Jimmy couldn't even reach Arad's stomach in height. The other girls were far shorter. The bear stopped moving and looked at Arad. By instinct, large creatures are dangerous, and the bear was stunned to see a human standing that tall and wider than him at the shoulders. Arad walked to the bear and stood between him and Hannah, glaring straight at the standing bear's eyes. Arad was half a foot taller. It was like seeing two giant monsters facing each other. The bear suddenly swung his claw, hitting Arad's neck and upper chest, leaving 5 gaping slashes. HP 155, Tash Lotbrig Levend Pleshed out of Arad's neck. The bear's slash had hit a major artery. HP 126 Lover 250. HP 116 250, he was rapidly bleeding, 10 HP a second, which meant now he only had 12 seconds to live. Bleeding 10 HP a second, with human-level reaction speed, Arad wasn't able to react in time and ended up getting slashed. Arad's mind realized that he got hit just a fraction of a second after getting slashed, and he countered almost immediately, a full-power right hook right at the bear's cheek. The bear's head jolted aside upon getting punched. He stumbled back, his eyes tearing out as he landed on his 4 limbs, staring up at the bleeding Arad with a shocked face. That punch hurts. A lot. It felt like getting slapped by another bear, heavy, hard, and agonizing. Arad stared coldly at the bear, blood still dripping across his chest. Healing, Arad's body surged with holy magic, and the bleeding slowed down. Bleeding, 8 HP second. Healing, bleeding, 6 HP second. Healing, bleeding, 4 HP second. Arad's bleeding neck stopped almost immediately as he cast the same healing spell over and over. It seems that the best the holy spell could do is stop bleeding, which was plentiful for Arad. He punched him, Jimmy cried in the back. Not once in his life has he seen a man punch a bear. The bear roared and Arad screamed back at it. The two looked like two beasts about to charge at one another. The bear leapt forward, his jaw wide open as he aimed at Arad's torso. Likewise, Arad bent down and charged forward, tackling the bear. The bear's claws ate at Arad's back as his fangs closed on his neck, threatening another bite. HP 1112 to 50, HP 13 to 50, crack. Arad's feet started digging into the ground as he stood up, struggling but still lifting bear. The bandages wrapped around his chest ripped open as Chloe's stitches bled out. With bulging veins, he threw the bear behind him, almost like a suplex. Even as a human, Arad's massive body and muscles still produced a lot of energy, pushing the limits of mortal flesh. No human had reached such a height and muscle density, such thickness that the bear's claws couldn't reach Arad's ribs that were hiding beneath his several-inch-thick lats. Healing as the bear fell, Arad healed himself to immediately stop any bleeding from starting. Without wasting any time waiting, he spun around with a kick, hitting the confused bear in the face. Fire kick MP25 for MP240, MP240, 250. Arad's foot exploded with a flash of fire upon impact, rocking the bear's upper torso violently to the left. The bear took the hit and lunged at Arad, his jaw wide open. Arad was waiting for such an attack. This bear's hide was too thick to be harmed by fire or a human's fist. All Arad could do to hopefully kill this bear was to attack a soft place. Fire fist, MP 240-250, MP 230-250. Arad shoved his fist elbow deep into the bear's throat, burning the inside of his mouth. The bear didn't die and clenched his jaw down, trying to bite Arad's arm off. Fire bolt, MP 250, MP 250, MP 250. Fire bolt, MP 250, MP 250. Fire bolt, MP 250. MP 185 MP 4 odd 4 MP 185 250 MP 177T5 Arad immediately fired 4 spells into the bear's throat, and the monster got flung back as Arad's arm was forced out due to the sheer pressure. Arad looked at his arm. The bear's long fang had pierced his elbow joint and molars had crushed parts of his wrist. The bear's maw was long enough to do that. The bear coughed blood as Arad healed his arm enough to stop the bleeding with a healing spell. Holy magic didn't consume mana as it was directly drawn from the gods, and in this case Yog, the goddess of magic. "I have to admit you're a monster," Yog's voice giggled in Arad's head. "This isn't challenging enough." The moment Arad heard her words, he panicked and fired another 2 firebolts at the bleeding bear to finish him off. Firebolt MP 175 151 50, Firebolt MP 155. The fire faded upon hitting the bear, and Arad could only hear Yog giggling inside his head. "Fire is useless. I made the bear immune to it." "So this is how you're going to play, Goddess of Magic," Arad growled. "The Goddess of Magic rules this world, and she can influence anything with her magic. She won't be sitting still at her tower waiting for him. She'll be always trying to interfere and make things harder for him. And don't even try using Constellation. Those only work thanks to the system. That thing doesn't exist here. I alone control this world." "I'm not going to." Arad lifted his right foot and took a long step forward, closing the distance to the now rejuvenated bear. "I'll crush him head on." The bear charged forward to bite Arad, but its feet suddenly sunk into the ground. Mud Shift, a simple spell equal to Fire Bottle. It turns a 2-foot cube of dirt into mud. Albeit being categorized as an earth spell, it a water magic at the core. MP 140-250, MP 12-5-250. Arad's foot landed right beside the bear's head as he winded up a large swing with a clenched fist. Arad aimed for the bear's eye. The bear instantly pulled his legs from the mud and swung at Arad. Bears are used to running in rivers, so mud barely slows them down. The claws raced toward Arad's stomach, threatening to disembowel him. Arad growled with a tensed face as he turned his hips, turning his foot aside, and slid beside the bear. A wound appeared on the bear's neck, bleeding as Arad stood beside it holding an ice sword in his hand, taking a strange stance. Ice Sword, MP 125, Ruris's royal swordsmanship, Izdis's fighting style with an ice blade. As the bear bled, a second sword appeared in Arad's left arm, one that was made of burning fire. Flame Blade, MP 9055, 12-5, with his mana running dry. Arad conserved enough for a few spells and conjured weapons for him to fight using his physical power. Chapter 967, The Perversion of Knowledge. Chapter 967, The Perversion of Knowledge. Fire doesn't work on him. Yog's voice plagued Arad's head, but he ignored her. He knows what he's doing, and he wouldn't be wasting mana on a useless spell. With a quick step, he rushed at the bear and swung the fire sword. The bear easily dodged it, but Arad moved even closer, extending his range and slashing at the bear's eyes. There was a catch with all magical resistances and immunities. Arad wanted to abuse that fact. Resistances and immunities don't extend to anything that already left the body, like spit, urine, or tears. The moment the fire flashed past the bear's eyes, it dried them instantly, blinding the bear. Using the same momentum, Arad's ice sword flew right after his fire one. The bear's monster regeneration kicked in as his eyes were about to hear and tears were about to flow again. The ice sword froze them solid, preventing regeneration as well as slashing them open. Hannah gasped. Those moves. She couldn't believe how Arad was moving despite his size. The graceful moves of Izdis's royal swordsmanship mixed with Alcott's rough and extreme sword techniques. It was a sight to behold. And what was more terrifying is that Arad was keeping 2 spells active at the same time. Arad jumped up, kicking the bear's lower jaw swiftly as he spun mid-air, letting go of the 2 swords. Arad then swung his palms at the bear's ears, slapping them with Dala's art, bursting the monster's eardrums and shaking the brain. "Not so fast. Go, my bear." Yog growled, and Arad was ready to strike the bear down. The bear rejuvenated with magic, swinging his claws at the new unarmed Arad. "Beer! A beer!" Gogan Bronso cried in the back, aiming her staff at the bear with a stance. Green magic rushed out and struck the beast, paralyzing it in place. "Bend the knee and bow to my mighty magic," she growled. Seeing an opening, Arad caught his falling ice sword and slit the bear's throat open. As the blood splashed out, Arad's upper body kept spinning with the slash as he winded up a slap, smacking the bear square in the chest. The slap was targeted to be right above the heart, sending a shockwave through the body. The small blood vessels would burst, and the blood would be forced through any possible opening. In a fraction of a second, half of the bear's blood was ejected out of the slashed throat, dropping it dead. "Damn it, you can have this win. Here you go," Yog sighed in a disappointed voice. Level 2, Max MP 250. Max MP 300. Max HP 250, Max MP 300. Arad caught his fire sword as he sighed. The bear was finally dead. The two weapons faded away as he looked back at Gogan Bronzo. That was an amazing spell. It stopped the bear from moving. "That's my great magic paralyze," she said with a proud smile puffing her chest. Hannah looked at Arad. "What were those moves? Are you some kind of martial master?" "No, I'm still learning." Arad cracked his neck. The wound on his throat started bleeding a bit. He immediately stopped the bleeding with a healing, but that was enough to give Chloe a scare in the back. "Don't move too much. And why did you get close to the bear?" She jumped off the carriage and rushed toward Arad to check on him, only to find herself unable to look at the wound in his neck for how short she was. Reboval.com. Chloe is right. Take a seat inside the carriage. I'll drag the bear with Hannah's help. Jimmy rushed to check on Hannah before they could start working on the bear. Arad approached the carriage and sat in the back thinking about what he should do. Yog is on the other side of the world to reach her. He must travel a long distance. There is no mistake. She wants him to learn teleportation magic. But casting complicated magic with a human's body and capabilities is extremely hard. He won't be able to teleport over long distances and might not even manage to teleport anywhere unless he had been there before. The first hurdle he is facing now is casting volume. With his draconic powers, every one of his scales can be an exit spot for magic. That meant he had hundreds of millions of magic casting exits, even if his use was inefficient. He made up for it with volume. Humans don't have any magic casting exits and must utilize tools like staffs or wands. The rare talents could be able to cast magic directly, but they'd have a lesser output than a single draconic scale. That's why humans make stave cores from dragon scales and bones. Arad's current body was that of a talented man and could cast magic without a tool, but he still couldn't match 1/10 of what one of his scales could achieve. Witches like Doma, Eris, and Merlin paint their nails with magic nail polish to turn them into extra magic casting tools, which dramatically increase their magic output. "Where is the Closet City?" Arad asked, looking at Chloe, who was sitting beside him. "City? Our village is close, but I won't call it a large village, let alone a city or a town," she replied, looking at Hannah and Jimmy struggling to drag the bear's heavy body. "What's your name, Arad?" Arad replied with a passive face as he was still thinking about how to optimize his magic. "Why were you wounded like that on the road? Was it bandits or a large monster?" She looked at him with a worried face. "If it's something strong enough to harm you, we must form a large party to kill it." Arad looked at her. "Would you believe me if I said it was Yog? She tasked me with reaching her tower on the other side of this world." She looked at him with a skeptical face. "I don't. Would you mind if I used a holy spell to detect if you're lying? I've never heard of the goddess harming someone then asking them to find her."
Go ahead.
Arad nodded, and she glared at him with glowing golden eyes. "You say the goddess wounded you and asked you to reach her tower on the other side of the world. Is this correct?" she asked, her voice booming. "Yes," Arad replied, and she started sweating. "You aren't lying to think you're a pilgrim." "See, I wasn't lying," Arad sighed. "Your goddess is a handful," she glared at him with burning eyes. "Your goddess? It's our goddess." She looked a bit angry. "Sorry, little girl, but that thing isn't my goddess," Arad replied with a passive face. In a world where Yog is the sole goddess, Arad rejects her dominion in front of one of her clerics. This was blasphemy that would be punishable by burning. Yet she gulped down. Yog's divine aura around Arad didn't fade. The goddess was completely fine with him rejecting her as his goddess. This was something unprecedented. You're a heretic, yet the goddess still calls you to her tower. It's not my place to oppose if the goddess is fine, but know this, had I known you're a heretic, I would have never helped you. Can't blame you. Arad looked out, but suddenly the sky turned white as a massive image loomed over the heavens. Yog was staring down at her people. When looking up, they could only see her feet. The underside of her robe was all blurred out. My people, I hope you're having a beautiful day. Everyone dropped everything they were doing and prostrated themselves on the ground, listening to the goddess. She only appears like this when making a massive announcement to her beloved people. Arad looked up as Chloe and everyone else were already on the ground, shaking. Today is a blessed day. I got an exciting announcement. She giggled. There is a man that I blessed called Arad Orion walking on this land. I'll not explain anything to you, but he's on a pilgrimage to my tower, and I hereby give him the right of freedom. The moment those words came out of her mouth, Arad could hear the 4 adventurers before him gasp. He's free to do anything he wants. You're nothing more than tools to him, and you aren't allowed to resist if ordered by him under divine freedom. Those who get harmed by him are granted access to my heaven after their death as compensation. She giggled. Arad Orion, I'm sure you're hearing and seeing me. The more people suffer at your hands, the more mana I'll grant you. Make sure to make full use of them as test rats for your magic. Start with that cleric before you. Yog's apparition in the heavens faded away as quickly as she appeared. Chloe slowly stood up with a pale face, sweating buckets as Arad was sitting right behind her. Jimmy, Hannah, and Gogonbronzo slowly turned back, looking at Arad. Arad sighed. This is why I hate her, he growled. This isn't just a test of magic, but a test of morals as well. Arad remembered his first days as Ember told him about how mages experiment on monsters to test their magic and spells. Yog now is asking him to do the same. But to the humanoids in her world, come on. Arad, for each tear, I'll increase your MP by 2, and for each scream, I'll increase it by 10. Make her wail like a pig. Arad could hear Yog's voice, seeing a massive shadow of black tentacles, green and red eyes, gaping maws and teeth surrounding him, giggling. Do it. I'm waiting. That massive, horrifying shape was Yog's true form, a monster of unimaginable proportions, intellect, knowledge, and sadistic perversion. A massive black gate stood before Arad, beckoning him to open it. Behind it lays the forbidden knowledge of magic, the knowledge obtained from experimenting on humanoids. Chapter 968, The Ice Queen. Chapter 968, The Ice Queen. Arad sighed. Another reason for me to hate her. He stood. Forget what she said. I don't need to do such a thing. He approached Jimmy and the girls. Let's head to your village. I need to buy some supplies and get ready to travel. Humans need to eat and sleep, right? Arad's journey across Yog's world had started to him. It'll be a long time before he could return, but to everyone outside, it'll be mere minutes. Outside, Izdis was running down a massive frozen mountain, chased by a raging avalanche. Izdis glared back at Isbert with a growl. What is this? Isbert skated behind the avalanche on her silver shield, chasing Izdis all over the mountainside. Sharp icicles formed behind her as she rained them at Izdis with an emotionless, cold face. Izdis gasped as the icicles exploded around her and the avalanche caught up, swallowing her whole with a deep rumble. From the snow and mist, Izdis flew out, skating on an iceboard. She glared back at Isbert with a growl. You're just trying to kill me, she clapped her hands together. Done. 2 large ice drums appeared strapped to her chest. She knocked on them, and then blew in the massive ice trumpet that appeared before her face. The whole mountain quaked at the sound. The snow gathered atop the trees fell, and a powerful roar boomed out of the forest at the mountain foot. A whole pack of massive snow-dire wolves rushed out, each one being almost 6 feet tall from paws to shoulders. Izdis skated between the wolves as she glared at Isbert with a grin. See you later. She slid into the forest and out of sight. I see. Isbert nodded. Instead of a flute and rats, you've got a trumpet and a pack of snow wolves. Typical bard you only need to seduce a dragon to be. She blinked. Wait, you already seduced a dragon. Isbert jumped from over her shield and the shield disappeared, turning into snow. She landed in the middle of the charging wolves and slashed one in half with a single swing of her sword. 6 wolves surrounded her with open maws, thirsting for blood. But the absolute zero never flinched. With a graceful dance, she twisted her arm, slashing 2 wolves at once, kicking one and freezing the other 3 in pillars of ice. Grab, grab, grab. A deafening roar boomed from the forest as the wolves charged at Isbert. She looked up after hearing a boom and saw a massive being in the middle of the sky falling toward her. As the massive, pale, 5 meters 16 feet tall ball of snow crashed on the ground, Isbert noticed it was no ordinary snowball. That white fluff, it was fur. The being extended its limbs out, glaring down at Isbert with hunger on its twisted, ape-like face. The abominable Yeti roared at Isbert, his spit freezing midair before reaching her. Isbert dodged the frozen spit and swung her sword at the abominable Yeti's neck with a leap. Before she could hit him, Isdis's foot flew from behind the monster's shoulders and smacked her square in the face. As Isbert was about to be flung back, the abominable Yeti grabbed her legs, trying to split her in half. Isdis was latching on the monster's back, controlling him with a gentle tune. A sharp ice spear flew from the ground, aiming at the abominable Yeti's chest, trying to force him to let go, but he wasn't willing. Noticing that he'd take the hit and keep holding on to her, Isbert pulled her feet out of her steel boots and flew back, doing 5 flips on the snowy slope before standing still. The ice spear shattered on the abominable Yeti's chest, leaving it unharmed. Isdis's ice magic was piling on top of the Yeti's natural cold resistance to make it nearly immune to ice and snow. The abominable Yeti drummed on his chest, following Isdis's tune, and tens of roars boomed from the forest. Massive Yetis leapt out of the trees, landing behind him. Isdis stood atop the abominable Yeti, controlling her small army of snow monsters. We're many, and you're one. What will you do now? Avalanches won't work on them. Isdis smiled. I see. The power of the individual alone won't be enough. Isbert looked at her with glowing blue eyes and a calm face like the frigid snow. Her expression never changed or warmed up. The mountain started shaking, and the abominable Yeti almost stumbled down. All of Isdis's monsters cried, looking at the peak piercing the clouds. A massive pale claw emerged, becoming death. A titanic white Dracaena rode the mountain like a bull on his cow, glaring down at them with a frigid breath. My lady, did you call me? The Dracaena looked toward Isbert with longing eyes. Isdis and her monster could only stare at the massive Dracaena, who stood larger than the mountain they were sliding on with such size. She must be a great Wyrm white dragon. Not you! You're too strong, too big. Send me your daughter Cori, she'll do fine. Isbert replied, and the Dracaena nodded. Heard her, Cori. Go serve Our Lady with your body and soul. From the clouds, a massive white Dracaena flew down, splitting the clouds open. Even though she was far smaller than her mother, only being twice as big as a death-jot Rex, Cori was a full-fledged adult white Dracaena. Cori landed between Isbert and Isdis's monsters, glaring at them with burning blue eyes. The mere presence of a white Dracaena had caused the cold to get even harsher. She looked at the small monsters, extending her pale wings and baring her fangs at them, growing her breath, smelling like old fridge ice. Come here, Isbert said, and Cori immediately turned toward her, lowering her head to the ground. Isbert lifted her foot and sat it on Cori's head, taking a few steps forward and standing on her neck. I won't fall. Feel free to fight normally. Isbert tapped Cori's neck with her foot as she spoke, looking at Isdis. Cori's mother looked down. Cori, you're carrying our divine queen on your back. Don't you dare disappoint or displease her. Don't bring shame to our lineage. She disappeared as quickly as she appeared. Isdis looked at Isbert and Corey, trying to buy some time to come up with a plan to deal with the Dracaena. Lineage, divine queen? What are you babbling about? I own a whole frozen world, Isbert replied. All of us, the wives of the over-god, had received massive wealth and dominion over worlds. My ice castle is as large as the iron fortress of the metallic dragons, 3,000 kilometers or 1,864 miles wide, so I've got 1,000 lineage of white dragons as servants. I've also got titans, devils, and even humans in there as well. Isbert lifted her foot. I know you want to buy time, but I'll allow that. She tapped Corey's head. Introduce yourself to her. Corey Sharoni, daughter of Gammon Sharoni. Corey tapped her front claw on the ground with pride. My whole lineage, from grandmothers to my daughters and granddaughters in the future. We're dedicating our life to clipping our queen's nails. She glared at Isdis. We're nothing more than her servants. Maids that she can call upon any time. Ice magic started gushing out of Corey's body. One breath is all it takes to call. Thousands of white worms, ice titans, and countless devils from Cania. Isbert looked at Isdis. I hope you're done with your preparations. She pointed her sword at her, and Corey lifted her wings, roaring. Damn it! Retreat! Isdis waved her arms and the wolves ran away. Even the Yetis were forced to run away as Corey chased them. They got no chance in a direct conflict against a Dracaena. Outside, and far away at the edges of Rurus' kingdom, Selena landed beside a massive cave, staring inside with her glowing golden eyes. This smell, Nie. She sniffed the ground. It's old Nie, but it's him, Nie. She stood and smiled. Mira's dad, Nie? She then looked a bit worried, lifting an eyebrow. 3 different smells were present besides that of Mira's dad. One belonged to a hellbat, and the 2 other were divine fragments akin to angels. Divine fragments never stay around for too long. Something had gone horribly wrong. She ran down the cave, slipping through the cracks and crevices until she reached a massive forgotten city beneath the ground. Selena stood atop a massive stalagmite, holding on with her claws as she inspected the old ruins. Fresh blood, the booms of music still echo faintly in the massive cavern. A guitar, Mira's dad was a bard. Those sounds are 1-year-old, so he survived the war. She jumped, landing in the middle of the ancient city. The moment her feet touched the ground, thousands of monsters appeared out of nowhere. Humanoid in shape, brown, with antennae growing from their head, hulking cockroaches. Those massive monsters were as muscular and massive as Arod's humanoid body, and all of them glared at Selena with starving stares. Joe, Joe, one of them screeched, approaching her. Crack, he stood before her, glaring down at her. Joe, Joe, nya? 3, Selena looked up at him with a faint grin on her face. Wanna dine ya? She lifted her claw and started scratching the air. Chapter 969, The Palace of Blue Ice. The hulking cockroach growled, swinging his fist at Selena's face. Tap. She appeared behind the army of hulking cockroaches, licking her bloodied hands and cleaning her claws. Those claws were too sharp, precise, and deadly. The moment any of the hulking cockroaches moved or breathed, its body fell apart in slices. Told you, Nya, there are many of you in the 7th layer of hell, Nya. She flicked her finger, and a hell portal appeared. From it, a blue-skinned woman with a nose dangling down to her knees walked out, her massive ears flapping beside her face. What's all of this mess? The woman looked around, and her eyes stopped at Selena. Great Sultan Maharaja, I doubt we need more roaches. They stood in my way. Nya. Selena scratched her head. I can't just leave the corpses here. Nya, they'll rot and spread diseases. Mie, feed them to the sinners or the hellhounds, Nya, and you can drop the Nya. The woman sighed. The overgod isn't here. Sorry, it's a habit at this point. She cracked her neck. See you later, Gouda. Selena jumped away as she followed the tracks, leaving poor Gouda with a massive mess to clean. Gouda looked back at the gate and waved her long nose. 10 massive minotaur-like devils walked out, dragging massive carts with black chains. General Gouda, one of them walked forward and bowed. We're at your service. Clean up those corpses and make sure not a single drop of blood is left, Gouda replied with a tired face. It's Maharaja's orders. The Sultan, the Minotaur-like devil gasped. She was here. Which one? The young one, the older one, should be on a mission. Gouda walked toward the gate. Even I don't know the details, so don't start sniffing around unless you want the over-god to skin you alive. Izdis's abominable yeti jumped sky-high with her still latched on his back, running from the frenzied white dragon chasing them across the forest. Cori chased them everywhere, ripping trees out of their roots with each of her steps. The wolves and yetis ran at Cori's side as they awaited Izdis's signal to attack. Cori didn't seem to pay them any mind, as she was confident a single slap from her winds would be enough to crush them down. Izdis knew that besides the abominable yeti, no monster in this forest could keep up with an adult white dragon, and even the abominable yeti could barely run away, let alone fight. "Why are you running?" Cori growled behind them, her massive maw cracking open with a deafening roar shaking the whole forest. Izdis looked back, seeing Isbert silently standing on Cori's head, looking down at her with indifference. This chase had been going for at least several minutes. Why wasn't she attacking? Suddenly, Isbert lifted her right foot and stepped over Cori's right horn, grabbing onto it with her toes. She did the same with her left foot, ending up standing on Cori's horns. "I'm taking control of your magic. Blast them with a breath weapon," she said. Cori gasped, feeling a painful headache piercing her head. It was like her two horns had become sore teeth and her brain had frozen. A dragon's horns are extremely durable and sturdy. They are in no way sensitive. Yet with Isbert stepping on them, they felt like two ice spikes piercing Cori's head. Cori started charging her breath, and Isbert adjusted the power so it wouldn't immediately kill Izdis and the abominable yeti. She didn't trust Cori to have such a delicate touch. With a white flash, a violent storm of frigid snow and sharp ice shards burst forth from Cori's throat, ripping the ground apart and freezing the trees solid. Izdis waved her hands and spawned two small drums and a war horn in her mouth. She blew the horn and started drumming, sending the abominable yeti into a blind rage. He howled, drumming on his chest as he jumped forward, swinging from a tree as he lunged back at Cori's breath. The abominable yeti curled into a ball as he tanked Cori's breath and flew right through it. Izdis barely hiding on his back, he latched on Cori's face, roaring at her eye as he clenched a fist and punched her right in the face. Izdis barely managed to jump from the abominable yeti's back and swung an ice sword at Isbert, who was standing still on Cori's head. The other yetis and wolves couldn't even come close, watching in horror as their leader and a dragon fought, shaking the ground. On top of those rampaging titans, Izdis and Isbert danced, swinging their swords in a duel of fencing and magic. Izdis swung her sword at Isbert's neck, but Isbert easily dodged and pushed her aside. No matter how Izdis tried to attack, she couldn't balance herself on Cori's back. Who knows, trying to stand on a rampaging dragon would be hard. Even standing on a bull would have been far easier. Balance, Isbert said as she grabbed Izdis by the wrist and pulled her, stepping on her toes to trip her down. When Izdis was falling, Isbert swung her foot up and kicked her in the face, forcing her to remain standing. "That, what's your lacking?" She grabbed her by the hair. "But I'm impressed. You're looking fine, despite how cold it is." Currently, they were fighting in a -60°C, -76°F, cold. Most humans can't survive a single second in such a frigid environment. But Izdis had already gotten used to it, thanks to her blood, liking all the way back to Isbert herself. Isbert grabbed Izdis's wrists together in one hand. "This is where our fight ends. Cori, finish things up." In the blink of an eye, Cori bit the abominable yeti's upper torso off. She was just playing around, but now that she got the order, she didn't hold back. "Let me go," Izdis growled, trying to attack Isbert but failed. Her magic wasn't responding. After we go, Isbert's eyes flashed blue and Izdis's vision blacked. She felt as if something heavy smacked into her chest. She bent forward and coughed, finding herself sitting on blue ice. You, Isdis, growled as she lifted her head, but immediately fell silent. She was sitting in a massive throne room built purely from blue and white ice, engraved walls, chandeliers with glowing crystals, massive pillars, and tens of masterfully crafted statues and glass-like chairs and tables. Isbert was standing in front of Isdis with two maids behind her. Both maids had blue hair, but one looked a lot younger, in her early 20s, with short hair, glowing blue eyes, and snow-white skin. The one looked much older with long hair, red lips, large breasts, and a gentle face. From their magic Isdis could tell without an introduction, but Isbert introduced them anyway. Cori Sharani, the adult Dracaina you were fighting. She looked at the young maid, and this is her mother Gaiman Sharani. She's a great worm white Dracaina. You saw her standing on the mountain. Isdis immediately conjured her ice sword and lunged at Isbert, aiming at the throat. Cling! Gammond caught Isdis's sword with 2 fingers. Oh my, what a violent kid. You can't do that here. You'll get killed. Isdis looked around, noticing that countless maids appeared beside the walls. All of them were camo-flashed white Dracainas. The majority were great worms, and the youngest was a young adult Dracaina. There are over 10,000 maids here, 4,000 of which are great worms. Gammond clenched her fingers and shattered Isdis's sword. They are super protective of their queen. Give Isbert the wrong look, and they'll rip you limb by limb and cook you for dinner. Cori giggled. Like what happened to that witch? She tasted great. Isbert looked at Isdis, a devil witch from the 9 hells, lobbied a lot to get here and speak with me. She wanted me to help her build a frozen demi-plane and started babbling about. Making a lot of money out of it, Gammon swung her arm. The queen asked her to keep her nose to the ground at all times, but when she dared look up, I crushed her legs with a stomp. We then cooked her for dinner. Those dragons weren't playing around. They saw everything besides themselves and Isdis as food. Don't harm her. Isbert sighed. She might be weak, but her husband is a whole other monster. She looked at the Gammond and approached her. He'll burn this castle to the ground before we can stop him. Gammond scratched her chin, a thirsty glare on her face. Is he the dragon you spoke of before? It's him, Arad Orion? This is his wife. Isbert started walking toward her throne as Gammond giggled. Are you serious? I can't sense a slither of power from her. How did she manage to get him? Gammond approached her throne. May I get my vacation? I've got some urgent business to take care of. Arad is training with Lilia. Unless you want to be her dormant, I suggest you hold still. Isdis looked at one of her maids who was standing in the corner. I tried to sneak a peek at her ice experiment when she was here. I spent a decade being naked and strapped to the ground of her hallway. I can't tell how many times she walked on me, the maid replied with a pained face. That one is a great worm like you. Isbert put one leg on another. Don't get in trouble with Lilia. Come on, my queen. I'm not that stupid, she giggled. Well, I may be a bit dumb, but not to that point. I'll go check on my old friend and see what she's doing. I've got some intel that she could help me with. Mom. Cori glared at her. You're a mother, she growled. Your father was as weak as the one before. Didn't even last a second before I ate him. Gammond replied with a sad face. The mating, marriage ritual of dragons always includes a fight to determine the result. If the male loses, the female has 3 options. Leave, accept him as a mate, and she'll be the dominant one, or mate with him and eat him right after like most spiders do. As a maid close to the Ice Queen, Gammond got a lot of marriage proposals. Cori's father showed promise, but the sadly lost in the fight. As a respect to his power, she did the deed with him and ate him right after. Fine, go, but I won't save you if you end up in trouble. Isbert sighed and Gammond disappeared. Gammond appeared inside an old cave in the mortal world, looking at the terrified kobolds that just saw her appear out of nowhere. Gammond looked forward with a smile. It's been a while, Clog, still stuck in that ugly, draconic body of yours. Chapter 970, Frozen Poison. Chapter 970, Frozen Poison. Clog looked back, slowly turning her massive head inside the cramped cave. Gammond? It's been over a dozen or so decades. She quickly turned to look back at her crystal ball. Gammond tilted her head. What are you watching? She approached, and Clog slowly moved aside, giving her some space to come and watch. The life of Prince Charlie of the Ruris Kingdom. He's been wooing this noble lady from the Duchy of Greenhorn Province to the north. She pointed at the crystal where Charlie Isdis's older brother was sitting on a marble table with a red-haired noble lady, drinking tea in the middle of a flower garden. What a sad little human. Gammond giggled. He'll be very disappointed sticking it inside that rot hole. Clog giggled. I see you aren't aware of Charlie's game, are you? She looked at her with a smug smile. He dealt with such a situation before. He knows she's a devil in disguise. That's why I keep watching him. I'm waiting to see who shall win, the wit of humans or the cunning of devils. I see, Gammond smiled. They are moving. They watched as Charlie and the woman separated, and he went back to his carriage with his maid. After sitting down, and when the carriage left the town, the maid asked, Who did it go? Dude think he's smart. Charlie giggled. What kind of woman say yes if I told her I have sex with my maids daily to train for my wife? Bro, a devil, no doubt. He couldn't stop giggling. Enough with your jokes. You tested him, right? The maid glared at him. The detector? He pulled a small crystal. Yeah, I used it before we even started speaking. Since I knew he was a devil, not even she, I started fucking around and trolling him. Wanted to make the little shit's life even more miserable. Devils are everywhere. You were right. We must eliminate their influence from the kingdom. The maid looked out of the window. See, I'm always right. Except when it comes to cooking. That's witchcraft. Charlie waved his hand. I leave that to you. How about the part about having sex with your maids? She gave him a side eye. The only lie was the part about preparing for a wife. Always mix truth with lies to form the perfect deception. He stretched, leaning back on his seat. What's up for dinner, dried ham? I don't want to cook out in the open while camping, the maid replied with a passive face. She hates dealing with open flames and wind-blowing ash everywhere. Ah, you're angry at me, aren't you? He cried with a sad face. I see, Gammond smiled. He's an interesting man indeed, but I've found someone more interesting to play with, and I need your help with some poisons. Who is your target? Poisons must be customized for the target to have the best effect. I hope you got at least some blood samples. Clog turned toward her. Ah, I don't have any. Getting some might be quite difficult. I was warned not to approach him because he's a bit too dangerous. Gammond scratched her head. Can't you work without it? Race, gender, age, element, size, and activity level if possible. What do you know about him? Clog wanted something to work with. Without basic information, she can't be sure her poison would work. I know his name, Arad Orion. The moment she said it, Clog burst laughing. I see. So this is why you warned. She looked at her with a grin. Forget about poison. No matter what you try, I'm positive any other dragon than me would lose to him. So you know him. Gammond laughed at her, but aren't you mistaken about something? I'm stronger than you. There is no way I can't beat Wat, lose to you. I know you see him as nothing more than a male to mate with and eat afterward. You've been disappointed multiple times. That's the curse of being a powerful Dracaina. No one ever reaches your level. Clog sat down to keep watching. You think it's your win no matter what. If you win, you'll take his child and eat him. If you lose, you'll either get his child or get him as a husband straight up. Clog burst laughing. Arad is no ordinary dragon. He's a wild animal. You'd get beaten to a pulp, kicked across the room, and then he'll leave into the sunset without even giving you a look, let alone a child. Have you gone mad? Do you know how powerful I am? If I don't keep my aura contained, I'll spark an ice age in this stupid mortal world. Gammond had lived in the mortal world for around 4 centuries in the past. At that time, she became a world power known as the Ice Tyrant, a powerful ice Dracaina that her mere presence would cause entire kingdoms to be cursed into an eternal winter. To Clog, Gammond was like an aunt. Being a great worm cursed with power and unable to find a mate, Gammond had spent decades raising stray chromatic dragons, and Clog was one of those she raised. Only Corey's father had managed to impress her, but even he lost his fight against her and ended up eaten after mating. Huh, Gammond, but he's Arid Orion. I should expect at least some trouble at this stage, she smiled. Clag looked at her. If you know what Arid Orion is, then why are you trying to pick a fight? Gammond's face paled. Wait, you know of Arid Orion? Mortals aren't supposed to know. Taking me for a fool. Clag smiled. I've watched many lives, and I can pretty much guess the plot each time. I've watched over Arid since he was a wormling. She looked at her with a smug smile. I've beaten you to the punch with him. You're a fool who couldn't get her humanoid form. Gammond decided to strike a nerve. It's so simple, yet never seemed to understand. Chromatic dragons can't get their humanoid form unless they directly worship Tiamat. It's like saying it's an ability that only clerics and paladins get. It's like this, so the mostly evil chromatic dragon don't misuse it. As Clog spoke, her body started smoking and shrinking. From the mist, a lizard woman that was 3 meters tall walked out. With a skin covered with green scales, a draconic head, and claws dripping with poison, walked forward, glaring down at Gammond. B.A. dump, B.A. dump, B.A. dump, B.A. dump, B.A. dump, B.A. dump, B.A. dump. Clog's heart could be heard beating like drums as her glowing green eyes stared at Gammond. Don't underestimate the power of a shut-in Dracina. The cave started shaking violently as Gammond's magic gushed out, clashing with Clog's violent aura. The poor little kobolds in the back ran away, crying as the entire cave started to freeze and get engulfed with frozen poison. Gammond turned around. Fine. Do what you lie. It's not like you're still a wormling, but at least I've got some interesting info. See you later. She disappeared in a gust of white mist. Glag returned to her draconic form and sighed. What a problem, can Arad beat her off? Albeit Gammond was a great worm-white dragon. Unlike everyone else, her power extended far beyond that of her age. Clog knew the extent of Gammond's might and how a fight between her and Arad might end. Arad had frozen into a solid statue of ice before he could even make a single attack. No, just imagining that scene seemed off to Clog. She couldn't help but imagine that Arad would tank Gammond's cold somehow. She turned around to her crystal, waving her massive claws above it. Charlie's event had ended, so she returned to watching the fight that had been burning for days now. As the image on her crystal ball shimmered, she could see clearly into the endless, empty valley of stones. Nina was nailed onto a massive cliff, covered in her blood as a woman sat on a mountain peak, staring toward her with glowing golden eyes. Just a minute ago, inside the blue ice palace, Izdis was talking with Isbert right after Gammond left. Unlike any other world, the cold can get far harsher here. The only other place that might get as cold as my world is Bella's silent ice, but she's more of a witchcraft expert, not a spells word. Isbert said as she looked at Corey. Take her on a tour around the capital first, then bring her back here. I'll send her to her training afterward. Wait, what training are we talking about? Izdis growled at her. And why should I go look around your castle? Isbert closed her fist and then opened it again. Inside her palm, a nut-sized red crystal had appeared. We call those heat crystals. I can create them, but most people need to recharge them with heat. It's our currency. The crystal in her hand turned as clear as glass. It's filled when it's red, and empty when it's clear. I'll give you 1,000,000 of them to recharge. Isbert pointed at her window. Around 10,000 miles north, you'll end in the frozen sea of death. It gets so cold there that not a single animal or fish live there. While in the outside worlds, the coldest it gets is around Migaloo 60C's -76F. Inside Izdis's world, it can get even colder, and where she's sending Izdis to train, it can reach a Migaloo -130C -202F. You'll sit naked and alone in the middle of the frozen sea of death and fill those 1,000,000 heat crystals. Don't worry, not even the residents of this world can survive such cold, so no one would see you. Isbert sat back on her throne. Unless you get attuned to the cold, there is no way you'll manage to generate heat in such an environment. Chapter 971, The Blue Ice Slide. Chapter 971, The Blue Ice Slide. Will it matter if it wore my clothes or not? It's stupidly cold anyway. Isdis looked at Isbert with a doubtful face. Your clothes and armor would shatter from the cold. Remember that your blood doesn't flow into your garments. But if you find anything nice to buy in the city below, you can wear that. Isbert stood from her throne and called 2 maids to follow her. Corey will guide you through the city. I've got some work to finish first. She looked at the maid standing beside her. My queen, a lot had piled up today. The coal mines and the lava spring require some attention. The maid handed her several stacks of papers. In this world, managing heat is the most important thing of all to keep them from freezing to death. Let's go. The queen is busy. Corey dragged Isdis out by hand and closed the door to the throne room. We were fighting just moments ago, right? Isdis glared at her. I only follow the queen's orders. I don't care what those orders are. Corey looked at Isdis. She asked me to fight you, and so I did. Now she asked me to take you on a tour across the capital, and that's what I'll do, whether you like it or not. Isdis gave Corey a side eye, doubting her words. She sure seemed loyal, but something was off. Let's see. You better do a good job giving me a tour, or you'll be in trouble. Corey looked away. Mind your business. She looked worried, and Isdis knew she hit it straight. Wait, how bad are you? Isdis started to get worried. She guessed that Corey might not be that good at following orders since her mother Gammond had warned her about making a mistake before when they were fighting. But she didn't expect it to be a common occurrence. I said, mind your business. Corey started walking in the front. Follow me and stop talking, she growled, walking as fast as she could so as not to give Isdis a chance to speak. Isdis hesitantly followed her, worried about what was to come, even with how powerful Corey was. She did not look reliable anymore. After several minutes, the two reached a massive steel gate. We've arrived at our first stop, Corey said with a smile and a proud face, her fists resting on her hips. The massive gate looked like a double door but stood 50 meters tall, enough for dragons to use in their draconic form. The size of this castle quickly made Isdis dizzy, but it wasn't strange, considering that most of the residents here were dragons and not humans. Great worms are too big to pass through, Isdis said, looking at Corey. How could someone like your mother go out? Not all chromatic dragons can take a human form. Only those who worship Tiamat can. But that doesn't mean they can't use size magic to get smaller. Corey looked at Isdis as she explained as if all of this was her achievement. We have fairies here that are masters of size magic. Isdis could remember well that Zephyr could use that magic as well. It sounded like quite the peculiar magic to master and use, but now it seems to be a lifesaver for dragons. For a second, she thought, Arad might be able to use that. She said her thoughts out loud, and Corey looked at her with a passive face. Of course he could. Learning it isn't easy, but it's doable for anyone. He can use it to get smaller and fit through human buildings if he wanted. Hearing Corey's explanation, Isdis giggled with a worried face, glad that Corey seemed to be a bit dense and didn't catch up. Yeah, you're right, Isdis replied. She was thinking about asking Arad to use it in bed since he's too big for her. Corey lifted an eyebrow as she noticed the troubled expressions on Isdis's face. Oi, you thought I was dumb, didn't you? She growled. Since Corey had seen her mother make that expression a lot when talking with her, she had gotten used to picking up on it, especially when people were taking her for a fool. I swear by all the gods I never thought you of as a fool or dumb, Isdis replied with a straight face. I thought of you as a virgin, though, right? You aren't lying. Corey could sense that Isdis was saying the truth, but couldn't wash the itch in the back of her head that she was still taking her for a fool. She decided to ignore the thought and focused on her work. This gate or door, call it whatever you like. It doesn't take us outside, but to the road, we use it to travel across the castle. We'll use it to get outside, but be warned, it's quite fast. Corey pushed the door open and a long hallway appeared. Isdis couldn't even see its end. The hallway's floor was made of polished blue ice, and the walls were made of ancient black stone illuminated by glowing blue crystals. With a flick of her finger, Corey pulled a wooden boat and laid it on the ice. Jump in. Corey stepped into the tiny boat and called Isdis to sit behind her. Why do I feel this is unsafe? Isdis stared at her, not willing to set a single foot on the shady boat. Don't worry, not a single dragon died here. Corey replied with a large smile, but Isdis could see a faint twitch at the side of her lips. No dragon died, but how many humans died? Isdis glared at her, and Corey's expression changed. She looked away and started sweating. I'm a princess. Do you know how many lies I get told by nobles each day? I can tell when you're trying to scam me. Mixing truth with lies or omitting facts isn't going to help. Isdis sighed. This year, around 10 humans died. Most of them fell out of the boat, and one died in a crash, Corey replied. This boat can get quite fast, and controlling it is hard. Isdis slowly walked into the boat and sat down. Fine, we have to use it to go outside, right? You're getting in anyway, Corey gasped as she stared at her in surprise. My husband will rip you apart if anything happens to me, so I guess you'll have to do your best. Corey heard Isdis's words and quickly remembered who she was with. That woman was Arad Orion's wife. Since Isbert started training Isdis, the dragons in her world heard stories about Arad Orion from her each day. They heard how Arad barged into their training on the first day, how he fought, and how Isbert used her final move to stop him. Not a single dragon in this whole world could hope to get Isbert to pull that move, but she pulled it against him. Corey had once thought of checking Arad, but after her mother went after him today, she started thinking she needed to back away. If he's strong enough to challenge her mother, she probably isn't at his level and would be just ignored. Corey pushed them against the ground with her tail, and the boat started sliding forward on the blue ice, accelerating rapidly until it started zipping around fast enough that Isdis had to hold on for dear life. The queen made this blue ice using her magic to compact and compress normal ice to increase its hardness and smoothness. We polish those paths each day with magic to make sure they are as slippery as possible and offer the fastest slides in this whole world. Corey lifted her fist, and the scales on her forearm started glowing. Circles of magic danced around her arm as the hallway flashed with multiplied shades of blue. Isdis's ears flew back as she cried. The boat got faster and faster, to the point she could feel her guts crushing her chest up. Unlike Arad, who used his gravity magic to make riding on his back comfortable, this boat had nothing, and Isdis felt the entire pressure of moving at such speed. That made her both grateful for Arad's thoughtfulness and terrified, knowing he could move even faster than this. The boat slid left and right, spinning up and down like it was a wild ride in the park. For a moment, it seemed to be designed to kill the riders, but in reality, it was just sliding by all the layers of the castle and floors before getting out. Soon, with Corey's magic, the boat started slowing down. After a minute of slowing down, it finally came to a full stop before a massive steel door. This one had ice slowly emerging from its hinges and massive keyhole. The frigid ice world was just behind that massive steel wall. Let's get out. Corey jumped out of the boat and looked back, finding Isdis throwing on inside the boat, unable to stand straight from how dizzy she got. Wait, are you dying? Corey cried Isbert would skin her alive if she let Isdis get hurt. Just give me a second. Isdis looked at her with a sick face, her eyes darkening and her breath unsteady. Her yellowish pale face said it all. One more minute and she would have passed out. Should I get you some water? Corey, in a panic, waved her hand and conjured a water bottle out of nowhere, diddling around her, more confused than a kid in math class. Chapter 972, The Cold World. Chapter 972, The Cold World. When Isdis managed to gather herself and rest a bit, she finally walked out of the boat with shaking legs under Corey's worried eyes. I'm fine, she grunted, head still spinning, but I'll be fine walking around. She shook her head and looked at the massive steel door before them. This thing is cold. Does it lead outside? Corey nodded. Be careful. Most people never walk out wearing clothes as thin as yours. Isdis was wearing a full set of plate armor with linen padding inside. This was considered winter armor in the kingdom, the things they wore when fighting in the harshest snowstorms. But in this world it was considered too light. The steel holds up the cold. Isdis growled, realizing the problem. Fur would have been best. Indeed, we have clothes to spare, but the Queen ordered not to give you any. Corey looked at Isdis. The Queen can send us maids mental orders. She wants you to get used to the cold to unlock more of your power. Giving you warm clothes would be counterproductive. But I kinda like to be able to feel my toes. This cold is gonna stick to my bones. Isdis sighed as she looked at the gate. Will you open it up? Yeah. Corey shifted into her draconic form and pushed against the steel gate with her shoulders, forcing it to crack open. The moment a slit opened up, a strong gust of freezing wind blew in with shards of ice and snow, grazing on Isdis's hair as she felt her eyelashes freezing from the cold. With slow steps, Corey walked outside as Isdis followed in her shadow, using her massive tree trunk-like legs as cover. As they got fully outside, Isdis realized that the wind from earlier was just due to the low pressure inside Isbert's castle pulling air in. The sky was blue with very few clouds, and one tiny sun struggled to illuminate this vast world, but thanks to everything being covered with layers upon layers of blinding white snow, lighting wasn't an issue. As she walked on the stone path, leaning out from a massive edge, she realized she was standing on a dragon-sized balcony. Isdis's whole castle was engraved in the heart of a titanic blue ice glacier that towered into the heavens. Looking down, she could see tiny specks of brown and black things on the ground, human houses scattered all around, seeking wealth and protection beneath the Queen's castle. Those people rejected the gods. They refused to pray to any of them. Corey said with a troubled face, 4,000 years ago, Amaterasu sent them a Miko to guide them, but those humanoids killed the Miko and desecrated her corpse. Wait. What Isdis gasped. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, especially with how worshipped Amaterasu was in Ruris's kingdom. Amaterasu was enraged. She thought of pulling her son away and letting them freeze to death in endless darkness, but she changed her mind for some reason, allowing them just enough light to survive, but not enough to provide any warmth. They were doomed to this freezing hell until she forgives them. Corey sighed. They'll never be forgiven. Isdis nodded. Knowing how forgiving Amaterasu is, I doubt she's the one not forgiving them. She looked at Corey, remembering a conversation that she had with Lydia. I bet it's the Miko that didn't forgive them, not Amaterasu. What are you talking about? Corey stared at her. Not you, not me. No one knows what the gods think about. I'm not saying that I know anything. This is just a suggestion, a guess. Isdis looked down at the city and sighed. Let's go down and get this tour done with. You're right, there is no sense in mortals thinking for the gods. She extended her massive claw toward Isdis to ride in her palm, but at that moment Corey's palm came in contact with the sunlight falling around Isdis. Corey instantly pulled her claw away. She had felt a bit of warmth. In this world, no matter what you do, you'll never feel the warmth of the sun. What was that? She cried. What Isdis looked around confused. She was used to feeling the sun's warmth, so to her that wasn't strange at all. It was the main reason she stood in the sun, to warm up since this place was too cold. The sunlight, it's warm around you. Corey extended her claw and felt it. It was indeed warm. Without hesitation, she called Isbert. Urgent call to the Queen. 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 Urge call to the Queen. Urgent call to the Queen. Org, Hisbert replied. Strip down and bring me a whip. I hope Isdis is at least is laced alive. I hope, 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 I hope,
Lake. Lake.
urgent call to the
Leaf.
Since she isn't a resident of this world, she won't be treated like everyone else. Amaterasu would still grant her warmth, but I've asked her to stop, so she should stop soon. Isbert replied, and just to be clear, she's Arad's wife, and Arad's other wife called Eris is a demi-goddess supported by Amaterasu, and albeit neither Isdis or Arad are believers of Amaterasu, they've gained favor with her, a lot of favor. So you're saying, Corey looked at Isdis, who was standing before her with a tilted head and confused stare. That woman is more important than you think. Keep that in mind. Isbert cut the line as she was already busy with paperwork, slaving away at the documents with her 10 support maids. Corey flew Isdis into the city. I thought this was a massive mountain. How come it's a mountain-like glacier? Those don't form on land, do they? The queen made it with her magic to be her castle. I know you fought her for a while. But no, she wasn't even trying against you. Corey replied as they landed in the middle of a massive snowfield surrounded by stone monuments with strange writing on them. This is the Dracoport, a place where we dragons can land and take off in our draconic form. It's around 500 meters wide. Corey lowered Isdis to the ground. So massive dragons must still use size magic. Isdis said as Corey shifted into her human form and landed beside her. Indeed. Corey pointed toward stones surrounding the area. Those writing read Dracoport. Stay clear. She looked at Isdis with a smug smile. If anyone died here due to getting stomped by a landing dragon, the dragons aren't responsible for it. I see, it's like the Wyvern landing port father thought off when he wanted to train wyverns in the past. Isdis and Corey walked out of the Dracoport, finally reaching the city's street. Unlike any other place, the streets were empty, and the stone houses were locked, their wooden windows blocked with layers and layers of planks. Very few humans could be seen walking around. Those humans wore several layers of fur and cotton clothes to the point they almost seemed round, their heads covered in multiple hoods and their faces covered with coiling scarfs to the point you can't even see their eyes. One of the humans stopped looking toward Corey and Isdis, who just walked in. From what he saw, 1 Dracana landed, not 2. The people were used to seeing the castle maids or servants walk around with minimal clothes. A full Victorian maid outfit was considered extremely light clothes, like seeing someone walking in a bikini in a ski resort. The man's gaze quickly shifted toward Isdis. She wasn't a dragon maid, as only one landed, and she wasn't wearing a maid outfit. She doesn't look like a servant either. What more? She didn't even wear a maid hat. Her hair was blowing raw in the frigid wind. Isdis and Corey walked through the street, ignoring the people's gazes. Corey, I feel like they don't like me here, Isdis whispered. Yeah, you're wearing full armor, but to them you're naked. It's freezing cold here, and seeing people wearing more than their weight in clothes is common. Corey led Isdis to a local tavern as they spoke. The tavern looked like a massive igloo made of alternating ice and stone bricks. When they walked inside, they found the internal frame to be built out of wood with several locked champers to keep the cold at bay. The deeper they got inside, the warmer it got. When they reached the last room before entering the internal tavern, a large man was sitting there waiting. He looked at Corey's face and turned toward the door. One of the queen's maids. Get in. He bowed his head. Corey approached him, glared at his eyes, and then smacked him on the head. How many times did we tell you? She sighed. How much is the entrance fee? For you, it's free, he replied with a smile. Corey didn't seem pleased, and her face shifted into a frown. It's free to throw you into the cold. I'd rather you people be obedient than give us a free pass. The air around her started getting colder, and he sighed. Fine, it's 1,000 crystals per person. He gave up quickly, and Corey's face cracked into a smile. Crystals are the last thing we white dragons lack, and unlike you, we can live in this cold. She paid the full price, and the two entered the tavern. Het and warmth are this world's currency, as it's the thing people lack the most. If you want to survive here, you'll have to pay. Corey sat beside the counter, and Isdis did the same. So, how do I get those crystals? She said I must make 1,000,000 of them or something. Corey put 2 crystals in front of Isdis, one white and the other red. The white is empty, and the red is filled. You charge a crystal by heating it in any way, magic, fire, body warmth, anything will do. She put the red crystal in Isdis's hand, and when you focus your magic on it, it releases that heat. Isdis felt the crystal getting hotter and hotter. People use it to cook food, warm their houses, melt snow for water, and pretty much anything. It's the one thing everyone needs a lot of, so it's a currency. Isdis smiled. I see. Each world works differently. Chapter 973, A Guest in Yellow. Chapter 973, A Guest in Yellow. Sitting in the warm tavern, Isdis and Corey weren't alone. The regular patrons of this place were only those of wealth, coal miners, scout leaders, and ice artisans. Sadly, the wealthiest of the wealthy, those blessed with fire magic, were above such a place and couldn't be seen around. Isdis could pick up on it. While the parton of this place seemed wealthy enough to spend 1,000 crystals just to enter, they weren't so wealthy that they took everything at its price. She could hear some of them haggling over drinks and food prices. This place belonged to the upper middle-class citizen. The easiest way to earn crystals is hunting monsters. You can salvage them for their body heat and sell the meat and fur, but it's a dangerous and exhausting task. Not many are willing to do it. Corey took a sip of her large mug. You won't have that luxury, though, and I don't know any fire spells. How am I going to do that? Isdis sighed. Ladies. A deep yet gentle voice called. Isdis looked to the side and saw a well-built old man with a thin beard and long flowing white hair, looking at them with glowing, cat-like yellow eyes. Seen an elf around, thin, tall, cocky, and strangely obsessed with feet and hands. Been looking for him for years now. Isdis noticed that just like her and Corey, the man didn't have a large jacket or extra clothes beside him. All he wore was leather armor and chainmail. Just walked in. Isdis replied, Most people cover their faces. If he isn't here, I didn't see any elf. She took a sip. And who are you? Not from around here, are you? No one important, just a traveler on a journey looking for that elf. The man replied as he stood. Halt, Corey said. Who are you? She growled, extending her arm to block his path. He immediately reached toward the hilt of his sword, but didn't draw it. Told you. Just a traveler. Dragons like you have nothing to do with me. Do I need to spell out to you? What are you doing here with that outfit? And the strange smell? He wasn't a man of this world. No one should be able to enter this world without the Queen bringing them in. Everyone that the Queen brings retains a faint hint of her magic, marking them for their stay. This man was an outsider who got in on his own. Isdis wasn't oblivious as well. Now that Corey stopped him, she had become certain he didn't belong there. Bloody hell. He sighed, sitting back on his chair. I'm looking for that elf, and I'm not here to start any trouble with you. If you saw him, tell me he should be an outsider as well. I'll get someone to send you back to your world at once. No one is welcome here unless the Queen brings them. The elf you're looking for might have already been kicked out. Corey's draconic wings expanded as she sent signals to the other dracanas to come immediately. The man leaned forward, his face turning black as his hair faded, and a long yellow cloak covered his whole body. The two couldn't see his face anymore as he leaned on his arms. Now, how should we solve this? He mumbled. In Yog's sapphire heaven, Arad had reached the village with Jimmy and his party. They were stopped at the village's wooden gate by the guards. Welcome back. How is the bear? The guard looked back and saw some blood dripping from the back of the carriage. I see you took it down. He smiled. No? Jimmy, who was driving, replied. It was a monster bear. The guard's face immediately shifted into a frown as he growled, Wait, where are the others? He looked back and screamed, Healer! Healers! No need for that! No one got hurt! No, he's hurt! Jimmy looked at the inside of the carriage. We've found Arad Orion, the one the goddess spoke about. He saved us. Hold up! The guard jumped into the driver's seat and looked inside the carriage, seeing the girls and Arad sitting on the back with the dead bear. A guard? Arad looked back at him. Sir Arad, would you mind staying with the guards for a while? Your presence in the village might cause panic. I don't mind. as long as you give me a book or two about magic. Arad had already devised a plan to reach Lilia's tower on his way to the village. He'll first master the basics of magic and then start traveling while killing monsters on his way to increase his mana. When he gets enough mana to teleport, he'll finish the rest of the way with teleportation magic. Of course, we have some of those. The guard nodded with a smile as he jumped out of the driver's seat and approached the healers and guards who rushed in upon his call. Who got hurt? One of the healers asked with a worried face. No one false alarm. The guard looked at the carriage. They faced a monster bear instead of a normal one, but they seem unharmed. The healers sighed in relief, but the guards looked at the carriage with pale faces. A monster bear? They had faced one several years ago. 2 men died and 5 were injured. Jimmy and his party were quite powerful, but they shouldn't be able to survive a monster bear unharmed. You, the guard pointed at one of the guards who just arrived. Take the healers back. Leave one. Jimmy shouted from the driver's seat, and the guard immediately caught one of the healers, a woman who was in her late 30s, the head priestess of the village's church. You'll stay. The rest of the guards come with me. The gate guard dragged the rest, and the priestess with him to the gate-side watchtower and explained the situation to them. Arad Orion was here, and they must act quickly. He's a man who has been granted freedom by the goddess itself. They can't go against her orders, but it is clear that giving a man so much freedom is troublesome. All that they can do is try to steer Arad on a path that won't get anyone hurt. Things like providing him with a comfortable place to stay in so he won't be breaking into any house, and making sure he's provided with food, money, and anything he might need, just so he won't start causing trouble. Food, shelter, money, books, clothes, and protection. The priestess recounted all that they needed to provide. What about, she looked at the guards, women? We can't let him go crazy. The guard scratched his head. We don't even have a brothel here. I'll go to the city and hire some. But how many? Another guard suggested. We can't bring 1 or 2. Tell them we got Arad Orion. We'll hire all that they have and spread them around him. Shopkeepers, healers, clerks, all, so if any caught his fancy, it'll be a prostitute and not any random woman. The head of the guard sighed. That'll cost us a lot. We can pay for their travel and stay, and only give work pay for those who get something from Arad. He then looked at the captain with a pale face. But the trip to the city will take 2 days, 1 to go and 1 to return, let alone time for the women to prepare. Who'll entertain Arad in that time if something were to happen? The captain was about to pull his hair out. This came so suddenly that they weren't prepared to both respect the goddess's will and protect the citizen they were sworn to defend. Leave him to me, the priestess said. I'm the goddess's sworn worshipper and servant. If it's her order, I doubt she'll mind, she said with a gentle smile. No, we can't allow that. One of the guards growled. The last thing they wanted was to let someone get harmed. All the guards seemed to agree. We'll ask around and see if any of the guards are willing to take that role. We have some decent women. Priestess Mary, you're the one of the citizens as well, and we'll not let you get harmed. No, no. Mary shook her head, waving her hands. It's not a problem. I'll take that role as a servant of the goddess. We who serve the goddess should be the ones to endure her whims. Listen, Priestess Mary, you're the last one that we will let take that role. I knew you since you started learning healing magic at 10, and now you're closing at 30 years of healing the people for free. The captain of the guard growled, I promise to. Mary grabbed the captain by the collar of his armor, pulling him toward her. Listen, well, I'll not repeat myself. She glared at him. I'm taking the job, and I won't take no for an answer. She pushed him back and walked out of the tower, heading toward the carriage with a passive face. Finally, after 20 years of prayers and waiting, I can finally lose it. Thank you, Goddess, for granting my wish. Chapter 974, Infinity. Mary reached the carriage and poked her head through the back door. Dear Arad, are you here? She asked with a smile, her eyes scanning the place. A dead monster bear is in the middle. 3 girls are sitting on one side, one of them being a cleric, and the large man with a chest covered in bandages must be Arad Orion. Chloe gasped, priestess. You've done a great job, girls. I'll handle him from here onward. Mary looked at Arad. Would you mind coming with me? Can you move? Arad looked at her, leaning on the carriage's wall. I can move, but I'm not going anywhere. He looked at the bear. I need a bit of money, and I own a share in this bear. Chloe looked at him. We said you can take the whole bear. You're the one who killed it. Arad shook his head. But you also saved my life. You'll fail the quest if I take the bear, right? Arad looked at the priestess. Jimmy said that the guild doesn't like those who get others to finish their job. With you being involved, I guarantee the guild won't have a problem. Mary looked at him. You don't have to worry about anything. As a blessed man of our goddess, we'll make sure you're provided with everything you need. Arad sighed with an exhausted and disappointed face. I see she's smarter than I thought. He looked toward Mary. She probably thought of this. The goddess is all-knowing. Her knowledge surpasses all. Mary said with a longing smile. She asked me to suck her toes. Arad glared at Mary. She meant it figuratively. You're her toes that I must suck to stay alive and make progress. I reject that fact. It's just an extended helping hand. Babies can't survive without their mother's milk, and so we mortals can't survive without the gods who created the world for us. She extended her hand to Arad. Would you refuse a helping hand? If you think for a second that I won't bite the hand that chained me down, you're either a fool or a bigger fool. Arad stood and grabbed the bear's carcass with one hand, dragging it outside of the carriage. I see, Mary nodded, looking at Arad with a passive face. Then, would you mind if I tagged along? She approached him. I'll provide exceptional healing in exchange for protection and a share in bounties. What do you say? Arad stopped and looked at her. Like an adventurer's party? No, they are called hunters here, right? Indeed, and of course you're the squad's leader. She smiled and Arad sighed. Fine, I won't mind that. So I can stay as long as I'm not trying to provide you with everything. She tried her head and whole torso, looking at Arad's face as he was bent over the bear's carcass, inspecting it. I don't take charity, especially from that woman. He stood. Jimmy, how should we deal with this now? He called, and Jimmy, who was talking with the guards, stared back at him. The guards would bring a carriage to transport the kill safely into the guild. We then have the guild assess and split the rewards, heard him. Mary poked Arad's back with one finger. While they do that, would mind coming with me to the church? I want to perform a divine healing on you. She smiled. Wouldn't want the one supposed to protect me to be injured. Arad glared at her, and she giggled. Calm down. It usually costs money to use Greater Heal, but since I'm in your party, the costs are included in my share. She looked back over the wooden wall at the towering tower of the church. But keep in mind, divine healing can only be cast inside a church. It will completely rid you of diseases, injuries, and curses, though. Worry not, it can't get rid of your curses unless I want it to do it. Yog was still living rent-free in Arad's head, narrating and commenting on everything. Arad stood. Let's go. Hearing his agreement, Mary went to the guard's tower and brought a massive back seat for him to cover himself and called a private carriage of the church. It was the carriage used to transport corpses to the cemetery, but it'll do. Arad sat beside Mary in the back seats, and she started leaning onto him, pretending to be inspecting his wounds. Arad was well aware of her intentions, but Yog didn't waste the chance to annoy him. You know, she wants to have sex, a virgin priestess who lived to her late 30s. She's quite pent up and thinks of you as her only chance. I'm married. I think that means something to humans. Arad replied with a tired expression. You're a dragon. You made me a human, so shut up. Sad. I wanted to record that and show it to your wives, but you're more loyal than you seem. It'll be funny if they... She paused for a second. I'll be right back. Something is up. What? Where are you going? Arad looked up, but he couldn't hear Yog's voice anymore. For some reason, he felt both worried and relieved that she left. Although he couldn't understand where those feelings were coming from, he decided to move up with his life and try to finish this as quickly as possible. Luckily, Time flows slower outside than in this world. Far away, Lilia Yog was sitting on the counter of a tavern, dangling her legs down as she swirled a glass of wine. Worried, since you know it's a big problem if I, out of all people, had to leave on short notice. You were also relieved, since you know it's me going to help. She moved the wine glass out of her field of view and sighed, looking at Nayar, who was standing before her. The hand he extended toward Izdis was chained with countless blue chains. On the other hand, you only know to start troubles. Izdis, back away. Corey pulled Izdis back and stood between her and Nayar. Another one? She growled. Clank. Isbert appeared out of nowhere, standing before Corey. Take Izdis to her training zone. I'll handle things from here. Corey grabbed Izdis and flew away with her, leaving Isbert and Lilia with Nayar inside the bar being watched by the terrified people. I was minding my own business, Nayar said with a tired sigh. They stood in my way. He turned toward Lilia. You've got no place in any world, Scram, before I scramble what is left of your power here and now. She pointed at him with the wine glass, and not a single drop spilled down. I find it hard to be intimidated by someone shorter than my dick. He giggled, and Lilia lifted an eyebrow. Now, that's an insult I didn't hear before. Good one. The arm she was extending forward turned black and got filled with burning red eyes. How about I cripple you now? Don't damage my world, Isbert said with a passive face, drawing her sword. Lilia's arm returned to normal. Sorry, I was about to blast this whole place. She started floating cross-legged mid-air. I'll take the supporting role, you three, give him a decent beating, and send him back to, from where he came. 3? Nayar looked aside and saw 2 women sitting on a table behind him, playing poker. One he recognized very well, her long black hair, glowing green eyes, and oppressive magic, Zaleria, the Inferno Witch, the woman who crippled him for over 4,000 years. But Nayar hadn't faced the woman beside her before. He had only heard of her in his reports, tall with long flowing black hair, dark purple eyes, and an aura of mystical stillness. He who could read minds and sense emotions couldn't tell anything from her. Zaleria growled, I lost again. I can't read your face. She threw the cards down and glared at the woman sitting in front of her. Say something, Vasilissa. What are you thinking about? Vasilissa slowly looked toward Niar. That woman you tried to touch, she's my son's wife, my daughter-in-law, she said with a calm tone, each word causing everyone to feel strangely relaxed. I know, Nayar replied. Instead of killing Arad, breaking him is the better option. That way I can absorb his power from his broken soul. He slowly lifted his hand. Having so many wives, leaving me so many weaknesses to strike, he is still as gentle and naive as I remember. Nayar, Emperor of the Abominations, you're a being as strong as the Overgod, if not stronger, but do you know what Orion means? She stood and took a step toward him, Orion the Hunter. It's a druidic constellation, the alignment of stars in the shape of a hunter, he replied. Names aren't worth anything. They only facilitate communication. Vasilissa smiled. I'm glad. I would have been disappointed if you knew. Her hands started to slowly move. Orion isn't my family name. It's a nickname that I got. As her hands slowly moved, flashes of memories sparked in Niar's head. Millions of worlds, endless colonies of abomination violated, burned, and eaten alive by a voracious beast. They begged, prayed, and called for the Emperor. But their pleads couldn't escape their throats in the endless void. He had spent centuries counting the damage the void dragons did to his ranks, but all of his numbers were wrong. The damage was far greater than he thought. He only knew of 1/100th of what he lost. He started shaking with rage and surprise. How had he forgotten about this bitch before him? No, it was fitting. Vasilissa, that means a queen, an empress, and the nickname she got, Orion, meant a hunter. When Vasilissa took 1 step, he took 2 steps back, trying to run away. She growled, Not before I drag your brain across the stars. She and Nayar found themselves standing on a glass-like ground in the middle of the empty space, beneath the glowing stars. Nyar looked up, seeing a titanic, supermassive black hole dominating the sky. Vasilisa had already changed her clothes, wearing a tight fit that resembled that of Kunoichi, and stood beneath the black hole. "You nameless daughter of a whore." He roared. How didn't I notice it? His body started crackling with magic. Vasilisa Orion, the name, translates directly into the Empress Hunter. She was a nameless void Dracaina, their queen and the one who had been eating at Nyar's armies for thousands of years. Like the void, she herself, her prey, and even her own achievements were swallowed by, the void turning into nothing. No one knew who she was. No one knew how powerful she was, and not even Nyar could know of what didn't exist. No past, no future, no present, endless, emotionless, limitless void. She slowly raised her blade. I've carved and carved in silence for eternity, a thankless job. Her eyes slowly moved to look at Nyar. Chapter 975, A Battle in the Seventh Dimension. Vasilisa took a step forward, and Nyar jumped back, trying to fly away and escape with his hide. He hadn't fully recovered yet, and getting injured badly once more is a certain way to put him to sleep for another 1,000 years. At that moment, she appeared in front of him, swinging her bright sword at his neck faster than any living being could see. Nyar was faster. Long, bony spikes burst from his chest and hit her sword, shattering it. "Using weapons while fighting me, are you a fool?" He looked at her. There is an order to the world, mundane weapons, magic weapons, and then artifacts. But no matter how powerful the god who creates a divine artifact, it'll never have a higher potential than said god. The sparking shards of her sword stopped mid-air and turned around, slashing Nyar's back. As he gasped, Vasilisa punched him in the face so hard she sent him flying back. Nyar wasn't a creature that anyone could hope to move, even if he looked like a human. His weight far surpassed several combined worlds, and he was a massive, writhing mass of flesh and eldritch magic, brimming invisibly with dark power. He finally stopped, landing on the ground as he glared forward, magic boiling out of his yellow coat. "Fine, I'll bother killing you. I wonder what will break Ared faster, you or his wife's death." Tentacles burst from the ground, exploding forth toward Vasilisa in a chaotic storm of blood and bones. What seemed like a normal attack was misleading. Unlike how normal humans or gods attack, Nyar's attack acted differently. An attack usually exists in dimensional space and moves forward through time, basically edging the fourth dimension but still locked to 3-axis and moving forward through time. Nyar's attack touched the 5th and 6th dimensions while fully concurring time. The first dimension of time that normal people see is its flow going forward into the future. To fully conjure that 4th dimension, one must be able to freely move through the past, present, and future like how Doma's expansion works. The 5th and 6th dimensions are the 2nd and 3rd dimensions of time, its Y and Z axis. Those two represent stacked timelines where events that failed to occur happen. If you dodged an attack, that same attack could have hit you in another timeline. Nyar's attacks engulfed all of those 6 dimensions, approaching the target from all directions in the past, present, and future at once, all while simultaneously attacking any possible timeline that they might have survived in. Everyone in the world is like flies, stuck inside Nyar's massive web, helpless, worthless, and utterly defenseless. It doesn't matter how strong they are or what abilities they have, it's all over before the fight even starts. This massive and magnificent spiderweb stood clang. A massive and heavy steel ball fell on the spider's web, ripping it apart. Nyar was standing in place, kissing Vasilisa's foot as her kick ripped his head apart from his body. He could hear it, a deafening horn booming inside his head, coming straight from the massive black star above them. Black holes bend time, space, and light. They don't care about anything and just rip it apart. Vasilisa kicked Nyar through his attack. Unless he pulled something powerful enough to exceed the extreme nature of a black hole, he would suffer. Realizing that the fight would end up with him damaged even more than before, even if he won, Nyar immediately decided to focus on running away. He isn't attached to losing or winning. All that he cares about is cold, hard, and boring results. With one turn and a powerful kick, he blasted forward at the speed of light, disappearing into the horizon. The speed of light was the world's cap. Nothing could move faster than it in physical space. As long as he started moving first, even if Vasilisa could match his speed, she'd never catch him before he escaped into the outer world. He had started running first. His escape was now guaranteed, or so he thought. Vasilisa flew right past him, cutting his path with a right hook to the throat. A black hole twists time and space by crushing space to shorten it, and stretching time to elongate it. Vasilisa could increase her speed far past the limits of the physical space. She punched Nayar in the throat, sending him rolling back. He growled. I don't know why I thought the Overgod would be the biggest hurdle between me and Arad. He glared at her. How did I forget that the monster's mother would be an even bigger monster? His two burning green eyes could be seen rumbling with rage. Arad's mother might have seemed uncaring, but that was because she rather let her son have freedom. She's willing to watch him or Gojo suffer once in a while. It's good for them to toughen up. But when a monster like Nayar shows up, something that they can't handle, she'll stand in the front, defending her children. A battle between two monsters who stood at the peak of the world had started transcending time and space. I don't have a name. I'm a fragment of your mother's consciousness. How should I call you? He looked up. It will be strange to just speak to you without using a name. You can call me Mom if you want. I'm joking. Just give me a regular name. Arad smiled. Okay then, Mom. Nice to meet you, even if it's a bit late. Don't call me that. Mommy? Is that better? Don't do it. Give me a regular name. Let's go with Mom, Magical Orion's mother. Miss Orion's mother. Or what about my only mother, or Mom, oh Mom? Now you're joking? Okay. You can use Mom, Arad smiled. Nice to work with you. Mom. Mom whispered that Arad couldn't comprehend her words. Multiverse obliterating monster is more like it. What do you say? Arad asked, as Mom directed him toward Lila's shop. In the shadows behind them, Vasilisa and Nayar were crossing fists and blades in a battle that transcended time and space. Nayar and Vasilisa flew above Alina, landing in its plaza with a loud crash. The people looked, seeing the two standing silently in the middle, glaring at each other. A hidden man in yellow and a shrouded woman of darkness, the two oozed with a mystical aura, bending light around them. Nayar looked down, and the time of the day changed, stopping in the middle of the night. From the star-filled night sky, a massive black mass of tentacles reached toward the ground, extending to reach Vasilisa's head. The stars in the sky twisted, and the tentacles were crushed and ripped apart, burning in a meteor shower that captured the gazing eyes of all mortals, looking into the beautiful show. A kid walked behind Vasilisa. With each step he took, he grew older and older until he died after taking 7 steps. Time then started to flow backward, and the old man came back to life, returning to his childhood, as the two powerhouses disappeared. Vasilisa and Nayar ran through the alleyways. Each fist they threw came crashing in a different year and a different timeline. Some in the distant past, when this land was nothing more than empty fields, and some in the far future beholding a vibrant and bustling city of steel and lightning. Is this city important to you? Nayar said with a smile as he was sitting outside a restaurant, sipping on a cup of tea as Vasilisa sat facing him drinking her tea. You're the one pulling us here, she said, sipping her tea. You want me to fight you around this city so I can't use my full power? Nayar knew that Alina hosted her husband and son. If this place was to be destroyed in the past due to their fight, the future might end up messed up. We're fighting past time and space. The fact you're pushing me to this level means I can't hold back, and I'm not beneath taking hostages. He swirled his cup, a smile hiding beneath his dark face. Masters? I've brought you some tea. A voice came from above, and as they looked, Lilia was flying on her broom in a severe outfit. She poured tea to Vasilisa from a golden teapot, and then pulled a black and charred teapot out of nowhere, pouring the black and disgusting tea in it over her toes and into Nayar's cup. "Enjoy the most vile poison I can make." She glared at him with a sadistic face. "Yog, so you're here as well?" Nayar giggled. "Took you a while to catch up." She glared at him, her body twisting and contorting into a black mass of tentacles and red eyes reaching down to his face. She growled with a maw filled with deformed teeth. "You two aren't the only monsters around, but unlike you, I must make sure nothing breaks in the world." Nayar giggled. "Then how about I start getting serious?" They all disappeared. In the next second, they were in a large wooden room beneath candlelight, a room Vasilissa was familiar with on the bed. Alcott and Ginger were sitting right after doing the deed, and Nayar was sitting on the chair at their side, looking at Vasilissa and Lilia with a grin hiding on his shadowy face. "Look like someone else has been having fun on your bed with your husband." He looked at Vasilissa. "How do you feel? Quite sad, right? Disappointed, probably?" Vasilissa giggled. "On the opposite. Do you think I'll bend over for any normal man? As usual, he's quite skilled with his sword. Behind Nayar, Alcott had already brandished his sword and was swinging. Alcott's sword slashed the thin air, and Ginger gasped. "What's up?" She looked around with her vampire vision and couldn't see or sense anything. "I don't know." Alcott replied. "I felt threatened for a second. It was probably just a mosquito. Try to calm your reactions a bit." She leaned back and looked up. Alcott sheathed his sword and looked at her. "Let's go for another round." "Heh," she gasped. "We already did it 9 times. She crawled away. "Come on. It's not like you get tired or anything. You're a vampire." Alcott jumped into the bed and Vasilissa was giggling in the back, looking at Nayar holding his bleeding neck. Lilia flicked her fingers, and they appeared again above the stars beneath the massive black hole. "Look at you, slashed by a mortal." Lilia burst laughing and started spinning mid-air. "Vasilissa has one hell of a husband. He's indeed reminded me of him." She stopped spinning. "My husband." Clang. A white-haired old man was walking toward them, leaning on his steel cane. Behind him, the shadow of a massive, deformed, abominable horror writhed in madness. Chapter 976. Where is Ao's core? Chapter 976. Where is Ao's core, the OG overgod? Nayar stood straight, taking a deep breath. "Cain Lisworth, the one standing above the gods. It's been a while." "Yo, Nayar!" Cain waved his hand. "You look as scrawny as ever. I guess taking Zalaria's kick to the heart was more damaging than I expected." He stopped, opening his burning blue eyes. "Don't you think it was a stupid idea to enter my world?" Nayar giggled. "I know that it was a risky move before I fully recovered my power. But I must find out where you are hiding Ao's core." He extended his hand forward. "I'm certain you aren't using it. And I already confirmed by being close to that human Isdis. Arad doesn't have the core either." "You know I won't tell you," Cain giggled. "But you can guess on your own after I kick you outside this world." Cain started dancing, swinging his frail and thin arms around, one more after another. Lilia started singing for him with 1,000 lyres and flutes spinning around her body. Suddenly, Cain's muscles bulged up, swelling to that of a large man as his body inflated, sizing up to a giant with a body looking as if it was chiseled out of stones. He stood 2 meters tall, 6'7". "I don't want you inside the world, get out." With just those words, Nayar felt an immeasurable pressure on his soul. The world itself was rejecting him, trying to forcefully eject him outside. "I see," Nayar giggled. "If you're trying to kick me out instead of killing me, that means you aren't certain you can kill me." He looked at Cain with a grin. "You've grown weak, old fool. You know why it took me a while to notice and come here?" Cain smiled. "Because I thought you were just a powerful abomination, and little girl Vasilissa can deal with you. This isn't your true body. It's just a remote-controlled doll." "Heh, do you think so? Try to act strong and wise, you can't kill me, and that's a fact." Nyar laughed, and Cain laughed with him. Vasilisa rip him apart. Just as I can fight outside the world, he can fight here and won't be immediately rejected. This body of his is just a doll. Destroying it will harm his true body, but it'll never deal enough damage to kill him. Kane kept a tight grip on Nayar. The moment Nayar lost focus, Kane would immediately be able to kick him outside the multiverse for several years. Free weapon Volcom. Vasilisa and Lilia charged at Nayar. Now they got a clear path to victory rather than just punching harder than last time. Make Nayar panic and lose focus at all costs. That alone would be enough to win them this battle. The battle lasted over a minute, and Nayar kept holding his own by drawing even more power from his true body outside the multiverse. Kane started to realize that something was off, the way Nayar dodged Vasilisa's attacks and Lilia's spells. He was focusing on something else besides staying in the world. "The bastard got parallel cognition," Kane yelled. "He's trying to summon his abomination army. Knock him out immediately." Nayar wasn't sitting still and recovering for the past thousands of years. He was planning and growing his skills. Parallel cognition wasn't a skill or a type of magic. It's a biological trait, having two minds thinking at once for a single body. Nayar had given birth to a second brain inside his true body. That secondary brain can act on its own, unlike Arad's Gemini, which allows him to split the abilities of his one brain. This power explains why this mere doll holds enough power to rival that of Nayar's true body while still allowing him to survive being killed here. "Fine, then I guess it's okay to go all out." Vasilisa jumped back, opening her arms. The black hole above them rumbled, falling and shrinking enough to fit in her left palm. "You asked, where's Ao's core?" Vasilisa growled, a white ball of light emerging on her right palm, blasting enough pressure to start pushing Nayar around. That pressure felt like gravity, but in reverse, pushing things away from the white orb instead of pulling them in. A black hole absorbs matter and erases it. A white hole ejects matter and creates it. When those two things clashed, the explosion caused the start of this whole world. She pulled her hands closer, and Nayar gasped, jumping at her as fast as he could. "Got you!" Kane clenched his hands, and Nayar froze in place, feeling his very existence getting ripped out of the fabric of the world itself. He glared at Vasilisa. I again couldn't guess it, even with how obvious it was. If the core isn't with Arad, it'll still be stuck inside the womb that birthed him. As the black and white holes got mixed, they turned into a ball of strange energy, pulsing violently with power. Even Nayar and Kane couldn't tell how it looked. Their brains couldn't even comprehend it. The only two who could see and understand it were Vasilisa, who created it, and Lilia, who could tap into the forbidden knowledge of the world. Vasilisa fired the ball at Nayar, and he screamed, cursing her as his body and everything around him disappeared into nothing. Silently and without making a single flash, he was no more. "I can't tell. Did you kill that doll, or did it get ejected out of the world?" Kane looked at Vasilisa and asked. "I don't know either," Vasilisa sighed. "This power isn't mine. I can't fully understand it." She looked at Kane. "You know I'm only a temporary vessel. I know." Lilia looked at them with a smile. "Care to know what happened to him?" She floated toward them with a smile. "If it's a forbidden knowledge, you can keep it to yourself." Kane sighed, tapping his painful back. "I must go back home." "Go rest, old man." Vasilisa waved her hand at him and turned toward Lilia. "Now this is over." She took a deep breath. Then, "See you later." Lilia waved her hand about to teleport away, but Vasilisa grabbed her by the hair. "Not so fast." Lilia started sweating and suddenly felt Vasilisa's claws digging into her scalp. "Why do I smell Arad's blood on your hand?" Lilia was in trouble. The carriage finally came to a stop inside the church's garden. Mary looked out and called the nuns, ordering them to lock the church's iron gate. This had never happened in the past century, but now the church was closed to the public. Arad walked out of the carriage and followed Mary inside the church, where the nuns and priests were waiting the moment they saw him. They all gasped. Not once in their lives had they seen someone so huge. Dear Arad. Mary looked at Arad with a smile. waving her hand toward the pedestal beneath Yog's massive statue. "Please take a seat there. I'll come to heal once I collect some holy water." Arad looked at Yog's statue. Strangely, this one didn't resemble Yog at all. Instead of the short and rough cutting board with twin tails, this statue looked like a fine woman standing 10 feet tall with more curves than a ball. "Where is Yog's statue?" Arad looked at the nuns. "I don't see it anywhere." "That's it." One of the nuns pointed at Yog's statue with a worried face. Mary had just pointed it to Arad. Are his eyes injured or something? "No, this isn't her." Arad looked at the nun with a confused face. For a moment there, he thought that he was getting scammed by Lilia pretending to be Yog, but then quickly remembered that those people saw her in the sky. "You saw her in the sky. Since when does that halfling look like this?" He was genuinely confused. "The goddess is quite sensitive about her look, so we depict her the way she wants." One of the priests approached Arad, fixing his glasses. At that moment, Yog's voice boomed in his head. "Arad, I'm back." She had returned and was sitting inside her room patching her wounds. Her whole body was covered in scratches and gashes. Her magic fluctuated and her skin was bruised to no end. "Where did you?" Arad asked, and he got an immediate reply, "Dealt with some business." "Don't worry about it. I only ended up fighting a rabid animal. Ouch, ouch. My butt still hurts." Wonder what kind of animal it was? Arad smiled as he sat on one of the church's benches. "Your mom," she burst laughing, and Arad sighed. "If you're here to make fun of me, it would have been better if you didn't return." He looked disappointed. "You seem to be in my church. First try to use earth magic to create a statue of mine. I'll keep a mental image inside your head. This should help you master both control and precision." "Fine. I'll be sitting here for a few days anyway." "How much time did you spend outside?" He looked up. "I didn't spend any time. Each world has its own flow of time. Less than 1 second passed in your old world, and a few minutes passed in the world that I went into. Survive this world, and I'll arrange for you to meet a time dragon to learn about time magic." Chapter 977, An Angelic Threat. Chapter 977, An Angelic Threat. "So it'll wait until I reach your tower." Arad walked toward Yog's statue and sat beneath it, looking at one of the nuns. How far is Yog's tower from here? A 10-year journey, 2 years to cross the continent, then a 6-year-long trip by boat, and then another 2 years to reach the tower from docking. The tower is on the opposite side of the world. Going there is a lifelong commitment and is considered a sacred pilgrimage. She approached with 2 steps, inspecting Arad's face. "Do you want to go there?" "No," the goddess said, "so no wonder you'll need all the help you can get." Arad sighed. 10 years, that's too long. He looked at the church's ceiling with a longing face. The pilgrimage was never an easy feat. It's supposed to show the discipline and dedication of the believers against hardship. The nun looked at him with a judging glare. "Are you ready to take on such a holy journey? It's not." "I don't care about the journey," Arad cut her mid-speech. "I've spent a little around 1 year with my wives outside. Spending 10 years here will only be a few minutes outside. But I don't feel right living here for that long, knowing and getting to know people in this place better than my family outside." He stood and started waving his hand, forming a small statue of Lilia with earth magic. "1 month I'll finish this and go back home." Mary came rushing with a brown ceramic jug filled with holy water, almost splashing it everywhere. "My dear, did I make you wait a lot?" She immediately stopped, seeing him working on an ugly stick figure of dirt. "What are you doing?" She looked at his hands. "What is a deformed monster? A goblin?" "Yes, a short, ugly, and haughty little gremlin. She has a face just at the right height for kicking." He showed Mary the statue. "That's indeed ugly." She nodded. What he had in hand didn't look like Lilia. One of the priests looked at Mary with a slightly worried face. "That's the goddess. He just sucks at earth magic." Mary suddenly felt her holy magic dropping. She screamed, "Wait, I didn't know." She looked up with a scared face, and Arad could hear Lilia laughing inside his head. A few seconds later, Mary seemed to relax as her holy magic returned. As much as she brings it up, Lilia Yog was quite open about her height, almost always making fun of herself. She could have created a new body for herself to use, but instead chose to stay like she is just because she likes being a half-elf, half-halfling and loves how many halves she has. Mary stood behind her Arad, who sat beneath the statue of the goddess. The nuns lined up beside the benches. 4 of them approached, filling their hands with holy water, and started sprinkling it on Arad's head. Mary began chanting, and the nuns beside the benches repeated after her, filling the church with an echoing chore. The priests walked behind the statue in a clean line, and they split into 2 groups of 2 while the rest joined the nuns in chanting. The 2 groups of priests manned the strange pipe organ at the back of the church and started playing on it. After about a minute, pale white feathers of divine magic started dropping from the church's ceiling as 2 angels floated down, each holding a semi-transparent scarf in their pale hands. The 2 angels took the form of 2 boys who looked no older than 13, wearing an ancient Greek outfit. Before landing, they dropped the scarves on Arad's head, and all of his wounds disappeared without a trace. The divine healing spell was ending. The holy light and feathers had started to disappear. Mary looked at the 2 angels. Thanks for... She went silent. The 2 angels were supposed to be slowly flying upward toward the heavens, yet they were floating, looking down at Arad. Mary's brain started panicking. Did she mess up the spell somewhere? If she got 2 angels stuck in the mortal world, the goddess would pull them back, but at what cost? Mary would be the one paying for that failure. The 2 angels started floating down, and the whole church panicked. The nuns tried to step back and tripped on the benches, and the priests messed up their play by making the pipe organ shriek like an animal. Mary found herself stuck at the statue's side. Terrified Arad looked at the 2 angels as they set foot on the mortal world, looking him in the eyes. What? Got a problem? Arad spoke first, and the 2 angels shook their heads. No. They spoke in unison. The 2 angels proceeded to kneel silently and stayed like that for a second. They then lifted their heads, looking at Arad's face. What now? Arad was as confused as everyone else, but the angels refused to elaborate. They stood and started floating up. We've served Yog since she was born, before time itself, before the concept of souls, let alone mortals were even a thing. The angels' glares shifted toward Mary. Over 1 billion angels, the divine army of the first overgod. Each one of us is blessed with enough power to erase this whole world with a single strike. One of the 2 angels pointed at the sky. All of them are kneeling on the sky as they've been doing for eons, only lifting their heads to work. The church's roof disappeared, and the 2 angels rose to the sky, their wings blotting the sun and expanding to cover the entire world. Their faces are stuck to the sky, looking down upon you. The blessing you've been given only fills their hearts with jealousy. The 2 angels' eyes were fixed on Mary and the nuns. Mess this up. Even if the goddess Yog is against it, they shall fly down to rend this world into ash. Mark our words, mortals. With a single flap of their wings, the 2 angels disappeared from view, and even the church returned to normal. Mary was shaking. All the nuns were terrified, and only those in the church saw what happened. Like an illusion, no one outside managed to spot the angels. Arad, you can ignore them, they won't come down or do anything. Yog's voice immediately boomed in Arad's head. Giving a threat is their way of giving people motivation to work. But they weren't lying, they were indeed too jealous. She laughed. I sent 2 women down, but I found out that those 2 boys caught and tied them to take their place. Take that more seriously. Angels are too powerful to be left going around like that. Arad sighed. Don't worry, I can at least guarantee that they won't harm you. Arad looked back at Mary. Sorry about that. You can ignore them. He thought they were talking with him about his mission and how he treated Yog before. What? Mary was still confused, barely able to speak or stand. The exhaustion of the spell coupled with what just happened had drained all the energy from her limbs, making it hard to even stand straight. She looked at Arad with a pale face. Yeah, the spell is over. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Arad stood and gave her a helping hand, assisting her up. Can you walk? He asked. Yeah, she replied, and he guided her inside the church to a private room where she lay on the bed, exhausted. Thank you, she said, looking at Arad. That took more out of me than I expected. Those two brats were acting on their own. Arad pulled a chair and took a seat. Don't stress it out. I bet Yog won't allow them to harm anyone. They serve her after all. He started playing with earth magic. Getting it right now was crucial for his plan. Arad wasn't just sitting idly as Mary healed him. He was thinking of a plan to reach the other side of the world in less than a month. First, he'll master the basics of magic to kill monsters and defend himself. He'll then create a stone carriage propelled by fire and wind magic that uses magic crystals as fuel. Myra is the one who came up with the plan for that carriage. The driver would need to sit lying down on his stomach with his feet protruding from the back. He'll cast fire and wind magic out of his feet to move forward and out of his hands to turn left and right. The main body should be made of something like steel or enchanted wood, but since that will take a lot of time, Arad is thinking of using earth magic instead. The plan is still incomplete and might change, but that's the best he can come up with now. He considered learning storage magic to store the crystals and potions, so he wouldn't need the stone carriage and could fly on his own, but when he remembered how complicated it was, the thought the stone carriage was easier. Slowly, Arad started thinking rationally about magic, how to use it, and what he could and couldn't do at a certain time. You're a wizard, Arad. Chapter 978, Otherworldly Knowledge. As Arad walked out of Mary's room and headed downstairs, he came in contact with one of the nuns who came to bring him in. She looked at him for a moment. Then, guards have brought some books for you. Please follow me. Arad followed the nun down to the main chamber, where he saw a mound of books and scrolls piled up on a wooden table. The poor little wooden creation bent in the middle like a smiling face. A single fly would crack it in half. Sir Arad, we've brought the book you asked for. One of the 3 guards standing there approached Arad, saluted him, and announced, The basics of magic, all elements, history of the world, maps, kingdom laws, and politics, and some books about culture and what is considered normal and isn't. Arad looked at the book and lifted a brown one. The fine leather cover was already rotting away. This thing must have sat in a library for years without getting touched. The Art of Speech. This book is about conversation and its ethics. Arad opened the book at a random page and read a single line. If you're looking to pick a fight, insults are a good way to get someone riled up. First, speak politely and figure out what they hold dear, then insult that to their face. This would result in a fight in most cases. He looked at the guards. No wonder no one had read this book. People who don't know how to speak mostly aren't willing to learn how to. This book shows what is wrong to stir them to do better. The guard pointed at the line. See this. If you're used to getting in fights a lot, reading this might make you realize what caused that. Arad laid the book down and picked another. The Basics of Elemental Magic. This one seemed to detail the very basics, a guide made to allow people who never used magic to learn and use it. On the first page, mana is the energy, the force, the soul of the world itself, flowing through everything and anything with Yog's blessing. Controlling that energy is what allows us to cast magic and get closer to our dear goddess. She is the goddess of magic after all. Arad flipped several pages until he reached an interesting chapter. Daily Magic. Create water, fire, and warm air for your convenience. The nun looked at the page. Everyone learns this. There is a teacher at the Lord's library who teaches kids how to use it. She lifted her finger and ignited a small flame akin to a candle. From one finger, she created water, a tiny and weak stream, but clean water nonetheless. She looked around the room and headed to the corner, crouching down. If you wanted to wash your hands? She put her hands together and a small ball of water appeared 1 foot above her palms and poured a weak stream akin to a faucet. Arad looked at her. I see. You modified the spell to conjure the water above your hands instead of from your fingers. Not just that. A tiny flame appeared burning beneath the water ball as the stream was pushed to pour from its side. The flames heated the water, and the nun could wash her hands with warm water. Arad quickly realized how advanced this world was in terms of magic than his previous one. In his world, most people use spells, pre-written and standard magic, and incantations like fireball and ice spear. He was used to modifying them, but that act wasn't common. But in this world, it's common to modify spells. Even people who aren't that versed in magic are capable of doing it. The nun before him isn't even a mage, but her being able to do that puts her at least at the level of a scholar in his old world. So this is a world full of mini Merlins. It's terrifying to think of. Arad picked another book to read. Mini Merlins? The nun asked with a puzzled face. A wizard in my old world, we're pretty close. She's called Merlin and is extremely skilled with spells. Arad replied as he opened the book, and the nun gasped. Do you mean Merlin? Like Merlin? Merlin? What are you talking about? Arad looked at her. He was just as confused as she was. The goddess is used to using the name Merlin as an example of a wizard, saying things like, imagine a wizard called Merlin. She casts this and that, but forgets to do this and this. The nun pulled a small book encased in a fine leather pouch. Verse 5, she pointed. The goddess was once asked, who is this Merlin she keeps bringing out? And she said he was a great wizard in another world. He served a king called Arthur. The Merlin I know is a woman, so they aren't the same person, Arad replied, and Yog's voice rang in his head. Yeah, the Merlin she speaks of is from another world, but the Merlin you know was named after him. Most kids get named in a church, so I slipped the name to her parents. Merlin had a great talent for magic since she was born a high human, thought the name would be fitting. Wait, you named Merlin? Arad gasped. No, I just put the suggestion in her parents' mind. They ended up picking it on their own. The book Arad had picked was called The Culinary Legacy of Lisa von Rex. Arcane Cookery. It detailed the life and recipes of a chef called Lisa von Rex, who used magic to assist in her cooking and added magical effects to the dishes. After reading one page, Arad understood that by cooking certain ingredients with magic, he can make the dishes act like potions and grant those who eat them various buffs. Lisa's dishes focused on health-based effects like curing cold, protecting the teeth against decay, and keeping the body warm through the cold workdays of the harsh winter. Strangely, the recipe for stamina potion from his old world was labeled as a cocktail called mojito. Even cooking has magic here. Arad sighed, and one of the guards approached. Look at page 81. The dish there is amazing. Arad quickly flipped the pages and landed in a strange chapter. Cook and go, dishes on the go, hunt small games, and reinforce yourself to withstand the harshness of the road. The chapter details how to cook rabbits, small monsters, and dried meats with herbs that can be picked almost anywhere on the road or in forests. The dishes mainly focused on enchanting stamina, endurance, and resistance to cold, heat, and poison. There was even a dish for horses called grass a la gora. It's a grass salad, using a certain dried herb called gora to enchant the horse's stamina. The nun looked at Arad with a smile. The world is all based on magic. Our goddess Yog created this world as a testing ground for her spells and incantations. We who live here originate from the criminals she brought to use as test subjects. The sins aren't ours, so the goddess gave us freedom to live as we please, as long as we worship her. One of the guards smiled. We have a mural for that behind the church. The goddess brought the criminals here, but was surprised to find some of them pregnant or already having children. The nun looked at Arad with a passive face. Even though she brought the most heinous and worst evil criminals, she was certain their children were innocent, so she raised them. She raised them on her own, built them houses, taught them how to use magic, and then ascended back to heaven. We call that century the age of the Great Blessing, the guard explained with a smile on his face. To every world their history. Arad looked at the pile of books. I don't know much about mine, though. History isn't necessarily useful when speaking on practical terms. The nun lifted one of the books. But it shouldn't be forgotten, especially when speaking about major events, the gods or kingdoms, and their relations. She handed a book to Arad called The Art of Magical Warfare and Subterfuge. The book details some common magical methods that kingdoms use to best one another, like disguise rings, artillery, remote teleport gates, spyware, and even assassination poisons. But a clear note on the first page of the book stated that this was written based on the information of the fallen kingdom of Fort Ben. Most kingdoms have developed better methods, and that is why this book is public, since it's now useless. Arad immediately realized that even if the book is useless in this world, it'll be another story going back to his old world. He made a mental note to either memorize the book or take it back with him. Arad looked through the pile of books and soon froze in place, finding a strange book, The Art of Sex, a detailed book with explanations, drawings, and even step-by-step tutorials. Why is this here? He looked at the guards with a puzzled face. Didn't you order it? They asked. And Arad shook his face. No, I just asked for magical and history books. I didn't make the list. The nun behind them sighed. It was probably Mary. She took the book from them. Please pretend you didn't see it. Chapter 979. Into the Hunters' Guild. An hour later, Mary had come out of her room. Still a bit exhausted, but nothing that a cup of coffee can't fix. Arad had spent the past hour holed up in a room reading the book he had just got, trying to make as much progress as possible. A nun approached and handed her the book she ordered, never mentioning that Arad had seen it. She then informed her that Arad was waiting for her to wake up so they could head to the Hunters' Guild. A messenger had come just moments ago and informed them that the matter of the bear quest was ready to be resolved. She walked into the church's tiny kitchen and ignited the flames beneath the old stone stove, boiling a pot of water. She went out to wash her face, and on her way back, she stored the special book in her room. When she returned to the kitchen, a nice hot bowl of water was waiting for her, which she used to brew herself a large mug of coffee. After fully waking up, fixing her hair beneath her coif, and putting back the mug where it was, she headed to check on Arad. Knocking on the wooden door, she got an immediate reply. "Come in." She slowly opened the door and walked inside, finding Arad sitting behind an old wooden desk with a massive pile of books, reading through them beneath the faint light coming from the window behind his back. "I've heard you punched the monster bear and tanked a claw swipe. Seeing you sitting like that and reading certainly feels odd." She approached the desk. "I expected you to act more like a hot-blooded warrior or a raging barbarian than a calm wizard. The whole purpose of me being here is learning magic." Arad stood. "If you're ready, let's go to the Hunters' Guild." He closed his book, making sure to mark the page he was at. "Wait just a minute, I'll bring some coats. We wouldn't anyone to notice us. It may cause panic. Even if it was just interested in us, it'll slow us down, and that's bad." Arad nodded. He didn't want to waste any time if possible. Mary went out and quickly returned with 2 large gray coats enchanted with camouflage magic. They mask the wearer's presence and power. Nobles and royals use them a lot when going outside. The two made their way to the guild. As they walked through the village's streets, Arad noticed several things that were different from his world. The village was larger than normal, almost half as big as Alina, with many people living in it. This would qualify as a small town. The village's walls were made out of wood, but they weren't for protection, just for tracing the city's borders to make sure people go through the gates and pay taxes. The thing protecting the village from monsters was a massive spherical barrier that was invisible and surrounded it. The barrier's core was located in the Lord's mansion, probably operated by a powerful wizard. Fruits and vegetables were available all year round. Probably, farming is assisted with magic as well. He could spot many people carrying stuff with telekinesis, and even the horses were wearing enchanted saddles to allow them to pull the carriages easier. The two reached the Hunters' Guild, and Arad already had more questions about this world than answers. The massive stone building looked so huge that Arad almost didn't believe it belonged in a village. When he was overseeing the world in his castle, he wanted to make the walls from some massive stones. But Mira was against it, saying the workers would have no way of safely moving and placing them. Whatever magic this world has, Arad wanted it to be used in his castle. Mary put her hand on the guild's door and pushed, but she wasn't able to open it up no matter how hard she tried. This is a test, she stood pushing and looked at Arad with an exhausted face. It detects magic and strength to determine someone's power. Weaklings can never enter the guild on their own. I'm only a healer, so I can't fight. Can't you open it? He asked. I can if I poured my holy magic into it. She tapped the door. Want to try? Arad looked at the door and grabbed the handle, pushing forward. The door didn't budge, but it clacked loudly. It stuck. Arad said, pushing again and again, rocking the door as if he wanted to break it. Don't just use strength, it won't open. Pour your magic into it. Mary tapped his shoulder. Even fighters must circulate mana through their body to be able to move at superhuman speed or achieve feats that human strength can't match. I'm doing that. Arad was already pouring his magic, but the door didn't budge. I modified the door. Now it requires 10 times the precision of a normal person to open. This only affects you. Arad could hear Yog's voice inside his head. That pesky little goddess was intentionally hindering him. I must hold you to higher standards. Arad looked around. Just above the door there were 2 open windows, a good place for a rogue to get through. If he was a powerful mage, he'd either force the door to open or teleport through. In the end, he settled on a simple idea. He'll open the door as if he's Mira. He lifted one finger, conjuring a nail with earth magic. He didn't practice a lot with earth magic besides trying to make a Yog's statue, but he could make a simple shape like that of a nail and make it as hard as stone. Arad approached the door's hinges and pushed the nail through with his thumb, removing them with ease. Mary watched with an open mouth as the large double door fell into the guild, smacking onto the ground with a thunderclap. Everyone inside flinched, looking toward the door with surprised faces. They did hear the door cracking earlier and just thought it was an idiot trying to force it open. From the door, Arad and Mary walked in. To everyone inside, they looked like 2 hooded figures, one massive and the other one relatively small. They approached the guild's reception desk, and Mary spoke first, showing the woman working her ring. Give us a private room now. The ring was the mark of the church. In this world where Yog is the only goddess, the church holds a lot of power, and most people take their religion very seriously. The receptionist quickly guided them to a room in the back. As the 2 walked in, she sat with them and finally asked who they were and what did they need. Mary removed her hood. We're looking for Jimmy's party. We're here for the monster bear quest. I see. The receptionist stood and headed out. Moments later, she came back with Jimmy and the guildmaster at her side. The guildmaster was a tall man with a long white beard and green eyes. He looked like a wizard who had spent a decent chunk of his life to the mastery of spells. Arad could already sense the multiple defensive spells he has active. So you're Sir Arad, right? The guildmaster sat facing Arad and looked at him. Arad removed his hood. Yeah, it's me. Mary sat beside Arad while the receptionist and Jimmy sat beside the guildmaster, putting a single piece of paper on the table. My name is Falmore, a retired wizard who specialized in barrier magic. He extended his hand to Arad. My job was to make sure no damage reached my party, and now I maintain the village's barrier. Arad shook his hand. Arad, an adventurer. It's like your hunters. I hunt monsters, explore dungeons, and do quests for the Adventurers Guild. So it's another version of ours, Hunters Guild. Falmore nodded with a curious gaze. But for now, let's focus on what matters first. The monster bear matter. Yeah. Jimmy looked at Arad. The guild had reached a conclusion which I think is fair. I hope you agree. Since Jimmy's quest was to get rid of the bear and that is achieved, I'll consider it done and pay them for it. Famler looked at Arad. You can keep the bear's carcass, sell it for money, or cut it for parts. It's worth almost 3 times the quest's reward. The bear was as tall as me. Arad looked at Falmore. I'll sell everything, but I want to keep the hide, make a coat from it. That monster bear is the first thing he killed in this world and wanted to keep something from him. I see, that is possible. He looked at the receptionist. Get the monster butcher team to start working. Send the hide as soon as possible to the leather workshop. How about the leather workshop pay? She asked. Pay them from the guild's funds and then recover the amount from the price of the bear's parts. We'll return what remained to Arad with his new coat. Fallmore looked at Arad. Do you agree? It's cheaper to get things done through the guild than outside. Yog, is he lying? Arad immediately asked. It's the same price, but the guild can haggle it down, Yog replied. He isn't lying, but isn't saying the truth as well. It won't be cheaper unless you haggle for it, right? Arad looked at Falmore with a smile. I see. Falmore giggled as he stood. I'll take that as a yes, and rest assured I'll do my best to get you the best possible price. Arad and Mary walked out, but immediately heard a man burst into laughter. Forget it. You've lost. It was the rules, and you agreed to them. Who cares about that, you bald fool? Let me go. A tiny voice, sharp and high-pitched, boomed across the room. Arad looked, seeing 5 men surrounding a small bird cage housing a tiny brown-haired fairy. She growled at the men locking her in, her transparent wings flickering with magic chapter 980. Unstoppable walk. The large bald man laughed, knocking on the cage with an amused face. Cry about it. You can't use magic in there. It's over for you. Did you think you could trick me and get away with it? The fairy growled, her wings sparking a bit, but her magic faded away. The cage is made from a special iron alloy that disperse and nullify magic, usually used to catch some monster birds. I'll skin you alive once I get out. She glared at him. The balm man extended his hand to the woman who sat beside him, and she pulled a knife from between her breasts. Like Merlin, she had a storage magic circle tattooed there. But thanks to how well endowed she was, Arad, for a second thought she was just shoving things there. You two, hold the cage still. I'll pluck her wings out so she won't be able to cast magic. He smiled as the 2 men did what he asked, holding the cage down so the fairy wouldn't shake it. He pointed his knife at her. This is what you get for trying to scam Balan. Now cry. The guildmaster wanted to stop them. The guild indeed stays out of the hunter's business outside of signed contracts. But this seemed to be going a bit too far. He said a bet, and that isn't a thing that magic takes lightly. If 2 consenting adults agreed on a bet with a magical contract, the will of the goddess would see it through no matter what. That is probably how they managed to catch the fairy. He stepped forward, but suddenly Arad walked past him, each of his steps thudding loudly on the wooden floor. Thud, thud, thud. All the hunters looked back, seeing who was so heavy to make the ground wail, and it was none other than Arad approaching the hunters with the fairy. Balan's friends looked at Arad. They were sitting around his table drinking, and they could smell trouble. One of Balan's friends extended his foot in Arad's path. Hold it, my friend. Where do you think? Crunch? Arad stepped on his foot, dislocating the poor man's ankles. Even as a human, Arad weighed more than 200 kilograms of pure muscles and bones. It was no different than a bull stepping on someone. The man screamed, his cries of agony filling the whole guild as he rolled on the ground. Arad ignored him and kept walking. More of Balan's friends jumped before Arad to stop him, but they all ended up getting pushed aside, unable to stop him. Then a woman approached Arad, pointing her wand at him. Bastard, stop, or else. She growled, but immediately noticed everyone in the guild reaching toward their weapons. The use of weapons against other hunters in the guild is absolutely forbidden. That is why no one had pulled a sword on Arad. If someone dared use his weapons, the whole guild was allowed to use lethal force against them. She knew well that if she used a single spell, all the other hunters would jump at her. Arad is just walking. He didn't use any weapon, so he's fine. Her plan was to intimidate him to attack with a weapon or with magic. Her wand pulsed with magic, arcing like lightning, but no spell came out. That was a threat. She pointed it straight at Arad. I'll blast your head right the fuck off. Arad stopped walking and lifted his hand forward. Slowly, He grabbed her wand by the tip. The arcing magic jolted him, but he didn't even flinch. In the blink of an eye, he had snapped the wand in half with 3 fingers. Everyone in the guild stared with gaping mouths. Arad's hand was bleeding rivers, severely charred, but he didn't seem to care. Arad extended his hand toward the frozen woman, shoved the shattered wand in between her breasts, and wiped his bloodied hand on her robe. Sit. He pointed at a chair, and the moment the woman heard his voice, she sat down with a sweaty face. With a faint spark of holy magic, Arad's bleeding hand stopped oozing blood, and he kept walking toward Balan. Balan's group finally looked back, stopping Sky from starting to rip the fairy's wings out. One of the 2 men growled, "Hey, you, back it off!" Balan's group consisted of Balan himself, 2 men and a woman, who looked like a wizard. "Do you want to get stabbed?" He pulled a knife. As everyone in the guild stood, Balan's group was sitting all around his table so they could keep him and his companions protected. Arad noticed the first difference between hunters and adventurers. While adventurers travel in small groups of at most 5 people, hunters can group up in the tens of heads. They were closer to mercenary groups that took on the job of hunting large monsters. The man swung a quick stab at Arad's chest, demonstrating that he wasn't spitting empty threats. The guildmaster shouted at him, "You bastard." But the man knew the guildmaster would lose one of his largest and most profitable hunter groups if he kicked him out. Balan's group was making this guild over 30% of its income. Losing them would literally push them far past red. Protected by this group's fat name, the man smiled. But that smirk immediately was washed off his face as he noticed that his dagger didn't pierce Arad's chest. It stopped on his thick and large ribs. Balan's face shifted into a serious one in an instant. That was only what he needed to see to figure it out. Arad didn't just survive by luck. He moved a bit to make the dagger hit his ribs instead of going between them. Such rapid acceleration, precise movement, and fearlessness are akin to recklessness. "Got a wild animal on our hands? Who are you calling an animal?" The fairy growled behind him with an angry face. "Not you, bug!" Balan looked at Arad with a sharp glare. Arad slowly lifted his hand and grabbed the man's dagger between 2 fingers. The man tried to pull it out, but Arad's grip was tighter than a vice. It didn't budge. The man gave up on the dagger, let go, and took a few steps back. Arad looked at the weapon in his hand, grabbed it between his hands, and tried bending it. He failed. It was too tough and hard to break. Arad tilted his head, staring at the stubborn dagger, and tried again, putting more force into it. As the veins on his arms bulged, the dagger suddenly gave up and shattered. Everyone in the guild stared in horror. To break a dagger like that, not even a vice and a wrench could do it. The only 2 who didn't seem shocked were Jimmy and Mary. The 2 expected nothing less from a man who took a claw straight from a bear and punched back. Arad threw the dagger on the ground and kept walking toward Balan. He tried his best to keep his promise to Mira and use as little violence as possible. He could probably beat anyone who stood in his way, but he was trying to be as peaceful as possible for her sake, although this man already attacked him, so he wasn't sure whether he should attack back or not. Arad stopped walking and looked back. "He attacked me first. Is it okay to attack?" He was looking straight at Mary. One of the hunters in the back replied, "Bro, he pulled his weapon. If you can slap his ass to the ground, do it." Fucker asked for it. Sadly, the other adventurers can't jump to help without getting themselves in a deadly fight with Balan's henchmen. Indeed, Arad was just walking toward Balan to ask him about the fairy. He wasn't doing anything wrong. They were the ones attacking him unreasonably. The man growled, lunging at Arad with a second attack. He had another dagger stored behind his back. This time, he aimed for the soft neck. The man's dagger hit the thin air, and Arad disappeared. In that instant, he realized that Arad sidestepped his attack and was now glaring down at his ass. How could someone so big move that fast? Arad swung his torso, flinging a slap at the man's butt, clapping him so hard that he went rolling for 3 meters, screaming and crying his lungs out in panic and shock. He gasped for air, wiggling like a dying fish in agony, smacking his face repeatedly at the ground until his nose shattered, trying to knock himself out to not feel that mind-boggling pain. Dallas slaps are extremely effective even here, not to literally slap his ass down. The poor soul can now walk naked and have no shame nor dignity to lose. The hunter who spoke earlier giggled. Arad was now standing face to face with Balan, the wizard woman, and the second man in their group. Balan could take a closer look at Arad. He's massive, and those chiseled arms and harsh hands. A warlord, a general of some sort of warmonger. He leaned on his chair. So, what is your name? What do you want from me? Balan asked. He knew Arad was strong, but was still confident he could kill him. He'll eat you alive. The fairy said in her cage, warning Balan, her glowing eyes fixed on Arad. Her danger sense was tingling, and she got a hunch Arad wasn't human, but something greater. Freewilb.com. Like I'll get tricked by you again. You just want to be freed. Balan snorted her warning away. Yo! She waved her hand at Arad. Slap King, count me out of this fight. She sat down, ready to enjoy the chaos. Chapter 981. You lack skills. Arad looked at the fairy with a passive face. Neither she nor the hunters could see his face, thanks to the cloak. Can you use size magic? I want to learn it. Yes, I know it, but sadly can't use it while locked here. She tapped the cage, and her eyes shifted toward Balan. Can you convince him to let me go? This little one was supposed to lead us into the den of an earth tyrant. She instead lied to us and led us into an empty pit with nothing but vipers and death. Balan looked at Arad. We had paid the fairies first, and she is our insurance. Yeah, the woman wizard sitting at the side. We needed to kill the tyrant and get some material. Now, thanks to that disappointment, we're in the red and need money to feed our members. People have families and mouths to feed, you should know that. We'll sell this little lying gremlin to recoup our costs, the other man sitting on the opposite side of the table to Arad added. An earth tyrant? Arad looked at the fairy. A monster attuned to earth magic, like an elemental, but a bit weaker, right? Pretty much, they can be a dog or a titan, doesn't matter, as long as they can cast powerful earth magic. Balan sighed. Their core is desired by Earth Wizard. They'll pay mountains of gold for it. He looked disappointed. Arad thought about it for a second. Those vipers, did they have a source of food? Arad looked at the fairy. Strange, all of them living in one pit. No food, no water, just on luck. Doubt it. He reached with his hand and lifted the cage. Put my purse down. Balan growled with a raging face. The pit is the Earth Tyrant, no doubt. Those vipers are its minions. The fairy didn't lie, she saved your lives. With a single clench of his hand, he crumbled the cage and freed the fairy. She led you to the tyrant, saw it's powerful enough to kill you all, so she didn't elaborate or explain that to you. Am I right? The fairy looked away. Mind your own business. Balan smacked the table with both of his hands and stood. Wait, is that true? He glared at the fairy with a raging face. What was it? A genius loti. That pit was his gaping mouth. The snakes are only there to clean his teeth, she replied, sitting on Arad's shoulder. Go if you want, but you'll end up wiped out. She then glared at Arad. Why butt in, spill the beans? I didn't spill any beans. Arad looked at the ground. I know a fairy, and she is quite tricky to deal with. Always has several meanings behind her words. Just thought you might have had a different reason to scam them. He looked at Balan. I don't know if this applies to all fairies or not, but from my experience, they don't lie. They mask the truth and mislead people, but never say a flat-out lie. He turned to leave with the fairy, but a barrier blocked his path. Not so fast. The wizard woman had lifted her staff and cast her spell. We already returned to the city, wasting our money and resources. I don't care what the fairy's intentions were, she still cost us a fortune. Arad glared back at her, but she kept talking. We either sell her and get back to our usual work, or get stuck with shitty jobs for at least a year to rebuild our funds and resources. Her eyes were burning with magic. Not her problem, Arad said with a deep voice, almost a growl. She saved your life by preventing you from jumping into death. You are the ones owing her. Doesn't change the fact she misled us. The woman charged a spell, a spinning stone drill that started heating up and swirling the air in the whole guild. Drop it! Balan growled at the woman, but she wasn't listening. Thud. Arad suddenly disappeared, relaxing all of his muscles, and remembering what he learned from Nina and Caden. Relax your muscles and launch an explosive attack. Accelerate in a fraction of a second. With one foot on the ground, Arad sent a kick straight toward the woman's torso, shattering her spell and stopping his foot right in front of her large breasts. This was the kick that Nina kicked him within the guild in the past. A swift yet deadly attack aiming straight at the heart to stop it. If this was his true body, the sheer shockwave would ripped half of the village apart, but in his human-limited self, it only looked like a lightning-fast kick strong enough to send a man flying. The woman looked down with a sweaty face, seeing Arad's foot hovering right before her nipples, 1 inch further, and she would have been sent straight into the grave. If you're wearing a wizard's robe, at least cast spells effectively, Arad said as he pulled his foot away. As he turned to leave, he said with a passive face, You aren't worthy of that wizard robe you're wearing? I've seen far better wizards in nothing but common clothes. The woman was a very experienced wizard with almost 2 decades of battle experience, tens of original spells, a power that made most hunters quiver. Arad had unintentionally insulted her entire career, challenging her pride. She watched him walk away with boiling rage. He only had the range advantage. Everyone knows that wizards would lose to a martial class in close combat, even though she can't explain how his kick destroyed her spell. He had the advantage, and that was a fact. Huh, she giggled. You got your advantage. Now it's mine. She pointed her staff at him again. This time they were meters apart, a perfect distance for her to cast a multitude of spells. Arad sighed, looking back. Don't bother, you'll lose. I can tell by how your previous spell cracked. Oi, my slap king. The fairy was rubbing her face on Arad's cheek. She isn't worthy of a wizard. How about you rip that robe of hers and give her a few painful slaps on the butt as a bonus? She giggled. That should put her pride where it would belong if I didn't mess with them. Down to fucking earth. Can you stop talking for a second? Arad sighed as his gaze quickly shifted toward the woman pointing her magic at him. Give up. You're used to having people protect you, those around you. He pointed at Balan and the rest. As long as they got your back, you'll never feel the need to empower your skills with magic. Let's see if you could speak with your head blown off. She growled, firing 5 spinning drills of stone and fire, racing toward Arad like cannon shells. Arad ran straight toward the woman with the fairy hanging for dear life on his shoulder. He dodged all the spells like a master, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The woman was surprised, but she had more plans lined up, 2 more spells. As Arad approached her less than 2 meters away, spikes burst from the ground in front of him. Arad had expected such an attack as he was smarter than a charging horse. He sidestepped the spikes and stood at the woman's side, swinging a left hook straight at her face. Arad's fist clanged on a magical barrier that surrounded the woman's whole body. With such powerful magic, his fist won't be able to pierce it. As the woman smiled, about to blast him, she heard something shatter behind her head. In the next moment, she felt Arad's right hand grabbing her neck from the back. Barrier magic is good and can block attacks several tiers higher than them, but they have one flaw. To block an attack, they must gather all their mana in one spot and harden. This leaves the rest of the barrier vulnerable to simultaneous attacks, especially from the exact opposite point. Arad explained as he had the woman in his hand like a cat. He had used his large size and wide arm to throw 2 hooks at the same time, one with his left hand toward the woman's face, and the other one with his right arm toward the back of her head. Since he threw the left hook first, it made contact with the woman's eyes and diverged the barrier's mana, opening a path for his right hand to enter and catch the woman. How did you dodge my spells? You aren't faster than them. She looked at him with a terrified face. Aim to dodge. It's a basic skill. I see where you're aiming and get out of the way. Arad let her go and started walking away. If you can't compensate for that, you should start learning the basics once again. Why didn't you punch her? The fairy asked. She's just lucky. My wife would kill me if I attacked a defenseless person, Arad replied with a passive face as he approached Mary and the guildmaster. Wait, you're married. No one told me anything about that, she cried, but immediately looked at Arad with a smug face. I'm not the one about to get cheated on, so it's fine. I'll pluck your wings off. He sighed. Chapter 982. The execution. Etrad approached the guildmaster. Sorry about the mess back there. I was just looking to talk, but they seemed quite rattled. Don't worry about it, the guildmaster giggled. I should have warned them. But honestly, I also wanted to see how well you'll fare against hunters. Balin's squad was B rank, but the members' ranks varied. Balin himself was an A rank, the same with the wizard woman, the rogue that got his butt clapped to oblivion, and the ranger who sat quiet and watched. In terms of raw stat, Arad wasn't any stronger than a normal human his size, and probably won't even classify as a C or a D ranker. But the skills, the martial arts, the quick wit, and the battle experience he learned from everyone around him were now paying off. When Alcott was gravely weakened by his contradicting curses, he could still humiliate A-rankers with his sheer skill and mastery of the martial arts. Arad now is in the same situation. His superhuman powers nowhere to be found, but his skills are still sharper than any blade. I'll have you registered as a special hunter so you can sell monster parts or take quests, and I'll make sure no one asks for your identity. Is that okay with you? He combed his long beard. Yeah, knowing who I am might cause me more trouble than benefits. Arad is well aware that if people knew who he was, their attitudes and actions around him would change drastically. Without his draconic senses, he would have no way of confirming if people are genuine or just acting around him, which would make decisions extremely hard. At that moment, a man walked into the guild, weirded by the disassembled door. What did happen? He looked at the door, probably just repairs anyway. He looked at everyone in the guild. It's almost time, let's go watch. All the hunters' faces changed into a smile as they stood rushing out. If they wanted to get a decent view, they had to rush. What's up with them? Arad looked at the guildmaster. It's an execution, they are going to watch it, he replied and turned toward Mary. An accursed witch that spent decades cursing the lands and people we finally caught and are going to cut her head off. The fairy flew before Arad's face, sparks of magic floating around her body. She's an evil witch. Many died to her curses. She started dramatically acting, putting herself in a fake ethereal guitar made of magic. Her head would go chop, chop, and her body will go brrr. She engulfed herself in flame. With a puff of smoke, the fairy's theatrical magic disappeared and she looked at Arad with an exhausted face. Bitch getting what she deserved, if it was for me. I'll work her in the whore hole for the rest of her life. The fairy's face twisted into a cynical grin. Death is going easy on her. We aren't allowed to go that far. Mary glared at her. It's up to the goddess to punish her. Our job is merely sending the witch to her. Gibnaviol.com to the people of this world. Great sins that couldn't be possibly attuned to in life aren't that big of a problem. Their goddess Yog would take on the job of punishing the sinners. All the people need to do is execute the sinner in a specific way. I was going to test some chemical weapons on her, but you can have her if you want. Yog giggled inside Arad's head. Well, you'll have a massive problem at your hand. She's vile. What if they sent you an innocent one? Arad asked, and got an unexpected answer. Do you think I care? Humans experiment on rats. They never think about innocent and guilty rats. I'm the same. Any human I get is the same all rats on my lab table, ready to be cut apart. Arad looked around. Got holy and size magic. I wouldn't mind having access to curses. He started walking, waving his hand to Mary. Let's go. We have an execution to catch up to. Wait, what? Yog gasped inside Arad's head. You'll watch? Mary took a few quick steps and started walking beside him. finding it hard to keep up with Arad's large strides. As they walked into the street, they heard a man shout. The official carriage had stopped. They are about to cut her head. Hurry! He was running and pushing among the racing crowd. The official inquisitor and his knights were in a hurry to kill the witch before she could regain her curse magic. They were bringing her into the middle of a village after all. It'll be a disaster if she was to go on a rampage. No time, Arad mumbled as he burst running, leaving Mary in the dust. He tried to push between the people filling the streets, but he couldn't, his large size working against him. He looked around. Both men and women were shouting and screaming, cursing each other as they wanted to get into the plaza to watch the execution. He looked left and saw a small crack between the building and a back alley that he could use. The place was filled with trash, stinking to high heavens, so no one used it, but he was in a hurry. As Arad rushed toward the back alley, the fairy on his shoulder cried, "Wait, that place stinks worse than a pig's ass." She rushed to hide inside Arad's cloak as he pushed the trash, sharp planks of wood, and wild cats with his large shoulder, digging his way through like a bull as he came out on the other side. The street he walked into was just as filled as the one before, but now he's closer to the plaza. While pushing people out of his way, his eyes raced around. It was extremely annoying and inconvenient to lack his draconic senses, but he must learn to live without them. His eyes landed on an open window. A civilian house, but Arad had no choice. He ran across the street, almost getting run over by a horse as he approached the window and jumped inside, landing in the middle of a room. The woman who was cleaning around the bed screamed, "A thief!" Arad ignored her and looked around, immediately finding the door and rushing through it into their hallway. After reaching the other end of the hallway, he found their bath, and it was in use, locked. Arad could care less. He pushed only a bit, and the door was forced open. Inside was the woman's husband taking a shower, and he glared at Arad, immediately picking his wooden chair to strike. Arad tripped the poor man and jumped out of the house through the bath's tiny window, almost ripping it off. He could still hear the man cursing and shouting behind him, but Arad had other matters to worry about. He was now faced with a large wall. He's stuck between buildings with no other way to escape than the house he came through. What did you expect? A fucking miracle. You don't even know the village's layout, do you? The fairy was pulling on his ear, screaming directly inside. He looked at the jagged wall. Since it was out of sight, it was never finished, and he could see the wooden beams and window frames. It was a golden chance. He rushed forward and started climbing. From one window to another, and from one crack and beam to another, he raced up. "Are you half a spider or something?" The fairy cried, but Arad wasn't listening. He had finally climbed to the roof and could see several houses before him. Arad didn't stop for a second and kept running on the rooftops, jumping from one house to another until he reached the last house overlooking the plaza. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people were gathered in there around the execution stage, shouting, cheering, and clapping. Men, women, children, everyone had their eyes fixed on a single armored carriage that was parked beside the stage. The carriage's door opened up, and 4 armed knights in full plate armor walked out, dragging a woman behind them with a chair. The woman was chained from both of her hands and legs, wearing a pale white robe, and walked barefoot. The moment her steps slowed down, the knights would yank on the chair to drag her forward. The guillotine's blade was getting raised, and Arad could spot a woman in silver armor standing beside it. Unlike the other knights, her armor, large sword, and frills decorating her armor. She was their leader, no doubt, the Inquisitor. She tracks and hunts criminals. To the people, she's their hero. The fairy looked at Arad. "Don't you dare start a fight with her. You'll end up under the blade in seconds." The knights had already started pushing the people away from the stage with barriers, getting ready to chop the woman's head. For a second, Arad noticed it. The Inquisitor had seen him standing on the roof, and their eyes met. The Inquisitor looked at 2 of her knights. "Suspicious individual on the roof. I see now ranged weapons, but stay alert." She could have ordered them to shoot him, but she didn't know if he was a threat or just a random person watching from the rooftops since he didn't get here in time. Suspicious means she isn't sure whether he's guilty or not, and so she won't attack first. She only kills the guilty. She started walking before the guillotine, watching her guards and the people with her hands behind her back. She's finally putting a deadly criminal beneath the blade, and no one shall get in her way. Chapter 983, The Execution, i.e. Chapter 983, The Execution, i.e.I. Rad jumped from the building, sliding at the wall and holding onto a cloth straight to slow his fall, finally landing inside a pile of trash. He jumped out, pushing the bags and wood with his massive shoulders, carving his way into the thick crowd. The Inquisitor noticed his action and alerted 2 of her guards to keep an eye on him. He might be one of the witch's minions. Don't kill him, he might be controlled by a curse. She looked at the witch. Release him at once. The witch spat on her face. Fuck off. And do you think I can do anything with those on? And growled, shaking her chained hands. Those shackles were specially made to block all types of magic. With them on, she can't neither sense nor affect mana. The Inquisitor wiped the spit off her face. Matter not. He'll be free once your head rolls. She pointed at the guillotine. Cut her head off. As the knights started dragging the witch, she growled at the Inquisitor. So this is how you act, bitch, not giving me a final word? Should have known you sons of whores are no better than us. The 2 knights holding her stopped and looked at the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor looked at her knight, the people watching, and back at the witch. The large man might be a threat, but law is law. Give her a moment to speak. We'll cut her head after. The Inquisitor walked to the front and looked toward Arad, who was pushing his way through the thick crowd. If he came and the guards couldn't catch him, she'd catch him. But one of her knights, do we have to? He too had seen the large man approaching. They should kill her as soon as possible to avoid trouble. It's her right. The Inquisitor signaled to him with her head to take the witch to the stand first. Give it to her. The knights guided the witch toward the stand with sore faces, and she looked back at them with a smug smile. Her gaze soon shifted toward the crowd. Welcome to my execution, sons of bitches. Remember the day you burned my hut. The lower half of her robe started getting tainted. The knights stared at her with a confused face. She was pissing herself. Is she that afraid of death? The witch flicked her leg, splashing the people closest to her. Get pissed on? She shouted at them. One of the knights grunted, his face burning red. With a stomp, he lunged at the witch, his clenched iron fist calling her face. Thud. The Inquisitor caught his wrist. Don't she'll die soon. The witch smiled, swinging her foot again, and this time splashing the Inquisitor. Why don't you fight? The witch glared at her with a smile and splashed her a second time. Come on, get angry. Your petty taunts are beneath me. She pointed at the guillotine. She got her right. Now give the people theirs. Her blood must flow. The knights dragged the witch and tied her to the guillotine stand, putting her head in place. She stared at the people with a smile. Halt! A knight's voice boomed and everyone's attention was pulled to the front. The Inquisitor looked, and it was Arad finally coming through the crowd. The 2 knights she sent stood before him, but he didn't seem to slow down. She grunted, her eyebrows crossing as she gave Arad a sharp glare, watching from her stand. I said, halt! The knight threw his hand at Arad, trying to restrain him. Arad grabbed the knight by the wrist and pushed him on the chest, throwing his leg behind his ankle to trip him. As the first knight fell, the second one pulled his sword and swung at Arad. Arad dodged the swing by docking beneath it and swung his palm, slapping the knight's chin hard enough to knock him cold. The clap boomed across the plaza, and some of the women standing around screamed. Only the sound of the heavily armored knights falling to the ground echoed after, followed by a roar from the Inquisitor. Restrain him! She pointed at Arad with one finger, and 5 guards rushed toward him, jumping from the stage with their weapons drawn. The first knight charged forward, swinging his sword straight at Arad's neck. It was clear that those knights were far well trained than the guards at Alina, but they didn't match either Alcott or Caden in their skill with the sword. Arad swung his fist. A right hook turned into an uppercut, aimed straight at the flat edge of the sword, shattering it in half. No matter the world, people went for the neck first, and horizontal swings were all the same. Predicting such a move and countering it was far too simple. With a quick move, Arid dispatched the confused knight by kicking him away into the crowd, quickly switching his attention to the guillotine. The knight, who is supposed to drop the guillotine, is now confused, awaiting the Inquisitor's direct order. Arid didn't have time, so he charged at the knights, grabbed one by the head, and knocked the sword out of his hips before he could even draw it. Another knight swung at Arid, but Arid used the knight he caught as a shield, deflecting the blade with his heavy armor, and then kicked him, knocking 2 knights with one move. The other 2 knights looked at each other. Something was off about this man. He was too huge, and swords didn't scare him. In fact, they can't even see his face thanks to the camouflage cloak. One of them dropped his sword, lifting his hands up, and slowly backed away. Only royals, rich nobles, and high officials have access to those cloaks. I'm staying out of this. The last remaining knight growled, looking at his friend as if betrayed. You damn it. He charged at Arad, immediately getting disarmed with a kick, and then slapped the chin and dropped on the hard, cold ground. The people gasped, shocked and terrified. They rapidly backed away, keeping at least 5 meters away from Arad as he approached the stage. The Inquisitor jumped down and pulled her sword. The men cheered at her, and the women ululated, showering her with roses and flowers. Let the witch die, her curse plaguing you would soon fade away, the Inquisitor said, her eyes glaring at Arad with a burning will. Her eyes shifted back. All of her knights were still alive, growling in pain, but none of them was fatally wounded. Move, I need her, Arad said, looking at the witch. No, you don't need her. The world doesn't need her. The Inquisitor catwalked toward Arad, flailing her sword. Her moves looked theatrical, showy, and unnecessary. But to Arad they were the bane of his current existence. He couldn't predict her moves now that she wasn't taking any stance or showing an intent to attack. The Inquisitor was well aware of Arad's skills. She saw him knock her knights. To avoid getting countered, she decided to spice up her moves a bit, make sure he understood nothing of what she was doing. She suddenly burst toward Arad, thrusting her sword. He barely managed to dodge, still getting slashed across the torso. Still dodged that. She backed away and started moonwalking around him. Arad blinked and found 20 clones of the Inquisitor surrounding him, all walking backward and flailing their swords. Arad couldn't tell what is real and what is an illusion. His void eyes would have been really helpful now, but sadly, he lacks them. In what short time he has before getting attacked, Arad decided to try his luck with a skill. He stood still and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The people watched as though he had given up, but the Inquisitor realized that he was gambling. All of the 20 clones of the Inquisitor attacked at once. Swinging their swords, Arad was trying to sense mana and quickly decided that the one to his right was the real Inquisitor. Before he could turn toward her, a voice whispered in his ear. "Behind you," the fairy spoke. He ignored his instincts and turned back, swinging his palms down, and caught the blade coming at his back. His guess was wrong, but the fairy was right. He had caught the real Inquisitor. Didn't take the bait? She glared at him, confused, yet unsurprised. Before Arad could do anything, she swung her foot up, crushing his ground with her steel boots. As Arad's hands dropped her sword, she swung a right hook right at his chin, knocking him to the ground. Got skill, but I'm still faster than you. She grabbed him by the hair, dragging him toward the stage. She glared at him. I don't sense the witch's curse on you. So you aren't controlled by her. Interrupting an execution is punished by death. She then looked at the people. I'll cut your head after her. The people cheered her, thrilled that they'd see a second execution. The witch giggled. Why not just kill him with your sword? It'll be faster. Like you, he has the right to explain himself before the people, before getting his head chopped by the guillotine. She looked up at the stage, cut her head off. I'll get this one tied. Down, Arad's eyes were closed, but his fingers slowly opened up. Chapter 984, The Four Cardinals. As the Inquisitor dragged Arad on the steps to the stage, the women started ululating, cheering her victory. Thud. Arad smacked his hand on the steps, standing up with a quick punch toward the Inquisitor's lower back. Her eyes shifted back, jumping up to dodge the punch. She had realized why Arad wasn't knocked out. It was the large muscles of his neck that dampened the impact to his skull. While mid-air, she swung her sword down at Arad's shoulder, aiming to cut him open. But Arad lifted his hand, catching her blade mid-air with one hand. She gasped, "By the sword?" Arad's arm was reaching its limit, but with how he was hunched, he could lift the Inquisitor by her sword. "Do you drink oil?" Not having time to figure out where Arad's raw power was coming from, she swung her leg at his open face. But just before her foot could kiss his face, he disappeared. Clank. The Inquisitor landed on the ground. Looking in front of her, Arad was nowhere to be seen. At the tip of her sword, she could see the fairy lying on it, clipping her nails. With a bewildered face, the Inquisitor cried, "The hell you are. Never seen someone like him." The fairy smiled. "I can't let you have him. He's mine." She had shrunk Arad just before getting hit and allowed him to run toward the guillotine. As the Inquisitor faces the fairy, Arad returns to his true size and lunges at the knight holding the guillotine's rope. The Inquisitor swung her sword, shaking the fairy away before striking at her. "Get out of my way!" Like a fly, the fairy easily dodged the slashes. "You get out of my way." The fairy landed on the Inquisitor's nose, glaring straight at her eyes. "He's interested in that witch, but I'll still not allow anyone to get between him and me." The Inquisitor wasn't clueless. With a single look at the fairy's face, she knew what she wanted. "So you're helping him get with another woman?" "Yeah, get out of my way." She tried to punch the fairy, but missed. The fairy flew around the Inquisitor and landed on her head. "He's cheating on me, cheating another woman. Well, the more the merrier." She grabbed the Inquisitor by the hair and glared down from her forehead into her eyes. "Care to join as well?" The Inquisitor was getting tired of this fairy. Her kind is known for being unpredictable. Wherever they go, they leave a mess that no one can clean. Her body sparked with lightning, and the fairy got jolted. The spark forced the fairy to fly away, smoking from her wings. Taking that chance, the Inquisitor swung her sword at the fairy's head. She must stop Arad before he releases the witch. As the Inquisitor's sword neared the fairy's head, it clanged. Sparks flew everywhere as a massive figure entered the scene. "My guts are always wrong. They told me to stay away from this mess, so I came to help." Balan glared at the Inquisitor with a smug smile. igiveyubnovel.com, Baldy. The fairy gasped. "Did you grow a brain?" Balan deflected the Inquisitor's sword and blocked several of her swings before she got him in the face with a punch. "Sadly, no, as you can see, I'm here picking a fight with an Inquisitor." The knight in the back had released the rope, and the blade was racing toward the witch's head. Arad had no way of stopping it besides one move. He clenched his fist and threw a punch as hard as he could, pinning the blade right above the witch's neck with a straight punch that applied force to the side. Arad immediately swung a kick at the guillotine's blade, ripping it from its frame, and jumped over the witch. "Can you cast curses?" "Not in those shackles. Remove them," she replied, as he tore the ropes holding her down. Arad looked at the steel shackles. He couldn't break those with his bare hands now that he was a human. "Can't now. We must get the keys." He looked around. The knight had jumped at them, swinging his sword. Arad punched the knight's wrist, forcing him to drop his sword, and dropped him with a kick. "Use magic. That'll be easier." The witch stood stuck to Arad's back. "The Inquisitor is capable of large storm magic. She can blast this whole village, but won't do it. Use your magic to kill her here where she is forced to not use her magic." This world had several laws, but one of them forbids the use of powerful magic inside cities. Since the Inquisitor would be endangering the people's lives, she wouldn't break that law even in a situation like this. "I too don't want to kill anyone. See, all the knights are still alive." Arad was still keeping his promise to Mira. "Damn it. We'll all die and this would be for nothing. Kill her and be done with it." The witch smacked him on the back and he sighed. "Fine." The moment Arad lifted his hands, putting them together, everyone froze in place, sensing something horrifying. As if everything went dark, the witch who stood beside him couldn't even breathe. In that fraction of a second, she regretted asking him to use magic. Elemental expansion. Magic sparked inside Arad's chest, but immediately stopped as a voice called, panting for air. Wait. For me? Mary arrived on horseback, waving her hand for everyone to stop. The priestess? The Inquisitor glared at her, but Mary was too exhausted to speak, only waving her hand. We need to talk, Lady Cryptman. Mary stood with tired legs. She didn't run a lot, but that was enough to drain all of her energy. The Inquisitor Mashara Cryptman. Her family is a prestigious one that spanned tens of generations of gravekeepers. They operated the massive graveyard of the region for centuries, since the days of their grandfather, who was nicknamed the Cryptman. But instead of taking on the family's business, Mashara, who was blessed with powerful magic, went on and became an inquisitor, hunting criminals and heretics to bury them in her graveyard. Mary looked back at the people. I'll inform you of details later, but the witch's execution is postponed until further notice. After getting all the people to leave, Mary approached Mashara. I know you want a lot of things explained, but believe me, I got a reason. Not a good one, but at least an understandable one. So Mashara glared at the witch who was mocking her. She lives for now, as long as he wants her to remain alive. Mary's eyes shifted toward Arad, and Mashara's face relaxed, a deep sigh escaping her lips. I got a guess. Balin cracked his neck. I guess this is all for me. He looked at Mashara. I hope you won't come for my head later, will you? Depends on her explanation. The crime of interrupting an execution is death. The crime of resisting an inquisitor is death. And the crime of jumping into a judgment stage without permission is a fine of at least 10,000 gold coins. She looked at him with a passive face, and since you've done it in front of the whole village, there is nothing I can do about it if her explanation doesn't help you. So I'm fucked, he laughed, looking at Mary. Say, am I fine? Well, my explanation doesn't include you, so yes, she replied with a worried smile. Wait, are you serious? He looked scared for a moment, but when Arad's voice came from the back, Mary smiled. Let him be. He was helping. Now it includes you. Mary giggled. Relieved, Balin walked away, waving his hand. I don't if you're a rich noble, a general, or a member of the royal family, but nice to meet you. As the knights cleaned the place, Arad and the rest retreated to the Inquisitor's special carriage. It was enchanted with magic to be bigger from the inside, and had several layers of sound and light-blocking magic. No one can see or hear anything that happens inside it. A perfect place for secret meetings, interrogations, and anything that must be kept a secret. Arad sat alone with the fairy sitting on his hair. Facing him were Mary and Mashara. The witch was forced to sit on her knees on the ground, her neck only a hair strand away from Mashara's sharp blade. So, care to explain who is he? Mashara asked, looking at Mary. Arad removed his cloak and she spoke. Arad Orion, the one the goddess spoke about, guessed it. Mashara sighed. The moment she saw Mary rushing in was the moment she guessed that the intruder might be Arad. Really, I hit the jackpot. The fairy flew to Arad's face. I knew it. Your magic felt nothing like anything of this world. Wait. What? The witch cried, looking at Arad. What such a holy being want from me? To use you as a test rat for his magic? Mashara glared at her. The goddess gave him the freedom to experiment on people, but he's indeed a holy man, opting to use criminals instead. No, Arad said. Mary can use holy magic, the fairy? He looked at her. Plum Rosa, the twisting spiral beauty. Nice to meet you, darling, Plum replied with a large smile on her face. Plum can use size magic, and this witch can use curses. Arad finished his sentence. I want access to those types of magic in my journey as they'll be useful. I have a name, Echidna, the Witch of Thorns. The witch growled, Chapter 985. A Divine Warning. Chapter 985, A Divine Warning. I must reach Yog's tower on the other side of this world, and quick. Arad said as he looked at the 4 women sharing the carriage with him. I know it's a 10-year journey, but I want to finish it in a month or shorter. Mary looked at him, her eyes half closed as her mind wandered. thinking about the church's resources. As I told you before, that might be impossible to achieve even with the power of magic, said the useless priestess. Echidna smiled. 1,000 souls would be enough. I'll conjure a curse to teleport you there in a minute. Before she could finish speaking, Mishara smacked her on the head with the scabbard of her sword. Shut up, witch. Mishara glared at Arad. Even if it's you, I won't tolerate the unjust killing of innocent. We can either get the kingdom's resources on our side and arrange a quick trip, but that still might take a year. I can also try and find a lead to the court wizard, might get something from them. Who are they? Arad asked, interested to see this all-knowing wizard. I don't know. Mishara shook her head. Their identity is kept a secret by the kingdom. No one had ever seen him or her. Some even suspect that there are multiple court wizards and that the kingdom keeps them just in case one dies. Forget that. Plum jumped in, closing Mishara's mouth with both of her hands. She then looked at Arad. I got a way to send you there in hours. I can use plant magic, so I'll build you a massive slingshot and fling you over there. Simple and easy. How about landing? Arad stared at her with a lifted eyebrow. Don't worry about that. We'll figure it out when we get there. I'll be going with you. She flew and sat on his head. One spring made of wood should work, I hope. I was thinking of using something like this, a carriage propelled with fire and wind magic. Arad explained the concept of his carriage, and all 4 women stared at him with confused faces. Are you sure? Mary looked worried. Bitch, you'll die. Echidna burst laughing. You'll be flying over kingdoms with this. They'll shoot you down without asking any questions. It's illegal to fly over kingdoms without a written pass. Mishara leaned back. It'll take a while to get you the passes for each kingdom. My plan would avoid that. Plum looked at Arad. As you won't be flying with any magic. If it's legal for birds, it's legal for us. She puffed her chest with a proud smile. Arad sighed, trying to think of another way. You 5 seem to be having fun. Let me join, a voice came from above. When they looked, they saw Lilia Yog sitting upside down on the ceiling of the carriage, glaring straight down at them. The 4 women paled and froze in place. None of them could even breathe. The one above them was the goddess of their world, the one and only Yog. Why is she here? Did something go wrong? Is she here because of what happened in the church? Mary was terrified, thinking this was because of the angel's incident in the church. Shit, leave me alone until I die. Echidna's mind started racing, thinking of a way to escape. They didn't remove her shackles yet, so she can't cast curses. She now thinks Yog came to claim her since she survived the execution. I'm messed up. Mishara reached for her sword. This is because I let Echidna live. I must finish her off to please the goddess, or we're all dead. Sorry. Plum screamed, bowing vertically to Yog since she's floating midair. About what? Yog asked with a confused face. About this morning? I'll go clean it at once. She looked both scared and worried, but unapologetic at the same time. Clean what? Yog was still confused. My snot, the one I wiped on your statue. You're here because of that, right? Plum looked at her for a second. About that, I won't care even if you gah. Arad yanked her out of the ceiling by the head. Why did you come, my tiny head? She cried, teleported out of Arad's hand, and appeared sitting on Mary's shoulders. I came since you've gathered a weird assortment of oddballs here. You'll have your hands full fiddling with them. I hope you'll keep some time to learn magic. I've got access to holy and cursed magic. I got someone who knows law well and a fairy with size magic that should help me get almost anywhere. Arad looked at her. If I played everything well, but their abilities are going to be wasted if you aren't competent enough to make good use of them. She looked at the woman. Arad's mission isn't reaching my tower. That's the test to prove he finished his mission. The mission is learning magic, or at least the important half. She giggled. No one needs to know how to shift fire into roses or how to summon infinite cookies that are stolen from all over the world. Can't we just find him a magic teacher that would be faster and safer for everyone? Mishara looked at Yog with a questioning face. I would have taught him magic myself if that was possible. This man in front of you is a real hard head. He learns best by trial and error. He's not made for the books," she smiled. "And let me warn you, I have his power sealed now, but I have to give them back once he finishes this trail." So Echidna looked at Yog. "Is that supposed to be a problem? He'll be able to come to this world on his own. I have no way of stopping him." She looked at Plum. "You've sensed something strange from him, didn't you?" Fairies are sensitive to mana. Plum flew and sat on Arad's head. "I don't know how to explain it. It's like an earthy smell, deep and aromatic roasted coffee beans that are finely ground into powder. It's abnormal." Echidna looked at Plum and then at Yog. "The fucker is a dragon, can sniff him from a kingdom away." She glared at Arad, and a stupidly powerful one at that. Yog started clapping with an excited face. "Who? The witch is quite sensitive as well. Arad is indeed a dragon." She teleported to Arad and appeared sitting on his shoulders, married 2 women and turned them into demi-goddess, chewed a god's face off, killed demon lords, and wrecked layers of hell. There is no one in this world of mine capable of defeating him. "So you're saying," Mashara looked at Arad, "we better be obedient. If we garnered his wrath, he'll back to kill us." Yog's eyes shifted to Echidna. "I came for you. Don't you dare do what you were planning for. You'll only end up making an enemy that no one can save you from." Chak Edna clicked her tongue, looking away. She was Arad's side, trying to control you with a curse. Yep, her plan would have worked, until the part where you got your power back. Yog looked at Echidna with a mocking face. "What a sad end you got in that future. He's too strong for me to control." Echidna stood and sat beside Mashara. Strangely, Mashara didn't bother pushing her down. "No, you would have kept him under control even then. The problem would come from someone else." And Arad smiled in the back. "Doma, right? 2 seconds after you regain your power, Doma would have already decrypted Echidna's curse, taken control of her body, taken her to the plaza, skinned her alive before everyone, crucified her, and cursed her with immortality, so she'll suffer for the rest of time." Yog looked at them, and especially at Mashara. "If you think Echidna is a bad enough witch, just wait until you discover the horror of Doma." "Doma, I've heard of her before." Echidna looked up. 30 years ago, her name was written in an ancient scroll. Doma doesn't live in this world. Arad looked at her. Probably another person with the same name. No, that was Doma. Yog looked at Arad with a smile. She has experimented a lot with magic and managed to discover this world, but she was only able to reliably send objects. She tried sending monsters then humanoids, but all of them died. Should have guessed that. Arad leaned back. "Do you think it's possible to reach your tower in a month? Worried about time?" "Don't worry, it's possible, but I say you'll fail. In the best case, it'll take you a few months. For now, reach the next city and help its lord." She jumped off his shoulder and started floating. "Those 4 would give you advice, but remember to stay as Arad. Don't let any of them influence you too much." Ping. Yog disappeared. "The next city?" Mashara looked at Mary. "The closest city is Domeros, and its lord, Sir Arthur Kumalat." Mary looked worried. "I've heard his many children are fighting over his position now that he has grown old." Chapter 986. Domeros's Lord. Arad's carriage stopped right after the city of Domeros. Unlike the previous village, this was a much larger urban area with tall 5-story buildings made of stone and steel, flying carriages going everywhere and countless magical lights illuminating the streets. Domeros looked like a modern city that had evolved with magic instead of science. What Arad thought was a large village appears to have been nothing but a tiny, undeveloped rural village of farmers and shepherds. The carriage stopped by the massive gate, and several battalions of knights surrounded it. All of them were riding on brooms and flying carriages armored with steel, pointing staves, wands, and swords at the carriage. Unregistered carriage. The entry must be announced a day before. Explain yourself. Balan, who was driving, looked worried, turned toward the back seats and knocked on the window. "Excuse me, what am I supposed to do? My men are held at Blade Point." Meshara slowly opened the door and looked out, her eyes flickering with magic. Is there a problem? As the captain of the knights saw her and sensed the magic coming from her, his expression immediately changed. Inquisitor Meshara, please forgive us. This is just a routine inspection of suspected carriages. He rushed to greet her. I know I've got a VIP in the carriage. Prepare us a path straight to the Lord's mansion. The captain of the guards saluted her and rushed to order his men to back away. Balan looked relieved, and he looked back at Meshara. As expected of Lady Inquisitor, one word, and they were all shaking in their boots. Meshara gave him a cold look and went back into the carriage. Balan sighed. She was always distant and reclusive like a lone wolf, or a bear more likely, straight to the Lord's mansion. Echidna looked at her. Can't we walk around, smell the roses, and have some fun first? Work is work. The Lord's servant would provide us with anything we might need. The most important thing to Sir Arad is reaching the goddess's tower as quickly and efficiently as possible. Meshara replied, glancing toward Arad, who was immersed in a book, reading about the basics of illusion magic. Mary was asleep with her head on his lap, and Plum had found a comfortable bed in his silky hair. The carriage scooted through the city's busy street guarded by the knights until it stopped in the middle of the Lord's mansion garden. Balan and his hunter group were given paid tickets for the best inn in the city, while Arad and his group were greeted by the Lord's headmaid, a woman in her late 40s wearing round glasses and with two long braids behind her head. Meshara walked first out of the carriage, followed by Echidna and then the sleepy Mary. Arad could finally stand with Mary's head off his thigh. She left a large dent in his leg. He walked out of the carriage and looked forward, seeing the maid giving him a gentle bow. The movements, the stance, the sharp eyes, overly large breasts, strange and slow bow, her voice and where she was looking. As if he was seeing her naked, Arad immediately spotted over 50 weapons hiding in her uniform. She reminds him of Ray or Dalla, cute-looking maids who are assassins ready to protect their master, Inquisitor Meshara. The headmaid approached Meshara and bowed even deeper. I'm Rosaline Citros, headmaid of the Cumelot household. Welcome to our humble abode, you and your guests. She lifted her eyes, looking straight at Meshara. May I inquire what brought you to us, so I can inform the master while you rest from your long, tiring trip? I'm here for, Meshara was about to speak, but Arad walked between her and Rosaline, a smile on his face. Inquire. Now that's funny, isn't it? He looked at Rosaline's eyes. The Lord was informed by the knights that Inquisitor Meshara was coming to his mansion and hid away. He sent you here to prey on Meshara's reasons and attack if anything were to harm him, right? She glared at him with bloodthirsty eyes, and Arad returned the grin. Hid it, right? Of course he'll fear fire having a stack of hay inside his mansion. Shut up, stranger. Rosaline growled at him, not moving an inch, but Arad could notice she was getting ready to attack. Seen people like you, maid. Give up a master who won't stand in the front line to fight isn't worth serving. He towered over her. Where is he? The mansion's lord. I came here to sort his problem, whatever it was. Arad wasn't sure if the lord himself had a problem, or if that lord was the problem itself that this city suffers from. Judging by the maid's reaction, he is indeed hiding something bad enough that someone like Meshara would target him. But just when Arad was thinking that a voice came from the second floor of the building, I'm coming down, wait for me for a bit. Rosaline backed away and stood, keeping a sharp glare on Arad until the city lord came out walking on his own. He was an old man in his late 60s, yet still stood like he was in his early 20s. White hair and a thin beard decorated his jawline. His sharp green eyes glowed with magic, and his deep voice hummed through the air. I am Arthur Cumelot, young man. You seem to have called me, didn't you? He patted Rosaline on the shoulder so she wouldn't interfere and approached Arad, giving him a close look. Not bad for a young man. Not every day you see someone blessed with such a body. Are you a hunter? No, a Slayer Inquisitor training under Lady Meshara? We must speak inside, a private room. Meshara looked at the city lord and he nodded. Rosaline, is the room ready? Arthur asked, and Rosaline nodded with closed eyes. Always is. Please follow me. Sitting inside the large room, Arad looked forward to seeing Arthur sitting on the couch with Rosaline standing beside him. "What are we waiting for?" he asked. Arthur looked at the door. "My wife. She should be here soon enough." Just as he finished his words, the door opened up, and a beautiful blonde woman walked into the room, followed by two maids. Her blue eyes glared at Arad for a second, and she sat beside her husband. The two maids joined Rosaline and stood behind the couch. Arad could tell that all of the maids were armed to the teeth and ready to attack at a moment's notice. Short story long, Plum flew from Arad's hair and looked at Arthur. "That's Arad Orion, the one the goddess spoke about. We were told you have a problem that needs fixing, and we came for that." She floated to the table, lifted a large juicy apple, and sat on Arad's lap, munching on it. "I see," he looked at Mashara. "Is the fairy's words true?" "They are indeed true. This is the priestess from our village, and this one is that witch Echidna. You must have heard of her. And that fairy used to live in the great forest." She quickly introduced everyone. "We're all stuck with him for now. Just tell us what is your problem so we can get it fixed and move on." Echidna's eyes were scanning the room for anything worth her time, but sadly, nothing was of value. "The goddess instructed us to help fix your problem. We'll do everything in our power, so please explain as much as you can." Mary looked at him with a smile. Arthur looked at one of the maids that came with his wife. "What do you say?" "They are saying the truth," she nodded. "I see. Well, my problem is quite simple. My sons are fighting over my realm even though I'm still alive. At this rate, they'll tear the city apart the moment I die." He looked at Arad. "Not that I intend to die any time soon, but seeing them fight all day long is quite draining." "So it's just like that? Where are they?" Arad leaned forward. "Mashara, what do you say?" "It's a simple problem. Inheritance has laws. Bring them all here, and I'll fix the problem in an hour." Mashara nodded, happy that the problem could be fixed with ease. "Well, I might not be able to gather them all at the same time." Arthur looked a bit worried. "Why are they out?" Mary looked at him with a smile. "We can wait for them. Well, some of them are indeed out, but I can't call them all at once. They won't fit. There are too many of them." His words took a few seconds to sink in, and Arad finally asked, "How many?" "Around 71 sons." Arthur looked extremely worried. 71? Echidna gasped, and Plum spat the apple she was chewing. "Where did they all come from?" She glared at Arthur's wife. "I have 4 sons and 2 daughters with him. The other wives got some too." She replied with a smile. "The rest are with the maids, servants, and mistresses." She looked strangely happy. "Arthur has 11 wives, 22 mistresses, 55 maids, and 23 servants, all of which he has an active relationship with and are living in this mansion." As his wife was explaining, Arthur corrected her. "This week the maids would become 56. "Yeah, we should prepare a party for her," his wife suggested. Arad poked Mashara. "Is this normal here? As long as the involved parties are okay with it, the law doesn't care about how many are married or who. But I've never seen such a case. At most, I saw 4. She whispered to Arad. Arthur looked at Arad. "I can call them in groups. Will that be okay to start working on the problem?" "We have a bigger problem at hand." Arad sighed. "Yeah, but not like we can do anything about it." Mashara was already getting exhausted. Echidna laughed. "Well, I want to see how deep this runs. First, I like to stop it from spreading." Plum was already holding a pair of scissors. Chop, chop. "Time to harvest some nuts." Chapter 987. Take responsibility. Chapter 987. Take responsibility. We can't do that. The first thing Plum could think of was violence, and Arad wasn't going to let her have her way. It won't even solve the problem. It'll prevent it from getting worse. Plum sat on Arad's head, sharpening scissors that no one knows where she pulled them from. The only ones having a share in his wealth are the sons of the legal wives, and even between those sons, the oldest one might get everything if the king had chosen that. It's not for you, nor the children, to choose. Mashara glared at Arthur. The city was indeed the property of the king, not the lord. This mansion, wealth, and everything related to it belong to the king, who leases them to the nobles to rule on his behalf. As long as the nobles collect taxes and keep peace and order, the king generally lets them profit from the land however they want, as long as it complies with the law and doesn't harm the people. In fact, commoners can own lands and have them written in their names, while noblemen can't. Mishara explained the written law and made sure Arthur understood that the reason nobles aren't allowed to own land is so that, in case they betrayed the king, they would be left with literally nothing. I understand the law, but I don't want to differentiate between my wives. I want them and all of my children to be treated equally. He returned the sharp glare back to Mishara. Arad looked at him. They are being treated equally, all thrown beneath the law equally and given their rights based on it. We aren't using two different law systems to take someone's rights. I've got a quick solution. Two, in fact. Echidna smiled and Mishara glared at her. She knew whenever this woman spoke, she spit poison. Don't give anyone anything and return everything back to the king. He'll decide afterward. She lifted one finger. And if you still want your family to keep ruling the city, how about you put them all into an arena and give the land to the winner? Either give nothing or throw all of your children into a death battle royal to see who comes on top. Strangely enough, Arad felt that Echidna's first suggestion made sense, albeit it felt like she only said it so Mishara wouldn't shut her up immediately. Her second suggestion would result in a lot of deaths. Don't even think about the second. Mishara growled at her. But for the first one, the king would immediately give everything back to the eldest son of the first wife. You're only coming back to my suggestion of applying the law and be done with it. Mary looked extremely worried as she found herself almost unable to speak between Echidna and Mishara's sharp glares. She poked Arad, whispering to him, "Can't we just gather them to speak? We'll use the church in this city. They are bound to listen in a holy place. I doubt they'll start arguing. Depends on how each one of them respects the religion Yog is the sole goddess, but I doubt their faith is the same." He sighed, his head hurting. "This is going nowhere, ha 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 ha." Yog was laughing her ass up inside his head, adding to his head, "Aiksh, how are you doing? Is the problem too easy for you?" "Shut up. This is a mess. There is no way to equally treat each son." He was already getting exhausted just thinking about it. No matter how he looked at it, splitting the city apart is bad, and going by the law is bad. No one has ever accounted for such a case. You too have too many wives. I thought you'd be just the guy to solve Arthur's little problem. What are you going to do when your sons grow? Are you going to just sit and let them fight? End up like Arthur? You're a dragon, right? But I doubt you'll want to outlive your children, do you? I'll not get in this mess in the first place. Arad paused. You're right, I won't get in this mess. Something clicked inside his head and he looked up, his eyes glowing purple. He could see it, the path to solving this problem. I see, Arad started giggling. Can't believe I forgot, of course, that's crucial. He laughed and suddenly shifted his glare toward Arthur. None of the four women were right, but none of them were wrong as well. They all provided solutions, but never to the real problem. Plum got close, but Arad couldn't be sure if it was just like or if she actually knew the solution. The maids behind Arthur pulled their weapons, and in a second they were already surrounding Arad, holding their swords to his neck, all while Plum, Echidna, and Mishara held them at blade point. Touch him, and I'll skin you all. Mishara growled at the maids can't use curses, but test me. Her fingers were already wrapped around one of the maids' necks, her nails digging into the soft flesh. Plum's eyeballs were fully red, burning with magic as a sharp and vile smile crossed her tiny face. The whole mansion tumbled as she giggled. This dollhouse is built with wood, right? Want me to toss it into the monster-infested forest? Her hand was touching one of the maid's neck, and the maid felt something wiggling inside her stomach. Seem you didn't chew your beans well? This might hurt Plum's magic controls plants. She wants to use it to grow some of the beans that survived the maid's digestive system and rip her from the inside. Mary was confused, her face switching sides as she gasped, trying to understand why everyone got suddenly so violent. Sit down, sit down. Arad waved his hands with a smile, telling the girls to sit. They obliged, and the maids remained in their place. That includes you two. His eyes glared at them and then switched to Arthur. Get your wives away, or I'll kick them back myself. Let him talk. Get back to your places. Arthur sighed, his wife holding his hand as the maids backed away. Sorry for the maids. Before Arthur could finish speaking, Arad kicked the table into the ceiling. Wives, those aren't your maids. That's their job to you. They are your wives. The wine that was on the table splashed everywhere as the table shattered on the ceiling. Arad stood, and so did Arthur. It's time you took proper responsibility. Get to work and prepare a decent portion for each of your children. You're a noble that can't own land, but your children can. Rosalind jumped between them. Arthur, keep a safe distance from him. He's dangerous. There is no safe distance from me, Arad replied with a smile, and the women behind him remembered the magic he was about to use in Echidna's execution. They didn't what that was or how it would work, but they were certain of one thing. It was going to blast the whole place. Rosalind's eyes shifted between Arthur and Arad. If there is no safe distance from Arad, she must make one, and there is only one way. In the blink of an eye, she pulled a dagger from her waist and swung at Arad's neck. If he's dead or dying, there'll be a safe distance. The two other maids rushed in, swinging daggers at Arad's chest and stomach. Everything happened so fast that Arthur couldn't even see it, but Arad saw it in slow motion. He pulled his left leg back, going into a low stance as he reached for his sword. His eyes traced a line linking all three daggers together, and in a fraction of a second he drew his blade, slashing all three daggers with a single swing. Meshara couldn't believe her eyes. The way Arad moved with a weapon, it was nowhere near how he moved against her. Those were Alcott's moves, a backstep counter. At Echidna's execution, Arad wasn't willing to kill anyone or cause a scene, but now his problem with Arthur almost became personal. Since Yog said they both look similar, it got under his skin. He won't kill or harm anyone, but destroying their weapons is back on the table. The maids gasped, their dagger exploding in their hands as a loud crackle thundered across the whole room. Without a master swordsman, they won't be beating Arad in a sword fight. The only one in the room capable of matching him was Meshara. With a single step forward, Arad threw his hand and grabbed Arthur by the face, lifting him up. If you're worried they are going to fight over your wealth after your death, then spend the rest of your years making sure they each get a slice of life. Make them merchants, buy them land, teach them crafts, and spread them across the kingdom. Arad started walking with Arthur toward the window and pushed him against it. Arthur struggled, unable to free himself from Arad's iron grasp. The maids lunged at his back, but Meshara stopped them with Plum's help. Even Echidna caught the sword of one of them. With the chains of her shackles, he's above the law. Meshara growled. Get your dirty sword off my man, Plum gasped. He's my free get-out-of-jail card. Echidna stared at the maid with a smile and then jumped above her, wrapping the chain around her neck, and started choking her. In the back, Mary had locked the room and restrained Arthur's wife. She was quite worried about how the situation developed, but had trust that Arad knew what he was doing. Listen, man, you can't give birth to children and then leave them hanging. It's your responsibility to raise them well, get them to behave well, and make sure they aren't harmed by powers beyond their capabilities. Arad pushed Arthur harder against the window, and it started cracking. I don't need a goddess scolding me and using you as an example. Arad's face finally shifted into an angry one. Take responsibility. I'm not here to fix what you birthed. The window shattered and the two fell out. Chapter 988, The First Boss Fight. Chapter 988, The First Boss Fight. Arad and Arthur crashed onto the soft bushes and flowers of the mansion's garden, scaring away the gardener working there. She ran back to the tools shed with a terrified face and stared back, her fingers shaking. As the dust cleared, she saw Arad standing straight with Arthur still in his hand. A large cut was burned clear on the mansion's wall. The wooden beams still oozed smoke. That was a 3 stories fall, yet Arod and Arthur seems unharmed. Fighting dragons included a lot of falls, especially since the dragon's most loved way of killing people is carrying them high and dropping them to their deaths. They loved watching their terrified face as they fell to their doom. Any newbie trying to face a dragon must learn how to survive falls, and Alcott had made sure to drill that into Arad. Even if Arad can fly and would seldom need it, that skill included using all of his joints from toes, ankles, knees, hips, spine, and neck to absorb the impact shock and transfer it to his arms, where he can release it in a powerful swing. We're outside, aren't we? I felt the flowers. Arthur couldn't see anything with his face covered with Arad's large palm, but he could tell where he was, and he giggled. "You'll regret going outside with me." A large shadow engulfed the whole garden. No one could miss it. A powerful presence resting on the roof. Chirp, chirp. Arad's eyes slowly looked back, and they opened wide. A massive bird. The thing had 4 limbs in addition to wings. That was a griffin sitting on the roof of the building, staring at him with a curious gaze. It was large, almost twice as large as normal griffins, and far too muscular. It was big enough to swallow a human of Arad's size whole. A powerful monster. A plus, probably even an S-rank threat. While in Arad's world, griffins were wild monsters rarely tamed by anyone. In this world they, alongside, wyverns were commonly trained as mounts for war. The golden feathers on its chest, the shiny beak, the glowing red eyes, and the brown talons with sharp black claws. A royal griffin, the one usually leading packs of griffins in the wild, judging by its size. This griffin was well fed and trained, grown up to be mounted in the deadliest of wars like a warhorse. "She's a sweet baby, isn't she?" Arthur giggled. A royal war griffin. The griffin jumped down from the ceiling with a loud chirp, crashing right on top of Arad and Arthur. The whole mansion shook, and even the houses beside it cracked. Arad was pushed back to the wall, holding his head. He did manage to dodge the impact, but the shockwave still sent him flying back, and his head was hurting like hell. Touching the back of his head, Arad's palm came drenched in blood. He must have hit a solid part of the wall too hard for his human body to take, but at least he couldn't feel any cracks in his skull. "'Tis but a scratch," he stood and started stretching, flexing his arms back as if warming up. Suddenly moving in his human form seemed to be quite exhaustion if he wasn't ready for it. It's better to warm up his muscles and joint before going head-on in a deadly fight. He looked forward as the dust cleared, seeing Arthur riding on the griffin's back, giving me time to warm up. What a generous man. Arad almost giggled. Arthur looked back at Arad, seeing him stretch. Is he mocking me? Bastard isn't even trying to preventing from mounting. I'll smash that arrogant face of his in the dirt, coming to lecture me in my own house. The city lord pulled a sword from the sack on the griffin's side and pointed it at the sky. "You come to my home to lecture me. I'll see that you know your place. Face first on the fucking dirt. Welcome to the first boss fight. Arthur Kumalot, Lord of Domiros. He's too powerful for you to defeat head-on, and you've only got one way to beat him. Use magic to win in the dragon's most favorite style. I bet that chicken is loyal. This fight won't end even if I knocked Arthur down. I don't have enough firepower besides elemental expansion to kill it, so I'll have to find another way. That's why Yog said I can't win, which means let gravity do its job. Chicken can't fly. I'll knock this one out of the sky." Arad smiled, but a thought quickly came to his mind. Just don't tell me he shoots spells from above that thing. Arad was a bit worried he'd be at a severe disadvantage if man started flinging spells down. And as if answering, Arthur fired a lightning bolt at him. He barely dodged it and growled, "Ah, shit," with a powerful leap. Arad rushed forward, throwing his steel sword for the lightning bolt to get pulled into, and made his way between the griffin's legs. The griffin tried hitting him, but Arad was far too nimble, like a motivated cockroach sliding into the garden's tool shed. The griffin stopped chasing Arad, and Arthur didn't attack, since the gardener was also one of his women, and she was hiding inside the shed. "Get out!" Above his sword, a golden lightning bolt beckoned death, awaiting for Arad to peek his head out. Arad slid into the shed and looked to the side, seeing the gardener hiding beneath the workbench, closing her mouth with both hands, terrified to the bones. "Don't get out. It's kind of ugly there. And I don't just mean your husband's face." He approached the workbench she was hiding beneath and scrambled through it, picking a small bag filled with nails. "This should work." Arad looked again at the gardener. "I'll make his mug even uglier." He then approached a pile of tools that had several shovels, pickaxes, and strange spears. From that pile, Arad picked a large shovel and kicked the spade out, leaving only the wooden handle. A wooden pole for him to use as a weapon, now to cook that large chicken. As Arthur kept a sharp eye on the shed, one of the windows suddenly shattered with something flying out at blinding speed, covered in the old drapes. Does he think he can trip? Celia can't move that fast, and if she did, she'll be already dead. Covering himself wasn't going to save Arad from Arthur's lightning-fast judgment, and Artur dropped the biggest lightning bolt he could on the moving object, charring it to cinder. "Fool, did you think I can't?" Arthur gasped. The one beneath the drape wasn't Arad. It was nothing more than a bag of old fertilizer. From behind the shed, Arad silently flew out and swung his arm, throwing the nails all over the garden with a single swing. Arthur knew nothing about Arad, and if he did, he would have known that Arad would never lay his hands on someone who couldn't fight. Celia was far safer around Arad than with Arthur himself. As it rained rusty nails, Arthur looked around in panic, spotting Arad running toward him with magnificent steps, carefully avoiding each nail as he flailed a long wooden pole. "Do you think this will save you?" Arthur swung his sword and fired a massive lightning bolt. The lightning bolt twisted, changing its direction toward the nails on the ground. Arthur stood shocked. Normal nails shouldn't be enough to pull lightning. Arad's must have done something to those nails. Arad is capable of using the basic forms of magic like firebolt or lightning hand, weak spells that can't even kill a human with a single hit. Lightning hand is akin to a taser, mainly used to incapacitate people, but Arad had used it to charge the nails, making them far better at attracting lightning. With precise magic control and sufficient output, Arthur should still be able to surpass the nail interference, but that would be wasting far more mana than he can handle, resulting in his mana running out after just a few attacks. If he got careless, he might even pass out. Arad could still try and dodge the lightning bolts, so it wasn't a good gamble for Arthur to take, forcing him to give up on his lightning magic and focusing on melee combat with the assistance of his trusty griffin. Arad used the wooden pole to jump up, racing toward the griffin's wings. He needed to knock Arthur down or he won't get anywhere with this fight. The griffin was waiting for such a moment, immediately turning aside and swatted Arad down with his wing. For war griffins, attacking their rider was a far too common a tactic, and they have been taught how to protect their rider first and foremost. Arad won't be getting anywhere near Arthur with simple attacks and moves. That was clear from that short interaction. "Didn't need an order from Arthur to strike me down. She's well trained." Arad landed on his feet, circling around the griffin like he wasn't hit. The women watching from the window looked at the fight in awe. "Wait, wasn't he a swordsman?" Mashara gasped. "He's here to learn magic, right?" Mary looked at the fight. "He isn't casting any magic." No matter how she looked at it, Arad was pushing the fight toward a physical one. "No, he's using magic, just not directly." Plum had a smile on her face. "He's smart." Echidna giggled. "Magic isn't just for blasting stuff. He's using it to render Arthur's powerful lightning magic useless." She could see Arad's magic spread all over the garden. Each tiny nail pulsed with his magic, interfering with lightning magic and reducing its accuracy back to almost nothing. Arthur growled, "Fine, I'll show you what I'm made of." He pointed his sword at Arad, charging the biggest lightning bolt he could ever cast. A smile crosses Arad's face, his left fist holding 4 long nails between his knuckles like claws. It wasn't just Alcott who had great fighting techniques. Arad threw the nails at the griffin and swung his wooden pole, dodging the griffin's attack as he nailed her. Whack, 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 whack. A nail onto each of the griffin's arms, head, and chest, all crackling with Arad's lightning. The ones Arad mimicked was no one else but his wife, Mira. Her moves were tailored to her human body, but Arad could push it a bit further using his superior physical strength and speed. Arthur didn't even notice the nails, and the griffin was trained to endure hits and keep fighting. No one knew what was going to happen next besides Arad. Arthur fired his massive lightning bolt, and it immediately struck the griffin, disorienting her and leaving her wobbling like a newborn calf. The divine moves of the newborn goddess of greed were too much to predict, even for the seasoned Arthur and his well-trained mount. In that fraction of a second, Arad had already jumped aboard and was standing face to face with Arthur. "Yo, a nice roasted chicken you have here." "He's dangerous," Echidna gasped. "Far too smart. I've never seen magic being used like that. If I passed curses with nails like that." Chapter 989. The Sky Belongs to the Dragon. Arthur hadn't reached his position out of luck. He had worked tirelessly for years to become a city lord. He had started from nothing, a mere kid hunting birds in the wild to sell. From those days, he discovered his talent in training animals and started teaching the birds tricks, and he then transitioned to training cats and dogs until life brought him to the point of training wild drakes for the army to use in battle. Using his talent, he rapidly climbed the military ranks, quickly graduating from a mere drake trainer into the officer responsible for training war horses and scout eagles. One year pushing another, he found himself in the middle of an elite group working under the kingdom to experiment with the possibility of training griffins and wyverns so they could compete with the other nations in aerial combat. Despite his lack of success in training wyverns, Arthur discovered a way to train griffins that had pushed him higher and higher through the ranks. He wasn't a talented fighter, so he couldn't get the rank of a general, but his power and influence far surpassed other officers. Arad swung his wooden pole at Arthur, and Arthur deflected it with his sword. An angry growl burned on his face. "You!" The two clashed. Arad's swings made his wooden pole look like a violent fan, and Arthur's blade sparked under the sunlight, shining brightly. With one powerful slash, Arthur managed to cut Arad's wooden pole in half. Wood was no match for his enchanted blade. Arthur had the upper hand if he wasn't facing Arad. For a fraction of a second, Arthur could feel it, a cold shiver tingling across his back as he looked at Arad lifting the two halves of the pole. Something about those moves. They didn't belong to a seasoned fighter. They belonged to someone who had gone far past mere skills. Arad swung the two halves together, catching Arthur's blade between them, shattering it. Alcott's fighting style is that of a weapon master. He had trained to use anything that came into his hand as a weapon and had taught Arad the same. It didn't matter what they held. It was a deadly weapon between their hands. Arthur immediately realized that a close fight wasn't something that he could win. He even started to doubt that even the most powerful of generals could keep up with Arad's rough and extreme fighting style. This was the first time he saw someone that doesn't flinch when their weapon was destroyed. This is bad. Usually destroying someone's weapon would give them a severe disadvantage, but destroying this man's weapon only made him change his style. That's bad. I shouldn't have slashed his quarterstaff. Arthur had seen Arad holding the pole and prepared to face someone with a quarterstaff, but now found himself fighting an opponent using two clubs. Lightning Thunderdome, a powerful thunder boom exploded from Arthur, followed by a lightning spark, blasting Arad away in the blink of an eye. He rolled on the ground, crashing back into the tool shed. "To the skies!" Arthur pulled on the griffin's leash, and she flew with him into the heavens with thunderous flaps. He looked at Arad with a raging face. "Let's see you reach me here. I'll blast you into nothing." He started charging a massive spell. Arad jumped out of the tool shed, holding a shovel in his hands. He likes them a lot. That chicken, she's finally flying. Arad remembers Yog's words well, she said to finish the fight in the dragon's most favorite way. Even if he's stuck inside a human's body, he's a dragon after all, and doesn't a dragon live dropping things off the sky? Knock it down. Yog's voice boomed inside Arad's head, and his draconic nature started to arise. Blood rushed into his head and sweat rushed down his palms. The large smile on his face quickly faded behind the blinding flash of fire. From beneath his feet, a massive fire explosion erupted like a volcano, sending him flying into the sky. The women inside the mansion cried, protecting their faces from the shockwave. "Explosion magic!" Mishara gasped, and Echidna immediately growled at her. "No, that's fire magic. What is he attacking?" Mary cried, looking at the charred ground with a shocked face. "No, he's flying." Plum pointed at the sky, and they saw Arad's body smoking toward the flying griffin. As he lost momentum, he propelled himself further with another explosion, reaching the flying beast in a second. Through all ages, dragons lived high peaks in gravity. They'll look down upon their lands from the tallest perch and drop their prey from the clouds, watching as it cries in terror, awaiting its inevitable death. Even Arad himself had found beauty in gravity, learning its magic and constantly using it whenever he had the chance, pushing people and creatures off ledges and cliffs, dropping large monsters from the clouds, and knocking birds out of the sky. That was the dragon's way, for they alone shall rule the skies. Arad lifted the shovel up, glaring at the griffin with a large grin on his face. "Get down, the sky isn't big enough for both of us," Arad thought. And at that moment the griffin could see the massive draconic shadow behind him, the royal predators of the sky. She wanted to escape, but it was already far too late. She had trespassed on the sky of a dragon. Arad swung the shovel down, accelerating its spade with a third explosion, smacking the griffin's head as hard as he could. The shovel exploded on the griffin's head, and the beast fell to the ground, smoking. Arad could endure falls thanks to Alcott's techniques, so he wasn't harmed, using a tree to slow his fall, while the griffin hit the ground as hard as it could, ripping a massive crack across the mansion's side. Arthur, who rode her, coughed blood, barely surviving, thanks to the soft feathers of the griffin taking the hit for him. Arthur looked through the dust and smoke, seeing Arad approaching them with a large smile on his face and fire leaking from his mouth. "Now, are you open to listening?" Arthur growled, taking a stance. He looked back. The griffin was standing up, injured but still could fight. It wasn't uncommon for griffins or wyverns to get knocked out of the sky with a cannonball, so taking falls was a part of their training. "He should be hurt as well. Let's," as Arthur spoke, the griffin pinned him to the ground with her claw. He gasped, coughing blood. "What are you doing?" he cried. The griffin dragged Arthur with her, slowly backing away from Arad while keeping her head down and her wings dragging on the ground. Arthur immediately noticed she was terrified of something. She had once taken on 5 fire-breathing wyverns alone and won a few explosions, and flames couldn't scare her. It was something else. "She's scared," Arthur's wife gasped, noticing that the griffin's behavior was a natural one, albeit they only did it when young and facing a larger predator, trying to look submissive while slowly backing away, making sure to look as small and non-threatening as possible. Monsters shouldn't understand intricate stuff like Arad being sent by the goddess Yog, so the griffin's reaction was purely natural. In her eyes, Arad was a larger predator than her, enough to make her submit even when she had been trained for decades. "The fight is over. You won." Yog's voice boomed inside Arad's head. "Don't ever forget. Dragon's main advantage is the skies. When fighting, try to seize that for yourself, no matter what." If Arad could already dominate the skies in his humanoid self, dominating aerial combat with his draconic body would be far simpler, no matter his condition. The reason he used explosions instead of a fire jet is because a fire jet would consume more mana than a few powerful explosions. Efficiency and domination are the keys to mastering magic. Arad must first grasp the reality of the area he's fighting in and choose what spells and what form to use them in Fearweb Nev. Calm. Your first 3 lessons have ended. The personality one is to never let your family get out of hand like Arthur. It'll be a mess to deal with later on. The magic one is that the strongest spells aren't the ones that deal a lot of damage. They are the ones that give you an advantage in battles. The dragon lesson is to always take your fights into the sky. That's where dragons are comfortable and where your enemies struggle. The fight ended in Arad's victory, and he dragged the defeated Arthur back into the mansion to be treated for his wounds. As the maids patched him, he listened to Arad's lecture. You'll go out, make sure that you give each of your wives and children their rights. Spend the rest of your years making sure your children won't kill each other after you. Chapter 990, How Much Did You Learn? Chapter 990, How Much Did You Learn? Arid walked out of Arthur's office, following one of the maids to his room. Please wait a moment. Mary rushed after him. Are you sure this is all we need to do? Arid looked back at her. Yes. Yog had already confirmed that Arthur's problem is solved. What remains now is up to him and how he'll spend the rest of his days. It's not like his sons are suffering. They are doing fine, and just having their father's names opened a lot of opportunities for them. What Yog wanted was for Arad to make sure Arthur would make himself more apparent in each of his children's lives and do his best to support them in any way possible directly. That would make sure that none of them would feel left out and potentially become a problem after Arthur's death. What Arad is now interested in is checking the strange cast he has achieved. Besides the properties of the spell itself, the casting method of magic has 3 variables: speed, accuracy, and power. Speed is how fast the mana flows out of the caster's body and can be amplified by a wand. Accuracy is the precision of the spell's aim and targeting, which can be increased by a crystal ball. Strength, which is the size of the mana coming out at any given time. That can be increased by using a staff to nerf Arthur's lightning. He had used the electrified nails to draw the lightning and reduce Arthur's accuracy. And to fly, he modified the speed and power of his fire magic to turn it into an explosion. Till this point, Arad had thought that casting speed was just as it seemed. The higher his speed, the faster he'll be able to fling the spells, and that casting strength would mean his spell power would go up as it goes up as well. That understanding was both right and wrong. Right as it works like that, but wrong since that explanation isn't deep enough. Arad walked into his room with Mary following him. He sat on his desk and pulled a clean paper and a charcoal pen. Look at this. He started drawing. This is my current casting speed and strength. Arad wrote 50 mpps second for speed and 35 mpps second, max output for strength. This means that in 1 second, he can only cast spells of up to 35 mpps cost each, and no more than 50 mpps can escape his body in each second. This means that in a single second, he could cast 2 spells. One is 35 mpps and another of 15 mpps to saturate his casting ability. Any individual spell can't exceed the casting power 35 mpps, and the total mana flowing in a second can't go past 50 megapascal. This is how magic works, right? Mary knew the basics. So, where is the difference you're talking about? This is the difference, Arad. Circulated the 35 mpps second for his casting strength. The body doesn't just spit a solid 35 mpps. It's not like that amount comes out and the rest of the second is empty. The body gradually releases it. The limit of casting strength is in the body's magic circuit ability to hold mana, like how much air you can hold inside your lungs. Speed is how fast you can exhale it out. He lifted his hand, and it glowed faint blue with magic. Have you ever heard of the waves of magic? The things wizards use to track or identify magic belonging to different people. The magic burned above Arad's hand like flames, flickering and twisting. I don't get it. Does that matter? As long as the spell comes out and does its job. Mary tilted her head, staring at Arad's magic. She then went and picked a chair, sitting beside him. Echidna and Mishara knocked on the door and walked in, followed by a cheerful Plum. My dear, I came back. Plum raced to sit on Arad's head. What are you doing? Mishara pulled a chair and sat down. Echidna did the same, and they looked at the magic around Arad's palm. Are you showing her your magic waves? Want you to find something you made with magic? Echidna looked closer at Arad's palm. It's extremely strange, like something is off about your waves. I know. Arad smiled, closing his fit, and quickly lifted a finger, igniting a candle flame. Look at this, a clear stream of fire, a basic fire magic, candle flame. Mary mimicked it. Almost all people in this world could use that magic. It was the most common spell, candle flame, and is used to light fire for cooking. Well, how about now? The flames danced and popped, crackling in a firework-like series of small explosions. Is the spell failing? Mishara looked closer, but quickly noticed that it wasn't the case. Arad was intentionally making it do those crackles. The body releases magic in small increments. Those are what result in the natural waves of each person. While being aware of them, controlling them is relatively possible with enough training. Arad smiled and Echidna gasped, "Wait, you aren't?" "Yes, I'm turning off some of those small increments, resulting in a shattered wave which takes the form of small bursts like this." He looked out of the window. "I use this on a small scale to turn my fire magic into explosion magic." As you might expect, turning off some of those increments means I'm saving on mana as well. "Wait, you can do that?" Mishara stood. "How is that possible?" She couldn't understand such a small nuance of magic. No one would spend years training to achieve it, especially without a clear benefit or a proof of function. "I don't get it as well." Mary leaned back on her chair with a thinking face. "I saw the explosion, but why not just blast forward with fire? Is the saved mana worth it?" "Is that all?" "No." A large grin crossed Arad's face, and they couldn't tell if he was happy or angry, but it was clearly something that had plagued his mind for a long time. This simple concept had got me nearly killed. She must have felt like she was facing a toddler. He could remember Isbert's emotionless face as she stood fine after taking his destruction blasts, as she slowly lowered her burning finger, that white flame he saw before getting incinerated. Now that I understood it, I can feel nothing about that besides utter shame shit. She was that far more skilled with magic than anyone I'd ever seen, he thought, but suddenly stopped. No, Yog is probably far more skilled. Look at this. Suddenly, the fire coming from his fingers started shifting. Instead of bursts, it switched between fire and ice. Mana comes out in waves. The wave that swings up makes fire, and the side that swings down makes ice. To create fire with magic, the spell must first gather the water in the air, separate it into smaller particles with a spark, and then burn them by adding heat with magic. The smaller parts Arad talks about are oxygen and hydrogen. He became aware of them thanks to his void magic, being able to both turn matter into energy and energy into matter. When those particles burn, they release water vapor, which the lower side of the wave freezes into ice by sucking heat out of them, and then the upper wave starts, separating the frozen water into smaller particles with a spark and circle, keeps on repeating. Arad looked at the four women with a grin. That's right, fire and ice magic are the same spell, but going in reverse. He waved his hand and the magic stopped. Same for cold and heat magic, they are the same thing. So with this, I can conclude that fire, ice, heat, and cold magic don't exist. They are merely an illusion. The room suddenly felt hotter, and almost immediately felt much colder. This is the only magic that is real. It's called temperature magic. It controls the temperature of anything in its range. With it, you can freeze water into ice or burn the air into flames. It's much more powerful, but still too complicated for most people to be able to understand, let alone use. Yog's voice came into Arad's mind. It's called temperature magic, and I'm not done yet. He flicked his fingers and lit the candle on his desk. Look at this. He rested his hand over the candle. Depending on how well a caster can control temperature magic, absorbing heat and storing it as mana inside the mana, circuit is possible. He could clearly remember Isbert's face. It's hard doing it with natural fire, and would be even harder against magical heat generated by another wizard. Besides understanding the magic waves, you must have a full understanding of how much your magic circuit can support, how fast it absorbs heat, and how fast the opponent is outputting it. Otherwise, you'll die burned from the inside out. At first, Arad thought that the skill gap between him and Isbert was nothing more than a few steps. But the more he knew about magic, the larger the gap between them seemed to grow. Now he can't even see the peak of the mountain she stood upon. Absorbing and reflecting the heat of my spells back onto my face like that. Forget being a toddler, I must have looked nothing more than an angry baby trying to bite without even having teeth. He could feel the blood rushing behind his eyes and his ears getting hotter. Rage swallowed from deep inside his head and seeped out his burning eyes. He was enraged at himself, thinking that he had learned magic while still not even being close to competent with it. Don't feel bad about it. You're already far past the lower caste of the lesser gods in terms of magic. Heck, I'd even say you're doing far better than most great worms while still being 1 year old. Yo giggled inside his head. Shall I set it straight for you? How far do you know about magic? Go ahead. I'd rather know how much I still have to learn. Arad sighed. I've been studying magic since before time itself was a thing. I didn't just spend billions but trillions of years researching and studying it far harder than you ever did. That's why I'm the goddess of magic and the bearer of forbidden knowledge. He could hear the smug giggle in her voice. So how far I'm now? Take a needle. Submerge it in the sea and take it out. If the sea is magic, the water on the needle is how much you learned, partially nothing. You didn't even scratch the surface, but what you achieved is far more than most living beings achieve. Arad sighed, a bit disappointed. But don't worry, by the end of this training, I'll make sure you at least know a cup's worth, instead of just what the needle lifted. She laughed, but if you'll consider sucking my toes, I'll teach a bucket's worth of knowledge. Suck them yourself. I'll learn what I can on my own. Arad leaned back, thinking about what he should experiment with next. I do suck my toes regularly, so you don't need to tell me to do it. I'll set you on your next destination to learn. I didn't need to know that. Arad growled. Chapter 991, Plant Control. Arad looked back at the paper before him. Magic is far more complex than anything I had ever expected. What can you four do? Arad knew that Mary was good with holy magic and that curses were Echidna's specialty. He had also heard that Plum could use some powerful plant magic, but besides basic information, he knew nothing about what they could achieve, especially since they are in this strange world that relies on magic. I'm a spell sword. Mishara slowly turned to look at him. But I can use weather magic, the ability to summon rain, storms, or fog. But I do have some basic illusion magic as well, like the light clones you saw before. She's powerful. Mary looked at Mishara. Arthur's lightning and kids' play compared to what she can pull off. In the War of No Man's Valley 5 years ago, she summoned a massive lightning storm that wiped out a whole army. Echidna looked a bit sore as she turned toward Arad. She flooded the whole swamp where my hut was, wrecked everything. And you know what hurts more? She dried the swam right after so her knights can rush in. Floods and droughts are both exhausting to pull off, but not as much as a full thunderstorm. Mishara giggled. Most of her hut's defenses relied on the swamp, so that crippled everything she had built. And you? Arad asked Echidna, who was slowly getting more irritated by Mishara's smug smile. Capturing her was a great achievement, and Mishara made it clear to Echidna that she was happy about her victory. I can use many curses, but the one I use most is the death thorn. She waved her fingers. The shackles flickered with light and no curse came out. I can't show since this one here insists on keeping me shackled like a slave. Can you believe that? She glared at Mishara. Because you are a slave. The only reason your head isn't rotting beneath the ground is because he needs you. Mishara pointed at the shackles. They stay on until I determine you not to be a threat. How am I supposed to show him my curses with them on? Take them off. As Echidna and Mishara kept arguing, Plum approached Arad. Leave those tall giants alone? Listen to me. I've got some nifty magic here for you to see. She landed on the wooden desk and looked at it for a few seconds, tapping it with her foot. Knocking on wood, calling on life, my magic controls plants. Branches and leaves started sprouting from the desk as its legs grew longer and wider like tree stumps. Arad could sense Plum's magic pulsing, and it felt strangely weird. Wait, your output is flickering. How much are you holding back? You can tell? She gasped with a red face, flying to hug his chest. We're indeed meant for each other. Rubbing her face on his chest, Arad immediately pulled her away from the wings. I like it when you're rough, She floated all over the place and landed back on the desk, wiggling like a worm. But we can't do it like this. I'm too small and delicate. Her body inflated into that of a normal woman. Even her leaf dress grew with her in the blink of an eye. Mary gasped, and the two fighting women in the back stopped screaming at each other. You can do that? I've heard about the fairy's size magic, but never seen it in person. Mashara looked amazed while Echidna grunted. Seen it plenty. I can also do this. Plum deflated back into her small form but left only one of her feet at a human size. I can change the size of specific body parts. She returned her foot to normal size and inflated her arm, then grew back into a human size and inflated her breasts to be 3 times bigger to the point they almost burst out of her clothes. She looked at Arad with a smug smile. See, I come customizable. Unlike those mundane humans. Do you like them flat? I can make mine flat. She immediately turned into a cutting board. I can make them bigger. She inflated her breasts again to be at least twice as big as Mary's breasts, which were already large. Her chest returned to normal size, and she started getting taller and shorter. See, height isn't an issue. She then became wider and thinner, grew her thighs, and then made as thick as broomsticks. Seeing her deform and control was like watching a character creation menu with all the sliders going insane. At some point, she had turned into a square monstrosity with a large nose and long tube-like breasts dangling down. Seeing Plum fooling around with her magic made Arad crack a smile. She reminded him of Zephyr, dancing half-drunk after swimming in a wine barrel. Are all fairies like this? Or are those two somehow related? How about your plant magic? You were showing me that. Arad said, and Plum returned to her normal fairy body with a puff of smoke. She landed on the desk, and all the branches growing on it disappeared for a second, appearing again in the form of a tiny chair that Plum sat on. I'll show you something amazing and scary. She looked back at Arad, and her eyes quickly shifted back to Mashara. And I don't care what you think. Mashara got confused. What would make what she thinks matter? Plum was going to show off her magic. It can't be that bad. She controls plants and flowers. She could remember Plum shaking the whole mansion earlier, but that must be pushing it a bit too hard, right? Before Plum, a large rectangular frame of branches grew out of the desk, and an image showed from it. A woman in her late 40s cooking beside a fireplace with a kid playing in the background. The image then shifted to a man shouting in the plaza trying to sell his fruits, and then to the inside of a guard's post where the guards were drinking in secret, slacking off. What is this? Mashara gasped, and Arad smiled. Are you sharing your scents with the wood all over the city? Plum nodded. Close. I'm not sharing. I always sense them. The image started flowing backwards, showing what had happened half an hour ago. A thief runs across the plaza after stealing an old man's purse. As long as there are wood or plants around, I can sense everything for almost 3 kilometers around me, and even retrieve the memories stored in that wood. A hand grew from the wood behind the guards in the post and slapped one of them in the back of his head. The guard looked back surprised, but there was no hand. It had already disappeared. Echidna giggled. Are you saying that everyone in a 3-kilometer radius is already a hostage to your magic? You can see and hear everything they say and can even attack if you want. Just like Mashara's weather control, Plum had a massive radius and was far more discreet. What was horrifying about her magic wasn't just the destructive power, but how she could collect information and spy on everyone undetected. It's a scary magic, isn't it? She looked at Arad and expected him to be a bit startled about it. Most people either get angry or fearful when learning of her power, but she had a feeling that Arad might be different, especially after that strange magic. She sensed at Echidna's execution. So it's like a low power and always active elemental expansion that uses plants? Arad nodded. It'll be useful. You aren't scared? Plum gasped, and Mashara cried, Do you know how far that power of her would reach? It's not like my weather magic that clearly shows when it's being used. She is having it active inside the city without being noticed. She is holding everyone under the knife while fooling around. Echidna looked at Plum with a smug face. And you count me as dangerous? She could have killed everyone if she wanted at any time. I'm certain Plum won't use that magic for evil. Mary looked at Arad and her eyes quickly shifted toward Plum. You won't, right? Arad giggled. What are you scared of? In my world, it's common among powerful people to have such powerful magic. He lifted his hands and put them together. Everyone froze in their places, sending a sharp pain spreading across their chests, and even Plum felt her plant mage growing weaker and weaker. I'm limited now, but asserting control over an area isn't that hard once you manage to get it right once. We call those elemental expansions. I bet Plum's magic would grow weaker if it clashed with your weather magic or her curses. He leaned back. One of my wives can summon 100-meter-wide purple sun that roars with plasma and divine magic with her expansion. My expansion reaches 40 kilometers in every direction and has enough power to more than burn a few cities down in the blink of an eye. He patted Plum's head. My world has size. Your world has precision. That seems to be the reason I was sent here without my power. Chapter 992. Dad, Save Me. Yog was sitting at her desk, working on a magic crystal trying to modify it. A robotic maid stood behind her, gently massaging her shoulders. How is Arad doing? She asked the maid. Still alive. He'll soon leave Arthur's mansion and keep heading toward us. The maid replied, her neutral robotic voice crackling, suddenly stopping as she scanned for Arad. Confirmed he still didn't leave. Yog looked up. What time is it? Hearing her words, the maid backed away a bit. The chair's legs turned into human feet, and it walked with Yog to the middle of the room, morphing back into a normal chair. We're almost at noon. The maid replied, and Yog shook her head. I don't care about the normal time. I was talking about the timeline of the events. She smiled. And it's about time. She flicked her fingers, and the blank white wall before she shifted into a large screen. From it, she could see Gammond, the great white worm walking around Alina, making her way to Arad's house. She even managed to get past Sebas's senses, blending into the humans like a traveler. Look at her, Yog smiled. Isn't it rare to see a motivated Dracaina at her age? Most get cold and stop caring about such things. The maid nodded. Gammond is different, isn't she? She approached the screen. She isn't a normal great worm, is she? I might have helped her once or twice in the past. Yog leaned back. How long have you been working here? 255 years, 6 months, 5 days, 6 hours and 4 minutes, 6 seconds, 7, 8. The maid counted and then stopped. My working time keeps changing. Listing it is pointless. Doesn't matter. What matters is that you weren't working here at Gammond's time. Yog stood and approached the robotic maid. You know, there are multiple worlds controlled by different gods across the Overgods universe, right? I do. Everyone does. The maid replied, and Yog started floating to the screen. Then look and watch. I'll show you the story of Gammond, the Ice Age. This had happened almost 2,000 years ago. 2 white dragons retreated to their nest in the icy peaks of the Arctic North Sea, far away from the prying eyes of monsters and humans alike. This was an important time in their life. They were having their first litter of eggs. The mother had laid 3 healthy eggs, large, tough, and as cold as ice. The 2 parents looked at them, soon-be wormlings, with excited eyes. Most white dragons were savage, but they were a bit smarter than the rest, and understood the importance of their achievement. For months, the 2 parents took turns hunting and guarding the eggs, awaiting the promised day. White dragon eggs hatch in less than 2 years when the temperature is cold enough. An adult dragon alone was more than enough to provide the necessary conditions, and everything seemed to be going well. One day, as the 2 parents were in their lair, expecting the eggs to hatch soon, it could happen any day now, something happened. They detected an intruder, a lone human stumbling inside their lair. The father looked out. The human was a little girl. She seemed to have fallen from the frozen mountain above and fallen into the cracks of the frozen wasteland. She is unconscious, probably from the impact. To the 2 dragons, she won't even fill half a bite, but to the coming wormling, she will be an amazing soft meal. The dragon approached the little girl, stared at her for a second, and sighed. A human kid? He extended his claw and grabbed the little girl, flying out of the crack, and threw her on the road. As he returned to the nest, his wife was waiting. She, too, had sensed the intruder. "What did you find?" "A human kid," he replied with a bored face, sitting beside the nest. "Where is she now?" His wife lifted her head, and he shook his head. "I threw her on the road. Other humans would find her soon. She would have made a decent meal for the wormlings." The wife replied with a smile, looking at the eggs. "I'm glad you threw her away. Are you angry?" he asked with a worried face. "No." She leaned closer to him. "I get it too. She's but a kid. A human's wormling. Let's await ours." 2 days later, the eggs had started cracking, almost hatching. The two parents had already gathered enough food for the hatching wormlings, fresh kills of the softest of monsters, mainly seals and polar bears. Suddenly, something exploded outside. The two parents stood in panic, sensing several tens of humans jumping into their lair. The father rushed out to fight, finding himself face to face with over 50 seasoned adventurers. "That's the evil dragon. Another one should be inside. Kill the vile spawns." The humans were searching for the little girl before and saw him drop her on the road. Now they had come to kill the dragon. A fight ensued. Thanks to their overwhelming numbers, the adventurers, some of them managed to run past him and reach his wife in the back. She stood guard above the eggs, fighting with all she had to protect them. But there were just too many powerful adventurers, and the two parents could use their great magic with their now fragile eggs nearby. The fight didn't last long before the father got killed, his head slashed from his head as he took a hit instead of his wife. The wife ended up stabbed by over 15 spears, her whole body jolted by magic. She fell beside the eggs, seeing a fight jump in and kicked one of them into pieces. The unhatched wormling growled, dying seconds later. As the mother slowly died of blood loss, she saw the adventurers crack her eggs one after another, killing all the wormlings. But when they kicked the last egg, the wormling rolled in panic. This was fully developed. "We killed them dragons." One adventurer laughed. "We're gonna be rich." Forced out of the shell, the poor thing was in pain, terrified and confused. The adventurer who kicked the egg jumped in and immediately stabbed the wormling with his sword, almost got away. He looked back with a grin on his face. "Say, how many women can I buy selling this one?" Seeing her wormling still alive, the mother could feel her heart burning and the bloodless veins of her body crackled with magic. She threw her arm forward, pushing the adventurer away and covering the wormling in her claw. As the other adventurers jumped to finish her off, she threw the wormling deep into the lair. The wormling looked back, seeing her bleeding mother's face as the adventurers jumped at her. Without understanding anything, the ice beneath her opened up and she fell into the depths of the earth. "No one of our wormlings is alive around us," she said, walking past the adventurers as they stabbed her. She reached forward and grabbed the claw of her beheaded husband. "We got nothing left to protect, dear." Their bodies flashed with magic, exploding into a massive glacier that towered over the ravine their lair was in. All the adventurers died, frozen in ice, alongside the two dragons, and that is where their story ended. The wormling rolled in the caves beneath the ground, finally landing on solid stone and dying of blood loss. The only thing flashing across her mind was the image of her dying mother, the humans killing her, and her beheaded father in the back. Even if she wanted to shake that horrid image out of her head, that was all the memories she had. Since the moment she was born a few minutes ago, that's carnage, is the only thing she saw. Her bleeding wound froze into ice as something seemed to tear inside her head. She pulled the sword with her jaw and crawled on the ground. 4 years later, the village beside the dragon's lair had developed a fair bit. The news of the dragons being dead had given many humans peace of mind, and they started surging to inhabit the area. Thanks to fishing and the ice crystal mine, life was thriving in the region. But one night, a loud roar cracked the sky. A very young Dracaena stood perched on the highest mountain beside the village, roaring at the top of her lungs. The villagers woke out of their sleep terrified. They looked outside and saw a massive avalanche ripping its way toward them. Before they could evacuate, the snow drowned the whole village. The snow had snuffed all the torches, destroyed most of the houses, and only left the largest ones built of stone. The people panicked in the darkness, unable to even see their feet. Crack. The very young Dracana landed in the village, walking across the streets, killing anyone that moved or breathed after she made it into the middle of the city. Something drew her attention, a little girl in her mid-teens, stuck beneath the rubble. The young Dracana paused for a second, sniffing her father's magic on the little girl. It had been years, but she could be mistaken. A dragon's nose isn't something to be underestimated. Years after the incident, the Dracana returned to her parents' lair and found their corpses frozen in ice, and went on a journey to find the humans who killed them. The Dracana pushed the rubble away with her claws, letting the little girl stand up. The girl looked at the Dracana for a few seconds, barely getting her shape under the moonlight. Noticing that the Dracana wasn't attacking, the little girl thanked her and turned to run back to her parents. The moment the little girl started running, the Dracana bent down and bit her foot, ripping it off. The little girl screamed in pain, looking back in terror as she saw the Dracana munching on her foot. The Dracana ate the little girl's foot and watched her crawl away, following her across the whole village. Soon the girl's parents showed up, her father holding a massive pitchfork. He looked terrified the moment he saw the Dracana creeping after his bleeding daughter, who crawled on the ground, slowly making her way toward him. "Dad, save me," she cried. The little girl's mother held a burning torch and she rushed to her. "My dear, that's a dragon," she cried. "Mom, a monster. It's small, one stab and it'll be dead or run away." He pointed the pitchfork at the Dracana. She was no larger than a bull. He could probably kill her. The Dracana stared at them for a second and suddenly lunged forward, biting the father's head off. He felt dead and the mother cried in terror, hugging her little daughter. The Dracana looked at them with a curious gaze and picked the pitchfork with her front claws. The Dracana swung at the mother, stabbing her legs. One stab after another, she kept puncturing her with holes. The little girl cried her lungs out, "Moom!" But suddenly a voice came from behind. "Mom, a monster." The daughter froze in place with fear and the dying mother looked up. The Dracana was the one speaking. "Save me, Dad. Dads, save me." The Dracana. Then started giggling. "We killed them dragons, gonna be rich." She started eating the still alive mother. "Say how many women can I buy selling this one?" The Dracana pinched the girl with her claws. That night not a single villager survived. All of them were eaten by the Dracana. The only thing found was the little girl's head frozen in ice. On that grim day a monster was released upon the world. Yog looked at her maid. The humans sent adventurers to kill her, but she killed them. The kingdom tried slaying her, but she killed them as well. One after another, everything that came to slay her ended up frozen in ice. She flew back to her chair with a passive face. She destroyed the kingdom she was in, eating everyone that lived there. The whole world banded together to slay this rampaging dragon and sent only the best of the best adventurers, but they all got killed. Yog smiled. They gave her the nickname Gammond. In that world's language, the word Ga meant frostbite, and Mond is translated into the world. "The world freezer?" the maid said, but Yog shook her head. "Frostbite is the flesh that died due to the cold. She's the one who kills the world by freezing it, after 300 years of constant fighting between the Gammond and the inhabitants of her world. The god ruling that world finally came down to save his people. He banded together with the dragons of that world, summoned angels, and called on powerful devils from the 9 hells. Gammond died, and Isbert picked her soul and turned her into a dragon maid. The maid looked at the screen. She was dealt a bad hand. I doubt she could even speak Draconic. No one was there to teach her. You're wrong. A large smile crossed Yog's face. She violated them all, everyone died, and she ate them alive one after another. The god, his overpowered army, and everyone he called for help. They all died the moment Gammond opened her elemental expansion and froze the whole world. How could she kill a god? The maid would have gasped if she wasn't a robot. As powerful as she could get, she's still immortal. Yog conjured a pen and started playing with it in her hand. Gammond killed all life in her world. She was the last living being left on that wasteland she created. Isbert was sent to check the world after it was all done. Yog giggled. Of course, Gammond fought back. But as you expect, she lost to Isbert. She pointed the pen at the screen and a recording of that time started playing. Isbert beat the living hell out of Gammond, brought her close to death, and dragged her back into her world. As one expect, Gammond was a wild beast at the time, acting more like a beast thirsty for blood. Tiamat had forced Gammond into a human form as Isbert asked for it, and the Dracaina found herself sitting on the ground, looking at Isbert who sat on her throne. Isbert took her shoes off and threw Gammond a nail clipper. Of course, Gammond didn't listen, so she was beaten by Isbert over and over until she learned how to be obedient. She then was taught by Isbert and the maids there how to write and speak, how to use magic, and how to live a decent life, unlike the wild animal she was before. Yog flipped the image back to Gammond, who was walking around Arad's house. Now that monster is horny and her instincts are dead fixed on Arad. That's bad. We must make sure she never finds him, the maid said, and Yog giggled. As Gammond walked around, Yog appeared beside her. Gammond? It's been a while. Gammond slowly turned back and looked at her. Yog, we aren't in the throne room, so I don't need to bow? Yeah, no need for formalities here. Yog waved her hand and approached Gammond. I need your help with something. Fuck off. I'm busy. Gammond growled and turned around to keep searching for Arad. I'm training Arad, and I want you to fight him. The moment Yog spoke, Gammond turned back with a shocked face. You serious? As long as you do what I say, you can have your way with him for all I care. So, what are you in? An evil grin flashed across Yog's face. What should I do? Gammond was in, and Yog took her back with her. Gammond and Yog appeared back in her tower. Arad would have to come here soon enough. I want you to act as the final boss. I have limited his powers, so I'll limit you as well. That isn't how dragons should fight. Gammond growled at her. I know, after the final fight, I'll teleport with him into an empty world so you two can kick it off. After thinking about it for a while, Gammond agreed, and word traveled quickly through Yog's world. An evil being is trying to freeze the world, and the hero Arad and his party must stop her. She had set base in the lower layers of Yog's tower. Chapter 993, What Have You Done? Chapter 93, What Have You Done? How could an evil being set base in the goddess's tower? Mishara looked at the letter with a confused face. Her glare quickly shifted to Mary. Do you have an explanation? She won't be defeated that easily, would she? I doubt it. Mary sighed. I think the goddess herself brought that evil being. What was she called again? Gammond? Yog must have brought her. Arad sighed in the back as he was lying on the bed reading a black book with a fine leather cover. That goddess is a clown. She can't do anything without messing around. You just can't call a goddess a clown. Mary looked at him a bit sad. Will, I'm not a clown, but I'm a jester. And yes, I brought her. Gammond, the pale death, she had already killed her whole world. A fate not far different from many of your fates. A giggle boomed from Yog's voice, and suddenly the four women in Arad's room could hear her as well. Circumstances might differ, but you were but a hair strand close to turning against the whole world far too many times. Vorva Doss, who attacked your wives, didn't you chase across the empty void and rip countless civilizations of abomination to shred? Didn't you burn Baloney's whole hell lair for him, almost harming Mira's mother? Didn't you eradicate all life from Alaric's lair and almost clean Solace's lair? Arad listened in silence, and the women around him couldn't understand a single word. Who were those that the goddess was talking about? When the abominations made you dream of your wives getting killed, yes, do you remember the dream walkers? Didn't you burn the world to ash in that dream? That was a dream, and the other two were a devil lord and a demon lord. Arad replied, but Yog didn't seem too pleased with his reply. Don't get too optimistic. I know about you more than you know about yourself. You might look gentle and caring, a docile, loving father and a husband. I too love seeing Mira drag you away by the ear. I love seeing you fool around losing a fight with Saren. But everyone knows you know those are only because you're still calm and collected. Everyone has a snapping point. Humans, demons, the gods, even you. An angry human doesn't have the potential to cause any real harm to the world, but you're a different monster. What are you trying to say? Arad growled. Gammond is you. She is what would have become out of you if you've lost hope in the world. Go and see how is the Dracaina who killed her whole world, and see the monster you'll become if you can't control yourself. You don't expect me to defeat a world-ending dragon in this body, do you? Even Arad wasn't sure he could do it no matter how much magic he learned. A Dracaina that killed her whole world. That sure didn't sound like something to be trifled with. A lot of beings boast power and might, but very few have actually shown what they are capable of. If a whole world had challenged Gammond and ended up dead, Arad had no reason to think his nerfed self would do any better. Don't worry, I made sure to level the playing field. You should be able to face her. But I won't say winning would be anything short of a miracle. As Arad could hear a faint giggle in Yog, he knew that her words were true. He's sure that whatever weakness she gave Gammond, it'll only turn the impossible into nearly impossible moments. Before this conversation with Arad, Gammond had already set her base inside Yog's tower and was now sitting in her bedroom, brushing her hair. She looked out the window, admiring her long white hair, glowing blue eyes, pale skin, sharp face, and muscular body. With each stroke, she could feel her fingers shaking. She had finally found Arad, finally a dragon that might be able to move her frozen heart. She stood and started walking toward the bath, her maid outfit dropping one piece after another until she reached the bathtub fully naked. The bathtub magically filled with icy water, and the walls clouded as the frigid coldness of Gammond's body consumed the air. She must get ready after all the rumors she heard of Arad, and seeing the all-powerful goddess of magic helping him, she became certain he might be the one she was looking for. I mustn't waste this opportunity. Even if I am to lose, I must at least prove worthy of his blood. She lifted her foot and slowly submerged herself in the water, looking at the ceiling. He's both a human and a dragon. Cleanse my body with icy water and my soul with rippling frigid magic. She must be on top of her game. Gammond had been thinking of what she might do when she meets an ideal mate for centuries. Among her endless plans, she had thought of facing someone like Arad, who is half a human and half a dragon. She knew Arad was a dragon, so she must prove her strength. Coming at him with anything less than murderous violence would be an insult to his pride. No dragon would ever take a spineless Dracaina. Arad was also a human, and humans were known for their love for breasts and butts. Gammond looked at her human body, and she had plenty of those. 2 massive mountains with pink peaks and a massive crack behind her that is large enough to dwarf the biggest ice ravine of her old world. In her investigation, she had found that Arad is already married and heard how he reacts to his wives being threatened. While most would see that as a negative, nothing exited Gammond more than hearing that Arad is already married and with multiple women nonetheless. To get that many powerful women and keep them all living together under the same roof, his power must be out of this world. To her, Arad having multiple women beneath him only proved his power and strength, and she couldn't wait to see what is keeping all those women at his side. His first wife was an elf, and the third is a half-elf. She looked at her hands, inspecting her long blue nails, shifting them to claws. Good hands. She then looked at her pale feet, the sharp claws and the muscular calves and thighs, and nice legs can't lose to those elves. Can't believe working as Isbert's nail clipper for centuries paid out like this. She stood and got out of the path, walking back to her room. From the wardrobe she picked a pair of underwear, slipped them on her body, and looked at her maid outfit. She won't need those for a while. She picked the maid outfit and threw it in the washing bin, then went back to the wardrobe and pulled a pure white, thin, tight, one-piece dress decorated with countless diamonds and glowing sapphires. Gammond looked at her breasts, almost not fitting inside the dress, and then at her hips where the dress looked a bit loose. Can't have that. She poked it with her finger, and the fibers tightened, defining the curves of her body as if she were naked. She wasn't messing around and would bring all of her cards to face Arad. She looked at her hands, wanting to wear long gloves, but quickly changed her mind. Her hand must remain clearly visible to him. Looking down, the dress had a slit that spanned from her hips down to her feet. It clearly showed her leg, but she can't go to Arad barefoot like this. But at the same time, she didn't want to cover her legs. Got just the right thing. As she lifted her right foot, a clear ice shoe with extremely long heels adorned her foot, and with another step, the other foot got its shoe. Now her legs and feet are clearly visible, and she isn't barefoot like the rest of her barbaric race. She approached the mirror and inspected herself. She looked great, but there was a problem with her hair. It was silky smooth and flowed with the wind, but that made it sometimes flap in front of her and cover her face, or even her breasts. She turned to the side and lifted her hair up. Should I cut it? No, I need it long. She quickly found a solution, wrapping it above her head like a tomato and fixing it with countless golden hairpins and diamond jewelry. After fixing her hair, Gammon spun before the mirror and looked a bit uncertain. Mirror, mirror of the Shadow Queen, tell me, what do I lack? She herself in the mirror started walking, independently of her. It's been over a century since you asked me for advice. Gammon in the mirror looked with a smug smile on her face. You better be helpful, Gammon growled. I've granted the mother of all life the right to spark life in my dead world, and you are my price. Speak. You don't really sound like you need help. You asked for something that could help you get a mate, so I was given to you. Want advice about your look? The Gammon of the mirror conjured an ice chair and sat on it. Arad Orion, I want to take him as a mate and we're to fight soon. I'm getting ready for that. What should I do? Gammon asked with a serious face. The Gammon of the mirror thought for a second. Arad Orion. That's a hard one to appease. Did you talk to his wives? Not yet, Gammon replied. I'm planning to do that after our fight. The Gammon of the mirror sighed. It won't matter how you look or what you can do if his wives don't approve of you. Ayala has a soft heart, so begging her for a bit might work. Mira would mostly agree if you gave her access to your black ice. Isdis wouldn't reject you as long as you provide profit for Arad's lands, and for Eris woman is quite the hard head. You'll have to play around her a bit. What do you mean by play? Gammon looked a bit worried. She's half a dragon. Challenge her to a fight. Beat her halfway, then stop and beg her to let you in and say that Arad needs more powerful people around him. Lose on purpose, and she'll probably agree. The Gammon of the mirror smiled, but I don't think you called me now for that. You want advice about your look, right? What do you say? Gammon nodded. The dress covers your back. It needs a large cut to show your back. The Gammon of the mirror walked out of the mirror and looked at Gammon. Stand, I fix the dress. Gammon stood, and her mirror self waved her fingers to magically change the dress. She started by making it backless, making the opening big to the point that the start of Gammon's butt crack showed up. She then turned Gammon around and looked at her. Those 2 straps are unneeded. She waved her fingers and cut the 2 straps supporting the dress on Gammon's shoulders. Since you aren't planning on getting out, I'll push the line as much as I can. Gammon was planning to stay in the tower and wait for Arad. The clone cut the dress from Gammon's cleavage and almost to her groin. This would show your beautiful abs. Remember, he's a dragon, and the signs of strength are quite attractive to him. With a single tap of her fingers, the dress got fixed to its form, only extending up from Gammon's sides to support her breasts. And for her legs, only one leg was covered while the other was completely exposed from the hips down. Your bra is in the way. She flicked the bra away, only leaving the dress to support Gammon's breasts. Now you look fine. No need to put on makeup, it'll throw him off. You're already beautiful without it. The clone backed away, staring at Gammon to figure out if she leaked anything. I'm debating whether you should go no panties or not, but I think keeping them is best. She gave Gammon a thumb up. Now, send him the invitation. Gammond cracked her neck and walked toward the balcony. I can already smell him from here. Being locked into my humanoid form isn't enough to dull my senses. She lifted her right arm up, and a long ice spear emerged in her hand, sparkling with magic. She took a stance, getting ready to throw it. Wait. The clone stopped her. He's a human now. Don't hit him and leave something for him to know it's from you. Gammond looked at the ice spear for a second and then licked it from the base to the tip. He isn't a dragon. Smell won't mean anything right on it. The clone protested in annoyance. You'll mess everything up if this sounded hateful. Gammond extended her claw and engraved a few words on the spear. Arad Orion, I'm Gammond, and I seek to challenge you. Too formal. Add some love into it. You don't want to sound like some sort of obnoxious noble. She shook her head, and Gammond fixed the spear, ready to write anything else. Something else, love? She was a bit confused, so the clone smacked her back. Be bold. I'll help you. Yog appeared behind her. I've written many letters, so let me do it. Gammond gave the spear to Yog, and she wrote several lines. What do you think? Yog had a large smile on her face. Isn't this a bit much? Gammond looked worried, and the clone freaked out the moment she read what Yog wrote. No. Don't send this. It's bad. Horrible. Change it. Your first line is better. Yog looked at Gammond. For once, you don't disagree with anything I've written, right? This is a bit too upfront and honest, but this is what you want. Gammond nodded. Then send it. Trust me, I have my way with words. Arad loves honest people. This is bound to reach his empty heart. She smacked Gammond on the back. With a large smile on her face, Gammond threw the spear into the sky as hard as she could. No 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 take a bit more time to be ready, so he's spending his time learning about the world's geography and cities. It appears that maps are considered military secrets, and getting them is nearly impossible for anyone who isn't a high-ranking official. Luckily, he got that high-ranking official sitting right now inside his room, sharpening her sword. If Mashara wasn't with him, he couldn't have gotten this book without needing to steal it, or at least appease that woman working in the vault. But what shocked Arad more was how everyone reacted to Mashara showing up, especially women. They swarmed her like flies. She was some sort of idol to them, a symbol of power and dominance. While most of them dreamt of traveling the world and exploring exotic locations, they feared the dangers of bandits and monsters on the road. Mashara was the one living their fantasy, powerful enough to travel the world. And with her rank of an inquisitor, she was able to go into places that even the bravest of hunters feared. Arad. Mary walked into the room with a silver platter filled with sweets and tea. I brought you something to eat. Arad sat up. Thank. He froze, sensing something strange in the air. His eyes jolted toward the ceiling, and his hips rocked back as fast as they could. The ceiling cracked as a projectile flew in, barely missing Arad's jewels by a hair strand. Mary dropped the platter and fell on her butt, terrified. What was that? An attack? Echidna, who was fast asleep, bolted back up, conjuring a cursed chair from her feet. She immediately dismissed it, realizing that Mashara had spotted her. Mashara silently held her sword up, awaiting a second attack. But it didn't come. After confirming they were somewhat safe, her gaze shifted toward Echidna. Aren't you chained up with anti-magic chains? How could you cast that curse earlier? What are you talking about? Echidna pretended she didn't know better, shaking her head around and looking for this curse that Mashara talked about. Arad crawled away from the spear wedged on the bed between his legs and took a deep breath. That was a close hit. If he hadn't sensed a faint shift in magic around him and trusted his guts, they would have been in so much pain. Did it hit you? Mary rushed to heal him, but he quickly waved her away. He didn't get injured. The two approached the spear and looked at it, noticing that something was engraved on its side, a letter from whoever threw this thing, and Arad had a hunch who it might be even though he still hadn't read a single word. Dear future husband, I ride on this spear of ice to inform you of your imminent submission. For I do not know defeat, and I would love it if you'd prove me wrong. It'll mean this world isn't as tasteless as frozen food, and that my search for something fresh has finally ended. If you're wondering where I aimed this spear, it's merely so I can test how fast you can move it. That's important to me. And about you being married, don't worry. I'll take care of them. They are like seasoning, the more the better, as long as they get along together. Note, if you're worried about me being an infertile great worm, I already solved that. I assure you that I'm more fertile than my daughter. I'll bring her as well, if you want to test that. See you at Yog's Tower, your future wife, Gamond. Arad and Mary looked at the letter with baffled faces, and he sighed. Why do they always have to be like this? He sat on the ground, remembering Lunara. I just want to live in peace. I don't get it. Mary looked at the letter once more. Is this a challenge or something else? Arad wanted to explain it to her, but he already had his mind full trying to think this through. She threw the spear all the way here from the other side of the world. She isn't someone he can hope to defeat. This letter was a simple invitation to a traditional draconic marriage, a domination fight. Which was all in fine. Arad wouldn't mind if dragons proposed to him like this, but something about this letter rubbed him the wrong way. She's waiting at Yog's Tower, meaning that he has to approach her and be the one proposing, which he can't do since he's already married. She should be the one coming to face him. But now he has to go to Yog's Tower to get out of this world. Yog had played everything, and is now trying to force him into proposing to Gamond. Considering Yog's sick mentality, he's certain she had placed multiple cards in Gamond's hand to assure her victory. Gamond being able to throw the spear around the world is the proof. The first part of the letter talked about how she wanted to make him submit, and that it would be extremely unlikely for her to lose. She knew that Yog gave her the advantage and would use it to the fullest. She doesn't expect an easy win, but is certain she won't be the loser. The second part seems weird. The part of her aiming the spear right at his family jewels seems a bit strange, as if written by someone else, which Arad suspects to be the clown giggling inside his head. Gyu wupnoeld ksikermin in that second part. She also alluded to his wives. Her words didn't seem like a threat, but might as well be considered as such. She knows of his wives, and she wants him. If he were to lose, the best case for his wives is her keeping them around as her slaves. He doubts a dragon would look at humans with an equal eye, especially someone of her power. She had compared them to spices, but Arad still thought she was a far stronger one that would overpower everything else in the pot. It doesn't matter if she wants to get along with his wives or not, just by her existing, they'll get pushed away. The note was a scary one to read, even for Arad. She is a great worm, and with her power, he wouldn't expect anything less. But what did she mean by being fertile? Great worms are infertile. There is no doubt about that. This means she was infertile at some point and then found a solution to become fertile again. The great worm is the second to last stage in a dragon's life, and it's the stage where they are the strongest. Dragons keep growing stronger throughout their whole life just by existing. But that would stop at the end of their great worm stage, as after it comes the twilight, the last stage in a dragon's life. The twilight is an extremely short stage in which the dragon experiences rapid aging and dwindling strength in the few months before their natural death. It's like seeing a human age the last 40 years of his life in less than an hour after living for 70 years as a powerful 30-year-old. To put it simply, the twilight is the dragon's deathbed. The moment it starts, they know their natural death is coming, and they usually retreat to a quiet place to sleep off their last days. But Arad had heard of a few dragons that surpassed that stage and broke through death with their sheer draconic might and arrogance. That's the equivalent of a human telling the Death Reaper to go pound sand as they refuse to die, surpassing death with sheer will. The few examples Arad knows of are the queens of dragons, the metallic queen, and the chromatic queen. Tiamat, the goddess of chromatic dragons, and Bahamut, the god of metallic dragons. If Gamond had surpassed her twilight and found a new power behind it, then Arad was about to face an unstoppable force that he would usually avoid like the plague. Thinking about the monster sitting her eyes on him, he could only giggle with a worried face. Heh heh heh. I'm in danger. Now he's starting to think that her confidence is warranted. He couldn't help but their fight would end with his losing impregnating her and then ending up eaten as a snack. Arad doesn't even have an escape path. If he could run away, he would choose to take his wives and run away as far as he could from Gamond. She's a problem that he doubts he's ready to face. After thinking about it for a few minutes, Arad finally figured something out. I should ask Father for help. Going to Alcott for advice was the only strategy he could come up with when dealing with such a powerful Dracaena. But sadly, Alcott isn't here. He's in the outside world. Your father? Mary, who was sitting at his, said patiently waiting, looked at him with a confused stare. She could only wonder what Arad's father would look like. But as Arad was about to despair, one of Alcott's lines came into his mind, getting him back on his feet. Ginger was a far stronger vampire than him, so he became an even stronger vampire, beat her, and then dragged her to his home in a cage. He stood with a smile on his face. We're taking a detour. He looked at Mashara. Dragons exist in this world, right? Yes, they do, she replied. We'll hunt as many as we can on our way to Yog's tower and find me a storage bag and as many weapons and cannons as you could. Arad's only path forward is to follow in his father's footsteps. He had already seen Alcott fight many times and should be able to figure out the rest by fighting dragons. Wait. Dragons are dangerous? Mary gasped. The last time a dragon attacked, a whole city was burned to the ground. I know, but we must try. If I can't beat normal dragons with ease, we'll just end up wiped out by Gamond. He stood with a smile on his face, his fists resting on his hips as he pushed his chest forward. What would Father do here? He'll just find a way to slay her. Arad then shifted his gaze to Echidna. And let's start here. Release her. She's dangerous. One wrong move, and she'll curse the whole city to death. Mashara growled. She just used a curse, and I don't even know how she did that. We must chain her even more rather than free her. Arad took a step, towering over Mashara. I wasn't asking. Do it. We'll also search for vampires and werewolves. After, I want to gather as many curses as I can, and she's my key to controlling them. Chapter 995, Dancing with Evil. Chapter 995, Dancing with Evil. Fine, but you'll have to stop her. Mashara didn't look that happy as she turned toward the smug Echidna and waved her hand. The shackles clicked on their own, falling to the ground as if they were never attached to begin with. Echidna rubbed her painful wrists, twisting and turning them as she approached a chair and sat down, looking down at her feet. The marks of the shackles were still clear on her ankles. They probably wouldn't go away any time soon. Her eyes shifted toward Arad with a faint smile on her lips. Her nails and toenails flashed dark green with curses as her robe started flapping. Now I'm free. Black chains of curses engulfed everyone, coiling around them like vipers. I don't care about what Yog wants, so what prevents me from killing all of you now? Unlike the rest, she couldn't care less. In fact, killing all of them and running now would be the best case for her. Even Mashara can't stop her now that they are in the middle of a city with a lot of civilians. Hey, Plum growled at her with an annoyed face. Stop getting me involved in my Arad and Mary. She feeds me. Don't care that much about Mashara, but leave her alone as well. She struggled a bit and the chains around her cracked, almost shattering. Echidna was surprised that Plum could even resist her curses at this range. She must be a real monster. Considering the plant magic she showed them before, Echidna was certain Plum could break the chains if she was motivated. Mashara glared at her. You know, you can't kill, harm anyone, and I'll chase you to the end of the earth and skin you alive. Her eyes flashed golden, like Valerina. Echidna burst laughing. Haven't heard about her for years. Her ranged curses were something to behold. Valerina was a witch that Echidna knew. They weren't close, but at least had a peace treaty between them. Her ranged curses could kill anyone from any distance by using blood and a sacrifice. She took down countless nobles and royals. The mark of her curse was a body full of gashes and scares that would cause the victim to bleed to a slow, painful death. Mishara had tracked Valerina down, dragged her to the Capitol's plaza, stripped her naked in front of everyone, and skinned her alive until she died. I'm sure you'll do it, but you know I'm not one to care about threats. Her gaze shifted to Arad. Now, what about you, our not-so-little pilgrim of Yog? The chains around Arad's body grew longer and turned into thorns, digging into his skin as they crackled with a strange curse. I would love to take you as my slave. I'm sure you'll be a treat to have in more than one way. She stood and approached him, running her fingers on his chest. What do you say? Arad's glowing purple eyes glared down at her. He didn't say a word, but Echidna moved back on her own and flicked her fingers, releasing him from her thorns. Now that I took a closer look at you, I've changed my mind. Arad looked at his wounds and then at her. That was quick, and I didn't say anything. Echidna giggled. You don't need to speak. I now know you're already cursed. She waved her finger and several runes appeared on her hand, a curse that I've never seen before, or at least its mark. Echidna could tell that Arad was cursed at some point with a powerful curse, but all she could see now was the empty shape of that curse. It wasn't inside his body anymore. Just by looking at the shape and size, that wasn't just any powerful curse, but something even bigger. Thousands of times bigger than any curse she could have ever created? How much? Echidna's eyes flickered. For what? Arad approached her. To let me see what that curse, who cast it. She leaned back. Wait, don't tell me, was she that Doma you spoke of before? Doma isn't with me now. Won't see her again until I clear this world and go back to my previous world. Arad replied. If you want to talk to her, help me get out first. Echidna waved her fingers and a thorny chain wrapped around her neck, tightening around her body for a second. The chains then extended to Arad's hand, piercing his palm. How about this? A slave contract? Arad noticed the magic being somewhat similar to the one Aella had, but this one was based on curses. It's more than just a slave contract. She looked at her nails. No magic nor curses were surging through them. Her body felt weak, but at least she could sit and talk. It's a complete contract. You have the total power in it, and I have nothing. On the catch is that I must see this Doma once she's accessible to you. Mishara glared at her. What are you playing at, witch? Unlike you, I know when to suck someone. You might have heard of his power, but I doubt you can imagine its scope. I can see it, how large that cursed Doma is, and how is she serving him. Echidna giggled. I can't even guess how he managed to get her that obedient. Everyone else got released as Echidna's curses waned, now that she was enslaved to Arad, but none of them moved, waiting to see what Arad would do. You can fully use your curses. Leaving you like this is worse than being chained. Echidna's curses returned to her in the blink of an eye, and she giggled. Arad, be careful. That's witch schemes a lot. Trust her, and you'll be crying at the end. Mishara was right. Echidna isn't stupid. She had lived for decades and conjured many powerful curses. She was smiling even on her execution day and had just used curses while chained with anti-magic chains. She had a way to break the contract any time she wanted. No one doubted that for even a second. Arad pulled a chair and sat down facing Echidna. Vampirism and lycanthropy, do you know those two curses? I want a barrier that allows them to coexist in one body without interfering with each other, or at least reduce the backlash. Echidna looked puzzled for a second. Those two curses can't merge as far as she knows. They are direct opposites of each other in terms of their construction. I don't know if it's possible to even get them both in one body. If your Doma could teach me how to harness such a power, I'll gladly suck her toes for a year, she giggled. Vampirism as a curse starts like a disease. It resides in the blood and spreads through it. Lycanthropy, on the other hand, mainly stays in the flesh. You can't separate them as the flesh needs the blood to remain alive, Arad explained. A curse barrier can't separate them, and if left alone, they'll tear the body apart. Arad lifted his hand. So you oil them up, allow them to slip over one another, reduce the friction instead of trying to separate them. The curses would slowly learn to live with each other with time. Still can't do it. Echidna sighed. How is this man now asking her to lube curses? She had never even heard of such a thing, let alone tried it. My nails would snap out of their place if I tried. It's like asking a man to dig a hole through stone with their nails. Arad's head turned toward Mary. Can you get me some things? A barrel of goat blood, black squid ink, magic stones, hair from a corpse that was dead for at least 10 years, desecrated holy sigils, blood, and tears of a virgin. And what else? He thought about it for a second. A brush and several sharp nails. Mary blinked for a second. What will you use all of those things? She then quickly shook her head. No, I don't care. I'll bring everything. I'm sadly a virgin, so we can use my blood and tears, right? Witchcraft? Mishara gasped and Echidna giggled. Didn't expect you know witchcraft? Where did you learn it? Was it that Doma? Doma is my wife, and I've got another wife named Eris who needed this to enchant her nails. I'll rewrite your nails to empower your curses. It'll be a painful process, but a must if I want you to be able to oil the 2 curses. Arad leaned back. This one is even stronger than what Eris got. Doma advised against it since it'll be too painful. Echidna looked at him with a curious gaze, already making me stronger. I wonder what'll you do if we got a tad bit closer? This is a risky move. Mishara approached him. What will you do in case she turns against us? Echidna sighed in the back. Come on, you can't trust me even when enslaved like this. Well, I won't even trust myself. She giggled. What should I do to make you trust me? Die. I'll trust your cold, dead corpse. Mishara glared at her with burning eyes, clenching on her sword. Arad looked at Mishara for a moment, weirded by her glare. She didn't look like a good person. For some reason, her words and expression tingled his back, as if something was off about her. It only took him a minute of staring and a weirded Mishara to guess what it was. Mishara stepped away from him. Why are you so strongly glaring at me? She was confused. You're creeping me out. I see, so that's how you are. Arad smiled. This whole thing would have been easier had you told me directly. She waved his hand to her. Come, kneel down. What's gotten into you? Mishara got weirded even more and started to feel in danger, but Arad's innocent smile was somewhat alluring. Give me your sword, hesitant. Mishara knelt before him and handed him her trusty sword. Echidna had burst laughing in the back and started moving her, saying she was in quite the position to serve. Arad tapped the sword on Mishara's shoulder. I, Arad Orion, hereby permit you to use force anywhere. Collateral damage, both in objects, lives, or wealth, are to be ignored. Mishara's eyes opened wide. From this day you shall serve me and me alone as my sword. You answer to no one but me. Rip and tear until it's done. He flipped the sword and handed it back to her. She took it with shaking hands, looked at Arad's wide smile, and could feel her legs losing their strength. Arad had figured it out. Mishara wasn't a good person. She's a lawful one. He's granted true freedom by Yog, the goddess of this world, so he's above the law, and now has to use that authority to grant Mishara's legal freedom as long as she follows him. Chapter 996. Law and Evil. What do you mean? How many people would die if Echidna and I fought here? Mishara glared at Arad. Countless homes burned, souls snuffed, livelihoods wrecked, dreams crushed, hops vanished. It'll rain blood. No one would be able to take responsibility for such an end. She approached Arad. What do you say? Hero brought by the goddess, do you think your authority alone could fix that? Arad smiled at her. I'm not saying what you speak of is wrong. I'm saying you don't care. He stood and approached. You and Echidna are quite similar. Both are monsters. She kills for her fancy, and you kill for the royal and nobles' fancy. Don't lump with her. We're not the same. Meshara growled back at him, and everyone could feel the two might start fighting any second now. Sorry, Arad apologized first with a gentle bow. You aren't like her, you're worse, a mindless weapon in someone else's hand. She might find it in her heart to spare a life, but you won't. You aren't allowed to. Meshara swung her fist at Arad's face, but stopped right before hitting him, her wrist shaking. Arad looked at her with a smile. See, you can't even hit me. Assault is a thing after all. His expression softened a bit. I know someone similar. She's called Lydia, a paladin to a goddess in my world called Amaterasu. But unlike you, she doesn't claim to be good. She only claims to uphold Amaterasu's will. Arad smiled. A beacon of light. Darkness trembles at hearing her footsteps. She fears no man, fiend, or god. She fought an abomination with enough power to level a kingdom. She punched a devil lord so hard that he started to question his life choices. You've been babbling for a while, get to the point. Meshara glared at him. Follow the law if you want. Worship those nobles and royals who wrote it for all I care. Don't pretend to be good. Understand what you fight for and protect it. He sat back on the bed beside Echidna. They want Echidna dead since she was killing their taxpayers. If they were seeking to help people, they wouldn't even risk giving her a chance. They would have ordered you to kill her in her hut. Arad looked at Meshara with a smile. What would they not do to protect themselves? Everything would be on the table. They'll change the law in a heartbeat to protect themselves from me and the freedom I was granted by Yog. A large smile crossed Arad's face as he looked at her, his eyes burning purple. I'm not oblivious. I know of the orders you got that Mary got as well. We don't want him to experiment or rape our daughters. Pay some of the girls in the slums to surround him. Arad looked at her. They knew those girls in the slum wouldn't eat dinner if they ate lunch. When an order comes from a high noble or a royal to sell their bodies, they are forced to take, and for nothing more than chump change. Arad went silent for a second and then growled. Maybe I should just kill those royals and nobles. At that moment, everyone in the room felt as if they were hit with a hammer on the head. Meshara jumped back with sweat rushing down her face and back, her fingers shaking in fear. Echidna had covered herself in curses, sacrificing her left hand to form a powerful shield around her whole body. Plum, on the other hand, cried above Arad's head, jumping into the ceiling. Arad, calm down. What was that? I've almost leaked. She looked at him. Wait, I leaked a bit. Arad sighed. Sorry about that. This city and the one we were in before are good. He reached for his hair, but nothing was in it. Arthur seems to have several daughters with the women in the slums, so he's firmly against those orders, and the guards in the previous city opted to hire prostitutes. I'm not mad at them fearing me, but at them abusing and exploiting the weak and poor. Arad's closest friend Jack had grown up and was raised in the slums. He often talked about how hard life was and how some nobles tried to exploit them. When Arad got word of the orders making their way around the city, he couldn't help but feel both enraged and disgusted. Those people are suffering, like Jack and his sister did, like how Tina and Mira's mother did in the first years after their husbands died. It's lawful. They are given an offer of a work to be done. But it's not good. It's exploitative, scummy, and quite pathetic coward didn't even think of talking with me directly. He smiled. How about I show them something funny? Meshara was about to say that she didn't think Arad would be able to do anything to the king or nobles, and she quickly remembered how he had just beaten Arthur. Arad would probably slap the king and drag the queen's face on the ground while he's at it. Echidna jumped in and sat beside Arad. Did you hear that, Meshara? I'm not the only bad one. I might be the loudspeaker, but I bet you most of the nobles had done more heinous shit than... She leaned on Arad's shoulder. At least I was offering herbal medicine to the hunters and poachers passing by my hut. Unlike some little shit decided to burn down my home. She glared at Meshara. Arad's gaze shifted toward Meshara. She was a peaceful herbalist until you provoked her? Not me, my previous master. The inquisitor that trained me with the sword and the one I got his medal. To become an inquisitor, one must rank up in the army first and at least become a commander. They then must be picked up by an inquisitor who trains them, and they'll get his rank of an inquisitor if he's to die or retire. I killed the rotten bastard. Echidna smiled. He burned my hut, so I set his home ablaze at night. With his family and 2 neighbor houses ended up burned, everyone died. Meshara glared at her. Echidna looked at her with a mocking face. Why should I care? He didn't care about setting my house ablaze. You weren't healing people. You were testing your concoctions on them. The 2 seemed to be about to fight again. But I told them, if it worked, they'll survive. If it didn't, they are about to die anyway. It'll just be a bit more painful. Echidna giggled, so they bought it like it's on a discount. You started a plague 8 times, then you took the sick people to experiment on. Meshara sat down, already getting tired from trying to reason with Arad and Echidna. I've heard from the other victims. He screamed for 5 hours as you opened him up alive and pulled his organs out, one by one. To be fair, I only pulled his liver, stomach, and intestine out, but thanks to that, his wife's operation was successful and she survived. Well, half of her survived, as the 2 argued over Arad's head. Mary walked in. I've got what you ordered. Arad pushed Meshara and Echidna away. Let's get to work. He then turned toward Echidna. Stop arguing with her and go clean yourself. Take a bath, clip your nails, and make sure you're clean. Meshara helped her shave any hair on her legs, arms, or back. I don't want a single hair strand to be left. Why me? Meshara growled. Hold up. I don't have any hair. She showed him her leg. So you can keep an eye on her, and I don't care how smooth your skin is, leave 1 hair and you'll be in for a whole night of itching. As the 2 made their way to the bath, Arad and Mary approached the desk, and he started mixing 2 separate mugs of ink, one for Echinda's nails and one for some simple tattoos. Witch's nail polish acted like an arcane focus to help them cast spells with a higher output. Humans mostly need an arcane focus to cast magic. Some rare few can cast spells. They have 1 output source. Witches can have up to 20 by polishing their nails, and all of Arad's draconic scales are output sources, giving him millions of output points. In short, a witch would have at least 20 times the output of an average human in terms of magic, which makes them the mystical and powerful beings living in the forest. Removal. Gotcom. The tattoos, on the other hand, are small inscriptions of magic circles that could be written on the skin like it's done with scrolls. This allows the witch to cast those spells or buff far faster than without them, and even have a free cast for each tattoo. Scrolls burn when used, but since the witch's skin is alive and attached to her, it's infinitely reusable. For example, a witch can inscribe a tattoo on the back of her palm that shoots a fireball each time she flicks her fingers. The first fireball would be cast without costing mana, but then consume the normal amount afterward. This resets each time the witch's mana gets filled, since the overflow of her regeneration afterward will recharge the tattoos. What Arad wants is to increase Echidna's precision with curses as much as he can help balance the vampire and lycanthrope curses he intends to enchant his powers with. Mary would be the stand-in healer, and Meshara would make sure they've got the connection they need to track down a suitable vampire and werewolf. Plum's power would come in handy while trying to hunt those 2. She could also help find a decent place for Arad to transform in. Alcott winged it while fighting Ginger and suffered for years because of that. Arad won't make the same mistake and will make sure to be prepared beforehand. With both Vlad and Alaric defeated by him, Arad had quite the confidence that he could tame the violent curses. Chapter 997. The New Era. Chapter 997, The New Era, P.S. This chapter is quite long, twice a normal one, so grab a drink and put on some music. As Arad was mixing the potion, he drew some of Mary's blood from her fingertip and mixed it. She immediately healed the small wound and kept helping him, handing him anything he asked for from the back. Soon, it was time to add the virgin's tears. She turned around and extended her butt to him. Slap it, as hard as you can. I'm quite delicate, so I'll probably tear up just from a small tap. Arad looked at her large butt with a disappointed face. He pushed her aside and reached inside their ration bag, pulling an onion. Come here and stop fooling around. Arad finished mixing the ink, but now that he looked at it, he realized how skilled Doma was with her hands. Even with his alchemy skills, what he mixed still looked like mud compared to Doma's smooth, honey-like ink. I think this should. He looked at the mixture with a worried stare. Echidna walked out of the bath with Mishara. What's up? You look worried. I don't know. I'd say this is a 6/10, but I doubt I could do better. He looked at her. Still want to do it? Or should we wait until another time when I mix something better? Echidna giggled, giving Mary a side-eye. Whatever you stick in me, I'd love it if you stick it again. Why are you looking at me? Mary returned the stare. It'll work, but the quality would be the same as what I mixed. What won't drop is the pain. Arad sat on the chair. When I put the nail polish on, it'll melt through your nails and seep into your magic circuit. It'll feel like someone is plucking your nails off with a red-hot knife. The tattoos would feel like being burned with a branding metal. But what makes everything is that the pain is doubled. The body doesn't like it when foreign magic enters the magic circuit. Don't worry. Mishara wrapped her arm around Echidna's neck. Don't worry, my dear friend. I'm here to support you all the way through. She then looked at Arad. I'll hold down for you. Hey, since when we were friends, you just want to see me suffer. Echidna tried to push Mishara's arm away, but she caught her in a bear's hug. Come on. We took a bath together. She then turned toward Arad. Sorry about earlier. Your word is law, right? I'll make sure to follow it. Where would you want me to tie her down? You've got an agenda against her, so if the law aligns with it, you don't care about anything else. Arad sighed. You hypocrite. You follow the law when it suits you. Echidna growled as she tried to escape Mishara's hug, but failed. She far outclassed her in strength. I've got something that might help, Plum said as she flew out of Arad's hair. But I won't give it for free. She looked at Echidna with a smug smile. Is it something that reduces pain? What do you want for it? The only thing that scared Echidna is the pain. Otherwise, she'd get stronger no matter what Arad does. With the pain that he described, there are many things she is willing to pay to reduce it a bit. Plum waved her fingers and a black seed appeared in her hand. Royal Dryad clove, rare, expensive, and extremely powerful. A smile crossed Echidna's face. I used to give normal cloves to people with tooth pain. Putting one in their mouth could reduce the pain a bit, of course. It was better to just get rid of that tooth and heal it later. Arad reached up and took the clove from Plum's hand. So I crush this into powder, right? Mix it with a bit of olive oil and turned into a dough. We'll use it like that. Plum waved her hand and Arad started preparing the clove. So what do you want in exchange? Echidna looked at Plum. Nothing expensive or rare. Kill the hunters and help anyone you find. Echidna immediately understood what Plum wanted. Her ask was simple. She asked her to kill any pixies or fairy hunters that she meets, and also save the fairies and pixies they've hunted. This was a long commitment, but it's not something impossible or annoying. If I survived this one's blade, I'll make sure to keep that promise. Echidna smiled, and Mishara sighed, Fine. Echidna approached the bed on her own, took her bathrobe out, stripped to her underwear, and laid down. Arad looked at her. You don't need to strip. I'd feel more comfortable like this. She put one leg on another, resting her head on her palms as she looked at the ceiling. They got you a soft bed, and a large one at that. That's a double-sized bed, Arad replied, as he kept working on his needles without even looking at her. I guess Echidna looked at him with a smug smile. I wonder what did they expect? I bet Arthur expected I would be having sex with you for. He thinks most people are like him, sticking it anywhere they find, Arad replied, checking the needle's sharpness. It was indeed sharp, really. I don't mind doing it. Echidna turned around and looked at him with a horny smile. What do you say? You know I'm married, don't you? Keep dreaming. I know you just want to get too close to me so I can get Doma to teach you curses and possibly take you back to my world, where your sins here might be nullified. Arad finally looked at her. You aren't as easy to read as her. He pointed at Mary with his thumb. But you aren't that good at hiding your intentions? Hey, what do you mean by that? Mary gasped with a red face. Exactly what you're thinking. No woman would stick so close to me and be rubbing her chest on my arm, pretending to be just sitting at my side. Arad sighed. I've never seen people act like you three. Echidna giggled. I mean, even I saw past her innocent smile. She looked at the embarrassed Mary, but is she as well? Her eyes shifted toward Mishara. No, Mishara replied. She was another sort of twisted, and Plum she's been talking about. Mary tried to speak, but Plum immediately stopped her. Unlike you four, I told him straight, I've never seen someone with such a clean mana before besides the goddess. I couldn't take the thought out of my mind, how sweet will his mana taste? She looked at Arad. I asked him if I could suck him off a bit, and I got half rejected. Last time a fairy sucked my mana, a nymph got born, and things got complicated. I'd rather not repeat that here. Arad stood. Since I have no responsibilities or sins here, I decided to go with him to his world. That's why I asked Echidna to help the fairies. She looked at them with a tired face. He's smart, and made me agree to blindly obey him here, and I agreed. How do you think he knew about the royal and noble's ploy? Plum had been using her plant magic to spy on everyone in the city, whispering rumors and what she saw into Arad's ears as she hid inside his hair. Plum flew down and grew into a human size. She grabbed the crushed royal clove and mixed it with a bit of oil, turning it into a somewhat hard bulb akin to a small potato. She approached Echidna. Time to start, are you ready? She asked. Echidna opened her mouth. Let him carve. Plum blinked twice, looking at her. Think again, she said with a grin. The clove paste is extremely strong but slowly loses its effectiveness over time. Echidna's body must absorb it quickly so they can get the most out of its effective time. Turn around. It'll sting a bit at first before you get numb. After Plum pushed the clove past as deep as she could, Arad came and started working on Echidna's nails and tattoos. Even with her whole body numb, Echidna still struggled with the pain that radiated up to her head from her fingertips. Arad painted all of Echidna's nails black, turning them into output points for magic. He then went to tattoo several magic circles on her body. From what he could see, her body could only withstand 4 magic circles. The magic circles would be stronger the closer they are to the heart, and activate faster the closer they are to her nails. So the best place to tattoo them is the exact middle point between Echidna's fingertips and heart, the middle of her upper arms, right above the biceps and triceps. The spell on Echidna's left arm was a transformer that made her curses stronger by pulling outside mana, transforming it into curses, and using it to make the curses stronger. It sounds complicated, but it's simple. Pull mana, turn into cursed mana, put into the spells. The spell on her right arm was a reducer, a magic circle that slows down her curses, which makes them easier to manipulate and control, perfect to use when precision is more important than speed, and since most curses are slow, Echidna could use it almost all the time. The other 2 spells were set right around the upper part of her thighs, circulating all around her legs and passing right beneath her infragluteal fold. While the 2 first tattoos went fine, the effect of the clove had started fading, and Arad's inexperience had started showing its weakness. He lacked the precision and gentle touch of Doma. While inscribing the spell on her left thigh, he had made a mistake, striking a mana vein at the wrong angle, causing Echidna to cry in pain as if he had stabbed her with a knife. The spell he was writing on her left thigh was a curse-specific one called Earthbound. Once a day, Echidna could step on the ground and turn a 10-meter circle into her binding ground. While fighting inside her, mana would regenerate twice as fast. She could also change its modifiers with an equal percentage. 10 meter plus 100% mana regeneration. 10 meter, 110 meter equals 10% mana regeneration. Echidna really wanted to use it in her hut, so she held onto the bed, trying her best to stay still. So Arad could keep working. Of course, the more she moved, the more likely he was to make another mistake. When Arad got to working on her other leg, the numbing effect of the clove had completely stopped working. Echidna looked at Plum with teary eyes, but she only had one clove. The spell left to write on her right thigh was also one that she wanted. Arad had already informed Echidna that this spell was the most painful of them all because it was testing the limits of his current abilities. They've decided to leave it for the end since it might fail and end up wasting his ink. Once Arad starts drawing a tattoo, he can't start another one until the first is completely drawn. Since Arad knows he's bound to make mistakes, he doesn't want to waste ink trying to fix them, so he left it to the end so he can use what is left of the ink and give it a try. The spell is cast bifurcation. It takes the caster's casting ability and splits it into smaller parts, allowing them to cast multiple small spells at once. But since Arad had already painted all of her nails, this would effectively allow her to cast 20 spells at once, with the same power as her previous self before Arad painted her nails. Of course, this comes at the cost of mana, pain, and exhaustion, but Echidna wanted that so badly, casting 20 fireballs at once, controlling 20 small monsters, or even cursing 20 different people at the same time with different weak curses to achieve something. The potential was limitless. Want to keep going? Arad looked at her with a worried stare. Yeah, I won't back off now. Echidna looked at him with a sweaty face. Hold her down, Arad said, and the other three held her down. Mishara had a large smile on her face. I hope you aren't ready. If you knew how much I hate you, but now you don't know how much I love you, keep me held in place. Enjoy yourself to the fullest. Echidna glared at her with a large grin. She wanted to get this tattoo no matter how painful it would be, and she knew that Mishara was the one to force her through this hurdle. This one would need to be linked to the same mana veins that go to all your fingers and other tattoos. One of the reasons I left it for last. Once I start, I won't stop, or I'll be risking to ruin everything else. Arad was sure that Doma wouldn't have a problem, but with his skill, he'd mess up everything if he stopped. That means once I start, I won't stop no matter what you say or do. It'll be around a quarter an hour of straight pain. He stared at her with glowing purple eyes. Do it. Don't stop. Plum jumped over Echidna and sat on her stomach, pinning her arms and torso to the bed so she wouldn't move. Mishara held the leg that Arad would be working on while helping Mary hold the other leg down. Plum created a small wooden stick for Echidna to bite on, and Arad started carving. She held on for only a minute before she broke down, begging them to stop. But even with her crying and begging, Arad kept going as he promised her. In the end, the last tattoos took almost half an hour. Twice, as Arad expected thanks to the mistakes he made. The moment that Arad finished, the pain disappeared like it was an illusion, and Echidna blinked with her teary eyes. The three women get away from her, and she sits up, blinking twice. She looked at her arms and legs, and then at Arad. The pain is gone. You feel the pain since this needle would be pushing the ink into your nerves and mana veins. Once I stopped doing that, the pain would stop. He looked at her. How do you feel now? Are the spells working? She clenched her fists, sensing her curses. Meshara looked at Arad. Making her suffer was fun and all, but I hope you know what you are doing. She was already dangerous, and you made her a bigger threat now. She glared at the still confused Echidna. Echidna's body suddenly burst into black flames. Her hair spiked up, and her green eyes dripped curses like water. A deep, evil laugh escaped her lips as she started clapping, cursed red lightning rumbling arcing from her nails. Ha! Sensing the magic circulating from her nails through her whole body and into her heart tickled her insides, causing her to feel aroused high on power and curses. She lifted her foot, looking at the ground with an excited face. The moment she tapped it on the ground and activated both Earthbound and Bifurcation, at the same time she felt an ungodly surge of curses through her veins, to the point climaxed standing there, spilling everything on the ground. Her eyes shifted toward Arad, and Mishara pulled her sword. Not even in her wildest dreams she had thought such a power-up was possible. Before this, She thought that if she served Doma as her disciple and slave for a few decades, she might get 1/10 of this power with a bit of begging. But even when Arad said his skill was only a 6/10, he had achieved this. Now she can't even imagine what Doma could do. Echidna knelt down before Arad's legs, ignoring Mishara's bloodthirsty glare. She slowly looked up at Arad in awe. She had never faced someone like him before. The power, the fear she felt when he almost pulled his expansion in her execution, the skill with magic, the way he was able to enchant her power to this extent. "I want more power. What shall I do to get it?" She started at him, thirsty for more. Not even studying curses for 40 years had matched the power spike he gave her. "Depends on what you'll do from now on." Arad replied he didn't intend to make her any stronger. "She's already powerful enough to balance his curses." At that moment, Yog appeared standing above Arad's head. "Finally, I've been waiting for this moment." Her eyes looked at Echidna. "My biggest hater, you're probably top 10 of the heretics in this world." "What do you want? I'm speaking with him, not you," Echidna growled at her. While still high on her new power, she felt like she could defeat even Yog. "I came to set a new rule." She looked at Echidna. "If you want more power, worship him, pray to him. He is your master, your lord, your everything. Revere ground he walks on, do that, and you'll find peace beneath his shadow." Yog's eyes shifted back toward Mary. "The same to you. From this day, he is your God. I'll still grant you my power, but I want you to devote your everything to serve him." "What?" Mary gasped, terrified and confused. "What do you mean? What have I done to deserve? You've done nothing wrong, but have done everything right." Yog looked at her. "It saddens me to lose such a devoted follower, but this is an experiment." Arad reached up and grabbed Yog by the leg, trying to pull her away, but he couldn't. She was unmovable. "Come, kneel beneath him." She glared at Mary, and she slowly moved, prostrating herself beside Echidna. "To you two, I'm a goddess, but I want you to see him above me over my status." She extended her arms. "What are you doing?" Arad growled at her. "Calm down. This would help you understand. Divine magic better. Be obedient and play along. Your wives will thank you later for it." Yog's gaze quickly shifted back toward Echidna and Mary. "I'm your goddess, and he's over me. A being over your god, make sure to drill that into your minds." She giggled. Meshara interpreted her. "Really an over-god being with you, a god standing on his head." "Is this some kind of joke?" Yog glared at her. "My little Mishara, there is only one being that I'd let above me, and he isn't here." She then looked at Arad. "Step on their heads, right foot over Mary, left foot over Echidna." "I'm not doing that." Arad swung a fist at Yog. By his punch flew right through her body. "It's a ritual. Do it. Do it sitting on a chair." She flicked her finger and a black obsidian throne appeared out of nowhere. "What is this?" he asked, but she shook her head. "Don't ask too many questions. That's the only thing I've got stored." Arad sat on the chair, putting his feet over Echidna and Mary. Yog waved her hands to Meshara. "Come here, kneel at his right side, leaning on your sword. You're smart. Can you guess what you must do?" She then looked at Arad. "Grab her from the back of her neck." After thinking a bit, Meshara looked at Yog. "Judging by him being over the law, I'm his sword of justice." Yog giggled. "Indeed, you're nothing more than a tool, a weapon in his hand to use, a paladin in service of a higher divine order." She then shifted her gaze to Plum, who was sitting on the bed. "You're free to do what you like. Sit there or go home, I don't care." Plum shifted back to her small form and flew beneath Arad's left palm. "Then I'll sit here. I do like him, so I'll keep watching over the world and reporting back to him. A free spirit, as expected. Even without me telling you, you'll find your right path." Yog giggled, waving her arms, and several magic circles started spinning around Arad. The ground started shaking, and the whole city came out to the street, thinking an earthquake was striking. Today, a new age starts, a new beginning, a new fate, and a new era. The four of you dedicate your bodies and souls to serving him. You've got the honor to be the first, so make the best of it. She glared down at them. "A vampire has taken hold of the city of Rassen to the west. and a werewolf had been born in the city beside it. Glynstor. Dragons are spread afterward, and I've made sure they are properly aligned from the weakest to the strongest. Gammond would send her minions to try and stop your lord. But what will you four do? To those who stand before my God, only divine punishment awaits, Mary said with a whisper. I'll curse them to the bloody hell. Echidna growled with an evil smile. The blade of justice awaits their necks. I'll kill them or die trying. Mishara stood ready for action. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Plum shook her head, rubbing it on Arad's palm. Good, good, Yog giggled, fading away like a ghost. Then reach my tower and defeat Gammond. She disappeared, Arad stood up, and so did the girls, he sighed. That was weird, and went to drink some water. The girls were just as weirded out as him. The sole goddess of their world kept coming and leaving as if she was on some kind of plan. None of them doubted that she did something to them, and Arad, but they had no idea what was going on in her mind. As Arad was coming back to sit on the black throne, he found that it disappeared, so he sat on a wooden chair. As he was drinking, Mary knelt before him and started praying. What are you doing? He stared at her. Evening prayers, she whispered. Yog's statue is over there? He pointed, but she shook her head. Now I pray to you. He sighed in exhaustion. Chapter 998, Sucking Blood. Arad's long journey in Yog's world had started. Followed by the four cardinals, he made his way toward his first stop, a 500-year-old vampire that lived in an old abandoned mansion, terrorizing the local cities and villages. Legends have it that that vampire commands an army of over 1,000 ghouls and zombies, all capable of using magic and durable enough to survive a barrage of cannons. An immortal vampire with an invincible immortal army. I've seen him, Arad Orion, an old villager testified. For a moment I thought he was a wall. He had 2 large greatswords strapped to his back, 4 guns on his waist, several daggers and wands strapped to 3 belts around his chest, and a load of bullets and black powder dangling from his thighs. When asked what messed up the whole forest, the villager started shaking. The woman with him in silver armor, she lifted her sword, and divine tribulation fell from the heavens. When Mishara pointed her sword at the sky, she activated her weather magic to summon a massive lightning storm. Black clouds bloated the sun as blinding heavy rain mixed with fist-sized hail came crashing down, followed by an ear-deafening lightning rampage. Hundreds of lightning bolts fell from the clouds, all raining down upon the forest where the vampire had his mansion. A woman testified, the divine woman with him. She touched the armored one's back with both of her hands, whispering a prayer which turned the rain into holy water. Then the other 2 dashed into the forest. Arad and Echidna raced into the forest to see who reached the vampire first. But the first thing they met was the vampire's immortal army. Mishara's lightning storm infused with holy water had only managed to kill half of them. It seems that the older ghouls with more necrotic magic had managed to build enough resistance and constitution to survive. But that army was in for a nasty surprise. With a single clap and a flick of her fingers, the dead animals of the forest, the fallen ghouls and the zombies all came back to life behind her. As Echidna and her army clashed with the vampire's immortal army, Arad rushed between the falling lightning bolts and heavy hail rain, dodging spells and spears. When he reached the mansion, he smashed the door open with a flying kick, landing inside the main hall. The vampire was a tall and thin, pale man, who stood nearly equal to Arad in height with long, flowing, silky black hair and glowing red eyes. He slowly walked down the stairs wearing black leather pants, a white baggy shirt that was too big for his upper torso, and a sleepy look on his face. The hell you want with me? I'm sure I didn't get in your way. The vampire looked at Arad with glowing red eyes. He ran his long fingers through his hair and glared at Arad. I might go on a rampage now. Arad looked at him with an amused face. Well, I first wanted to talk to you nicely, but when I asked around for where I could find you, pretty much anyone knew, and they were kind enough to tell me a few stories about you. Who? What kind of stories? He smiled. My mystical power, my immortality. The countless heroes and armies that fell beneath me, or that compared to you, lowly mortals, I'm a demigod. Count von Leos, more like Count von Leos. Arad glared at him with a large grin and blackened face, his eyes burning purple with magic. You've got no mystical powers, you're just a vampire. Immortality is a lie, and you sure aren't the one to change reality. What armies and heroes did you kill? Those were knights and soldiers sent by the kingdom, strong, but nowhere near a full army or a true hero. And that you're more of a failed devil than a demigod. And even if you were a demigod, Arad giggled. I've already killed a lot, demigods and vampires alike. You're nothing more than a mosquito flying over filth. I feel a bit disappointed that I need to suck your blood. Did you come here to mock me? The vampire growled with an amused grin on his face. Do you think you can kill me? You'll drink my blood? A mere human? You're nothing more than a mortal bug to be sucked dry. Know your place. Arad drew one of the two greatswords on his back and pulled a long rifle from his magical pocket. Arad closed his eyes, pointing the rifle at the vampire, and held the greatsword over his shoulder. He exhaled. Blood for the Bloodlord, endless souls impaled on steel rods. The vampire's face paled and sweat rushed down his head. He instantly jumped at Arad, roaring with his claws extended forward. You bastard, die. He didn't know why, but hearing those words had sparked a nerve. He could feel his blood boiling, just as if he was standing before Akasha, the eldritch vampire ruling over all vampires in this world. Arad deflected the vampire's attack with a downward swing of his greatsword and shot him in the chest, barely missing the heart as the vampire dodged away. As Count von landed, his wound refused to heal and he coughed a mouthful of blood. Silver bullets made from a melted statue of Yog and hardened in the fresh blood of 100 volunteer nuns, all virgins. No fiend would regenerate from its wound. How about this? Von's eyes flashed red, but Arad didn't even flinch. Von gasped, looking at him in shock. He tried to control his mind and failed, so he tried to explode his eyes or lungs. But no matter what he did, Arad's blood couldn't be controlled. The door of the mansion slowly opened up, and Mary was standing there, holding a strange holy symbol akin to a dragon's claw. Her eyes closed and her hands tucked at her chest as she prayed. The moment she set foot inside the house, a shockwave burst through Von's blood magic, erasing it. He drank nothing but holy water for the past days. I prayed to him day in and day out, and his entire body is dripping with holy magic. Your blood magic isn't enough to stain him. Just her mere presence had made Von understand that he was in a really bad situation. Von turned into mist and retreated deeper into the mansion. Inside the basement, he kept several cells filled with human cattle for blood. Arad was a human, and he had a holy priestess with him. He could use those people he has as a distraction to run away. He waved his hand and rushed into the cells, finding the first woman close to him. Yul Von froze, a strange sight before his eyes. A glowing fairy floats before the naked woman, mystical sparkles of lighting falling from the ceiling with a deep sense of calmness. He did more than such your blood, Plum said with a sad face. Don't worry, I'll shove something even bigger up his ass. The whole basement exploded with massive tree roots growing everywhere. The people that Von kept in his basement were carried safely to the main entrance beside Arad as Von himself flew to the back, his left arm crushed to bits with Plum chasing him with an enraged face. He swung his claws at her, but she dodged them with ease, flying right through his stomach and coming out of his back drenched in blood. The massive, sharp roots that followed after smacked Von all over the house until he landed beside the fireplace, healing all of his wounds except the bullet wound that Arad made. With a single flick of his fingers, all the roots rotted away, and he giggled. I got your roots. So shove them up your ass, Plum shouted as a 1-foot-thick tree trunk grew beneath him, impaling him from the ass to the throat and lifting him into the sky, destroying the mansion's roof. Even while impaled and showered with holy water, Von instantly regenerated, shattering the tree trunk that impaled him in an instant. Simultaneously, a large zombie threw Echidna into the sky toward Vaughn. An explosion erupted inside the mansion from which Arad flew straight up toward Vaughn, and Mishara dropped from the clouds, swinging her sword down with a thunder roar and blinding arc of lightning. In a quick exchange, the three swung at Vaughn, cutting his escape route, and Arad managed to put a bullet through his heart, knocking him out. He was powerful, but not something that Arad, Mishara, and Echidna couldn't defeat when working together. Mary heard something crash on the ceiling, and when she rushed upstairs with Plum, she found Arad and the other two dragging the chained body of Vaughn. What happened to the victims? Arad asked, and Mary smiled. I healed them, and Plum is guarding them downstairs. They should be fine. The four of them walked downstairs, and Plum awaited, waving her hand with a large smile on her face. The victims were lined on the floor, asleep. Arad approached her. We're done here. We should head back. He was dragging Vaughn behind him. He was a pretty famous vampire and should be a good one for Arad to get vampirism from. Can't find anything better anywhere close. But the moment they were about to walk away, Arad felt something strange, the air getting colder and drier, and he could smell his blood. His heart was awfully loud, and his mind felt a bit foggy. This didn't seem to be only happening to him. The four with him also felt that way. It felt strange. He looked back, seeing the figure of a woman cloaked in black standing in the shadows. Everyone noticed his startled face and turned around, seeing her walk into the light, only her burning red cat-like eyes visible. She removed her hood and her long blood-red hair rolled down. Her flower-like pale skin reflected the sunlight to the point she almost illuminated the darkness behind her. Her eyes stared at Vaughn and then at Arad and his friends. Kneel. One word escaped her mouth, and the four women smacked their faces to the ground, bleeding from their eyes and ears. She looked surprised. Arad remained standing as if not bothered at all. Why aren't you kneeling? She asked, slowly approaching Arad. Won't you be disappointed if I did not? My first time facing someone like you, Arad smiled. His skin was slowly turning red from the heat boiling inside his chest. As a human, his body won't be able to endure this extreme fever for a long time. So you expected me, she smiled. Akasha, you call me the ancestor of all vampires. The line that Arad said to Vaughn earlier, it was for this moment he tested his luck and gambled to see if whatever this world's blood lord would appear or not. She seems to be here, and her name is Akasha, a woman similar to Ginger in look but far paler and leagues stronger. So the blood lord of this world is called the ancestor of all vampires? He started walking toward her as she approached him as well. Not just called, I'm the ancestor of all vampires in this world. I came here with Yog when she built this world. That short piece of shit never mentioned she brought a vampire here as well. Arad smiled, and Akasha returned the smile. Mind your words, she's my stepmother. My mother is Akame, the Red Queen of Undead, and my father is the Overgod. From her long and red fingers, golden divine magic started dripping out. A holy vampire? Why do I feel like I know someone like you? He tilted his head. She was similar to Eris. Now, Eris is similar to her. Since you managed to draw my attention, it naturally means I'll draw your blood. Arad, Orion, the man that my stepmother brought to our house. She liked her red lips. I want a sip. Go ahead, I don't mind, Arad replied with a nonchalant face. She looked at him, surprised. Really? She giggled. Stepmother said that I'd end up stepping on if I tried doing this, but I guess even she doesn't know you well. She ran her fingers on his neck. You don't mind becoming my pet little vampire, do you? If you want to drink my blood, then do it. Arad nodded, and she reached forward, licking his neck before taking a bite. But at that moment, she felt something sharp on her neck. It took her a second to realize it, but Arad had bitten her back at the same time. The moment she bit him, she turned him into her slave vampire spawn. But since his body had already started moving the moment she bit him, the signal was still carried to his muscles, and he managed to bite her. The only way for a vampire spawn to free himself of their lord's dominion is to bite and such their blood. No one was strong enough to steal his freedom back from Akasha, but Arad had outsmarted her before she could even know it. She pushed him back and jumped away, staring at him with a terrified face. Immediately she could feel her power growing weaker and weaker. He had sucked her blood after becoming a vampire directly from her blood. He was now challenging her stance as the queen of vampires. Your stepmother is a short little piece of shit, but you should have listened to her. He lunged at her, swinging his sword. The four women still couldn't move. Their blood was already almost disintegrating, and mere mortals weren't strong enough to stand before a vampire like Akasha, but Arad was built differently. Now that he outsmarted her and attained vampire powers, his abilities are growing back to a ridiculous rate. While Akasha is weakening, the fight between Akasha and Arad took only a few minutes. Arad swung his sword at her neck. She dodged and thrust her arm through his chest. He managed to pull back and regenerate, but at that time she had already come in for another attack. Swinging her foot at his hunched head, he had already faced Vlad before. It didn't take him long to find similarities, Frieb novel between her and him, and what he feared the most was for her to have a vampire army. Arad was lucky. Akasha, as a vampire, focused on her power and not an army like Vlad did, which meant that as long as the fight lasted long enough, Arad should absorb enough of her power to win. Akasha's clock was already ticking down. Arad had bitten her. She must bite him back to retrieve her title, or her whole status would have ended up transferred to him. She was basically becoming his spawn now that she had been bitten. In the end, one kick of Arad managed to drop Akasha down, his foot stomping her face to the ground and making sure her teeth weren't able to bite his flesh. Drip. Arad could feel it. She had fully become his spawn, and he had gotten her power. Yog was already standing before them, looking at Akasha with an amused face. I want to say, I told you. But you lied earlier. I didn't tell you you'll end up stepping on. Yog giggled and Akasha growled at her. Don't you dare. Do you know what I told her? Yog looked at Arad and he shook his head. I don't want to know. I'm sure it'll be something vile, considering you're the one we're talking with. I've told her that if she wants to drink your blood, she better suck your dick off and get blood from there. She looked at Akasha. If you did that, he wouldn't have been able to reach your neck. I said, don't tell me, Arad growled. I hate you, Akasha mumbled. My little girl, Akasha, what did your mother tell you before about me? She bent down and looked at her. You suck at jokes. Akasha sat up as Arad removed his foot from over her face. That's right, my dear. I can't joke, and you do. You know why? She started tapping her cheek. The forbidden knowledge, Akasha mumbled. That's right. Remember when I first came here with you? Remember what I said then, seeing Yog smile? Akasha remembered the old days. Why did you bring me here, young Akasha, who didn't look any different than her current self? Asked Yog as they first walked into the new world. Yog looked at her. What answer do you want? The truth, the lie, or something in between. The truth is quite forbidden. The truth, forbidden knowledge or not, since you game the option, it means I can know it. Akasha glared at her. I'm giving you to someone as their vampire spawn. Don't worry, he'll treat you nicely. But it'll take them a while to arrive. 5,000 years later, Akasha finally remembered those words, seeing Arad before her. She looked at Yog, wanting to ask how long was she planning for all of this, but the words didn't come out of her mouth. Yog looked at her with a smile, clearly asking her to remain silent. Go into his blood. That's where you belong. Akasha sighed. Any advice? Just be obedient and you'll be fine. Don't worry. I made sure it'll be to your liking. Believe me when I say that I know you better than you know yourself. I know everyone better than they know themselves. Yog faded, and Akasha disappeared into a splash of blood, flying right into Arad's body. Arad couldn't believe his plan worked. But he'll take the win. His current vampire powers almost rival those of Vlad, but it's still far from being enough to even scratch Gammond to the werewolf. Chapter 999. The Little Wolf and Her Rifle. Chapter 999. The Little Wolf and Her Rifle. Note: this is another long chapter. Strap in, put on some music, and get a drink. Don't forget to tell me what you think after. Beneath the moonlight, the door of an old tavern opened up. An old man in his late 40s walked in, his eyes dazed, staring at the distant nowhere. The untrimmed gray hair on his face dripped with blood as his shaking hands trembled. From his mouth, nothing came but incomprehensible mumbles. From the window that is on the opposite side of the door, a 9-year-old girl in a tattered brown dress jumped in, pointing a rifle at him. "Don't move," she shouted, and the whole tavern froze. They all stared at her in shock, and their eyes finally noticed the homeless-looking, blood-drenched man. The man beside the door stood and glared at the homeless man. "You? What's going on?" But the moment that man spoke, the homeless man grabbed him by the face, clenching so hard that the man's cheekbones cracked bang. The little girl shot the homeless man in the chest, but he didn't even flinch nor change his dead expression, shattering the man's skull in cold blood. She immediately loaded a second shot and placed it right between his eyes, but he didn't even reach walking forward as the bullet got pushed out of his wound and he healed. The moment she fired the third shot, the homeless man burst forward with a powerful leap, swinging his fist at her. She jumped away, stepping on the air with some kind of magic that propelled her to the other side of the tavern. Some seasoned hunters were in the tavern, and they all charged at the homeless man, swinging their weapons and flinging their swords, but in the blink of an eye, the homeless man slaughtered them with a single swing of his palm. One of the hunters' shattered swords flew toward the little girl, barely missing her head, but it took her left eye with it. She cried, but immediately rolled out of the way and pointed her rifle at him. After several shots inside the tavern, the homeless man jumped out and ran through the busy streets, killing everyone in his path. Quickly, he reached for a hooded man. When the homeless man swung his fist at the hooded man swung back a fist, ripping the homeless man's lower jaw out, but not before the homeless man ripped the man's hood out. Arad was the one standing there. In the blink of an eye, Arad pulled his greatsword and swung at the man's neck. The little girl jumped out of the tavern, seeing Arad swinging at the homeless man, only for the homeless man to grab Arad's arm and twist it out of his shoulder, ripping it off, and immediately went for a swing at Arad's neck. The little girl fired a shot at the homeless man, and he dodged before jumping away with enough force that the street shattered, killing several bystanders. At the last moment of that quick exchange, Arad noticed that the man's jaw had fully regenerated. The little girl growled and started running in the direction where the homeless man jumped, but Arad grabbed her from the back of her tunic. "Where are you going?" "He's already too far away." "Let me go, you bastard! Go heal your arm instead." Without hesitation, she pointed the gun down and shot Arad's foot. But to her surprise, he didn't even flinch nor let her go. Now that isn't the way a little girl should speak, and my arm is fine." It was just then that the little girl noticed that Arad was carrying her with the arm that the homeless man supposedly ripped off. She looked back down. Arad's boots were pierced by the bullet, but his foot was completely fine. She growled and pointed her rifle back at Arad's stomach, shooting him in the liver. "Let me go." Arad once again didn't even flinch and grabbed her rifle. Kids shouldn't play with this. With his strength, snatching the rifle was far too easy, and the little girl started flailing her arms, trying to punch him. As she screamed her lungs off like a terrified little bunny, Arad eyed her out. Her clothes were tattered, her skin wrinkly and dried out, her eyes had dark marks beneath them, and her left eye was already bleeding rivers. Due to the chaos, the city guards rushed in and found Arad lifting the little girl with one arm as she screamed. They pulled their weapons. "Put her down." Arad looked at them with his burning blood-red eyes. "I'll go with no." And they all fell to the ground, asleep. The girl went silent. Over 15 men had been knocked out in a second. "And for you, you'll be going with me." Arad disappeared with the little girl in a red mist of smoke and bats. Arad appeared inside a large room and threw the little girl on the ground. She cried, immediately standing up and glaring at him, ready to fight. "What are you, monster?" she growled. "You're here, good. Arad said with a smile, and the little girl heard a cry behind her. What did you do? Did you kidnap this little girl? Mary looked terrified behind the little girl. Heal her eye, if you can. We'll need her. Arad sat on a chair, and the little girl got grabbed by Mary. Look at me. This is horrible. What happens? Did he do that to you? You're as bad at jokes as Yog. Arad looked at her with a smile. I was tracking the werewolf and found the little girl trying to kill him. The little girl didn't understand anything. She was still confused about who Arad was and why is he even getting in her way. Don't butt in. What are you even another monster? You could say so. I'm a vampire and a pretty powerful one at that. At that moment, Mishara kicked the door open. Arad, why are the guards panicking about a giant man who kidnapped a little girl? 'Cause I did. There she is. Arad pointed at the little girl with a passive face. Echidna, who was just behind Mishara, looked inside and smiled. You brought me a present? Mishara immediately yelled at her. What are you even going to do with her? Plum flew before the little girl's face and waved her hand with a smile. I'm Plum. That gentleman who kidnapped you is Arad. That armored one is Mishara, the crazy one is Echidna, and the big tidy nun is Mary. Mary immediately tried to slap Plum, but the little fairy dodged. You smell like shit, really. Rotten blood and filth. When was the last time you took a bath or didn't sleep with a rotten corpse? Mary finished trying to heal the little girl's eye, but failed. The nerves were damaged with a magical weapon. I can't heal her. She hooks her head with a sad face. At least you stopped the bleeding. Take her inside and wash her off. We'll talk afterward. Arad looked back at his desk and pulled out a book, Moonlit Fangs. Mary called Mishara into the bath and asked her to go buy new clothes for the little girl. Her old ones were far too stained with blood and sweat. They crumbled at the slightest pull. When leaving the inn's room, Mishara stole a glance at the little girl's rifle. Nothing that the poor thing was abused to the limit. No repairs, countless shootings that far outclassed anything she saw, even in the army. The muzzle was almost falling apart. Half an hour later, Mishara returned with several fresh changes of clothes for the little girl and a repair kit for the rifle. She handed the clothes to Mary and sat down to repair the rifle, cleaning all the soot, changing the cracked parts and springs, and oiling everything well so it wouldn't jam. The little girl walked out of the bath wearing a pale white tunic and a pair of brown leather pants that were a tad bit big for her. Mishara couldn't nail the size. A black eye patch covered her left, and Arad could finally see the scars on her neck, face, arms, and legs before they weren't visible because of all the grime and dust. Now Arad looked at her. Care to tell me why a little girl like you chasing a werewolf out of all things, you know that thing isn't a butterfly? I know. She glared at him. That werewolf is my father. Arad glared at her with glowing red eyes and a shocked face. His vampire nose told him those two weren't related at all, even though she and the werewolf stank like rotten corpses. He should have known if they were a father and a daughter. Care to explain? He turned toward her, not saying a word about her not being the werewolf's daughter. And what did he even know? His vampire senses could be wrong for all he knows. We used to live in a village north of here. Me, my younger brother, older sister, father, and mother. She looked at Arad. One day he got a letter that enraged him. I didn't know what was written in it at the time as he took it and bolted away. She looked at Arad. It only took 1 week for our mother to take us and move into a noble's house in the other city. I wasn't my father's child. I was that noble's child, same with my younger brother. She looked terrified, almost bursting into tears. Mother sold big sister Anne to a slaver on the same day we arrived, and I've heard that my sister took her own life that night. The letter father received was a false call for help from his parents. That was a trap to kill. She looked at Arad. That noble killed father's parents, set a trap for him, and mother who helped him ended up sold as a slave just 1 month later when he got bored of her. She looked even sadder. Father came back a few days after mother was sold away. He survived the trap, but when he learned of all that happened, he lost his mind and went mad. The noble tried to use me and my little brother as hostages, But it failed. Brother ended up dead. The whole noble's family got killed by my father. She looked at Arad. Your father killed your little brother? Arad asked. No, a stray spell took him. She found a chair and sat down. Father went mad and lost his mind. He wiped the noble's family, his relative, far relative, children, grandparents, neighbors, those who worked with him, bystanders who told him hi, those who worked for him, their families. No one is safe. He already killed enough, thousands of people in the past month. Someone must put him to rest before more innocent people get killed. Arad turned toward Mashara. Keep an eye out for any incident. Echidna, track her mother if she's alive. We might be able to use her. Echidna reached toward the little girl and pulled a single hair from her head. The hair burned in black flame, and Echidna sighed. She's already dead, been so for a few days already. Arad stood. Put the little girl to sleep. She can use my bed if the rooms are filled. I'll go out and track her father. He'll kill you. He might have not transformed, but if he did not, even you would be safe. The little girl screamed at Arad, and he looked at her with a smile. I'm an even bigger monster. Suddenly, Arad saw the girls' faces twist. He turned back, seeing the homeless man in the window glaring at him with a pair of dead eyes. The daughter of the inn's owner was asked to bring a new pair of blankets for the little girl. She had just arrived outside the room's door and lifted her hand to knock. Meshara, I've crack. The door shattered and something hit her hard, sending her flying at the wooden wall. She coughed blood, her eyes catching sight of Arad smacked beside her with blood rushing out of his chest, a large gaping wound reaching deep into his left lung. What? She gasped. We need. Her vision started slowly blurring. Arad looked at her, and his face paled as if he had just seen a ghost. The girl was missing her whole lower half, and her eyes slowly lost life, fading away before she could even understand what happened. Bang! The little girl pulled her rifle and fired a shot at the dusk cloud in the hallway, and her father charged toward her. A massive silver werewolf with blood splattered all over his face. The inn's owner rushed up the stairs. What was that? He yelled, and Arad yelled back at him, Get the hell away! Mashara lunged out of the room, swinging her glowing blade down at the werewolf's neck. The people who sat downstairs with worried faces after hearing the first explosion looked up. The stairs as Arad's shout boomed, and a blast exploded once again, sending the inn's owner flying back on the tables. From the dust, Mashara's body flew and smacked downstairs, a large gash spanning across her back. The werewolf's claws had slashed through her thick steel armor. But right after her, the werewolf fell to the ground, his left arm broken at the elbow. Arad rushed after him, swinging a fist, and punched him in the guts, causing him to gasp for air. Meshara looked up, seeing Arad and the werewolf exchanging punches all over the inn's tavern. 7 people had already died. They must take this fight outside the city, no matter what. Plum. Do it? Meshara shouted, and Plum emerged from the wooden ceiling, her eyes glaring straight at the werewolf. Pup, time to go out. She extended her hands down, and the whole inn started shaking. All the wood in it extended down, ripping half of it apart and turning it into a large tree trunk that wiggled like a snake. Echidna sent her thorn's curse to catch the werewolf, but he dodged them, trying to escape, while dodging Arad's fists and Meshara's sword. At that moment, a bullet came flying out of the chaos, hitting him square in the head. The werewolf paused for a second as his wound regenerated, and the bullet was pushed out. But in that opening Echidna's thorns had managed to catch and tie him to the tree, which Plum immediately swung to catapult him out of the city. At that moment, the werewolf swung his arms, ripping the top of the tree apart alongside Echidna's curse, alone beneath the blue moon. He took a deep breath, and his chest inflated, a roar. Both Arad and the little girl shouted, but their warning was far too late. The werewolf screamed at the ground, the shockwave of his voice crushing the inn and several houses beside it, killing everyone inside and leaving the lucky ones alive. The little girl and Mary were protected by Echidna. As Echidna's curse vanished, they saw a sea of corpses around them, all crushed down by the sonic shockwave. Plum flew away to keep as many people as safe as possible around Arad and the werewolf. The little girl had dropped her rifle when she needed to hide to avoid the shockwave, and she could see it in the rubble. But since it was a bit too far, she snatched a flintlock from one of the guards' corpses and shoved it inside her pants with some bullets and gunpowder. In a split second, Arad flew into the sky with two massive bat wings, standing right before the werewolf with a body burning with blood magic. The blue moon in the sky turned bright red as Arad punched the werewolf into the nearest church. The werewolf managed to regain his balance mid-air and landed on the roof of the church, holding onto the cross-like star of Yog. Arad slowly floated down in front of him, and the two had a standoff above the church. Now that's over 100 people dead. Arad looked at him. I came to this city since I've heard of a werewolf that is on the loose. Didn't expect it to end up like this. Arad, no use talking to him. His soul had already shattered the thing before you, is nothing more than an animal following what little sense and instinct still remains in his brain. The last thing he was thinking of before his soul snapped into madness was probably killing anyone that harmed his family. Now he's going on a murder spree until he dies, Akasha explained in Arad's head. Give him the mercy of death before more souls are lost to his madness. Pew! A bullet came out of nowhere and pierced the werewolf's head. Arad's head snapped back and looked. It was the little girl shooting all the way from the inn. Bitch, we're in the other half of the city and the middle of the night. Akasha couldn't believe her eyes, and before Akasha could give the little girl a second look, Arad lunged and pulled out his gun and great sword. I'll put you to rest. Come, your little daughter had worked hard enough. Arad swung his greatsword and the werewolf his claw. When the two hits impacted, the roof of the church was blown to bits and the nuns rushed out in terror. Blood spikes flew everywhere as the priest responsible for the church looked out, seeing the werewolf lifting the nearby horse stable whole with one arm, chugging it toward Arad, who was flying down from the red moon. The stable smacked Arad out of the sky and the werewolf was about to leap at him, only for Arad to appear out of red mist behind him. The werewolf jumped away and Arad reached into his magical pocket, pulling a whole cannon. The priest who was watching gasped. That cannon is one of the cannons that the guard mounts over the walls to fight giant monsters or destroy siege equipment. It's not something that should be fired anywhere near people. Boom, Arad fired the cannon and the werewolf swung his claw down, slashing the shell in half, but his palm was obliterated. That wasn't any cannonball. It was one made of pure silver, melted from a Yog statue in the same way Arad had made all of his bullets. As the werewolf noticed that his hand wouldn't regenerate, Arad had already shifted weapons into a pair of small daggers which he swung flying straight at the werewolf, aiming for the throat. The werewolf slashed Arad across the face, ripping his eyes out, but Arad managed to cut the werewolf's throat. Sadly, he regenerated almost immediately, as the daggers were only blessed by Mary. The werewolf was strong enough that everything besides the most holy of objects couldn't hurt him. Arad's blood quickly returned to his wounds as he healed. This was a battle of freaks. Two beings beyond human comprehension were spilling their blood, sending the whole city into panic. Back beside the inn, the little girl screamed, "Let me! I must kill him!" Mary held her in place so she wouldn't run away. Mishara and Echidna were trying to catch up to Arad and the werewolf. Those two monsters were moving all over the city at an extreme speed which made catching them nearly impossible. "No, you'll die. They can fight. We can't. You'll just get in the way," Mary shouted at her, holding her from the waist as she flailed around. "I said, put me down or I'll shoot you," the little girl growled. Yeah, Arad said to not let bang. Mary felt a sharp pain in her thighs. As she looked down, a massive hole was blown there to the point she could see her bone. The little girl had a flintlock hidden beneath her clothes. Mary fell down as the little girl rushed away, picked up her rifle, and ran in the opposite direction to where Arad and her father were fighting. Mary looked to the side and noticed that one of the dead guards didn't have his gun on his waist earlier. Amidst the chaos, the little girl must have stolen it. The little girl knew her father better than anyone else. She had been hunting him for the past month. Arad isn't the one controlling this fight. He's busy trying to fight without killing anyone. Her father, on the other hand, is the one in control, rampaging all around. Her father's immortality isn't that omnipotent. It relies on food and eating humans. She had seen him needing to eat 2 weeks ago when he took a lot of damage when she blew him apart with a bomb. His favorite meal was young women, and thus she made her way to the city's largest bath. When she reached the bath, the lady owning it tried to stop her, seeing that she was a little girl with a rifle and covered with blood and dirt. After hearing the loud explosions in the distance, she became too wary and wanted to call the guards immediately. "You there, put that thing down," the owner growled at her. "Shut your mouth and move out of my way, unless you want everyone here to die." The little girl growled at her. "Huh, nice joke. I'll be calling the bang." The little girl shot her in the foot and rushed inside, kicking the door open, and ran between the naked and terrified woman who just heard a gunshot. The little girl reached the open-air bath and climbed a tree that was planted inside and perched in it, waiting. Countless women submerged their bodies in hot water, a large soup pot of humans. Some of them were old and wrinkly, but she could see some young women inside as well. The air carries their smell across the city, and her father's powerful nose should pick it up. By the time she arrived here, Arad and her father were fighting for a while, as she expected after just a minute of waiting and several tubs and soaps thrown at her. Her father came crashing down from the sky, landing right in the middle of the bath. The little girl jumped down from the tree, landing on her father's shoulders, pointing the rifle right at his skull as Arad caught up, seeing her pulling the trigger. Rest in peace. Bang. She fired straight through his brain and into his spine. Arad noticed that even while starved, her father was still about to regenerate, so he jumped in, biting him from the neck. It only took Arad 1 second to suck the paralyzed werewolf's blood, putting the poor man out of his misery. "So you killed me." Arad saw a tall man standing inside his soul beside Ekisha. He approached him with a smile. "Hey, see, a powerful vampire." "It wasn't me. It was your daughter," Arad replied with a passive face. "Anne isn't my daughter. I'm sure you're mistaken about something. She's still a little girl, and wouldn't even be able to—" As the man was speaking, Arad interrupted him. "A little girl? You might have not realized it was insane for the past month. But she had been hunting you for a whole month, and she's the one who finally put a stop to you." "I just finished you off," Arad shared his memories through blood with the man's soul. "She has grown a lot. Take care of her for me." His soul finally shattered, leaving only his lycanthropic blood flowing inside Arad. "She might have not been your daughter, but you sure raised a wolf." Rest in peace. Arad was standing in the hot water, holding the werewolf's corpse in his hands, with the little girl standing on the edge of the bath, pointing her gun just in case. The terrified naked woman around them remained silent, not uttering a word. "He's dead," Arad said, and turned toward the little girl. "Anne, your father is proud of you, says you've grown a lot, and he's sorry for all the trouble he caused you." Chapter 1000, Arad's Walk. Chapter 1000, Arad's Walk. The sun fell behind the mountains, and Arad stood outside beside a carriage, looking into the city as the girls approached him with Anne tagging along. The carriage beside him was made of wood and armored with several steel plates that he asked the local blacksmith to make. Strangely enough, it didn't have any horses or monsters to draw it. It even lacked the attachment arms for that. Arad looked at his hand. He could feel a tingle on his fingertips, a faint cold at the bottom of his back, and a slight fog clouding his mind. "It's already starting," he mumbled and looked at them. "Hurry, we can't waste time," he called to them, and they started walking faster. As Mishara threw her large bag in the back, she looked at Arad. "Are you sure about this? Is it even safe?" "We don't have another choice, so it's not a matter of it being safe or not. It's a matter if we can make it work or not." He looked behind Mishara and saw Mary looking a bit worried. "Don't worry. You won't feel any pain if you die by falling from the sky. You'll just splatter like a tomato." "But I'll know it's coming. That would be scary," Mary replied, and Arad looked at Anne. "Are you scared as well?" "I'm more worried about you. Your hands are shaking." Seeing her face being a bit pale, Arad knew she wasn't joking. "Don't worry, you might not believe me, but the world would burn down before I go mad. It's just that you can't be both a vampire and a werewolf at the same time. Those two curses will slowly overload the body and kill it. That's just as bad." She looked back at Echidna. "Can't that witch do anything? It's not as simple as it seems. I've told that yesterday." Echidna replied with a smile. "So you're useless. Mashara was right." Anne pouted, and Echidna glared at Mashara. What are you teaching the little girl?" Arad giggled. "Stop fighting? We really should go. It'll take us about a week, but we'll be able to make it barely." Everyone got inside the carriage, and Arad jumped on top, extending his vampire wings. The muscles from the werewolf curse empowered his wings so he could carry more. Using all of his power, he started flapping his wings, flying up with the whole carriage. The current plan was simple. From all the material that Echidna needed to try and stop Arad's curses from killing him, there was something called the scales of the deep snail. That item can only be harvested from the sea monster known as the deep snail. Getting it fresh would greatly increase Echidna's success chances, and so they decided to dash to the capital. That trip would usually take a year by carriage, but Arad judged by how fast he could fly using both curses, he should be able to barely make the trip in a single week. The fact that Akasha's blood isn't affected by the sun was a blessing that he didn't expect but appreciated a lot, as without this stunt would be impossible. Arad is now on a timer, his body is starting to crumble beneath the curse's weights, and he must get treated as soon as possible. Arad flew into the sky with the carriage and blasted away toward the capital. The trip did take a whole week with them, only stopping once every 5 hours for a short break. Before anyone knew it, they were landing at the edge of the capital, so they won't speak to anyone. Arad entered the carriage and Plum went outside, growing an attachment for horses, and called some animals from the forest to draw the carriage. Arad was exhausted and had already lost more than half of his muscle mass, so he immediately closed his eyes to take a nap. "Really? I've only heard about them in stories." Anne's excited cry woke him up. "You never see a deer or a moose," he mumbled, turning his eyes out. For a moment his eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. Plum was tying 2 unicorns to the front of the carriage to draw it. "Where did you find those 2? Put them back." He extended his head out and yelled at Plum. The 2 unicorns looked back at him. "You bastard, do you have a problem with us?" one growled. "Yeah, and we are nice enough to draw a carriage carrying filthy humans and a monster like you. Is that how you treat those who extend a helping hand?" The other unicorn added, "Yeah, I have a big problem with you." Arad shouted back at the 2. "Do you want to cause a fuss at the capital? You'll draw too much attention to us and to yourselves. Or are you too fine with hunters raiding the forest to hunt you? Let them try. I shoved up my horn in them more times than I can remember." One of the 2 unicorns replied with a smug smile. "Arad, those 2 are old friends of mine. It's been a few years since I last saw them, so they wanted to help when they saw me." Plum flew to him, and the 2 unicorns gasped the moment they heard his name. "Arad? Arad Orion." One of them rushed toward Plum. "You said you're traveling with a VIP? He's the very important person, Arad Orion." Plum replied with a stupid smile. "I thought it was some kind of elvish prince or prestigious human or witch," he sighed. "Should have told us. Fine, we'll do as he says. We've got those Plum pointed inside the carriage, a high priestess of Yog Inquisitor Meshara and the witch Echidna, by the rainbow puke of the leprechaun king." He looked at the forest. "I'll get some wild horses to help. Would that be okay?" "Yeah, I appreciate it." Arad sighed, "and sorry for earlier. Didn't mean to be rude." "Don't mind it. We're glad to have been able to help." The 2 unicorns returned to the forest and soon sent 2 powerful wild horses to draw the carriage. Arad's carriage strolled into the city. Thanks to Mashara, they were able to enter unchecked and finally registered at a decent inn close to the plaza. While Echidna went out shopping, Mary and Anne went to get some stuff, while Mashara went to get some information from the local guards. Plum was getting ready to escort the horses outside the capital's walls and saw Arad wearing his boots. "Shouldn't you rest?" "I don't feel like it," he replied. "I'm going for a walk." He stood and left. Plum shook her head and flew out of the window, heading to take care of the horses. As Arad walked out of the room, he saw a woman cleaning beside the door. She was tall, wearing a brown tunic, and held a mop cleaning the floor. He stopped and looked at her for a second. "You there?" he called. "Yes, master." She turned toward him and smiled, bowing a bit. "I don't have time for this. Your technique is shit." She looked around, confused. "I'm sure I've cleaned everything well. Come with me if you want to remain alive." He started walking, and she sighed, following him down to the basement. No chance. She sighed right before closing the basement door. Arad walked out alone just a few seconds later and headed out as if nothing happened. Arad's stroll led him straight into the castle's drawbridge where 2 guards were standing there. One looked and saw Arad wearing his long cloak, approaching slowly like a ghost. He pointed his spear. "Excuse me, citizen, do you have any business in the castle? If you're here to get a tour, sorry, come back tomorrow." The castle's garden and some inner chambers seem to be open to the public to explore as long as they are accompanied by the guards. Apparently, a lot of tourists are willing to pay a lot of money to have a tour inside the castle, and the king was quick to capitalize on that, monetizing the guarded tours to get the castle and extra income. Last year, the tours alone gave more than half the capital's tax income. That alone allowed the king to pay the guards, renovate the old parts of the castle, get some fancy new weapons, several siege weapons, jewelry for the queens, a whole mansion, and have some change left to give the guards a raise to make them happy. "Drop the bridge, I came to meet someone that works inside," Arad said with his eyes glowing red, and the guards stood stunned for a second. "Of course I'll drop it," he turned back to his friend. "Drop the bridge, we got an important person." The other guard seemed a bit confused. He didn't see Arad pull identification or written order. "You sure?" The guard approached his friend. "I said he's an important person. I saw him with the Prime Minister yesterday, and he told him to come meet him." The bridge dropped, and Arad walked into the castle unhindered. Now that he managed to make it through the front door, no one would dare question his presence inside as long as he stayed clear of the inner castle. Arad walked through the castle's garden, seeing the princess arguing with a young man over tea. That was probably why the castle was closed today. He walked past them unnoticed and made it inside, nonchalantly going into the inner castle. One maid saw him walk inside, and she approached him. "Excuse me, sir." She bowed. "I never seen you here before. May I help you with anything?" "Where is the throne room? I want to see the king," he asked, and her face paled. "Sorry, sir, but the king now has a meeting with some important foreign nobles." "The princess's marriage?" he asked, and she nodded. "So you know, she doesn't seem too pleased with their young man." "The king sent them outside to speak in the fresh air, but the two keep arguing. I'm sure the king would love to see me." His eyes flashed red. "Where is the throne room?" The maid pointed back and gave him directions to reach the throne room. Some other maids saw him talk with her. That was no normal maid. She was the right hand of the castle's head maid. If she approved Arad, then all other maids wouldn't question his existence with the castle's inner quarters. Arad soon reached the door of the throne room. The 2 guards standing there looked and knelt. "Welcome to the throne room. The king is currently having a meeting. Would you like to have a drink at the guest's private quarter? For all they know, he could be a powerful noble of a foreign kingdom, a rich noble, or an arms dealer that no one wants to offend, since only people in high positions of power can enter the castle. The maids and guards working there have learned that anyone who isn't working there is someone to respect. Any wrong word can send them straight to the chopping block." "The king expects me open the door," he said, and his eyes burned red. One of the guards turned to open the door, and the other took a stance, walking inside the moment the door opened. The king was in a meeting with several nobles and the king of their neighboring kingdom when the door opened. The guard walked inside, knelt down, and spoke. "Your Majesty, the person you await has arrived." The king looked confused for a second. He was expecting a noble from the south to arrive this evening, but it was not even noon. Did he arrive early, or did the timing get mixed up? Let him in. Before the king could finish speaking, Arad was already walking inside the throne room, looking at him with burning red eyes. Arad looked at the king. That old man seemed to be in his late 50s, with a wrinkled face, long flowing gray hair, and a beard thicker than bird nests. He did wear a fancy gold-laced robe and a thick fur coat, but nothing matched the bear coat Arad had wait outside. Arad said, and the guard rushed away, startling the two kings and the nobles with them. Shouldn't the guard await the king's orders? Who are you? The king growled. The man he awaited was far shorter than Arad, and he couldn't even fully see his face. The guards standing around the king pulled their swords and were ready to fight. How did you get inside? The king shouted. Through the main door. Arad smiled. But worry not, I just came to speak with you. First, you can consider this as a warning. He started walking toward the king. One of the guards jumped forward, swinging his sword at Arad's neck. The sword shattered the moment it touched Arad's skin. Arad smacked the two guards down with ease and approached the king, glaring at his eyes. So it wasn't just you, as I expected. You, the queens, and some nobles were involved. Arad cracked his knuckles and slapped the king across the face so hard that the poor old man dropped his fake teeth out. Arad then approached the queen, who sat right beside him. You two. He slapped her across the face hard enough that she dropped from her chair. Everyone watched with shocked and terrified faces, but none dared to move. This man got all the way inside the castle, and the guards seemed to listen to him. Everyone inside this room can't fight. That is why they could safely have a meeting. Resisting Arad would only mean death. Arad slapped over 50 nobles, the king, and his 7 wives. No one who had a hand in the forced labor of the slum women managed to go unslapped. Arad would have killed them if any of the girls were actually harmed, but since the orders were to sell their bodies to him and he didn't do anything, they were practically unharmed. I guess this makes my point clear. Arad smiled and looked at the neighboring kingdom's king. Sorry for this embarrassing display. He removed his hood. Arad Orion, I guess you know me, right? Everyone inside the room froze when they finally realized who was Arad and how he managed to make it inside. This was the man their goddess spoke about. Besides the usual shitty nobles and royals, this kingdom is not that bad. Arad smiled. I wish I could have visited your kingdom as well, but I'm in a hurry. I must go. The neighboring kingdom's king smiled. Arad, Orion, I must insist. If you ever manage to have time, give me a visit. I'll make it worth your time. I'll be sure to try. Arad smiled and the king stood. His face still had Arad's hand mark on it. I'll guide you outside. The king and his first wife escorted Arad all the way into the castle's stables, where they ordered a carriage for him. Arad looked at the carriage with a smile. A carriage? He then turned toward the king. Didn't know you can drive one. Terrified, worried, and baffled, the king rode in the carriage's driver's seat, with his wife as Arad sat in the back, with several generals and armed guards following behind them. The king drove Arad back to the inn without saying a word. Meshara, who was sitting outside drinking tea, spat her drink the moment she saw the carriage roll in with the king driving. Arad walked out of the back and looked at the king. Thanks for the ride. Terrified. The king forced a smile. No need to thank me. I'm glad we got to speak. Please come visit again any time you want. I'll do. Take care. And good luck with your daughter. He smiled. We'll keep an eye on her, the queen said. We'll send you an invite to the wedding. See you later. Arad taped the carriage and the king drove away, followed by his guards. Arad, what was that? That was the king, she whispered. Not to cause a scene, as Arad was about to speak to her, he saw the woman serving food and drinks in the back slowly approaching. You come with me. Meshara looked behind her. Is something the matter? She saw the woman and felt strange. Do you know her? No, the first time I saw her, he waved his hand to her. If you're looking for your sister, I knocked her out and she's tied in the basement. The woman immediately rushed away and Arad giggled. She's an assassin sent from the castle. I bet they spotted me flying with the carriage in the distance and prepared a bit. The kinging himself didn't know yet, as he was in a meeting. But the generals were already on the move. I found her sister sneaking around our rooms earlier, so I knocked her unconscious and tied her in the basement.
You plumb told me you went on a walk? Don't ever go on a walk alone again.
She sighed, walking with him inside. This would complicate a lot of things later that day. I've brought the herbs. Anne walked into the room, rushing before Mary, who slowly trailed behind her. She found Arad sitting inside with Echidna around a large table filled with scrolls, cursed totems, talismans, and bones. Looking closer at Arad, he seemed to be getting worse and worse every day since he absorbed her father. All of his muscles were nowhere to be seen. His skin clanged closely to his bones, and his lips had cracked several times from dehydration. The curses had started fighting inside Arad since the day he absorbed Anne's father. That was a week ago. Now all they have to do is perform the ritual to stabilize him. Chapter 1000, Arad's Walk. The sun fell behind the mountains, and Arad stood outside beside a carriage, looking into the city as the girls approached him with Anne tagging along. The carriage beside him was made of wood and armored with several steel plates that he asked the local blacksmith to make. Strangely enough, it didn't have any horses or monsters to draw it. It even lacked the attachment arms for that. Arad looked at his hand. He could feel a tingle on his fingertips, a faint cold at the bottom of his back, and a slight fog clouding his mind. "It's already starting," he mumbled and looked at them. "Hurry, we can't waste time." He called to them and they started walking faster. As Mashara threw her large bag in the back, she looked at Arad. "Are you sure about this? Is it even safe?" "We don't have another choice, so it's not a matter of it being safe or not. It's a matter if we can make it work or not." He looked behind Mashara and saw Mary looking a bit worried. "Don't worry. You won't feel any pain if you die by falling from the sky. You'll just splatter like a tomato." "But I'll know it's coming. That would be scary," Mary replied, and Arad looked at Anne. "Are you scared as well?" "I'm more worried about you. Your hands are shaking." Seeing her face being a bit pale, Arad knew she wasn't joking. "Don't worry. You might not believe me, but the world would burn down before I go mad. It's just that you can't be both a vampire and a werewolf at the same time. Those two curses will slowly overload the body and kill it. That's just as bad." She looked back at Echidna. "Can't that witch do anything?" "It's not as simple as it seems. I've told that yesterday." Echidna replied with a smile. "So you're useless. Mashara was right." Anne pouted, and Echidna glared at Mashara. "You, what are you teaching the little girl?" Arad giggled. "Stop fighting. We really should go. It'll take us about a week, but we'll be able to make it, barely." Everyone got inside the carriage and Arad jumped on top, extending his vampire wings. The muscles from the werewolf curse empowered his wings so he could carry more. Using all of his power, he started flapping his wings, flying up with the whole carriage. The current plan was simple. From all the material that Echidna needed to try and stop Arad's curses from killing him, there was something called the scales of the deep snail. That item can only be harvested from the sea monster known as the deep snail. Getting it fresh would greatly increase Echidna's success chances, and so they decided to dash to the capital. That trip would usually take a year by carriage, but Arad, judged by how fast he could fly using both curses, he should be able to barely make the trip in a single week. The fact that Akash's blood isn't affected by the sun was a blessing that he didn't expect but appreciated a lot, as without this stunt would be impossible. Arad is now on a timer. His body is starting to crumble beneath the curse's weights, and he must get treated as soon as possible. Arad flew into the sky with the carriage and blasted away toward the capital. The trip did take a whole week with them, only stopping once every 5 hours for a short break. Before anyone knew it, they were landing at the edge of the capital. So they won't speak to anyone. Arad entered the carriage and Plum went outside, growing an attachment for horses, and called some animals from the forest to draw the carriage. Arad was exhausted and had already lost more than half of his muscle mass, so he immediately closed his eyes to take a nap. Really? I've only heard about them in stories. Anne's excited cry woke him up. You never see a deer or a moose, he mumbled, turning his eyes out. For a moment, his eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. Plum was tying 2 unicorns to the front of the carriage to draw it. Where did you find those 2? Put them back. He extended his head out and yelled at Plum. The 2 unicorns looked back at him. You bastard. Do you have a problem with us? One growled. Yeah, and we are nice enough to draw a carriage carrying filthy humans and a monster like you. Is that how you treat those who extend a helping hand? The other unicorn added. Yeah, I have a big problem with you, Arad shouted back at the 2. Do you want to cause a fuss at the Capitol? You'll draw too much attention to us and to yourselves, or are you too fine with hunters raiding the forest to hunt you? Let them try. I shoved up my horn in them more times than I can remember. One of the 2 unicorns replied with a smug smile. Arad, those 2 are old friends of mine. It's been a few years since I last saw them, so they wanted to help when they saw me. Plum flew to him, and the 2 unicorns gasped the moment they heard his name. Arad? Arad Orion? One of them rushed toward Plum. You said you're traveling with a VIP? He's the very important person, Arad Orion, Plum replied with a stupid smile. I thought it was some kind of elvish prince or prestigious human or witch. He sighed. Should have told us. Fine, we'll do as he says. We've got those. Plum pointed inside the carriage, a high priestess of Yog, Inquisitor Mishara, and the witch Echidna. By the rainbow puke of the leprechaun king, he looked at the forest. I'll get some wild horses to help. Would that be okay? Yeah, I appreciate it. Arad sighed. And sorry for earlier. Didn't mean to be rude. Don't mind it. We're glad to have been able to help. The 2 unicorns returned to the forest and soon sent 2 powerful wild horses to draw the carriage. Arad's carriage strolled into the city, thanks to Mishara. They were able to enter unchecked and finally registered at a decent inn close to the plaza. While Echidna went out shopping, Mary and Anne went to get some stuff while Mishara went to get some information from the local guards. Plum was getting ready to escort the horses outside the Capitol's walls and saw Arad wearing his boots. Shouldn't you rest? I don't feel like it. He replied, I'm going for a walk. He stood and left. Plum shook her head and flew out of the window, heading to take care of the horses. As Arad walked out of the room, he saw a woman cleaning beside the door. She was tall, wearing a brown tunic, and held a mop cleaning the floor. He stopped and looked at her for a second. You there? He called. Yes, master. She turned toward him and smiled, bowing a bit. I don't have time for this. Your technique is shit. She looked around, confused. I'm sure I've cleaned everything well. Come with me if you want to remain alive. He started walking, and she sighed, following him down to the basement. No chance, she sighed right before closing the basement door. Arad walked out alone just a few seconds later and headed out as if nothing happened. Arad's stroll led him straight into the castle's drawbridge where 2 guards were standing there. One looked and saw Arad wearing his long cloak approaching slowly like a ghost. He pointed his spear. Excuse me, citizen. Do you have any business in the castle? If you're here to get a tour, sorry, come back tomorrow. The castle's garden and some inner chambers seem to be open to the public to explore as long as they are accompanied by the guards. Apparently, a lot of tourists are willing to pay a lot of money to have a tour inside the castle, and the king was quick to capitalize on that, monetizing the guarded tours to get the castle and extra income. Last year, the tours alone gave more than half the capital's tax income. That alone allowed the king to pay the guards, renovate the old parts of the castle, get some fancy new weapons, several siege weapons, jewelry for the queens, a whole mansion, and have some change left to give the guards a raise to make them happy. Drop the bridge. I came to meet someone that works inside, Arad said, with his eyes glowing red, and the guard stood stunned for a second. Of course, I'll drop it. He turned back to his friend. Drop the bridge, we got an important person. The other guard seemed a bit confused. He didn't see Arad pull identification or written order. You sure? The guard approached his friend. I said he's an important person. I saw him with the Prime Minister yesterday, and he told him to come meet him. The bridge dropped, and Arad walked into the castle unhindered. Now that he managed to make it through the front door, no one would dare question his presence inside, as long as he stayed clear of the inner castle. Arad walked through the castle's garden, seeing the princess arguing with a young man over tea. That was probably why the castle was closed today. He walked past them unnoticed and made it inside, nonchalantly going into the inner castle. One maid saw him walk inside, and she approached him. "Excuse me, sir." She bowed. "I never seen you here before. May I help you with anything?" "Where is the throne room? I want to see the king," he asked, and her face paled. "Sorry, sir, but the king now has a meeting with some important foreign nobles." "The princess's marriage?" he asked, and she nodded. "So, you know, she doesn't seem too pleased with their young man. The king sent them outside to speak in the fresh air, but the two keep arguing. I'm sure the king would love to see me." His eyes flashed red. "Where is the throne room?" The maid pointed back and gave him directions to reach the throne room. Some other maids saw him talk with her. That was no normal maid. She was the right hand of the castle's head maid. If she approved Arad, then all other maids wouldn't question his existence with the castle's inner quarters. Arad soon reached the door of the throne room. The two guards standing there looked and knelt. "Welcome to the throne room. The king is currently having a meeting. Would you like to have a drink at the guest's private quarter?" For all they know, he could be a powerful noble of a foreign kingdom, a rich noble, or an arms dealer that no one wants to offend, since only people in high positions of power can enter the castle. The maids and guards working there have learned that anyone who isn't working there is someone to respect. Any wrong word can send them straight to the chopping block. "The king expects me." "Open the door," he said, and his eyes burned red. One of the guards turned to open the door, and the other took a stance, walking inside the moment the door opened. The king was in a meeting with several nobles and the king of their neighboring kingdom when the door opened. The guard walked inside, knelt down, and spoke. "Your Majesty, the person you await has arrived." The king looked confused for a second. He was expecting a noble from the south to arrive this evening, but it was not even noon. Did he arrive early, or did the timing get mixed up? "Let him in." Before the king could finish speaking, Arad was already walking inside the throne room, looking at him with burning red eyes. Arad looked at the king. That old man seemed to be in his late 50s, with a wrinkled face, long flowing gray hair, and a beard thicker than bird nests. He did wear a fancy gold-laced robe and a thick fur coat, but nothing matched the bear coat Arad had. "Wait outside," Arad said, and the guard rushed away, startling the two kings and the nobles with them. Shouldn't the guard await the king's orders? "Who are you?" The king growled. The man he awaited was far shorter than Arad, and he couldn't even fully see his face. The guards standing around the king pulled their swords and were ready to fight. "How did you get inside?" The king shouted, "Through the main door." Arad smiled. "But worry not. I just came to speak with you. First, you can consider this as a warning." He started walking toward the king. One of the guards jumped forward, swinging his sword at Arad's neck. The sword shattered the moment it touched Arad's skin. Arad smacked the two guards down with ease and approached the king, glaring at his eyes. "So it wasn't just you, as I expected. You, the queens, and some nobles were involved." Arad cracked his knuckles and slapped the king across the face so hard that the poor old man dropped his fake teeth out. Arad then approached the queen, who sat right beside him. "You two." He slapped her across the face hard enough that she dropped from her chair. Everyone watched with shocked and terrified faces, but none dared to move. This man got all the way inside the castle, and the guards seemed to listen to him. Everyone inside this room can't fight. That is why they could safely have a meeting. Resisting Arad would only mean death. Arad slapped over 50 nobles, the king and his 7 wives. No one who had a hand in the forced labor of the slum women managed to go unslapped. Arad would have killed them if any of the girls were actually harmed. But since the orders were to sell their bodies to him, and he didn't do anything, they were practically unharmed. I guess this makes my point clear. Arad smiled and looked at the neighboring kingdom's king. Sorry for this embarrassing display. He removed his hood. Arad Orion, I guess you know me, right? Everyone inside the room froze when they finally realized who is Arad and how he managed to make it inside. This was the man their goddess spoke about. Besides the usual shitty nobles and royals, this kingdom is not that bad. Arad smiled. I wish I could have visited your kingdom as well, but I'm in a hurry. I must go. The neighboring kingdom's king smiled. Arad Orion, I must insist. If you ever manage to have time, give me a visit. I'll make it worth your time. I'll be sure to try. Arad smiled and the king stood. His face still had Arad's hand mark on it. I'll guide you outside. The king and his first wife escorted Arad all the way into the castle's stables where they ordered a carriage for him. Arad looked at the carriage with a smile. A carriage? He then turned toward the king. Didn't know you can drive one. Terrified, worried, and baffled, the king rode in the carriage's driver's seat with his wife as Arad sat in the back. With several generals and armed guards following behind them, the king drove Arad back to the inn without saying a word. Meshara, who was sitting outside drinking tea, spat her drink the moment she saw the carriage roll in with the king driving. Arad walked out of the back and looked at the king. Thanks for the ride. Terrified. The king forced a smile. No need to thank me. I'm glad we got to speak. Please come visit again any time you want. I'll do. Take care, and good luck with your daughter, he smiled. We'll keep an eye on her, the queen said. We'll send you an invite to the wedding. See you later. Arad taped the carriage and the king drove away, followed by his guards. Arad, what was that? That was the king, she whispered, not to cause a scene. As Arad was about to speak to her, he saw the woman serving food and drinks in the back slowly approaching. You come with me. Meshara looked behind her. Is something the matter? She saw the woman and felt strange. Do you know her? No, the first time I saw her. He waved his hand to her. If you're looking for your sister, I knocked her out and she's tied in the basement. The woman immediately rushed away, and Arad giggled. She's an assassin sent from the castle. I bet they spotted me flying with the carriage in the distance and prepared a bit. The king himself didn't know yet as he was in a meeting, but the generals were already on the move. I found her sister sneaking around our rooms earlier, so I knocked her unconscious and tied her in the basement. You plumb told me you went on a walk. Don't ever go on a walk alone again. She sighed, walking with him inside. This would complicate a lot of things later that day. I've brought the herbs. Anne walked into the room, rushing before Mary, who slowly trailed behind her. She found Arad sitting inside with Echidna around a large table filled with scrolls, cursed totems, talismans, and bones. Looking closer at Arad, he seemed to be getting worse and worse every day since he absorbed her father. All of his muscles were nowhere to be seen. His skin clanged closely to his bones, and his lips had cracked several times from dehydration. The curses had started fighting inside Arad since the day he absorbed Anne's father. That was a week ago. Now all they have to do is perform the ritual to stabilize him.